Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 100, 100. Deal done. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Miguel Razzo. Koron Hightower. Young Fexentum. Z3K Chrome. Ash. Ryden Allen. Paulo Garcia. Tobias Sinkawicious. Jake Doe. Abel Yapura. Huge Green Pickle. N. Ozo. Eater of the Dead. Psyduck. Cyrex. Panda Show. Louis Fontes. Grimmose. Red Rabbit. Muhammad Al-Shamsi. Mikolai Zwolak. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. A deal. Minato looked at Kaito, puzzled. I'm already dead, and I don't have anything to offer for a trade with you. Kaito dismissed Minato's confusion and spoke directly. As a father, you must want to stay by Naruto's side, teach him personally, and watch him grow, right? That's obvious, Minato replied with a bitter smile. Please, Kaito-kun, just get to the point. He then added seriously, though I feel sorry for Naruto, I won't do anything that would harm Konoha. Kaito gave him a strange look. You don't know how Naruto grew up, do you? What? Minato was taken aback. It's nothing. You, as his father, should find out about Naruto's upbringing yourself. Kaito shifted the topic. My deal has nothing to do with Konoha. Then please, go ahead. You should be aware of your current state, Minato. Minato nodded. I seem almost the same as when I was alive, but I can't use my full strength. Kaito smiled and gestured to the side. There, Izuna was looking arrogant, crushing the weakened Senju brothers with his overwhelming aura. I can restore your strength to what it was in life, and even further, just like Senior Izuna. And it won't limit your freedom. This way, you can stay by Naruto's side, teach him, and protect him as you wish. Protect him. Is Naruto in danger? Minato asked, now anxious. There is an organization called Akatsuki in the ninja world, composed of S-class rogue ninjas from various villages. Their leader possesses the legendary Rinnegan, and they seem to be after the nine-tailed beasts. Minato was shocked and directly asked, what's your condition, Kaito-kun? My condition is simple, Kaito said with a kind smile. When I need it, you must help me. Of course, what I ask won't go against your principles and can even be prioritized after Naruto. After a brief moment of thought, Minato nodded decisively. Kaito-kun, I accept your terms. Then please wait a moment. Kaito suddenly emitted a blinding golden light, drawing everyone's attention. The chains wrapped around the Reaper tightened, making creaking sounds. The mist emanating from the box of ultimate bliss grew denser, its deep purple almost turning black. The Reaper was completely immobilized, watching helplessly as its power was eroded by the mist and swiftly absorbed into the box of ultimate bliss. Izuna, what is that? Hashirama Senju, ever the friendly one, approached Izuna. Izuna ignored him and walked away quickly, as if he hadn't heard anything. That's harsh. I thought we were on good terms. Hashirama squatted dejectedly on the ground, mushrooms growing on him. Tobirama's face was filled with exasperation. Brother, where do you get such confidence from? Finally, the Reaper's power was completely absorbed by the box of ultimate bliss, and its body dissipated like a phantom. The mist slowly receded into the box, its large maw closed, and the scattered sorrow masks returned to their original positions, their eyes lighting up. The Ryumayaka chains bound the box, and as ripples spread across the ground, the box of ultimate bliss slowly sank. Kaito took out a blank scroll from his sleeve, wrote down the terms agreed upon with Minato, signed his name, and handed it to Minato. Minato, please read it carefully. If there are no issues, sign your name. All right. Minato took the scroll and brush, read through it carefully, and prepared to sign his name. Minato. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood beside him. Are you really going to agree to his terms? Sorry, Third Hokage, but I can't abandon Naruto. Minato smiled apologetically as he signed his name. Don't worry, Kaito-kun said it wouldn't go against my principles. Sorry, Minato, it's my fault for not taking care of Naruto. Blame me alone, Hiruzen said, then used his chakra to shatter the paper doll, returning to the Pure Land. Third Hokage. Minato looked stunned, then seemed to realize something, his face darkening. Humph, the Uchiha aren't trustworthy. Fourth Hokage, you'll regret this, Tobirama said coldly, then looked at Hashirama squatting on the ground. brother, ignore them. We should go. He then shattered his paper doll and returned to the Pure Land. Tobirama, how dare you? Stay if you can. Izuna, burning with anger, slashed at the fragments of the paper doll. Ha ha ha. Seems like Madara isn't here. I'll be leaving too. Hashirama laughed, then looked serious as he addressed the group. The dead shouldn't interfere too much in the world of the living. With that, he vanished, leaving only the scattered paper fragments. Humph. Izuna sheathed his sword and glared at Kaito. Kaito, why didn't you keep the Senju brothers here? They should take responsibility for saving the world. Would Senior Izuna be willing to fight alongside them? Kaito feigned a shocked expression. Who wants to fight alongside those Senju scum? You make them do all the work and let me rest. Izuna scolded him. With no choice, for the honor of the Uchiha clan, Senior Izuna has to endure the hardship. For the Uchiha clan's honor, you should work harder, Kaito, Izuna huffed, transforming into a paper doll and flying towards Kaito. Kaito, take care, Miss Chiri, who had been silent, also turned into a paper doll and flew over. Really, has Miss Chiri also been led astray by Senior Izuna? Kaito put the paper dolls into his sleeve. Kaito-kun, what is this, saving the world, you mentioned? Minato suddenly asked. Kaito smiled meaningfully and briefly explained the history of the ninja world and his plan, deliberately omitting the part about Obito. After listening, Minato asked, so the Akatsuki aims to gather the tailed beasts as an ultimate weapon for peace, but the mastermind wants to revive Kagaya Otsutsuki. Kaito nodded solemnly. Minato then asked seriously, to completely resolve the issue with Kagaya, you have to wait for a resurrection, which involves the nine tails inside Naruto. Chapter 101, 101. Death of Obito. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Miguel Razzo. Koron Hightower. Young Fexentum. Z3K Chrome. Ash. Raiden Allen. Paulo Garcia. Tobias Sinkawicious. Jake Doe. Abel Yapura. Huge Green Pickle. N. Ozo. Eater of the Dead. Psyduck. Cyrex. Panda Show. Louis Fontes. Grimmose. Red Rabbit. Muhammad Al-Shamsi. Mikolai Zwolak. Thegamertags PSPS. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. P@Trian.com/less a servant of Cosmos. Just replace the at with a. Rest assured, because of Sasuke, I won't do anything to Naruto, Kaito said. I just won't go out of my way to protect him. But now, with Minato's protection, Naruto should be completely safe, he added. The Akatsuki members are always thinking of ways. For instance, it's said that Kinkaku and Ginkaku of the Hidden Cloud possess the Nine Tails chakra. If they make a deal with Orochimaru, they can obtain it through Edo Tensei. Thank you, Kaito-kun, Minato said, patting his stomach. In a worst-case scenario, I have half of the Nine Tails sealed inside me. That explains how Naruto could seal the Nine Tails at birth, Kaito said, enlightened. It's up to you to decide how to handle it. I understand. If it's to save the world, I'm more than willing to help you, Kaito-kun, Minato said with a relieved smile. Before, he thought he'd have to help Kaito fight other enemies besides Konoha, a decision he made with great resolve for Naruto's sake. But now, knowing it's about saving the world, he felt excited. Then, Kaito brought out a paper doll made of the same material as those used by Izuna and Miss Chiri. Of course, it didn't include Sharingan as a material. With the new paper doll and the addition of a seal that allowed him to use Sage Mode, Minato had largely regained his former strength. Minato, I have even better materials I haven't had time to research. Once they're ready, I'll replace them for you, Kaito said finally. From what I know, Naruto and Jiraiya-sensei should be training at Mount Myaboku now. You should be able to go there directly. Thank you, Kaito-kun, Minato nodded. I did leave a Flying Thunder God mark at Mount Myaboku, so I'll head there. When you need me, I'll help with all my strength. Goodbye, Minato, Kaito nodded. Goodbye. Minato formed hand seals, and as soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared from Kaito's sight. Seeing Minato leave using the Flying Thunder God technique, Kaito smiled, then turned to look in another direction, the Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes spinning. The seemingly empty ground in the distance tore open like a false curtain, revealing Obito and Tobi. Kaito walked up to them and looked down at the two, bound by golden chains. Obito, if I had revealed just now that you were the mastermind behind the Nine Tails attack and handed you over to Minato, what do you think he would have done? Obito gave him a cold glance and remained silent. Tobi squirmed and shouted, the fourth Hokage would probably kill Obito. He'd definitely kill him. I don't think so, Kaito smiled. Minato would likely try to save his fallen student. That's why I didn't let him know about you, Obito, Kaito said, unsheathing his blade. You heard my conversation with Minato. Neither I nor Black Zetsu were anything more than users of you. Your dream of infinite Tsukuyomi is just a fleeting illusion. You're lying. Obito suddenly roared with a hoarse voice. Don't try to deceive me. My dream is right. A world with Rin is the real one. Pathetic. Kaito's blade pierced Obito's heart. You're nothing but a coward escaping from reality. Gah. Obito coughed violently, choking on the blood rising in his throat. Kaito looked at him coldly. Without the ability to use chakra, you can't fully use the wood-release cells to heal yourself. He pulled the blade out. Go to the Pure Land and find Rin. Rin. I'm sorry. Obito murmured as his eyes lost their light. Kaito then turned his gaze to Tobi. Hee hee, am I going to die too? Tobi laughed happily. Great, I'm looking forward to experiencing death. How will you kill me? Strangle me? Or cut me into 8 pieces? Ah, I want to experience all of them. Kaito didn't reply, instead carefully sensing his condition. As a result of experiencing infinite Tsukuyomi, this creature had been assimilated by the god tree. His body was more plant than human, even capable of wrapping around a human body like clothing and sharing chakra with the person wrapped. You're an invaluable material, Kaito said, looking at him with a bit of excitement. Hey! What are you going to do? Tobi asked, still curious and unafraid. Tell me quickly. Kaito's Mangekyo Sharingan spun rapidly, and a powerful mental force infused with the Ryumayuka's power surged into Tobi's consciousness. Ah! My head hurts. Tobi writhed in agony. Haha, so this is what a headache feels like. As time passed, his voice grew weaker. However, unable to escape Kaito's Mangekyo Sharingan, he eventually fell silent. At this moment, his consciousness had completely shattered. Kaito then retracted the Ryumayuka chains from both of them. Tobi's body had lost its human shape, unfolding like a plant, even his head splitting open into several parts. Kaito took out a brush and quickly drew complex runes over Tobi's body, which had spread out like leaves. When the runes covered Tobi's entire body, Kaito put away the brush and stood up. He formed hand seals rapidly, and his gaze fixed on Tobi's head, imprinting a pentagram there. Blood puppet. As Kaito completed the seals, Obito's corpse stood up, his mask falling off, and Tobi's body wrapping around him. Blood continuously flowed from Obito's body, staining Tobi's body red. A blood-red light shone faintly, and Tobi's body shrank like flowing water, finally merging into Obito's brain. A few seconds later, the new Obito opened his eyes and bowed to Kaito. Master. Good, Kaito smiled with satisfaction. Continue with Obito's original plans. I'll contact you if needed. This body should last a long time due to its special material. Yes, Master. Kaito took out a small colorful paper doll and placed it on himself, immediately appearing severely injured. Let's go. At the border of Uzushio village, the sound of a wooden whistle echoed, and gear descended from the sky. Kaito, covered in blood and clutching his chest, stumbled out and collapsed onto Gyure's back. He smiled secretly, silently dispelling the illusionary formation covering the entire village. Gray spread its wings and soared through the clouds in an instant. Elsewhere, the bloodied Obito walked into a dense forest outside the village and said in a hoarse voice, "Mission failed. Tobi is dead." I saw. Damn, we were so close. Black Zetsu emerged from the ground. Even Kakuzu and Haiden were taken down. Let's retreat for now. Obito's body slowly faded into space. Next time, we'll definitely. Chapter 102, 102. Father and son meet. Mount Myaboku. Naruto, who was dirty from training, was rubbing his belly with a pained expression. Hey, pervy sage, I mean, when are we going to get out of here? What's up? Jiraiya was sitting on the ground, writing furiously on some papers placed on his knee. Naruto glanced around nervously, then leaned in close to Jiraiya, speaking in a hushed voice with his hand covering his mouth. This place is really scary. We have to eat bugs every day. I'm not a toad, you know. He finished with a green face, his features scrunched up in disgust. Jiraiya's face twitched upon hearing this, and he too turned green. However, he quickly masked his reaction and started to scold loudly. That's why you're still far off, kid. A ninja must endure everything. Bugs are nothing. Look at me, I can eat them without changing my expression. Oh ho, it seems little Jiraiya really enjoys my cooking. Remember to eat more each time. Shima's voice, at this moment, sounded like the whisper of a devil to Jiraiya, freezing him in place. Ha ha ha. Pervy sage, you're just bluffing. Naruto pointed at Jiraiya with one hand while clutching his belly and laughing. Standing next to Shima, Minato was watching his lively son with a face full of contentment. He really is my son, just as cute as Kushina. Naruto. Who's calling me? Naruto turned his head. In his sight, a familiar-looking older brother, wearing ceremonial robes, his golden hair shining brilliantly in the sunlight, was smiling at him warmly. Naruto squinted his eyes, scrutinizing the men for a moment before suddenly widening his eyes and pointing at Minato, shouting, You're the fourth Hokage. Minato was about to speak when Naruto moved closer, looking up at him. No, wait. Naruto rubbed his chin. Sasuke's uncle told me that the fourth Hokage is my dad, but my dad's already dead. Minato tried to speak again, but Naruto suddenly brightened and shouted excitedly, Does that mean I have an uncle too? He quickly and warmly grabbed one of Minato's hands with both of his, shaking it up and down. Hello, uncle. Just as expected from my awesome uncle, as handsome as Sasuke's uncle. Minato, a bit amused, raised his other hand to cover Naruto's head and exchanged a glance with the stunned Jiraiya nearby. Jiraiya-sensei. Minato. Jiraiya blinked, quickly standing up to scrutinize him. This isn't Edo-tensei. Are you not dead? What's going on? Jiraiya-sensei, I am dead. Minato ruffled Naruto's hair, which was just like his own. My current state is due to a deal with Kaito. He looked down at Naruto's upturned face, seeing how much his features resembled Kushina's, and couldn't help but smile warmly. I just couldn't let go of Naruto. Uchiha Kaito. Jiraiya and Shima asked in surprise at the same time. Minato nodded. Hey. Naruto's voice suddenly rang out, his eyes red as he looked at Minato. I mean, are you really my dad? Naruto. Minato smiled, meeting his gaze. I am your father. So you really are my dad. Naruto's tears began to flow uncontrollably, and he suddenly lowered his head, punching Minato in the stomach. You lousy dad. Minato took a few steps back, looking slightly bewildered. Naruto. Why? Why did you seal the nine tails inside me? Naruto began to sob quietly. Since I was little, everyone in the village called me a demon fox. The kids wouldn't play with me. Even the shopkeepers wouldn't sell me anything. Naruto kept his head down, tears dripping to the ground. I had to play pranks just to get noticed. It was so hard. But I finally graduated and became a ninja. Minato stared at Naruto, his heart filled with guilt and pain, nearly overwhelmed. He instantly understood why Naruto had such a hard life in the village. No wonder the third Hokage apologized. However, he didn't want to pass on any negative feelings to his son. So, he smiled warmly at Naruto. Because I believe in you, Naruto. Naruto looked up, confused. Minato moved closer to him again. I entrusted the nine tails to you because I wanted you to become the village's hero. He gently ruffled Naruto's hair again. And it looks like you've done great. I'm proud of you, Naruto. You've had it tough. Not really. Naruto smiled sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. It was hard, but now I have many friends who acknowledge me. Then Minato began talking with Naruto, trying to learn about his experiences in detail. Naruto excitedly shared his stories with his father, speaking non-stop. Although he sometimes exaggerated his achievements, Minato listened attentively and with great interest. The two of them were so engrossed in their happy conversation that they almost forgot about Jiraiya and Shima. Jiraiya glanced at them contentedly and silently walked away with Shima. Little Jiraiya, Shima said gravely, you should ask Minato about Uchiha Kaito when he has time. I will, Jiraiya replied, but I trust Minato. If he accepted the deal, it shouldn't be a problem. Shima nodded. I believe in Minato too. But you must be cautious. Onmyoji are different from ninjas, they have many strange methods. I understand. Jiraiya glanced back at Minato and Naruto in the distance. Now, let's let Minato spend time with Naruto. Minato and Naruto talked until nightfall. Dad, are you really not leaving? Naruto asked expectantly. Minato nodded. I'm not leaving. From tomorrow on, how about I teach you ninjutsu personally? Really? Of course. Awesome. I'm hungry. Naruto rubbed his growling belly. I really want to eat ramen. All they have here are bugs. You like ramen too? Minato smiled. Yes. I love Ichiraku ramen, but I haven't had it in a long time. Naruto's mouth watered as he spoke. Your mother loved it too. Let's go get some now. Minato placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder. Really? Mom liked it too. Naruto's eyes sparkled. Yes, let's go. As soon as Minato finished speaking, Naruto saw the scene change in a flash. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Miguel Razzo. Koran Hightower. Young Fexentum. Z3K Chrome. Ash. Ryden Allen. Paulo Garcia. Tobias Sinkawishus. Jake Doe. Abel Yapura. Huge Green Pickle. N. Ozo. Eater of the Dead. Psyduck. Cyrex. Panda Show. Luis Fontes. Grimmose. Red Rabbit. Muhammad Al-Shamsi. Mikolai Zwolak. Thegamertags PSPS. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservant of Cosmos. Just replace the at with a. Asterisk. A/N. Would you prefer I put this on the bottom like this or at the top as usual? Chapter 103, 103. Influencing the World. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Miguel Razo. Koron Hightower. Young Fexentum. Z3K Chrome. Ash. Ryden Allen. Paulo Garcia. Tobias Sinkawishus. Jake Doe. Abel Yapura. Huge Green Pickle. N. Ozo. Eater of the Dead. Psyduck. Cyrex. Panda Show. Luis Fontes. Grimmose. Red Rabbit. Muhammad Al-Shamsi. Mikolai Zwolak. Thegamertags PSPS. Sulla Mohammed. Raganos. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservant of Cosmos. Just replace the at with a. Where is this? Naruto looked around and immediately cheered. In a flash, we're back in Konoha. Dad, you're amazing. Let's go, time to get some Ichiraku ramen. Minato stepped onto the familiar yet slightly changed street. Ramen, ramen. Naruto charged ahead towards their destination. Naruto. Why are you back? Kakashi looked surprised as Naruto came running by. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto called out excitedly. Just then, Kakashi spotted the figure behind Naruto, and his shock intensified. Teacher. It's Kakashi. You've grown up. Minato walked over, patting Kakashi's stiff shoulder. I'm taking Naruto to get some ramen. Come join us. Minato patted Kakashi's shoulder again and followed Naruto. Yes. It took a few seconds for Kakashi to gather himself and turn to watch Minato walk away. The Hokage robe with flame patterns had, 4th Hokage, clearly written on it. He was stunned for a moment, then mechanically started following them. It was the time when most of the Konoha ninjas were heading home for dinner. Minato Namikaze, with a smile, walked through Konoha's streets. People who recognized him were all stunned. How? How is this possible? Lord Hokage. Lord 4th. Lord Minato. Shiranui Ginma, who had once been part of the 4th Hokage's guard, was so shocked he stumbled off a rooftop. He quickly regained his balance mid-air and landed in front of Minato, looking at him excitedly. 4th Hokage-sama. It's Ginma. Come, join us for some ramen. Minato naturally patted his shoulder and walked ahead. Hey. What's going on, Kakashi? Ginma signaled to Kakashi, who was a few steps behind. I don't know either. Kakashi looked equally bewildered. This is huge. Ginma said, troubled. I'll go notify the 5th Hokage. You stick with the 4th. Kakashi still seemed out of it. Oh, all right. Keep your spirits up. Ginma lightly punched Kakashi's shoulder. We don't know the situation yet, but let's hope it's not something bad. All right, I'm off. He then used the body flicker technique and disappeared. Kakashi finally calmed down and caught up to Minato. As Minato and Naruto enjoyed their ramen at Ichiraku, the news of the supposed resurrection of the 4th Hokage had already spread among most of Konoha's ninjas. Inside Ichiraku ramen, Naruto was the only one happily slurping his noodles. Being dead, Minato couldn't eat, and Kakashi had no appetite. Minato-sensei, what's going on? Don't worry, Kakashi, Minato reassured with a smile. I am indeed dead. Kakashi's eyes widened. Then. It's like this. Minato whispered, I made a deal with Kaito. He quietly explained the details of the deal and looked at Naruto, who was eating heartily. I agreed to the deal because I wanted to see Naruto grow up. Kaito again. Kakashi sighed, relaxing a bit. That guy has his own unresolved issues. He then quietly told Minato about Kaito's recent actions. I see. Kaito has been up to some big things. Minato nodded. So, Kakashi, you've had your chakra sealed. Why didn't you go to Kusagakure? I figured he wouldn't show up, so I didn't bother going. Kaito doesn't seem like the type to attend such meetings. Minato agreed. Kakashi suddenly laughed, relaxing. It's a good chance to rest, even without chakra. He pulled out a copy of Make Out Paradise from his tool pouch. With Minato-sensei back, maybe it's time to retire. Minato looked at the lazy young man in front of him, speechless for a moment. What happened? Time is cruel. How did my once promising student turn into this slacker? Make Out Paradise. This is all Jiraiya-sensei's fault. I'll definitely keep an eye on Naruto from now on. Dad. I'm done. Naruto put down his chopsticks, pulled out his frog wallet, and placed money on the counter before hopping off his stool. Minato quickly stood up. All right, let's go see where you live. Sure. Naruto nodded excitedly, grabbing Minato's hand and pulling him outside. Kakashi-sensei eats too slowly. Let's go, Dad. Minato let Naruto pull him a few steps, then turned back. All right, we're off, Kakashi. Oh, please inform Lady Tsunade that I'm back just for Naruto and won't be involved in village affairs. Got it. Kakashi nodded. Minato-sensei, take that dirty kid for a bath. Humph. Goodbye, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto said goodbye with a smug look, pulling Minato out of the shop. Kakashi watched and suddenly laughed. Naruto, having a parent around, was livelier. As Kakashi finished his ramen and prepared to leave, Tsunade walked in alone. Kakashi, why are you alone? Lady Tsunade, Minato-sensei went to Naruto's apartment. Kakashi stood up. Is that so? Do you know what's going on? Tsunade sat down and loudly called, Tuchi, one chashu ramen. Got it, one chashu ramen. Kakashi sat back down and quietly explained Minato's situation. This is good for Naruto. Tsunade's expression was complex, remembering her deceased brother and lover. Yes, Lady Tsunade, don't worry. Minato-sensei's condition won't harm Konoha. Kakashi stood up again. I'll take my leave now. Go ahead. Tsunade waved him off. Your chashu ramen, Lady Hokage. Tuchi served the ramen. Tsunade broke her chopsticks and started eating, but her mind was uneasy. With Kaito's increasing actions, his impact on the ninja world was growing. Who knew what monumental thing he would do next? And now, with Minato's sudden return, Konoha wouldn't be peaceful either. These were matters she had to consider as Hokage. She felt Kaito had unknown motives. Good or bad, it would ultimately affect the entire ninja world. Chapter 104, 104. Night Talks. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Miguel Razzo. Koron Hightower. Young Fexentum. Z3K Chrome. Raiden Allen. Paulo Garcia. Tobias Sinkawicious. Jake Doe. Abel Yapura. Huge Green Pickle. N. Ozo. Eater of the Dead. Psyduck. Cyrex. Panda Show. Luis Fontes. Grimmose. Red Rabbit. Muhammad Al-Shamsi. Mikolai Zwolak. Thegamertags PSPS. Sulla Mohammed. Raganos. Robert Thompson. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. P@Trian, p@trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Land of Whirlpools. After Obito and the others left, Kaito returned to the sky. After having a seafood barbecue with Gyur, he woke up Izuna and Chiri, and the group began chatting around the campfire. Izuna-senpai, Kaito poked the burning wood with a stick and asked curiously, how did you handle those two Akatsuki members? Why? Do you want to examine their bodies? Izuna shrugged. You didn't mention it beforehand, but unfortunately, both of them have been turned to ashes by my fire release. Good job, Kaito said. Though, I've been curious about their abilities for some time. Chiri added, those two had some strange abilities. If we hadn't known about them in advance, they would have been quite troublesome. Izuna nodded. We almost let that five-hearted monster escape this time. I have a feeling that person was already prepared to retreat, Chiri said. Kaito then asked, what about that cultist Haiden? Which village did he come from? Yugakure, Chiri answered. Then let's set out tomorrow for the land of hot water to track down the traces of Jashin. Kaito decided. Northern Frost Country underground base. Spiral spatial ripples appeared as Obito and Black Zetsu returned to the base. You're back. Welcome back. Several identical-looking white Zetsu approached. Was the mission successful? What about Tobi? The mission failed, Black Zetsu said angrily. Not only Haiden and Kakuzu but Tobi was also killed. Tobi was killed. How unfortunate. Haha, Toby is dead. It's good, he was too noisy. The white Zetsu discussed noisily. The blood puppet, having fully mastered Obito's memories, observed the surroundings and then looked at Black Zetsu. With a raspy voice, he asked, "What should we do next? Also, you should know the secret of the box of ultimate bliss. Why did you hide it?" Black Zetsu immediately noticed the suspicion in the blood puppet's eyes and explained, "Zero Tails, Morio, the Shinigami, and Jashin, once these 4 demons are sealed into the box of ultimate bliss, the holder will gain immense power." His body turned into black liquid and merged with the white Zetsu, taking over half its body. Currently, Kaito has sealed Zero Tails, Morio, and the Shinigami. The only one left is Jashin. We must stop him from gaining that power. So how do you plan to stop him? The blood puppet's crimson single eye flashed as he spoke directly. The chances of succeeding in another assassination attempt are getting lower. We can't afford to lose more Akatsuki members. Our power is indeed insufficient, Black Zetsu said sinisterly. However, the 5 great shinobi villages are waiting for Kaito to go to Kusagakure. We can ignite a fire among them. Oh. What's the plan? Have White Zetsu transform into Kaito and attack the members of the 5 great shinobi villages in Kusagakure. The 5 great shinobi villages might not be able to do much to Kaito. If we slaughter all the ninja from the 5 great nations in Kusagakure, they will be compelled to use all their resources to seek revenge on Kaito. In that case, go ahead and try. The blood puppet nodded indifferently and walked towards Obito's room. Konoha village. After Naruto fell asleep, Minato gently tucked him in and silently jumped out the window, landing on the rooftop of the apartment. A tall white-haired man was standing at the edge, looking down at the night view of Konoha. "Jiraiya-sensei, you're here," Minato's figure suddenly appeared beside him. Minato. Jiraiya didn't turn his head. "Tsunade has already told me about your deal with that Uchiha boy. Sorry, I was too excited to see Naruto earlier and didn't have time to explain to you," Minato said with an embarrassed smile. "No worries, I understand," Jiraiya said, smiling. "Naruto's asleep?" "Yes," Minato bowed. "Thank you, Jiraiya-sensei, for taking care of Naruto." "No need to thank me, it's what this great sage should do." Jiraiya waved his hand awkwardly. As for the 3rd Hokage, that old man grew softer with age. "I'm sorry, Minato. It was my negligence that Naruto suffered growing up." The news about Naruto being the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki must have been spread by Danzo, with the 3rd eventually approving it. Minato's expression turned somber. It was likely to calm the public and give the villagers a clear target for their hatred. Jiraiya said helplessly, "I should have looked after Naruto as his godfather. But after your sacrifice, Konoha went through several regional wars. Trusting in the 3rd's promise, I didn't return to the village. By the time I did, everything was set in stone." "Jiraiya-sensei," Minato said, "there's no need to say more. It's not your fault. The 3rd and Danzo are history. Ultimately, all the pain started with my judgment as a father. It was my mistake as a father. If Kushina knew, she would have beaten me up for sure. So from now on, I'll always be by Naruto's side, fulfilling my duty as a father." Jiraiya comfortingly patted his shoulder and asked seriously, "Do you know Kaito's true identity?" Minato nodded. "The mysterious Onmyoji. I always thought it was just a legend." Jiraiya looked at him worriedly. "We don't understand the methods of an Onmyoji. Be careful." "Don't worry, Jiraiya-sensei," Minato said with a smile. "Kaito's conditions aren't harsh." "I'm not worried about that," Jiraiya said. "I'm concerned he might have special powers that could compel you to do his bidding against your will." He quietly told Minato about the relationship between Onmyoji and their summoned beasts as explained by Fukasaku. Minato was stunned after hearing this. This was different from what Kaito had said. But he didn't fully believe either. He would have to verify it himself. "Don't worry, Jiraiya-sensei," he said softly. "I can end this state at any time and return to the Pure Land." "Really? Then I'm relieved." Jiraiya patted Minato's shoulder. "I'll leave you to it then. Spend time with Naruto." With that, he disappeared in an instant. Minato returned to Naruto's apartment and sat by his bed, staying awake all night. Chapter 105, 105. The Jashin Cult. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Miguel Razzo. Koron Hightower. Z3K Chrome. Raiden Allen. Paulo Garcia. Tobias Sinkawishus. Jake Doe. Abel Yapura. Huge Green Pickle. N. Ozo. Eater of the Dead. Psyduck. Cyrex. Panda Show. Luis Fontes. Grimmos. Red Rabbit. Muhammad Al-Shamsi. Mikolai Zwolak. Thegamer tags PSPS. Sulla Mohammed. Raganos. Robert Thompson. Luis. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. P@Trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. The land of hot water is located to the northeast of the land of fire. It is a country that has developed its tourism industry by leveraging its abundant hot spring resources. The village of Yugakure, affiliated with the land of hot water, is known as the village that forgot wars, and it is considered the weakest among the small ninja villages in the ninja world. In this beautiful and peaceful country, a group of ninjas who always longed for war were seduced by the evil god and secretly developed a dark and evil cult known as the Jashin cult. With Saimai's seemingly omniscient intelligent support, Kaito entered the land of hot water and headed straight for the hidden headquarters of the Jashin cult. Gyur spread its wings and hovered in the air while Kaito, Izuna, and Chiri jumped down directly. Who are you? We have intruders. The three of them brazenly attacked, immediately attracting the attention of two squads of guards at the gate. Izuna took the lead, forming hand seals midair. Fire style, great fireball technique. A massive fireball descended from the sky, targeting the gate guards. The guards, not being very strong, panicked and, unable to dodge in time, four of them were instantly incinerated. Kaito and Chiri drew their swords, and with swift strikes, they easily dispatched the remaining two guards. Kaito then kicked open the gate, and Chiri simultaneously unleashed a jutsu. Using the same great fireball technique as Izuna, Chiri accurately hit several ninjas ambushing behind the gate. Let's go. Kaito stepped inside. Relying on his powerful sensory abilities, the three of them took the initiative, easily dealing with the guards, who were at most Chunin level, and quickly reached the entrance to the second underground level. Water style, water whip. Lightning style, ground walk. Two black-robed men ambushed at the entrance, seemingly stronger than the first-level guards. But their strength was limited. The three evaded the attacks, and Izuna easily slit their throats with his Sharingan genjutsu and swordsmanship. They don't seem dead. Kaito raised an eyebrow. Although the two were not immediately dead, they were severely weakened. Kaito and Chiri then finished them off by stabbing their hearts. It seems Haiden is indeed a rare talent in the Jashin cult, Kaito commented, flicking the blood off his sword. I wonder if there are others here of his level. That level should be extremely rare, Chiri replied. Let's go take a look, Izuna said, leading the way to the second level. By this time, the ninjas inside the base were aware of the intrusion and were rushing to the entrance from the depths of the underground structure. Kaito noticed that the ninjas of Yugakure were indeed weak, even those capable of using a few jutsus were rare. Their immortality was also far inferior to Haiden's. Although stronger than ordinary people, they would still die if their heads or hearts were damaged. The three of them did not take the battle seriously, easily cutting down the enemies as they moved deeper into the base. Kaito felt something was off. As the strongest of the four demons, should the Jashin god be so unimpressive? Hold on a moment, seniors. He knelt down, touching the ground with 2 fingers. Let me sense the area carefully. Closing his eyes, he expanded his sensory range using his connection with the dragon vein. Izuna and Chiri guarded him from the front and back. The entire underground base had 4 levels. The first 2 were nearly cleared out, with only a few people hiding in remote corners. The third level had several laboratories and a number of non-combat staff. About 50 combat personnel were currently gathered at the entrance to the third level. The fourth level was the tallest, featuring a large temple built into a natural cave. The temple was nearly empty, except for 3 black-robed figures kneeling reverently before a tall black statue in the main hall. When Kaito's sensory tendrils touched the eerie black statue, they were immediately severed. At the same time, a malevolent aura began to rapidly approach Kaito through his sensory link. Kaito opened his eyes, the pentagrams in his Sharingan spinning rapidly. A vast amount of spiritual energy surged out, clashing with the incoming malevolent aura. A silent mental battle ensued. Izuna and Chiri, both possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan, sensed something was amiss. Ugh. Kaito stood up, feeling dizzy. He rubbed his temples and took a few seconds to recover. Kaito, what happened? Are you okay? Chiri asked worriedly. I'm fine, Kaito waved it off. I just had a brief clash with the Jashin. He recounted what he had sensed and his mental confrontation with the Jashin. It seems the Jashin is indeed the most powerful of the 4 demons, he concluded, continuing forward. At least his spiritual power is stronger than mine. What do you plan to do? Izuna asked. Let's give it a try first, Kaito said with a sly smile. If it doesn't work out, we'll have to call for reinforcements. You mean, that person? Chiri was surprised. Are you sure they would intervene personally? Kaito thought for a moment. Since it's their task for me, if I can't handle it, I believe they wouldn't mind lending a hand. Humph, Izuna scoffed. Since it's a test from them, you'd better handle it yourself. I understand, Izuna-senpai, Kaito replied with a smile. To save my strength for the final battle, how about you take care of the third level? Stop pretending. Izuna seemed irritated, speeding towards the third underground level. I'll go help too. Chiri drew his second blade and followed Izuna. By the time Kaito leisurely reached the third level, he found that the two seniors had already activated their curse mark modes. With their Mangekyo Sharingan active and their skilled Uchiha sword techniques, they swiftly cut through the enemies. Blood splattered and fire danced as they efficiently dispatched the Jashin followers. Although the third level's followers had slightly better immortality, they were still far from Haiden's level. At least, these people would die if decapitated. Among the Jashin followers, there were a few with Jonin-level skills, but they failed to mount any significant attack. They could only flee in panic, watching their numbers dwindle with growing fear. Chapter 106, 106. The Faithless. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Miguel Razzo. Koron Hightower. Z3K Chrome. Raiden Allen. Paulo Garcia. Tobias Sinkawicious. Jake Doe. Abel Yapura. Huge Green Pickle. N. Ozo. Eater of the Dead. Psyduck. Cyrex. Panda Show. Luis Fontes. Grimmose. Red Rabbit. Muhammad Al-Shamsi. Mikolai Zwolak. Thegamertags PSPS. Sulla Mohammed. Raganos. Robert Thompson. Luis. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. P@Trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Senior, I'll leave this to you. Kaito didn't stop walking, his figure flashed as he bypassed the battlefield, heading towards the fourth level of the underground base. Without paying attention to the clerical personnel hiding in the laboratories, he purposefully walked through several long corridors and quickly arrived at the entrance to the fourth level. Tap, tap, tap. Kaito walked down the stone steps and stood still, looking up. The entire space of the fourth underground level was very tall, with only 2 torches burning in front of the temple's main hall. In the dim light, the stalactites hanging from the cave ceiling added to the eerie atmosphere. The 3 black-robed figures who had previously been sitting in the hall were now standing calmly at the temple gate. Hidden in the depths of the earth, Ryumayaku, pulse of the planet, source of life, appear now, I beseech thee for protection, hasten as per the law. A golden mist rose from the ground beneath his feet, slowly enveloping Kaito entirely, the gentle golden light gradually illuminating the entire space. He walked forward step by step, leaving faintly glowing footprints behind. Despicable unbeliever, how dare you disturb the great Lord Jashin? The black-robed figure standing on the left at the temple gate scolded. The black-robed figure on the right followed suit, come, unbeliever, we will offer your pain to the great Lord Jashin. As soon as they finished speaking, each of them wielded 2 short scythes and charged forward swiftly. Kaito moved gracefully, his speed even faster, passing through the gap between them before their attacks could converge. He lightly stomped the ground, and several golden chains burst from the ground behind him, striking towards their backs. In the next moment, the sound of scythes slicing through the air and chains breaking rang out simultaneously, and Kaito looked back in surprise. He saw that the skin exposed from the black robes had turned black, with white bone patterns. More importantly, the blades of their short scythes were burning with black and red flames. Humph, surprised, unbeliever. Great the Lord Jashin foresaw your arrival. The great Lord Jashin has bestowed upon us powerful divine power in advance, we are now invincible. The other person also waved the short scythe in his hand, offer your pain, despicable unbeliever. Kaito carefully sensed the black and red flames on their scythes. It was a highly corrosive special energy, no wonder it could cut through Ryumayaka chains. As soon as they finished speaking, they raised their short scythes again, attacking Kaito in perfect coordination. Facing their assault, Kaito moved his steps, his figure flashing, narrowly avoiding the alternating blades. A small paper figure suddenly flew out of his sleeve, enlarging behind one of the black-robed figures. Fire release, Heavenly Prison. The former lord of Ghost Lantern City, Mui, suddenly appeared, slapping the black-robed figure's back. Several bright red shackles glowed briefly before quickly fading, and the black-robed figure went limp, his chakra sealed. Mui took the opportunity to deliver a heavy kick, sending the black-robed figure flying, bones cracking, and he fell heavily to the side. What? The other black-robed figure, seeing this, retreated hurriedly in fear. Lord Kaito. Still with long hair and in uniform, Mui slightly bowed to Kaito. Kaito smiled and nodded at him. It's up to you now, Mui. Yes, Lord Kaito. Fiery red patterns appeared on Mui's face, his aura surging. His hands suddenly formed quick seals. Sage art, Fire release, ghost lantern. Countless head-sized fire lanterns lit up in the air, quickly arranging themselves into rows, isolating Kaito from the black-robed figure. Kaito looked up at the black-robed figure still standing at the temple gate, tapped the ground with his toes, and sped towards him. You're all useless. The black-robed figure's sinister voice echoed in the underground space, wasting the great Lord Jashin's gift. He raised a long-handled scythe from his back, held it with both hands, and jumped high, the huge blade slashing down towards Kaito. Kaito drew his tanto, the golden light from Ryumayaku extending the blade. He threw away the scabbard, holding the blade with both hands, and accelerated. In a flash, their figures crossed each other. Both turned back, a severed leg falling from the air, and the one-legged black-robed figure leaned on the scythe. Though my swordsmanship isn't great, your speed seems lacking. Kaito spread his fingers, gripping the handle again. He. The black-robed figure's mouth curled under his hood, a swordsman, interesting. His severed leg didn't bleed, a black-red energy connected it back to the severed part. As the energy retracted, his leg was reattached. Then he casually stomped his foot, showing he was fully recovered. I see. Kaito said, your immortality seems more advanced than Haiden's. So Haiden was killed by you. The black-robed figure said blandly. He was killed by my senior, burned to ashes by his fire release. Kaito looked at him curiously, maybe you can come back after being burned to ashes. Then let's try. The black-robed figure raised the scythe, the huge curved blade igniting with black and red flames. Good idea. The 5-pointed stars in Kaito's eyes spun rapidly, pink cherry blossoms suddenly falling around the black-robed figure. Dance of the cherry blossom. He moved again, his blade drawing several intersecting arcs. The black-robed figure tried to block with his scythe but was always a beat slower, influenced by the Mangekyo Sharingan's power. Slash. The blade and flesh intersected, and the black-robed figure's limbs were almost simultaneously severed. Taking advantage of his helplessness, Ryumayaku chains broke through the ground again, binding his body and limbs separately, pulling them apart. Then, the golden chains gradually fused into his flesh. Seems you're no better than your subordinates. Kaito sheathed his blade, standing before him. On the other side, Mui had also finished his fight and was walking over. Lord Jashin. The black-robed figure suddenly howled, the sacrifice is ready, please savor our pain. And then. His hood fell, his sinister eyes fixed on Kaito, punish these despicable unbelievers yourself. Chapter 107, 107. Momentary carelessness. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Miguel Razzo. Koran Hightower. Z3K Chrome. Raiden Allen. Paulo Garcia. Tobias Sinkawishus. Jake Doe. Abel Yapura. Huge Green Pickle. N. Ozo. Eater of the Dead. Psyduck. Cyrex. Panda Show. Luis Fontes. Grimmose. Red Rabbit. Muhammad Al-Shamsi. Mikolai Zwolak. Thegamertags PSPS. Sulla Mohammed. Raganos. Robert Thompson. Luis. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. p@trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. The robed man's words had barely left his mouth when his eyes widened, and he let out a piercing scream. The other two robed men, who had their chakra sealed by Mui, also began to scream and writhe on the ground. The black color on their skin slowly faded, and black and red energy clusters floated from their chests, flying toward the temple hall. Kaito and Mui leaped up the steps in front of the temple and crossed the plaza to the hall's entrance. Inside, the completely black statue now emitted a faint red glow, absorbing the energy clusters from the robed men. Kaito turned to look outside the temple, where countless similar energy clusters were streaming in from the entrance of the 4th underground level. Kaito, Chiri, and Izuna suddenly appeared. Is this Jashin? Izuna asked, looking up at the statue. Kaito shook his head. I'm not sure, but Jashin should soon reveal its true form. Crack. As more energy was absorbed, cracks appeared on the black statue. The cracks grew larger, spreading out, yet the inside remained pitch black. With a loud crash, the statue split into two and collapsed completely, thick black mist gradually spreading out. Retreat. Kaito called out. The four of them vanished and reappeared in the plaza outside the hall. Tap. 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 Light footsteps echoed as a very short figure appeared in the thick black mist. So the so-called Jashin is a dwarf? Izuna commented, watching the indistinct figure in the mist with interest. Before his words had fully settled, Kaito felt a sudden sense of danger. Be careful, he shouted in warning. Shing. He turned just in time to see Izuna's eyes widen, a small white hand extending from his chest. As Azuna's figure started to flicker, Kaito quickly formed seals. Seal. He lifted his sleeve, and Azuna's flickering figure vanished, replaced by a somewhat damaged paper doll. The paper dolls of Chiri and Mui also retreated into his sleeve. Kaito looked down and met the eyes of the suddenly appeared Jashin, his expression one of surprise. Jashin looked like a 7 or 8-year-old boy, with the only difference being the small horns on his forehead. He wore a black formal outfit, contrasting sharply with his snow-white skin. His features were delicate but lacked any childlike cuteness. The chubby face bore a sinister smile, especially those pitch-black eyes, devoid of any light, like an abyss. Jashin? Kaito asked. Kaito, the child's voice of Jashin carried a chilling coldness. You seek the power of the King of Hell. That is impossible. Why? Kaito asked calmly. Because. Jashin's figure suddenly vanished. I am invincible, his voice came from behind Kaito. Kaito looked down at the small hand that had pierced through his chest and sighed, just a moment ago, I was mocking others' speed. This is embarrassing. Jashin's figure appeared in front of him again as Kaito's golden chains missed their target. It stared at Kaito with its black eyes and said, I see, you have fully connected with Ryumayaku. Such attacks can't kill you anymore. Golden liquid flowed from the hole in Kaito's chest, quickly healing the wound. Hee. Jashin suddenly grinned, then I'll use a curse, something Onmyoji are also skilled at, to deal with you. Black mist emerged from its small, white hand, and Kaito felt a sudden sharp pain in his chest. He looked down to see a strange black pattern spreading from his chest. His Mangekyo Sharingan spun rapidly as he pulled out a charm and placed it on the pattern. The charm glowed with a blue light, temporarily halting the spread of the black pattern. Hee. Jashin disappeared again. Ryumayaku Guardian. Bam. A golden shield blocked Jashin's next attack. It reappeared before Kaito. Hee. You were careless. Now it's too late to defend against me. Black mist rapidly spread from Jashin's hand, covering Kaito's entire body. Ugh. The charm on his chest shattered, and the pain intensified, cold sweat dripping from Kaito's forehead. Hee. Jashin, now entirely black like ink, laughed, black mist spilling from its mouth. It licked its lips, revealing 2 white fangs. What a delicious pain. Give me more. White skeletal patterns emerged from under its skin. Kaito trembled, bending down on one knee, sweat dripping onto the ground. Hey. I was careless. He gasped, no wonder, it's a fragment of the King of Hell's soul after all. Hee, was it the Shinigami who told you? Jashin licked its fingers, I abandoned the powers of the King of Hell long ago. It approached, smiling at Kaito through the golden barrier. I only want to bring sweet pain to the world. Kaito calmly met its gaze and suddenly placed his hands on the ground. Ryumayaku chains. Unlike the earlier summoning of a few chains in battle, this time golden chains erupted from the ground, covering the entire plaza, locking down Jashin from all directions. You are right. He stood up, chains wrapping around him, with one piercing through the black pattern on his chest. What? Jashin resisted the chains with black mist. Onmyoji are indeed skilled with curses. Kaito's face looked much better as the black pattern shrank rapidly. I was worried that without a prepared battlefield, I couldn't trap you. If you had escaped, it would have been hard for me to find you again. Are you saying you did this on purpose? Jashin's voice sharpened. Not really. Kaito looked down as the black pattern shrank, the chain piercing through it turning black. I was indeed careless. But, I'm usually quite lucky, he smiled at Jashin. Even accidents can turn into opportunities, don't you think? Chapter 108, 108. Stalemate. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Miguel Razzo. Koron Hightower. Young Fexentum. Z3K Chrome. Ask HGSSDD Satin N. Paulo Garcia. Jake Doe. Abel Yapura. Huge Green Pickle. N. Ozo. Eater of the Dead. Psyduck. Cyrex. Panda Show. Luis Fontes. Grimmose. Red Rabbit. Muhammad Al-Shamsi. Mikolai Zwolak. Thegamertags PSPS. Sulla Mohammed. Raganos. Robert Thompson. Luis. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. P@Trian, p@trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. The black mist around Jashin began to boil violently, its voice growing sharper. How is this possible? You broke my curse. Nothing is impossible. The chains embedded in Kaito's chest fell away, and his skin healed completely once again. You only know that I have fully connected with Ryumayaku, but you have no idea what that truly means. I see. The achievement of fully connecting with Ryumayaku was only accomplished by Abe no Saimai before, Jashin said. That person was already extremely powerful and didn't show any extraordinary feats afterward. Kaito smiled. To me personally, your curse is fatal. But to the power of Ryumayaku spread across the entire planet, your curse is just a minor inconvenience. Impossible. The black mist around Jashin started to contract, and the chains surrounding the mist tightened, creaking. Even with a full connection to Ryumayaku, it's impossible to harness such immense power. The chains around Kaito fell away, and the golden barrier disappeared. Ordinarily, that's true. He walked towards Jashin, the chains parting to make way for him. He approached, separated from Jashin by layers of chains and mist, and showed a slightly smug smile. But I have protection. From whom? Jashin's voice wavered, and the chains tightened further around it. Kaito smiled and said, from Lord Saimai, whom you mentioned. Abe no Saimai is still alive. The black mist around Jashin suddenly swelled, pushing the chains apart. Of course, that person is half-demon. He must have completed the Taisan Fukuin ritual. Its voice turned bitter. Why? He was the spiritual leader of Onmyoji, praised by all for his character. Why did he flee at the critical moment? Where was he when everyone was fighting the invaders? Where was he when the world was enslaved? Where was he when the underworld collapsed? Jashin seemed to go completely mad, hissing continuously, and red sparks emerged from the mist, starting to corrode the nearby Ryumayaku chains. Kaito threw out several charms. As they flew through the air, they multiplied, the runes on them glowing blue. The charms slipped through the gaps in the chains and attacked the black mist. Lord Saimai discovered the invaders long ago. After holding them off alone for a while, to avoid alerting an even more terrifying force behind the invaders, he chose to merge completely with Ryumayaku, quietly guarding the world's lifeline. Kaito formed hand seals. Otherwise, Ryumayaku would have been completely drained by the divine tree. Lies. I don't believe it. Abe no Saimai just wanted to secretly monopolize the power of Ryumayaku. The charms surrounded the black mist, the blue light growing brighter and linking together to form a formation. Suddenly, the black mist swelled again, burning the charms to ashes, and corroding the inner chains. Kaito had to keep summoning outer chains to fill the gaps. Kaito felt a headache. Jashin was a soul tainted and fused with the soul of the King of Hell, making its thoughts extremely biased. It only saw everything through a lens of malice. Words were useless. Kaito could only continue to summon Ryumayaku chains to wear down the black mist, but it was barely enough to maintain a stalemate. This couldn't go on. Kaito raised his hand, and 4 paper dolls flew from his sleeve, transforming into his own likenesses upon hitting the ground. The 4 clones took positions around Jashin in the north, south, east, and west, throwing out more charms. Then, all 4 clones simultaneously began forming seals. Rin, Pyo, Tu, Sha, Kai, Jin, Retsu, Zai, Zen. Numerous charms wove through the air, forming lines of blue spiritual energy that connected them all together. The charms fell to the ground, forming a complete formation. One clone took out a bright red spider lily and tossed it into the formation. Miss Kaori. At Kaito's shout, the spirit of a girl in red ceremonial attire emerged from the flower. What is this? Her usually cold expression turned to surprise. Kaito's 5-pointed stars spun in his eyes, instantly communicating with her. I see. Her expression became complex. I'm only a clone now, I don't know if I can help. Try, please, Miss Kaori. All right. The spider lily swiftly took root and spread, filling the formation with blooming flowers. The 4 clones formed seals again. Manjushiage, Yomi's purification formation. With the formation complete, the black mist was stopped, no longer expanding. The flowers around it began to glow blood red. How dare you? Jashin's voice turned hoarse, little spider lily, you dare betray me. With its roar, the glow of the spider lily dimmed. Miss Kaori. Kaito shouted, it's no longer the King of Hell. Don't be deceived. It's just an evil spirit born from the polluted soul of the King of Hell. The spider lily glowed again, absorbing the boiling black mist. Impudent. Jashin raged, I will never forgive you. Jashin. You are just a flower of evil born from filth. Kaito shouted, don't think you can still claim the King of Hell's title. Curse you. Jashin's voice reverted to a child's shrill tone, and it began thrashing within the formation. Kaito controlled the chains to intercept, keeping it trapped within the formation. Days passed without sleep for Kaito. As time went on, the black mist thinned, revealing Jashin's form. Another day passed, and the black material on Jashin's skin faded, leaving it white. It seemed to have given up resistance, sitting in the center of the formation, hugging its knees. Kaori's semi-transparent figure emerged from the flowers, looking at Jashin with a complicated expression. He does look a lot like the King of Hell. Oh. The King of Hell was also a child. Kaito's voice was weak. No, Kaori said, but if he were to become a child, he would look like this. After all, it was born from the soul of the King of Hell. Kaito's thin mist began to glow gold. Finally, it's time to wrap this up. With creaking sounds, the golden chains pulled the box of bliss from the ground. Chapter 109, 109. Finally done. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Miguel Razzo. Koran Hightower. Young Fexentum. Z3K Chrome. Ask HGSSDD Satin N. Paulo Garcia. Abel Yapura. Huge Green Pickle. Ozo. Eater of the Dead. Psyduck. Cyrex. Panda Show. Luis Fontes. Grimmose. Red Rabbit. Muhammad Al-Shamsi. Mikolai Zwolak. Thegamertags PSPS. Sulla Mohammed. Raganos. Robert Thompson. Luis. Anil Singh. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Kaito manipulated Ryumayuka's chains to tightly bind the motionless Jashin. The joyful demon mask on the box of ultimate bliss automatically cracked and fell off, and the beast head beneath opened its giant mouth. Since 3 out of the 4 demons had already been sealed, the purple mist inside the box of ultimate bliss became even more intense, surging out of the beast's mouth and wrapping around Jashin. Jashin suddenly lifted its head, its pitch-black pupils staring intently at Kaito. A wicked smile appeared on its face again. Using the force of Ryumayuka's chains, it voluntarily threw itself into the box of ultimate bliss. He. The last sharp, childlike voice rang out, Kaito, you won't succeed. Kaito frowned, but didn't notice anything unusual. The box of ultimate bliss closed again, the eyes of the joyful demon mask lit up, and nothing else happened. After sinking the box of ultimate bliss back into the ground, Kaito dismantled the formation, reclaimed the subbloom of the red spider lily, and summoned Chiri and Mui again. Miss Chiri, Mui, I need to deeply communicate with Lord Saimai. Please keep watch. Don't worry, Kaito. Chiri nodded. Yes, Lord Kaito. Mui bowed. Kaito handed the talisman that could wake him up to Chiri, then sat down and closed his eyes. His consciousness sank deeper, and Kaito found himself once again by the golden river in endless darkness. He bowed to the river. Lord Saimai, Kaito requests an audience. The sound of splashing water was heard, and a human figure emerged from the golden river. The water further transformed, and the great Onmyoji, who exuded an air of serene nobility, appeared before him again. Kaito-kun. Saimai smiled, fanning himself, and looked at Kaito. You've completed the task well. Kaito bowed slightly. Lord Saimai, when sealing Jashin at the end, I sensed something was wrong but couldn't detect anything unusual. Please enlighten me. Saimai paused the movement of his fan, carefully observing Kaito. After a few seconds, he smiled again and resumed fanning himself gently. It seems, Kaito-kun, you'll need to endure more hardships to gain the power of the King of Yama. Kaito frowned and spoke again. Please, Lord Saimai, enlighten me. Saimai closed his fan and tapped it against the palm of his other hand. Since Jashin voluntarily entered the box of ultimate bliss, I suspect it still has hidden tricks up its sleeve. You mean? Kaito looked into Saimai's eyes. Saimai nodded slightly. This is troublesome. Kaito said with some difficulty, if it succeeds in devouring the power of the other 3 demons and further controls the rules inside the box of ultimate bliss, it might be impossible to purify it in the end. Saimai opened his fan again and said, Jashin inherited some of the King of Yama's soul power. Let me assist you. Thank you very much, Lord Saimai. Kaito bowed again, and the box of ultimate bliss spun and appeared beside him from the void. Saimai smiled and beckoned, causing the box of ultimate bliss to fly up and sink into the golden river. Kaito-kun, you may attend to other matters now. Saimai's figure slowly turned into golden water. You can summon the box of ultimate bliss again in a year. Yes, thank you very much, Lord Saimai. Phew. Kaito opened his eyes. Welcome back, Kaito. Chiri, who was standing guard nearby, turned to look at him. I'm back, Miss Chiri. Kaito didn't stand up but instead took out a broken paper doll. I'll remake Izuna-senpai's possession paper doll first. He formed hand seals, and Izuna's spirit separated from the broken possession paper doll. Izuna-senpai, are you all right? Kaito examined his condition. I'm fine. Izuna looked a bit irritated. It was my carelessness. Has Jashin been sealed? Glad your spirit wasn't harmed. Yes, it's been sealed. Kaito nodded. I'll make a new possession paper doll for you now. Understood. Kaito extracted Uchiha Azuna's Mangekyo Sharingan from the broken paper doll and unrolled a new sheet of paper. Kaito walked out of the cult's base alone and blew a wooden whistle. Gyur appeared promptly, and the two of them went to the capital of the land of hot water. After a big meal, Kaito stayed at the most luxurious hot spring inn in the capital. Since Gyur, being a bird, always avoided water, Kaito had to enter the private hot spring outside his room alone. Sitting in the warm hot spring, Kaito closed his eyes and began communicating with the blood puppet. Master. The voice, originally belonging to Obito, sounded in his mind. How is it? Has Black Zetsu made any further moves? Black Zetsu plans to use White Zetsu's unique transformation ability to impersonate you and your companions to attack the 5 great nations ninjas who are sealed in Kusagakure. I see. Trying to sow hatred between the 5 great nations and me. It seems he can no longer use his own power against me. Yes, he wants to hinder you from sealing Jashin. Please give your instructions. No need to act. He's already too late. I have successfully sealed Jashin. Just observe quietly. Yes. Kaito opened his eyes and broke the connection. After getting out of the hot spring, Kaito changed into a yukata and sat on the wooden corridor, enjoying the evening breeze. With a hand seal, a puff of white smoke appeared, and the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, in an apron and holding a spatula, appeared before him. Good evening. Minato sat down unceremoniously and placed the spatula on the floor. Kaito-kun really knows how to enjoy himself. Looks like I interrupted you, Minato-kun. Kaito smiled apologetically. Not at all. Minato smiled kindly, though his face was a bit dark. It's just that I was preparing dinner for Naruto. Sorry for disturbing your family time. I'll be brief. Kaito raised his hands in surrender. I've received information that Akatsuki members plan to impersonate me and my companions to infiltrate Kusagakure and attack the sealed 5 great nations ninjas. Minato's expression became serious. What do you want me to do? Please go to Kusagakure to protect those people. Kaito smiled. Why don't you go yourself and lift their seals? If they want their seals lifted, they can come to me and pay the price. Kaito said firmly. That's a matter of principle. All right, I understand. Minato gave him a strange look and then nodded decisively. You've barely spent any time with Naruto, so I'll trouble you with this. Kaito smiled. How about this, as a reward for this mission, I'll waive Kakashi's seal removal fee. That way, you'll have an extra helper. Great idea. Minato's eyes lit up at the thought of Kakashi's disheveled state, and he handed a special kunai to Kaito. After dinner, I'll bring Kakashi to you, Kaito-kun. Kaito took the kunai and waved his hand. I understand. You can go back now, but your food is probably burnt by now. Goodbye. Minato's face changed drastically, and he quickly picked up the spatula and disappeared. Chapter 110, 110. Tanuki Asumi. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Miguel Razzo. Koron Hightower. Young Fexentum. Z3K Chrome. Ask HGSSDD Sadin N. Paulo Garcia. Abel Yapura. Huge Green Pickle. Ozo. Eater of the Dead. Psyduck. Cyrex. Panda Show. Louis Fontes. Grimmose. Red Rabbit. Muhammad Al-Shamsi. Mikolai Zwolak. Thegamertags PSPS. Sulla Mohammed. Raganos. Robert Thompson. Luis. Anil Singh. It's Black Wolf. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Kaito leaned against the pillar of the corridor, looking up at the starry sky. Kaito, this is for you. The sound of footsteps echoed as Gyur ran out, carrying a plate of fruit. He sat down opposite Kaito and placed the fruit plate on the floor. Kaito smiled and picked up an apple, tossing it in his hand. Why are you being so kind? What are you talking about? Gyur turned and sat on the edge of the corridor, his hands on the floor, his feet swinging restlessly. I've always been this loyal. Except when it comes to food, Kaito teased. As a carnivore, these things aren't on your menu. Humph, no good deed goes unpunished. Who's there? Gyur suddenly turned his head sharply to look at the corner of the yard, his round pupils faintly glowing gold. It's me, Gyur, Lord Kaito. A furry figure emerged from the bushes. Asumi. It's me. The furry tanuki, Asumi, with a leaf on its head, quickly ran to the corridor and jumped to Kaito's side. Asumi, so you're here too. Kaito handed the apple to it. Thank you, Lord Kaito. With a puff, white smoke rose, and the Tanuki Asumi transformed into an unremarkable young boy, reaching out to take the apple and started eating it. Gyur moved over, patted Asumi's shoulder, and asked, so it was you who was assigned to infiltrate the land of hot water. How long have you been here? Asumi chewed the apple, speaking indistinctly, 3 months. You didn't encounter any danger, did you? Kaito asked. No problem, Lord Kaito, you can rest assured. Asumi ate the apple core and all, patting his chest. It's just that a while ago, rumors about a fox demon reached the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, which caused the Nine-Tails to go on a rampage. Kaito thought for a moment and smiled. No wonder. Yeah. Gyur clapped his hands. We also encountered the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's rampage in the Land of Fire. You guys encountered it too. I only saw it from a distance, it was really terrifying, Asumi said with some lingering fear. It's okay, Gyur patted his shoulder again, comforting him. The tailed beasts, created by Hagoromo, don't know about the existence of yokai. You just need to transform and stay far away. I understand, Asumi nodded and then looked at Kaito. Lord Kaito, when can we return to Mt. Oyama? Yeah. I want to go back soon too. Gyur chimed in. Asumi, wait for further instructions from Lord Mo, Kaito said. As for Gyur, you don't have a task at hand, so it's up to you. Asumi nodded sadly, I understand, Lord Kaito. Gyur pouted. All right then, it's no fun going back alone. Seeing the two little yokai's expressions, Kaito suggested, how about this? Gyur, you don't have to accompany me everywhere. Stay with Asumi in the land of hot water. Huh? Really? Asumi's eyes lit up. Yes, it's up to Gyur, Kaito confirmed. Gyur looked at Asumi's eager eyes and then at Kaito. He sighed, arms crossed. Sigh, it's tough being so popular. Asumi, you want me to stay with you, right? Asumi nodded vigorously. Gyur smiled smugly and looked at Kaito. Kaito, without my help, you'd have to travel the vast world on foot. That would be tough. Kaito tried not to laugh, breaking Gyur's fantasy. Don't worry, I can use the power of Ryomaika to travel quickly through the earth. Then why didn't you travel by yourself before? Gyur exploded. Huh? Kaito was puzzled. Because you were here, right? I'm going to kill you. Gyur jumped up, his hands turned into claws, and he lunged at Kaito. Gyur. Calm down. Calm down. Asumi quickly hugged his waist. Damn it. I'm not calming down. Gyur roared, flailing his claws, damn you, Kaito. Don't fight. Asumi struggled to hold him back. Kaito, you cunning bastard. Don't be impulsive, Gyur. Don't hold me back, I want to scratch his thick skin. After a while, Gyur seemed exhausted. Humph. He sat down angrily again. Ha ha ha. Kaito chuckled awkwardly. Don't be so angry. Friends should help each other. Yeah, Asumi quickly nodded. You. Gyur looked at the naive Asumi, fuming. I'll stay here with you, Asumi, he said, pitying Asumi. Otherwise, you'd be easily deceived. It's okay, Gyur, Asumi proudly patted his chest. I haven't had much contact with humans, except for spreading rumors. Gyur was speechless, seeming to calm down, then looked at Kaito. You just don't trust this kid, do you? Kaito nodded and tossed him a money bag. Take Asumi and integrate into human society. Don't waste the Tanuki's talents. I understand. Gyur caught the money bag and tossed it. I'll teach him well. He grabbed Asumi and ran outside. Let's go, I'll take you to a restaurant for a big meal. Huh? Asumi stumbled along, then looked back. Lord Kaito, aren't you coming? I'll pass, Kaito waved. Learn well from Gyur. Yes, Lord Kaito. After the two little yokai left, Kaito continued to observe the stars with his hands folded. After a while, Minato suddenly appeared with Kakashi and Naruto. You're here, Minato, Kakashi, Naruto, Kaito greeted with a smile. Kaito, Kakashi lazily sat down. Good evening, Uncle Kaito. Naruto greeted warmly. Uncle. Kaito's smile froze. Huh? Why is his address the most formal? Minato patted Naruto's shoulder and sat down. All right. Recovering from being called uncle, Kaito handed the fruit plate to Naruto. Don't be polite, Naruto. Please stop talking. Thank you, Uncle Kaito. Naruto ate without hesitation. Kaito's expression stiffened again, so he changed the subject. Kakashi, you seem to be getting lazier. Kakashi replied nonchalantly, isn't it thanks to you? A blessing in disguise. Minato's sunny smile also seemed a bit stiff. So please, Kaito, quickly remove this guy's seal. The disciple giving off a loser vibe is too much for the Hokage to bear. Chapter 111, 111. Lifted. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Miguel Razzo. Koron Hightower. Young Fexentum. Z3K Chrome. Ask HGSSDD Satin N. Paulo Garcia. Abel Yapura. Huge Green Pickle. Ozo. Eater of the Dead. Psyduck. Cyrex. Panda Show. Luis Fontes. Grimmose. Red Rabbit. Muhammad Al-Shamsi. Mikolai Zwolak. Thegamertags PSPS. Sulla Mohammed. Raganos. Robert Thompson. Luis. Anil Singh. It's Black Wolf. Davis and Gwyn. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservant of Cosmos. Just replace the at with a. Hidden deep within the earth, Ryumayaku, the pulse of the planet, the source of life, appear and grant us protection by the power of this incantation. Standing in the courtyard, Kaito completed his communication with Ryumayaku, and a golden mist enveloped him. He looked up at Kakashi, forming seals with his hands. Release. Glowing patterns appeared on Kakashi's body, and Ryumayaku's lock emerged from the patterns, quickly extending to the ground before retracting back into the earth. It's done. The golden mist around Kaito slowly dissipated. He returned to the corridor and sat down. Sigh, time to start working again. Feeling his internal state, Kakashi seemed reluctant. Kakashi-sensei, you're too lazy. Naruto glanced at him disdainfully and continued eating fruit. Kaito. Minato ignored Kakashi and looked seriously at Kaito. Why didn't you tell me about Obito last time? Hearing Minato's question, Kakashi's eyes flashed, and he looked silently at Kaito. Previously, he had talked to Minato about Obito, but was shocked by the information Naruto later revealed. It turned out that Obito was the culprit behind the Ninetales incident. So why did Kaito hide the matter of Obito from Minato? To me, Obito is just an unimportant piece. Kaito said, there was no need to mention it. Naruto and Kakashi know some of it, and you will too. Is that so? Minato was still doubtful. Yes. Kaito nodded firmly. Then, since you know about the Akatsuki's actions, you should also know more about Obito, right? Minato continued, can you tell us? I don't know much more. Kaito shook his head. You already know what you need to know. Obito claims to be Madara Uchiha and is a pawn of the Akatsuki's mastermind. My information comes from Itachi Uchiha. Obito always remained mysterious in front of him. Kaito continued, when Itachi slaughtered the clan, Obito was involved. He was the one who reached an agreement with Danzo about the Uchiha's demise. Itachi. Kakashi spoke up, surprised. I didn't expect you to have connections with Itachi. Kaito frowned. I've left Itachi's fate to Sasuke. Until then, it's good if he can be useful. Kakashi disagreed. Why leave it to Sasuke? He's still a child. You're their elder. Then what should I do? Kill Itachi for revenge. If I killed Itachi, my sister and Sasuke might not say anything, but they might resent me internally. Kaito said softly. I didn't say to kill Itachi. He's following orders. Besides, your desire for revenge isn't that strong. Kakashi said sharply. You're not someone who acts without thinking. That's true. Kaito said flatly. My father is long dead, and I didn't have close ties with other clansmen. The closest were Mikoto and her family. Unfortunately, Fugaku and Mikoto made their choices. Otherwise, the Uchiha wouldn't have been wiped out so silently. I can understand. Minato said heavily. I knew Fugaku and Mikoto. They were peace-seeking and not ambitious. I had planned to handle the issues between Konoha and the Uchiha during my tenure. He patted Naruto's head. Kushina and Mikoto even agreed to raise Naruto and Sasuke as good friends. Dad. Naruto smiled brightly at Minato. Mom was right. Sasuke and I are good friends. I know. That's why I felt assured leaving Konoha when you became Hokage. Kaito sighed. Too bad, who knew your reign as the youngest Hokage would be the shortest. You died young before achieving your goals. Minato also smiled brightly. Did you think so highly of me? I'm flattered, haha. Kaito looked at him speechlessly. I felt assured because you were young and influenced more by Jiraiya-sensei. You didn't inherit the will passed down from the second Hokage. Additionally, Kushina and Mikoto were close friends. As Hokage, you would be fairer to the Uchiha clan. Unfortunately, the power of Konoha was still held by the third Hokage and his associates. Those old guys were not easy to deal with. You must have faced many obstacles when you became Hokage. Otherwise, you wouldn't have established the Hokage guard force outside the Umbu. After Kaito finished speaking, the three adults fell silent. What are you talking about? Naruto was confused. What's wrong with the third Hokage? Nothing. Minato said. Kaito is lamenting my short-lived Hokage career. Humph, Dad, don't treat me like a kid. Naruto squinted his eyes and suspiciously looked at the three adults. Kakashi-sensei and Uncle Kaito mean that because of the third Hokage's orders, Sasuke's brother killed his family. You're not wrong. Kaito smiled faintly. Naruto looked at Minato and Kakashi again and asked, why? Aren't we all comrades in the same village? Minato and Kakashi didn't know how to explain, but Kaito wasn't planning to fool the child. This is a historical issue. Before Konoha's founding, the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan, to which the first Hokage belonged, were enemies with deep-seated hatred. To pursue peace, the first Hokage and Madara Uchiha, as leaders of their respective clans, decided to set aside their hatred and founded Konoha. In the following days, the two diverged due to differing views on peace. Later, Madara Uchiha sought to destroy Konoha, and the first Hokage killed him, but he was severely injured and died shortly after. As the first Hokage's brother, the second Hokage hated Madara and was wary of the Uchiha clan. This hatred and wariness were inherited by his disciples. The Nine Tails incident, which killed your parents, made the third Hokage and his associates suspicious of the Uchiha, marginalizing them in the village. The Uchiha clan was dissatisfied and, under increasing pressure, many began to plan a coup to take over Konoha's leadership. The third Hokage and his associates decided to sacrifice the Uchiha clan to protect the village. Naruto scratched his head in frustration. I still don't get it, but I think there's always a way to solve it. Why didn't they sit down and talk? Is that your solution? Kaito asked. If you were Hokage, what would you do? Naruto thought hard, messing up his hair even more. I wouldn't let people in the village kill each other. I don't know the best way, but if everyone works together, we can find a good solution. Is that so? Minato smiled with relief and said, that's good. Even if you don't find a solution, you have the power of trust. With reliable comrades, you can be a successful Hokage. Chapter 112, 112. Official members. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Miguel Razzo. Koran Hightower. Young Fexentum. Z3K Chrome. Ask HGSSDD Sadin N. Paulo Garcia. Abel Yapura. Huge Green Pickle. Ozo. Eater of the Dead. Psyduck. Cyrex. Panda Show. Luis Fontes. Grimmose. Red Rabbit. Muhammad Al-Shamsi. Mikolai Zwolak. Thegamertags PSPS. Sulla Mohammed. Raganos. Robert Thompson. Luis. Anil Singh. It's Black Wolf. Davis and Gwyn. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. p@trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. In the forest outside the capital of the land of hot water, Kaito was about to bid farewell to Gyur and Asumi. Gyur curiously asked, Kaito, your demon exorcising plan is complete, right? Where are you headed next? Kaito smiled and said, next, I'll be spending time channeling the power of Ryumayaku along the Earth's pulse. What's the point of doing that now? Gyur was puzzled. Why not wait until after we've completely defeated the Otsutsuki? If we have a big battle then, Ryumayaku could get damaged again. Kaito explained, don't worry, this is just a preliminary pass through Ryumayaku, and I'll be setting up some other arrangements along the way. Alright, good luck, Gyur shrugged. Farewell then, and you two be careful. Wait for instructions from Oyama before taking any further actions. Kaito began forming hand signs and chanting a spell. Goodbye, Gyur waved. Goodbye, Lord Kaito. Asumi bowed. Kaito, now covered in a golden aura, nodded. The ground beneath his feet rippled, and he slowly sank into the earth. From that day on, Kaito himself temporarily vanished from the shinobi world. However, his reputation grew even more widespread. Initially, the ninjas stationed in Kusagakure by the 5 great nations, waiting for Uchiha Kaito to show up, were suddenly attacked by an Kaito. The Kaito who appeared in Kusagakure had incredibly advanced stealth techniques, evading the sensory ninjas and bypassing the guards to directly confront the sealed ninjas. At the critical moment, this assassination attempt was thwarted by Konoha's 4th Hokage and Kakashi, working together. The most shocking aspect of this event was not the unknown ninja disguised as Kaito, but the resurrection of Konoha's fourth Hokage, Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze. Since everyone witnessed Kakashi's restored power, the conclusion of the event put Konoha in a precarious position. Despite the supposed unified front of the 5 great shinobi villages, Konoha was accused of secretly changing sides and betraying the alliance. Not only had Konoha sought out Kaito to lift Kakashi's seal, but they had also resurrected the fourth Hokage. Although the specifics of Minato Namikaze's reappearance were unclear, it was widely believed that Uchiha Kaito was involved. Resurrection. Even though the exact conditions and limitations were unknown, everyone recognized the allure of such a capability. Unlike the legendary Edo Tensei, Minato Namikaze appeared before them with his full strength and clear mind, as if he had never died. If they could achieve such a resurrection, their village's power would significantly increase. But they hadn't achieved this. Kaito had only resurrected Konoha's fourth Hokage. This confirmed the suspicions of a lingering connection between Konoha and the Uchiha. If Kaito and Konoha had formed an alliance, resurrecting all of Konoha's past powerful figures, what would the other villages do? Would they have to live under Konoha's shadow forever? Suddenly, letters from the Reikage, Tsuchikage, Mizukage, and the elders of Sunagakure poured onto the desk of the fifth Hokage, Tsunade, all demanding an explanation. Regardless of their tone, whether gentle or forceful, the content was the same. What is going on with Konoha? Why has the fourth Hokage been resurrected? Why has Kakashi's seal been lifted? You must give us a satisfactory explanation, or we will exclude you from future alliances. Damn it. Tsunade slammed the Reikage's letter onto the table in frustration. Lady Tsunade, Shizen looked at her worriedly. How should we respond to the inquiries from the other villages? Respond to what? Tsunade slapped the table again, causing cracks to appear on its surface. The affairs of Konoha are none of their business. Lady Tsunade. Minato entered the Hokage's office with Kakashi, bowing slightly to Tsunade. He had already removed his Hokage robe and was wearing regular Jonin attire. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Tsunade waved her hand. It's not your fault. If you hadn't intervened in time, the losses among our ninjas in Kusagakure would have been severe. She glanced irritably at the letters on the table and suddenly stood up. You were also Hokage. Since you caused this mess, you're responsible for cleaning it up. Her expression relaxed as she stretched and walked out of the office. Shizen, let's go have a drink. Lady Tsunade. Minato looked puzzled. My current situation is too complex to be involved in village affairs. I don't care. Tsunade pushed open the office door and looked back. Today, you must draft responses to those idiots' letters. With that, she walked out briskly. Minato looked helplessly at the letters on the desk, then turned his pleading gaze to Kakashi. Now that you mention it, I haven't done a mission in a while. My hands are getting itchy. I'll go check the mission room. Kakashi quickly put on the demeanor of a diligent task-oriented ninja and swiftly slipped away. Minato's smile froze as he looked at Shizen. Shizen, as the Hokage's assistant, you're good at paperwork, right? Shizen was stunned for 2 seconds, then quickly bowed in apology. I'm very sorry, Lord Fourth. I'm worried that Lady Tsunade might gamble after drinking. I must keep an eye on her. With that, she straightened up and ran off without looking back. Am I being played by that brat Kaito? Minato muttered to himself. It seems your plan failed too, Black Zetsu. The blood puppet version of Obito coldly looked at Black Zetsu. Minato Namikaze's actions must be orchestrated by Kaito. How else would he know about my plan? Black Zetsu also glared at Obito. You suspect me? Obito looked at Black Zetsu as if he were an idiot. Black Zetsu closed his eyes. I know it's not you. But you failed twice against Kaito. We've also lost Toby because of it. You were part of the planning too, Obito looked away. Don't shove the blame solely on me. We're doing all this to achieve Madara's and your ideals. Black Zetsu retorted, I'm just helping in Madara's stead. Obito sneered, don't make it sound so noble. You're just Madara's tool to control me. You. Black Zetsu suddenly calmed down. Don't forget, you're in Madara's ultimate goals align. I don't need your reminders. Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan started spinning, and his body gradually merged into a spatial vortex. Let's go. With Akatsuki losing Kakuzu and Haiden, I must now appear as an official member. Chapter 113, 113. Crow Clan. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Miguel Razzo. Koran Hightower. Young Fexentum. Z3K Chrome. Ask HGSSDD Sadin N. Paulo Garcia. Abel Yapura. Huge Green Pickle. Ozo. Eater of the Dead. Psyduck. Cyrex. Panda Show. Luis Fontes. Grimmos. Red Rabbit. Muhammad Al-Shamsi. Mikolai Zwolak. Thegamertags PSPS. Sulla Mohammed. Raganos. Robert Thompson. Luis. Anil Singh. It's Black Wolf. Davis Nguyen. Jake Doe. Glizzy. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. P@Trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. In a secret underground base in the land of fields, Orochimaru gazed at the scroll in his hands with glowing eyes. So mysterious, Kaito-kun. He excitedly extended his long tongue, licking his lips. A resurrection technique completely different from the impure world reincarnation. It's simply marvelous. Kabuto. He turned to look at the bespectacled young man standing silently beside him. Instruct our people in Konoha to gather more information on Minato. Most importantly, find Kaito-kun's whereabouts as soon as possible. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto pushed up his glasses and turned to leave. I can hardly wait. We'll meet soon, Kaito-kun. Orochimaru's raspy voice echoed behind him. I must uncover all your secrets. Kabuto glanced back, pushed up his glasses again with a hidden smile, and left the room. Orochimaru wasn't the only one seeking the resurrection technique from Kaito. News of the fourth Hokage's resurrection spread like wildfire. With the 5 great nations shinobi still under seal, all factions in the shinobi world were searching for Kaito's whereabouts for a while. However, Kaito seemed to have vanished without a trace, and despite their efforts, they found no clues. After a month with no results, the major shinobi villages had to withdraw most of their personnel, leaving only regular intelligence agents to continue gathering information on Kaito. Kaito didn't concern himself with how much influence he would have on the shinobi world. He continued to steadfastly follow his own plan. He first submerged his body into the earth's veins, traveling along the dragon veins' power within the earth, recording the dragon veins' path over time. 3 months later. In the southern forests of the Land of Fire, Kaito emerged silently from the ground, taking a black feather from his sleeve. Kaito. The black feather floated from his palm, transforming into a small crow. Kaito smiled and asked, "What's the matter, Kazeda?" The crow flapped its small wings, hesitant to speak. Kaito raised an eyebrow. If you have something to say, just say it. Hesitating is not like you. I apologize. The crow perched on a branch, bowing solemnly. As a man, I shouldn't be so indecisive. Kaito remained silent with a smile. Kazeda folded his wings neatly, standing properly on the branch, and began to speak. Recently, a crow clan that once served the Otsutsuki contacted me. They managed to contact you. Kaito was a bit surprised. In those days, our ancestors served under the great Tengu of Mount Kurama. Though they eventually sided with the enemy, they kept a final means of contact, which I discovered when they reached out. Kaito asked, why did they contact you now, and what do they want? Kazeda, visibly displeased, said, because of your recent activities, they learned some things about you. They contacted me, wanting to rejoin the ranks of the yokai. I see. Kaito continued, what does Lord Mo think about this? Lord Mo said you can interact with them and judge the outcome yourself, Kazeda replied. So, what's your opinion? Those who betrayed the great Tengu are without loyalty. Kazeda clearly disdained them. Kaito, however, was curious. After a moment of contemplation, he said, in that case, I'll go and meet them. They currently reside in the northern coniferous forests of the Land of Iron. When you arrive, they'll send a crow to meet you. Kazeda's enthusiasm remained low. I understand. Thank you. Kaito smiled. By the way, how is Sasuke's swordsmanship coming along? SOSO. Kazeda flew onto Kaito's hand, flapping his wings. With such a cunning fighting style, he'll never become a true warrior. He's a ninja, after all. Kaito stroked Kazeda's feathers with his other hand. That's enough. I need to practice my swordsmanship. The crow turned back into a feather, resting in Kaito's palm. Kaito chuckled softly, put the feather away, and sank back into the ground. Arriving in the Land of Iron, Kaito took a good rest in the city, opting to travel to the coniferous forest on foot rather than through the earth's veins. Keeping a steady pace, he reached the forest's edge by midday. Caw. Caw. A hoarse cawing echoed, accompanied by the sound of flapping wings as a jet-black crow flew out of the woods. Kaito raised his hand, and the crow perched on his arm. Caw, are you Lord Kaito? Kaito smiled and nodded. Yes, I am Uchiha Kaito. Great. Lord Kaito, please follow me. Caw. The crow took off, flying deeper into the forest. Kaito accelerated his pace, quietly following. Passing through the dense coniferous forest, the light grew dimmer. After crossing several ridges, Kaito finally reached the highest peak of the mountains. Caw. Caw. The guide crow called out excitedly. Caw. 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 All the crows perched on the branches began cawing noisily. Kaito, still smiling, subtly sealed his hearing with his spiritual power. At this moment, a noticeably larger crow flew down from the highest treetop, perching on a branch before Kaito. As the other crows fell silent, Kaito restored his hearing. Caw. Welcome, Lord Kaito, to our Crow clan's territory. My name is Jean. Hello. Kaito nodded. I heard from Kazeta that you wish to rejoin the ranks of the yokai. Caw. Yes. Jean flapped his wings excitedly. We've been hoping for this day. Kaito asked curiously, what's the story behind this? Caw. Lord Kaito, please follow me. Jean flew up, heading towards the tallest tree on the mountain. Kaito sensed a spatial fluctuation. Sure enough, Jean disappeared into the tree trunk, then poked his head out, calling, Caw, please come in, Lord Kaito. Intrigued, Kaito stepped forward, entering the hidden spatial passage within the tree trunk. The flapping of wings echoed as a dense flock of crows followed him into the passage. Chapter 114, 114. Tengu remains. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Miguel Razzo. Koron Hightower. Young Fexentum. Z3K Chrome. Ask HGSSDT Satin N. Paulo Garcia. Abel Yapura. Huge Green Pickle. Ozo. Eater of the Dead. Panda Show. Luis Fontes. Grimmos. Red Rabbit. Muhammad Al-Shamsi. Mikolai Zwolak. Thegamertags PSPS. Sulla Mohammed. Raganos. Robert Thompson. Luis. Anil Singh. It's Black Wolf. Davis Nguyen. Jake Doe. Glizzy. Amin Afsali. Hellshound. Dan Trigolden. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. p@trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. After entering the spatial passage, Kaito felt a sudden darkness, and the light completely dimmed. He looked around and found himself in a cave inside a mountain. Only a few faint rays of light penetrated through the rocky ceiling. The cave wasn't very large, and there were no entrances or exits, accessible only through the spatial passage. I didn't expect you to have the ability to set up such a secret place, he said, turning to look at Jean, who was flapping his wings midair. Caw. Jean flew towards a massive rock standing in the cave. This was set up by Tengu. Oh. Kaito was a bit surprised. Please explain in detail. Jean flew to the side of the massive rock and landed on the ground. The crows that had followed Kaito into the cave also settled on the ground around the cave. Caw. This is where Tengu fell, Jean said, flapping his wings. We follow orders to guard Tengu's remains. I see. Kaito carefully examined the large square rock. The rock was surrounded by various shiny objects collected by the crows, and on top of it lay a somewhat worn-out fan. Kaito walked over and bowed. So, you submitted to Kagaya and became chakra beings on the orders of Tengu, he asked. Yes, we couldn't lead the enemy to Mount Oyama. Submission was the only way to ensure our tribe's survival, Jean replied in a sorrowful tone. After Kagaya was sealed, our tribe has been hiding here, without forming any summoning contracts with ninjas. Kaito nodded and asked, what about afterward? Why did you only establish contact with Futa recently? Caw. It was by chance that we contacted Lord Futa, Jean said, somewhat embarrassed. After the initial members of our tribe passed away, we lost information about the location of Mount Oyama. Are you serious? Kaito looked at him in disbelief. Jean picked up a jade-shaped stone from the pile of scattered items beside the rock and flew to Kaito. Following Jin's gesture, Kaito stretched out his hand to catch it. Caw. Our crow tribe has limited talent and couldn't master senjutsu over the years, Jean continued to explain. It was only recently that I barely absorbed natural energy and activated this jade. I understand, Kaito said, looking at the jade in his hand. But now that you've become chakra beings, it's almost impossible to revert to your original forms as yokai. Lord Kaito. An older voice called out. Kaito looked over and saw an old crow with dull feathers. Lord Kaito, we've heard of your great name from Lord Futa. Please, help us. Jean is the most talented among our crow tribe. If he can return to being a yokai, it would be enough. Kaito pondered for a moment before saying, I can't make any promises. Even if Jean is to restore his yokai form, it must wait until Kagaya is dead. After all, Kaguya has merged with the divine tree, and it can be said that all chakra on this planet is her will. Ka. We are willing to contribute to defeating Otsutsuki Kaguya, the old crow assured eagerly. Jean and the other crows also cried out in agreement. Very well, Kaito said, handing the jade back to Jean. I will set up an array here to increase the concentration of natural energy, helping you to practice senjutsu better. Thank you very much, Lord Kaito. Jean picked up the jade and lowered his head to the ground. Thank you very much. All the crows bowed their heads. You're welcome. Kaito turned his gaze back to the square rock, placing his hand on it to sense its internal situation. There wasn't actually a physical body inside. When yokai die, they completely dissipate. However, as the top yokai, Tengu had left some remnants behind. Inside the rock, a faint trace of yokai power remained. Lord Kaito, the old crow asked, puzzled. I didn't expect Tengu to have left a trace of yokai power here, Kaito said. This will make the resurrection plan go more smoothly. Resurrection plan. It's better for Lord Mo to explain the specifics to you. Kaito took a piece of green tree branch from his sleeve. Fortunately, Lord Mo didn't send just one clone. He threw the branch to the ground and formed hand seals. Would clone. The small green branch quickly grew, its canopy reaching the cave ceiling. A kind face emerged from the tree trunk. Is that the legendary great yokai, Ka? It doesn't seem much different from an ordinary tree. Idiot, that's just a clone, Ka. The crows rasped in loud whispers. Lord Mo. Kaito approached the tree and softly explained the current situation in detail. I see, Mo said, his weathered eyes looking at the rock enveloping Tengu's remains. What do you plan to do? The arrangements made by Tengu before his death should not be disturbed. We can only transfer the soul-nourishing array from Mount Oyama to here. Thank you, Kaito, Mo agreed. Then I will start setting up the array. After Kaito stepped back, Jean and the old crow quickly flew to Mo's side. Ignoring the crow's interaction with Mo, Kaito began setting up the array to gather natural energy. Since this wasn't a temporary array, Kaito couldn't use talisman paper as the nodes and had to use other materials he had collected over time. After rummaging through his little treasure trove for a while, Kaito finally grabbed a handful of black feathers. These were the feathers of the crow Tengu, Futa. Unlike the feather with power used by Futa to contact Kaito, these feathers had naturally fallen off and were collected by Kaito. He took out a brush and quickly wrote tiny runes on the feathers. After writing runes on all the feathers, Kaito grabbed them and threw them into the air, forming hand seals quickly. The tiny runes on the feathers glowed with a blue light, spreading throughout the feathers, turning them semi-transparent blue. A burst of spiritual light erupted from Kaito, causing the feathers to arrange themselves automatically. Blue lines formed and rapidly created a complex and splendid pattern. Then, the entire array descended and slowly merged into the ground, causing the cave air to vibrate, forming a vortex in midair. When all the commotion subsided, the air in the cave changed noticeably. Ka. The concentration of natural energy has really increased. Jean shouted joyfully. Thank you, Lord Kaito. Chapter 115, 115. Daily Fragments. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Miguel Razo. Koron Hightower. Young Fexentum. Z3K Chrome. Ask HGSSDD Satin N. Paulo Garcia. Abel Yapura. Huge Green Pickle. Ozo. Eater of the Dead. Panda Show. Luis Fontes. Grimmos. Red Rabbit. Muhammad Al-Shamsi. Mikolai Zwolak. Thegamertags PSPS. Sulla Mohammed. Raganos. Robert Thompson. Luis. Anil Singh. It's Black Wolf. Davis Nguyen. Jake Doe. Glizzy. Amin Afsali. Hellshound. Dan Trigolden. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P at Trian. p@trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Kaito nodded and walked to the side of the rock. He jumped onto the top of the rock and began writing runes around the old, broken fan at its center. His hands moved quickly, and he soon filled the top with symbols. Then, he jumped down and wrote more complex runes around the base of the rock. After putting away the brush, Kaito rapidly formed hand seals. Spiritual energy surged around him, making his hair and clothes flutter even though there was no wind. The runes on the rock began to light up from the bottom, with blue light spreading upward rapidly. When all the runes were illuminated, the broken fan began to tremble slightly. With a poof, a bright soul flame ignited above the fan. The hidden yokai energy within the rock automatically emerged and was absorbed into the soul flame, making it burn even brighter. The crows, having learned the truth about the resurrection plan from Mo, couldn't contain their excitement upon seeing the soul flame. Caw. 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 Their harsh cries echoed through the cave, blending into a cacophony that made Kaito's head ache. He quickly sealed off most of his hearing with spiritual power and exchanged a glance with Mo. Ahem, from now on, follow Kaito's instructions, Mo said, shrinking down into a small twig. Kaito walked over, picked up the twig, and tucked it into his sleeve. The crows finally quieted down. Well then, you all stay here and guard Tengu's soul-nurturing formation, Kaito said with a smile. It's time for me to leave. Lord Kaito, a crow flew up to him, flapping its wings, we are willing to sign a contract with you and serve you. Lord Kaito, although our abilities are limited, these young ones are very smart and excel at gathering information, the old crow added. Please accept them to serve you. To be honest, Kaito didn't think much of them. After a moment of thought, he nodded, do you have a summoning scroll? I can't sign a contract with chakra creatures, but my companions can. He summoned Izuna and Chiri. Do you two need summoning beasts? I remember the clan's records mention illusion techniques that work with crows. Izuna glanced at him, irritated, those techniques were developed by our descendants. I never practiced them. Chiri also said, I never practiced them either. It's not too late to learn now. Crows can not only assist in combat but also gather information, Kaito urged. Moreover, these crows have yokai blood, much stronger than the wild crows our clan trains. Unfortunately, I can't use ninjutsu. Alright, Izuna agreed reluctantly. Chiri nodded as well. The crows had no objections either. These two were summoned by Lord Kaito, and working with them meant serving Lord Kaito. After signing their names on the crow's empty summoning scroll, Izuna and Chiri returned to the possessed paper figures. Kaito retrieved the paper figures and set up a protective formation around the soul-nurturing formation. Leaving the secret place, Kaito bid farewell to the crows and re-entered the earth vein. Mount Oyama. Upon receiving news from his clone, Mo immediately informed all the yokai leaders about Tengu. In the castle keep, Spider Lady Kieji, who was guarding the formation, finally felt relieved after receiving the news. Just now, Tengu's soul flame had suddenly gone out, which had scared her. Yurei, your Kaito didn't notify us in advance, she said, glancing at Yurei, who had come to visit her, and patting her chest. I was scared to death just now. Yurei looked at her calmly and said softly, Kaito already notified Lord Mo, so stop complaining. Humph. Kieji pointed her finger at Yurei's forehead. You always defend Kaito. I'm Kaito's girlfriend, of course, I defend him, Yurei said righteously. Really? Kieji teased, why didn't you go with them? Then you could be together every day. Yurei said a bit sadly, Kaito is handling important matters, and I can't be of much help. Yeah, even that idiot Gyur is better than you, Kieji laughed. At least Gyur can be a means of transportation. Yurei immediately lowered her head, her whole demeanor dimming. Pfft. Kieji covered her mouth. You're too sensitive. Humph, I'm leaving. Yurei glared at her, stood up, and turned into a swarm of butterflies that flew out of the hall. Leaving the castle keep, Yurei walked alone on the empty street. Unable to fight directly, how could she be more helpful to Kaito? Whether in the current preparation phase or the future battle with Kaguya, she seemed unable to play a significant role. Since she wasn't good at fighting, she should make use of her strengths. She made up her mind. Tonight, she would explore the dream world, hoping to find some useful information. If she could help Kaito, he would surely like her more. Yurei covered her cheeks with her hands, a slight smile appearing on her lips. In the dojo, Sasuke was sweating profusely as he continuously swung his sword. You've completed 3,000 basic swings. Take a break, Anakiri suddenly said from the side. Yes. Sasuke sheathed his sword, wiping his sweat with the towel around his neck. After a while, Anakiri spoke again, you have your own fighting style. Besides the basics, you must improve through actual combat. He drew the long sword at his waist. We'll start sparring now. Use any means you have. Understood. Sasuke's eyes lit up as he drew his sword again. I'm coming, Anakiri-sensei. He activated his Sharingan, his figure flickering as his blade traced a snowy arc through the air. Clang. Anakiri's long sword parried Sasuke's attack firmly. Sasuke used the force to retreat, releasing the sword handle and quickly forming seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. He then reached down with his right hand, grabbing the sword handle again. Konoha training ground. Minato held his forehead with his hand. Naruto squinted in confusion at his dad. Minato felt like he had miscalculated. Naruto's fighting style was completely different from his own. Both he and Kakashi specialized in defeating power with skill, whereas Naruto was a textbook example of defeating skill with power. After several months of teaching, Naruto had only learned the Shadow Clone and Rasengan techniques. Their fighting approaches were completely mismatched. In that case, Jiraiya-sensei was indeed more suitable to teach Naruto. Of course, that wasn't the main point. Dad. What are you talking about? Naruto yelled. I didn't understand a word you just said. Dear Kushina, it seems our son won't inherit our legacy. He can't understand either Flying Thunder God or sealing techniques, haha. Chapter 116, 116. Sasuke falls into a dream. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Miguel Razzo. Koran Hightower. Young Fexentum. Z3K Chrome. Ask HGSSDD Sadin N. Paulo Garcia. Abel Yapura. Huge Green Pickle. Ozo. Eater of the Dead. Panda Show. Luis Fontes. Grimmose. Red Rabbit. Muhammad Al-Shamsi. Mikolai Zwolak. Thegamertags PSPS. Sulla Mohammed. Raganos. Robert Thompson. Luis. Anil Singh. It's Black Wolf. Davis and Gwyn. Jake Doe. Glizzy. Amin Afsali. Hellshound. Dan Trigolden. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservant of Cosmos. Just replace the at with a. Mount Oyama, Uchiha residence. I'm back. Sasuke, carrying takeout food, walked barefoot down the hallway, opened the door, and entered the living room. The house was silent. Sasuke silently placed the food on the dining table and set aside the sword hanging from his waist. He went to the kitchen to boil a pot of water, then returned to the dining table to unpack the food and pick up his chopsticks. I'm starting. He said softly, then began eating at a steady pace. After finishing his dinner and tidying up the table, the kettle in the kitchen emitted a sharp whistle as steam escaped. He cleaned the teapot, added fresh tea leaves, and poured in the boiling water. Sasuke placed the teapot on the coffee table in the living room, took his sword to his room, set it down, and found clean clothes to take a bath. After his bath, he returned to the living room, kneeled, and poured the now warm tea into a cup, slowly drinking it. After finishing the tea and letting his hair dry, Sasuke stood up and walked out of the living room, down the hallway to the study. He extended his finger, and a small flame ignited at the tip, lighting the candles on several candlesticks in the study. The study brightened up. Sasuke went to the bookshelf, purposefully took out a scroll, then walked to the low table, kneeled on the mat, and spread out the scroll. The scroll's title read, Fire Style, Dragon Flame Song Technique. After an unknown amount of time, light footsteps sounded from the hallway outside. Then, there was a knock on the study door. Sasuke. It was Uriai's voice. Sasuke lifted his head from the scroll, stood up, and opened the sliding door. Do you need something? It's time for you to rest, Uriai said cheerfully. Children shouldn't stay up late, or Kaito will blame me for not taking good care of you. I'm not a child, and besides, no one asked you to take care of me. Sasuke replied indifferently. You're really not cute. Uriai complained with a smile, turning towards the living room. Be careful, I might tell on you to Kaito. Sasuke skeptically looked at her. Can you write him a letter? Uriai's footsteps suddenly halted, and she turned back to look at Sasuke coolly. Sasuke snorted softly, averting his gaze. Or, should I include it in my next letter? Uriai smiled sweetly at him. Oh, are you showing off, Sasuke-kun? Humph, I'm not that bored. Sasuke crossed his arms, meeting Uriai's gaze without fear. The method Uncle left for communication is only for me to seek guidance on training. I don't need to write letters, Sasuke-kun. Uriai extended her hand, and a glowing butterfly suddenly appeared, landing on her fingertip. The luminous, sparkling powder falling from the butterfly's wings illuminated Uriai's smiling face. I'm a yokai who can freely enter and exit the dream world. I can meet Kaito intimately in my dreams every night. Sasuke's face suddenly turned red. He turned back into the study and closed the door. Ah, so easily embarrassed. Uriai continued, sleep early, Sasuke. Disobedient children have nightmares. Fine, fine. Sasuke replied irritably, putting the scroll back on the shelf, blowing out the candles, and opening the door again. I'm going to bed. He hurried past Uriai towards his room. Hee hee. Uriai covered her mouth, laughing softly. Sasuke entered his room, took out bedding from the wall cabinet, and spread it on the tatami. Then, he sat cross-legged and began his meditation training. Meditation is the main training process for spiritual power techniques. After this period of training, Sasuke already felt his progress. With the increase in spiritual power, the most significant effect was his chakra control, which had improved by several levels. With strong control, many common jutsu's hand signs had been simplified. He believed that with continued practice, he could simplify many jutsus to a single hand sign in the future. And the most important, his eyes, though not yet the Manjiki Sharingan, were clearly stronger than when they had just evolved into the three-tomo Sharingan. Self-studied jutsus, combined with swordsmanship and spiritual power techniques, gave him a much more solid sense of security. Unlike his time in Konoha, when he seemed unable to see his path and was driven by hatred. Now, he knew the direction of his progress and felt his improvements. He finally had confidence. 2 hours later, Sasuke opened his eyes. He smiled with satisfaction, lifted the quilt, lay down, and fell asleep. Sasuke. Who was calling him? Sasuke groggily opened his eyes, finding himself surrounded by darkness. Sasuke. He looked up, seeing a faint light ahead. The weak light flickered. Sasuke couldn't help but move towards it. The journey through the darkness seemed endlessly long. Sasuke moved tirelessly, forgetting his surroundings. Uriai, why did you bring Sasuke here? A familiar male voice spoke. Disobedient children need to be taught a lesson, Kaito. And who was that? All right, wake him up. Okay. Jingle. A crisp bell sound rang out, and Sasuke suddenly woke up, the surrounding darkness fading to reveal two familiar figures. Uncle. Sasuke looked at Kaito. What's this? Forgot so quickly. Uriai next to Kaito smiled. This is the dream world. You. Sasuke unhappily looked at the smugly smiling female yokai. Long time no see, Sasuke. Kaito said soothingly. I asked Uriai to enter your dream and bring you into mine. He looked at Sasuke, continuing, you're doing well, Sasuke. Even though this is just your consciousness, it shows your spiritual power has greatly improved. Of course. Sasuke proudly smiled. I believe my Manjiki Sharingan will awaken soon. Kaito said comfortingly, no need to rush, you still have time. Besides, I'll return to Mount Oyama before your Manjiki Sharingan awakens. No need for such trouble, I can succeed on my own. Sasuke said awkwardly. Kaito nodded in agreement. It's just a coincidence. By then, my matters should be mostly resolved. By the way, I've met Naruto. Kaito added. Sasuke said, just give him the Uzumaki clan's things. That idiot probably won't learn them. That's not certain. Kaito smiled. I made a deal with Naruto's father. As the fourth Hokage, he should be able to teach his son well. The fourth. Sasuke frowned, then stared at Kaito without speaking. I understand. Kaito raised his hands in surrender. The material for the possession paper dolls has been updated. I'll summon brother-in-law and Mikoto when I return. Sasuke turned his head away, averting his gaze. I'm different from that guy. I don't need to cling to my parents. Chapter 117, 117. Teaching level. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Miguel Razzo. Koron Hightower. Young Fexentum. Z3K Chrome. Ask HGSSDD Satin N. Paulo Garcia. Abel Yapura. Huge Green Pickle. Ozo. Eater of the Dead. Panda Show. Luis Fontes. Grimmos. Red Rabbit. Muhammad Al-Shamsi. Mikolai Zwolak. Thegamertags PSPS. Sulla Mohammed. Raganos. Robert Thompson. Luis. Anil Singh. It's Black Wolf. Davis Nguyen. Jake Doe. Glizzy. Amin Afsali. Hellshound. Dan Trigolden. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. P@Trian, p@trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Kaito didn't realize he had overestimated Minato Namike's teaching skills. In his mind, if Minato could teach Kakashi, it proved that he was a good teacher, just like himself. Seeing that Naruto had his father to teach him, he thought, our kid can't lose out either. So, he asked Uriai to bring Sasuke into the dream world. What Kaito didn't know was that while he was diving deeper into the key points of spiritual power training with Sasuke, Minato was already looking for external help. Back then, when Minato led his team, the Third Shinobi World War had just broken out. As Konoha's rising star, he was always rushing around the battlefield and had little time to teach his students. After the war ended, 2 of his 3 students died, and the only survivor, Kakashi, fell into a slump. Busy with his duties as the new Hokage and with Kushina pregnant, he asked Kakashi to guard her, hoping the new baby would change Kakashi's outlook on life. He thought there was plenty of time for Kakashi to heal. But when he and Kushina sacrificed themselves when Naruto was born, it pushed Kakashi into deeper despair. So now, seeing Kakashi's indifferent attitude, Minato didn't blame him and was even relieved that Kakashi hadn't fallen into darkness. Teaching his own son hands-on was a new experience for Minato. After a few months of teaching Naruto with confidence, Minato found himself questioning his abilities. Is this kid really my son with Kushina, he wondered. No, Naruto isn't stupid. I'm just a poor teacher. In the end, Minato, out of ideas, asked for help from his own teacher. Using the special kunai through the toads, Minato summoned Jiraiya back to Konoha from his sleep in the middle of the night. Minato and Naruto had moved back to the house he had bought when he got married. Now, wide awake, Jiraiya sat on the sofa, annoyed, listening to Minato pour out his heart about being a father. My teaching skills must be terrible. Please take over teaching Naruto, Jiraiya-sensei, Minato said, looking defeated. Of course, compared to me, your teaching skills are terrible, Jiraiya said proudly. Yes, Minato replied, lowering his head. But honestly, Jiraiya said, picking his nose, that kid Naruto is really dumb. That's not true. Minato weakly defended. Naruto is just like Kushina in character, and she's very good at sealing techniques. It's just that Naruto's potential hasn't been realized yet. No, he's really dumb, Jiraiya said mercilessly. Minato clutched his chest in pain. All right. Jiraiya patted Minato's shoulder with the hand he had been picking his nose with. Swoosh. Minato quickly moved to the other side. Unfazed, Jiraiya continued, all right, actually, Naruto isn't dumb. He's just good at different things than you. You can't teach him using your own experience. As for sealing techniques, Jiraiya continued, getting more comfortable, don't even think about it. That kid doesn't even understand the basic concept of chakra. Isn't that still dumb? Minato covered his face. Jiraiya smirked, the kid may not be good with book knowledge, but he's got some smarts in battle. So what should I do? Minato asked, worried. As a Jinchuriki, Naruto should learn sealing techniques for safety. Don't make him remember things with his brain, Jiraiya said cryptically. Make him remember with his body. Forget about other sealing techniques. See if he can awaken the adamantine sealing chains, he suggested. Seriously, I have to worry about a former Hokage's kid too, Jiraiya grumbled as he stood up. Naruto didn't get a good foundation when he was little. Now you can only teach him in the simplest, most straightforward way. I'm going to bed, he said, heading to the guest room. Thank you so much, Jiraiya-sensei. Minato, feeling like he had received some golden advice, was reinvigorated. He quickly ran to his room, grabbed paper and pen, and started writing a new teaching plan. In the dream world. Let's stop here for today, Kaito told Sasuke. Even in the dream world, using your spiritual power can tire you out. Don't let it affect your training tomorrow. I understand, Sasuke replied. Yuri, Kaito said to the girl sitting next to him, take Sasuke back. No problem, Yuri said with a slight smile, reaching out to Sasuke. Sasuke felt uneasy, and the next second, countless butterflies swarmed him. He glared at Yuri through the layers of butterflies. Good night, Sasuke, Yuri said. The butterflies flew by, and Sasuke disappeared from the spot. Don't you think you're a bit rough with him? Kaito asked Yuri, hesitating. Oh, are you blaming me, Kaito? Yuri gently lowered her eyes, raising her wide sleeve to cover her face, speaking softly. Kaito felt a chill down his spine and quickly said, no, it's fine. Sasuke's a boy. He doesn't need to be treated gently. As long as Kaito isn't blaming me, I'm relieved, Yuri said, putting down her sleeve and smiling. Why would I blame you? Kaito said seriously, patting her back lightly. Thank you for helping to take care of him while I'm not home. No need to thank me. It's my duty, Yuri said, leaning on his shoulder. Feeling her weight on his shoulder, Kaito looked down to see Yuri's butterfly-like eyelashes trembling slightly. He patted her back again gently. Neither spoke. They were still in the place where Yuri had previously danced her prayer dance, under the blooming night sakura. Petals fell gently around them. Kaito, Yuri's cool voice broke the silence. Kaito watched the falling petals. Everything you're doing will succeed, right? Yuri caught a petal in her hand. It will definitely succeed, Kaito replied with absolute confidence. You'll come back to Oyama safely, right? Yes. Everyone will defeat the Otsutsuki, right? Yes. Kaito will successfully rebuild the Yellow Springs Hell, right? Yes. Kaito won't die and will always be with me, right? That's impossible. You should know that nothing in the world is immortal. Humans die, yokai die, even gods die. Kaito, you big dummy. Chapter 118, 118. Face to face. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Miguel Razzo. Koron Hightower. Young Fexentum. Z3K Chrome. Ask HGSSDD Sadin N. Paulo Garcia. Abel Yapura. Huge Green Pickle. Ozo. Eater of the Dead. Panda Show. Grimmos. Red Rabbit. Muhammad Al-Shamsi. Mikolai Zwolak. Thegamertags PSPS. Sulla Mohammed. Raganos. Robert Thompson. Luis. Anil Singh. It's Black Wolf. Davis Nguyen. Jake Doe. Glizzy. Amin Afsali. Hellshound. Dan Trigolden. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Time always seems to pass by unnoticed. On the northern coast of the Land of Frost, Uchiha Kaito, Uchiha Izuna, and Uchiha Chiri stood on a large rock by the sea, gazing at the vast ocean before them. I didn't expect it to be a year since we left Oyama, Kaito said, his long hair blowing in the wind, a smile on his face as usual. Time flies, Izuna remarked while teasing a pure black crow in his hand. He glanced at Kaito and said, "You're going back soon, but I bet you'll be out again quickly." Kaito replied unexpectedly, "I have a lot of things to do as well. As for Sasuke, I'll let him find his own way." Izuna paused, surprised. "You're really letting him go off on his own? Why not?" Kaito looked at him in surprise. "Weren't you already on the battlefield at his age? Sasuke is 14 now." Izuna waved his hand, and the crow flew away. He crossed his arms and said seriously, "It's different." Kaito asked, "How so?" Izuna's face darkened. "Don't you realize how many enemies you've made with all your running around? Next, you're planning to extort a large sum from the 5 great shinobi villages. If they can't get to you, they'll target Sasuke." He snorted and continued, "Besides, Sasuke is the only remaining member of the Uchiha clan. Nothing can happen to him. Come on, I haven't extorted anyone. Releasing the seals is a fair trade," Kaito pointed at himself. "And really, you're biased. Aren't I part of the Uchiha clan too?" Izuna gave him a disdainful look. "Can you take on the responsibility of continuing the Uchiha lineage?" "Well," Kaito replied, "I need to study the materials from the divine tree to make a suitable paper doll for Madara-san." He smiled. "So, I'll leave Sasuke to you, Izuna-senpai. You can continue to guide him since I'm not a ninja and have nothing more to teach him." Izuna grumbled, "Why can't you carry the materials with you?" "No way, there's also the resurrection plan," Kaito said, clasping his hands together. "Please, Izuna-senpai." "You." Izuna sighed. "We'll see." "Thank you, Izuna-senpai." Kaito laughed and looked back. "Here they come." Izuna and Chiri turned around as well. "I must be quite important," Kaito said with a smile, "to have the Tsuchikage and Raikage come personally." "Uchiha brat," the hulking 4th Raikage said, stepping forward and clenching his massive fist. "You've played us for fools." "Why would you say that, Raikage-sama?" Kaito opened a fan and waved it lightly. "I've done nothing impolite." "You." The Raikage's eyes widened, and electricity crackled around him. The 3rd Tsuchikage, Inoki, floated in the air with his arms crossed, looking down at Kaito. He interrupted the Raikage, saying, "Kid, you missed our previous meeting, causing us great inconvenience." Kaito just smiled. Inoki continued, "Ninjas with their chakra sealed can't take missions or train. Even if the seals are removed now, it'll take time to regain their strength, causing significant losses to our villages." Kaito asked directly, "What do you want, Tsuchikage-sama?" Inoki said, "Since it's your fault for not showing up on time, you must take responsibility for the losses." He looked at the others. "Raikage, Kakashi, and the representatives from Suna and Kiri, what do you think?" "Inoki is right," the Raikage agreed immediately. The Suna and Kiri representatives, both ordinary jonin, were happy to let the Tsuchikage and Raikage take the lead and quickly express their support. All eyes turned to Kakashi, who hadn't yet spoken. "Why is it always you, Kakashi?" Kaito joked. "I wonder that myself," Kakashi replied, somewhat helplessly. "Kakashi, show us Konoha's stance," the Raikage demanded aggressively. Kakashi said, "I'm just following Hokage-sama's orders to conduct a normal transaction." Such weakness from one of the top villages in the shinobi world. Inoki seemed disappointed. Even so, Kakashi remained unmoved and took out a scroll from his ninja pouch. "These are the funds to unseal the chakra of Konoha's ninjas." He tossed the scroll to Kaito. Kaito caught it and handed it to Chiri, who opened it and nodded to him. No problem. Kaito smiled, forming hand seals. Golden mist rose from his feet, enveloping him. He no longer needed an incantation to connect with the dragon vein. For some reason, the others didn't interfere but stepped back. Kaito stomped the ground lightly, and golden chains emerged, linking to the sealed ninjas behind Kakashi. Release. The chains retreated, and the seals on the ninjas were undone. It's done. I'm free. I can feel my chakra again. The ninjas were overjoyed. Deal's done, Kaito said to Kakashi. Everyone, let's go, Kakashi ordered, leading the Konoha ninjas away. What about you? Kaito turned to the others. Do you want your seals undone? Brat, Inoki said angrily, you're not considering my proposal. Of course not, Kaito said calmly. You attacked me first. The fact that I didn't kill anyone is already merciful. The Raikage roared, you attacked Hozuki Castle and stole the box of ultimate bliss. The box belongs to Kusagakure. It has nothing to do with you, Kaito replied. Wrong, Inoki said. Hozuki Castle is a shinobi prison managed by Kusagakure on behalf of all the villages. As one of the 5 great nations, we have the right to address any threats to peace. Chapter 119, 119.8. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Miguel Razzo. Koran Hightower. Young Fexentum. Z3K Chrome. Ask HGSSDD Satin N. Paulo Garcia. Abel Yapura. Huge Green Pickle. Ozo. Eater of the Dead. Panda Show. Red Rabbit. Muhammad Al-Shamsi. Mikolai Zwolak. Thegamertags PSPS. Sulla Mohammed. Raganos. Robert Thompson. Luis. Anil Singh. It's Black Wolf. Davis Nguyen. Jake Doe. Glizzy. Amin Afsali. Hellshound. Dan Trigolden. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on p@Trian. p@trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Ha, Kaito chuckled softly. No matter how many high-sounding words you say, it's useless. Anyway, I must get enough compensation before I lift the seal. He glanced at the ninjas whose chakras were sealed. These are the pillars of each major ninja village. I suppose they can't be easily discarded. In that case. Inoki's eyes flashed with a dark expression, and he waved his hand. Give him the prepared compensation. The ninja behind him took out a scroll and threw it over. At the same time, a stern-faced Raikage nodded to Dari behind him, who also took out a scroll and threw it over. Seeing this, the ninjas from Sunagakure and Kirigakure realized there were no cheap deals to be had, so they also took out the compensation. Kaito handed the items to Chiri for inspection, then looked towards Kankuro in the crowd with a surprised expression, muttering audibly, I didn't expect Sunagakure to be able to come up with this much money. Everyone present, with sharp hearing, noticed Kaito's surprised look and heard his muttering. The scene became quiet. For a moment, everyone looked at the Sunagakure ninjas with sympathetic eyes, making them bow their heads in embarrassment. Only Kankuro, with his painted face, turned red, gritting his teeth and glaring at the culprit. Damn it. Why look down on Sunagakure? Do you know how hard we've worked? When did this world become filled with malice towards Sunagakure? Listening to others' whispers, he trembled with anger, sweating profusely despite the hot weather, his hands and feet cold. Can this ninja world ever be right? How can Sunagakure live to satisfy you? Tears streamed down his face. This ninja world is full of oppression towards the poor. When can Sunagakure truly stand up? Kaito didn't notice Kankuro's colorful internal activities. After receiving the correct compensation, he immediately lifted the seals on everyone. He smiled cheerfully and said loudly, well, the pleasant transaction has been completed. Goodbye. Wait. With A's shout, the ninjas from Kimogakure and Iwagakure quickly surrounded Kaito and his companions. The other 3 ninja villages were momentarily confused but then retreated to observe from a distance. Kaito looked at everyone calmly, but with a bit of surprise in his voice, he asked, the transaction is complete. What else do the Tsuchikage and Raikage want to discuss? We just want you to explain properly why the 4th Hokage is resurrected, Inoki said in a deep voice. This matter is significant and might affect the future peace of the ninja world. The 4th Hokage? Kaito asked, puzzled. Shouldn't you ask the people from Konoha? Stop pretending, kid. A's body crackled with lightning. This matter must be related to you. Indeed. I'm also curious how you did it. A hoarse voice from the side suddenly attracted everyone's attention. Orochimaru emerged from the ground, smiling sinisterly. I'm also very curious. Can you enlighten me, Kaito? Orochimaru. Inoki frowned. Orochimaru. Said unpleasantly. This has nothing to do with you. He. Orochimaru ignored the others, excitedly looking at Kaito, licking his lips. Would you like to make a deal with me? This punk. With a flash of lightning, Orochimaru was cut in half by A's hand chop, turning into a puddle of mud. He. Another Orochimaru emerged from the ground on the other side. Need help, Kaito. Kaito looked closely at Orochimaru and found it was still an earth clone. He then asked, Orochimaru, what do you want? At this moment, A didn't attack again but gave a signal to the sensory ninja from Kimobukure. Inoki similarly signaled their sensory ninjas to find Orochimaru's real body. A technique different from the impure world reincarnation. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed. I observed Minato from a distance. He's exactly the same as when he was alive. Your resurrection technique is perfect, Kaito. It seems you have a strong thirst for knowledge, which I don't dislike. Kaito smiled. Unfortunately, you can't use my technique. Why? Orochimaru was stunned and quickly asked. The others didn't interrupt the conversation, all pricking up their ears. Kaito spread his hands, spiritual light surging around him, and said, Can you sense it? This power is different from chakra. It is incompatible with chakra. Orochimaru looked at the power around Kaito in surprise and couldn't help but ask, What is this? The spiritual power around Kaito calmed down, and a blue flame ignited in his hand. This is spiritual power. Orochimaru urgently asked, Where does it come from? Kaito replied, Innate. Impossible. You're lying. That's nonsense. Hearing Kaito's answer, everyone began to discuss it. Orochimaru stared at Kaito, seemingly trying to determine if he was lying. Kaito continued, Before chakra and ninjas existed, there were always a few lucky people among humans who awakened spiritual power, gaining strength different from ordinary people. But now, because chakra is everywhere, the awakening of spiritual power has become extinct. Then how did you awaken it? A suddenly asked. Kaito smiled, although born into a great ninja clan, I have a natural resistance to chakra. I see. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed brilliantly. No wonder you always call yourself an Onmyoji. Some of the ancient stories are true. You must have obtained the legacy left by ancient Onmyoji, right? You could say that, Kaito replied. What? A frown tightly. Inoki suddenly asked, Orochimaru, how do you know it's true? He. Orochimaru licked his lips again. Can't you sense it? Kaito's power is different from chakra. So what? Inoki retorted. Didn't the first Hokage have the legendary sage art? Hey, ignorant people. Orochimaru glanced at him and then looked away uninterested. He fixed his cold snake eyes on Kaito. Kaito, thank you for your answer. We will meet again. After speaking, his body turned into a puddle of mud again. Damn Orochimaru. Inoki cursed, feeling embarrassed. Reikage and Tsuchikage, do you have any more questions? Kaito was smiling kindly at the moment, but his aura was steadily rising. Chapter 120, 120. Summoning the Spirits of the Dead. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Miguel Razzo. Koran Hightower. Young Fexentum. Z3K Chrome. Ask HGSSDT Sadin N. Paulo Garcia. Abel Yapura. Huge Green Pickle. Ozo. Eater of the Dead. Panda Show. Red Rabbit. Thegamertags PSPS. Sulla Mohammed. Raganos. Robert Thompson. Luis. Anil Singh. It's Black Wolf. Davis and Gwyn. Jake Doe. Glizzy. Amin Afsali. Hell's Hound. Dan Trigolden. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservant of Cosmos. Just replace the @ with A. The abilities you possess pose too great a threat to the ninja world. Inoki's figure grew taller as he looked solemnly at Kaito. A, cloaked in lightning, also spoke up, and what exactly are your intentions with your actions in the land of demons? I've shown mercy many times already. Kaito continued to smile, but his aura gradually overpowered everyone present. So, stop provoking me. All the ninjas on the scene felt the pressure emanating from Kaito and instinctively became wary. Inoki and A's heart sank further, they seemed to have underestimated this boy. At this moment, powerful chakra waves burst from both Azuna and Chiri, causing many ordinary ninjas to involuntarily take a step back. A fierce sea breeze blew in from the ocean, crashing waves against the rocks beneath Kaito and his companions, sending up white foam. The ninjas surrounding the three were disheveled but remained silent. Kaito's voice rang out again. To be honest, I don't like taking lives over trivial matters. A hum resonated in the air, an invisible wave causing everyone's bodies to feel a sudden weight. Many ninjas standing on the water wavered and fell into the sea. Especially humans. It's better if everyone gets along peacefully. Kaito was telling the truth. He wasn't a ninja and wasn't accustomed to killing. Moreover, influenced by the dragon vein, he naturally held a certain goodwill towards life on this planet. But this influence wasn't deep. For instance, he would unemotionally eliminate people like Danzo, Obito, and those brainwashed by the evil god. Inoki's floating height decreased, and his tone shifted slightly. This isn't a provocation. We just want to confirm if you pose a threat to the safety of the ninja world. Kaito chuckled lightly and continued, words are not enough. How can I prove it? A's tone remained aggressive, hand over the resurrection technique. Kaito shook his head, I've said, you can't learn it. However, I have a good way to prove I'm not a threat to the ninja world. The gravity in the air intensified further, causing many ninjas to struggle to stay upright. A's lightning crackled, and Inoki's feet touched the ground. Kaito spread his arms wide and shouted, as long as you realize that I'm stronger than you and am kindly speaking with you here, you should feel my goodwill. A series of paper dolls covered in talismans flew out of his sleeves, scattering in the air. Be careful. Stay alert. Inoki and A immediately focused on their ninjas, ready to assist at any moment. Kaito formed a hand seal, and the 5-pointed stars in his eyes spun rapidly, creating a rotating magic circle in front of him. A dark passage opened from the circle. He bit his finger, knelt on one knee, and pressed his blood-stained palm onto the circle. By the call of the bloodline, awaken, slumbering Uchiha spirits. A sudden gale arose, and countless soul flames streamed out from the dark passage, swirling wildly in the air before merging with the talisman-covered paper dolls. Blue flashes flickered, and figures with fan emblems on their backs suddenly appeared, surrounding the cloud and stone ninjas. The Uchiha spirits opened their scarlet eyes. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect to see the light of day again. Summoned by a descendant of the Uchiha clan. Come, long-awaited battle. Izuna. Someone waved, you're here too. Lord Izuna. Is it really you? Cheery, long time no see. Esteemed seniors. Kaito shouted, I am Uchiha Kaito. His eyes flashed red as he transmitted information through genjutsu. The Uchiha spirits blinked and nodded in unison. I see. Understood. Don't worry, kid. So that's Uchiha Kaito. Didn't expect you to turn out well, Kaito. At this moment, the Uchiha clan seemed harmonious, while others felt like they were facing a great enemy, many ninjas breaking into a cold sweat. Not just the cloud and stone ninjas in the battle, but also the ninjas from the other 3 villages watching were shocked. Hey! This is too much. Kankuro couldn't accept it and growled. Impressive, the Uchiha clan. Mist's Ao had activated his Byakugan. Kakashi-senpai, this. Yamato was also unsettled. In the crowd, someone spoke with a forced tone, what's there to fear? Uchiha is just one clan, how can they compete with our ninja villages? Even if they are dead, they won't obey him easily. Fool. Kankuro shouted, you're thinking of one generation. Think of how many Uchiha have died from ancient times to now. But he has to be able to summon that many at once. Someone else argued stubbornly. Silence. Baki ordered coldly, let's watch and see. Reikage and Tsuchikage, are you sure you want to be enemies with the Uchiha? A stern-looking middle-aged man stepped forward from among the Uchiha spirits. You are. I stared at the men, Uchiha Fugaku. That's me. Fugaku looked up at Kaito on the rocks, Kaito, thank you for taking care of Sasuke. Kaito nodded, it's my duty. He turned his gaze to Inoki and A, so, how about it? Have I shown enough sincerity? Will we keep peace or end in war? It's up to you. A clenched his fist, veins popping on his forehead. He looked at the cloud ninjas behind him, then at the Uchiha spirits, and reluctantly dispersed the lightning around him. You win, Uchiha brat. Inoki spoke in a normal tone, though you haven't done anything to harm the ninja world yet, we'll be watching you. Kaito smiled indifferently at Inoki's attempt to save face and lifted the gravity suppression. Let's go. A put on his Reikage hat, pulled it low, and turned to head toward the land of lightning. The cloud ninjas bowed their heads in silence, following his steps to retreat. Let's go. Inoki floated up and flew towards the land of earth, with the stone ninjas retreating as well. Afterward, the sand and mist ninjas also turned and disappeared from the Uchiha's sight. Kaito turned his gaze to the still motionless Konoha group and asked, anything else, Kakashi? Chapter 121, 121. New clan leader. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Miguel Razzo. Koran Hightower. Young Fexentum. Z3K Chrome. Ask HGSSDD Satin N. Paulo Garcia. Abel Yapura. Huge Green Pickle. Ozo. Eater of the Dead. Panda Show. Red Rabbit. Thegamertags PSPS. Sulla Mohammed. Raganos. Robert Thompson. Luis. Anil Singh. It's Black Wolf. Davis Nguyen. Jake Doe. Glizzy. Amin Afsali. Hellshound. Dan Trigolden. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Thank you. Kakashi said, then turned and left. Kaito thought for a moment and realized Kakashi was thanking him for not dragging Minato into the situation. However, he just thought it was cool to summon a bunch of Uchiha, so he decided not to tell him that. After everyone left, only the Uchiha remained at the scene. Without outsiders, someone immediately lost their temper. Fugaku. Former police force member Uchiha Hachi angrily grabbed Fugaku by the collar. Your son is a criminal. He destroyed the entire Uchiha clan. Several other Uchiha who died on the night of the massacre surrounded Fugaku, their Sharingan eyes glaring at him. We trusted you as our clan leader, so we trusted your son. When that bastard Itachi slaughtered our clan, why didn't you stand up? You must give us an explanation. The other Uchiha who died earlier remained silent, watching the confrontation unfold. Kaito also stayed silent. This was a price Fugaku had to pay as a clan leader and father. Fugaku listened to their accusations with a blank expression and suddenly knelt straight down. He placed his hands together and touched his forehead to the ground. I am deeply sorry. At this point, he could only say these words. Any explanation would be meaningless, and there was no point in dwelling on past rights and wrongs. The other Uchiha understood this too. They were all dead now, so no matter how much they hated, what could they do? Enough. Standing next to Kaito, Izuna spoke up. What use is there in complaining any more? Lord Izuna is right. A man with a ponytail suddenly appeared in front of Izuna, smiling and nodding at Kaito. Hello, I am Uchiha Honorable. Izuna seemed in a better mood and patted Han's shoulder, introducing him. Han is also a powerful ninja and often fought alongside my brother. Hello, Senior, Kaito said politely with a smile. Well done, Kaito-kun, Han said with a cheerful smile, even though we are just shells, we still managed to scare those people. Han-senpai, you flatter me. Because of insufficient materials, we could only scare them for now, Kaito said shyly. Show off, Izuna said with disdain, then turned to Han, I'm not just for show now. When this kid makes better paper puppets, I'll have him summon you and my brother together. Really? Han said happily. Then I look forward to fighting alongside Lord Madara again. Really, Kaito-kun, how strong can you make us? The other eavesdropping Uchiha gathered around, looking expectantly at Kaito. Kaito confidently replied, earlier, I obtained top-grade materials. Once used successfully, you'll be stronger than you were in life. Really? Kaito nodded affirmatively. Great, Kaito-kun, I'm Uchiha K. Don't forget to summon me then. I'm Uchiha Sei, and I have a 3-tomo Sharingan. And I'm Uchiha Shu. Uncle Shu, you were old when you died. Just rest in the Pure Land. Yeah, Shu, leave the fighting to us younger ones. Uncle. You only died young. Shu, I'm younger than you now. Humph. At this point, Uchiha Hachi also walked over. Kaito-kun, he asked, where is that Itachi now? Uncle Hachi, Kaito met his gaze, a red flash in his eyes transmitting more information to Hachi. Hachi closed his eyes and snorted coldly, he's still acting for Konoha, our Uchiha clan's young leader was won over. The third Hokage is quite skilled. And Shursue, too. We had high hopes for him, but Konoha guarded against us that much. Enough of that, Izuna glanced at him. Winners write history. We Uchiha lost before, but the future is uncertain. Yes, Lord Izuna. Hachi bowed respectfully. My father, Uchiha Takuya, once served under you. Takuya, huh, Izuna nodded. Didn't expect that kid to live so long. My father never forgot your teachings, Hachi said reverently. Izuna looked around, and all the Uchiha fell silent under his gaze. It seems there are no elders of mine here, Izuna said. Perhaps the older spirits are harder to summon, Kaito guessed. If there are no elders, then everyone listen to me. Izuna stepped forward. The Uchiha clan has dwindled since the Sage of Six Paths. We are now but ghosts of the past. The future of the Uchiha depends on the living. He pulled Kaito to his side. Kaito-kun had a unique encounter from a young age, gaining a power different from a ninja. I believe he will open a new path for the Uchiha. Therefore, I propose that Uchiha Kaito be the new clan leader. Kaito looked at Izuna speechlessly and whispered, Izuna-senpai, there are only two of us, Sasuke and me. What's the point of a clan leader? Of course it matters. Izuna scorned him. With the title of clan leader, you can legitimately command us spirits. All right, thank you, Izuna-senpai, Kaito smiled gratefully. Any objections? Izuna loudly asked the others. They looked at each other. No objections. Leave it to Kaito-kun. Only Kaito and Sasuke remain, so naturally, Kaito should lead. But we are a ninja clan, and the leader isn't a ninja. So what? Strength matters most. All right. It seems you have no objections, Izuna nodded. With Kaito confirmed as clan leader, you must follow his commands and contribute to the Uchiha clan's rise, even in death. No problem. Happy to serve the clan leader. Clan leader, command us as you wish. This time, everyone was enthusiastic. No one wanted to remain in the Pure Land unaware. Thank you, you are all my elders, Kaito said. I have detailed plans for the Uchiha's future, and Izuna-senpai has approved. He exchanged a glance with Izuna, who nodded affirmatively to the others. Unfortunately, now is not the time to speak, Kaito continued. I'll send you back to the Pure Land for now. We'll meet again when the time is right. Following the clan leader's orders, Kaito nodded and formed hand seals. The figures faded, and soul fires left the paper puppets, re-entering the reopened Pure Land passage. Asterisk. 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 A/NP at Trian Update. ANBU, tier, price $12. Access to 40 chapters ahead of the chapter in web novel of Naruto, Shikigami Eisen. Access to 30 chapters ahead of the chapter in web novel of I Am Uchiha Sasuke Uncle. Access to 30 chapters ahead of the chapter in web novel of Naruto, Saving the Uchiha. P.S. There is also a new feature where you can buy a post. It's a one-time thing. Every post you buy, you can access it all the time, I think. For this, the price of each post is set to $3. This is the lowest price I can choose, by the way. Chapter 122, 122. Return. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Miguel Razzo. Koron Hightower. Young Fexentum. Z3K Chrome. Ask HGSSDD Sadin N. Paulo Garcia. Abel Yapura. Huge Green Pickle. Ozo. Eater of the Dead. Panda Show. Red Rabbit. Thegamertags PSPS. Sulla Mohammed. Raganos. Robert Thompson. Luis. Anil Singh. It's Black Wolf. Davis Nguyen. Jake Doe. Glizzy. Amin Afsali. Hellshound. Dan Trigolden. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P at Trian. P at trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Uchiha Fugaku was the last to leave. Kaito glanced at him but didn't say much. I'll leave it to you, Kaito. Fugaku said solemnly. Kaito nodded, and only then did Fugaku detach from the paperman he was possessing. All the souls returned to the Pure Land, and Kaito closed the passage to the Pure Land. A crow flew over from afar and landed on Izuna's hand. Ka, they've all gone, they've all gone. Izuna stroked the crow's feathers and said to Kaito, those ninja villages keep provoking us. You don't have to spare them. Kaito, now relieved of Ryumayaku power, fanned himself leisurely and said, no need to be angry, Izuna-san. No matter how much they jump around, they can't harm me. He smiled at the scowling Izuna and continued, besides, in my grand finale of Kagaya's fall, they are indispensable actors and audience. Closing his fan and putting his hands behind his back, Kaito turned to face the endless sea, his voice filled with proud determination. When the curtain falls, no force on this planet will surpass the Uchiha clan. I will always support you, Kaito. Chiri looked lovingly at Kaito's back. Izuna saw her expression, turned away in discomfort, and muttered, now that you are the head of the Uchiha clan, everything is up to you. You pushed me to the position of clan leader. Madara should have no objections, right? Kaito looked back with a smile at Izuna. Brother wouldn't mind. Izuna said irritably, brother never cared about being the clan leader. He took on the responsibility for the survival of the clan. Indeed, Kaito sighed, someone like Madara values power more than authority. Izuna nodded, if it were to achieve his ideals, brother would seek power. Now that his dreams are shattered, he no longer cares about such things. Then I will enhance his power as much as possible, Kaito said, for combat, Madara is certainly more adept than I am. Without long-term combat training, that's the result, Izuna looked at him disdainfully, you now rely on various means to win repeatedly. With equal strength, even I can easily defeat you. Kaito didn't mind and said, can't be helped, an Onmyoji doesn't need to fight personally. Kaito only needs to command Shikigami in battle. Chiri said, but the strength of the summoned clan members varies. Should Kaito be more selective in future summons? In large-scale situations, summoning is random, Kaito said, to specify a summon, more research is needed. He smiled at Izuna, this time, I didn't summon Senior Izuna's father. Izuna shook his head, my father's behavior kept both brother and me distant from him. You wouldn't get along with him either. The harsh environment of the Warring States period was all about survival. Kaito suddenly looked up at the sky. They're finally here. A strange laugh echoed through the sky as a large gray figure swooped down from the clouds. Ah! A series of screams ensued. Kaito focused his gaze and saw the furry Tanuki Azumi being firmly grasped by the gray creature's huge claws. Its short limbs flailed desperately, and tears streamed down its face. Accompanied by a gust of wind, the gray creature landed gently, placing Azumi on a reef. Kaito looked at the trembling Tanuki and said speechlessly, Gyur, what are you doing? The gray figure rapidly shrank, transforming into human form. He put his hands on his hips and said boldly, couldn't be helped, Azumi is too timid. He was too scared to sit on my back, fearing he'd be blown away by the wind. Poor thing. Chiri laughed, picking up the Tanuki and gently stroking its fur, while Azumi continued to tremble with his head down. Kaito nodded, this little guy indeed needs more training. Hee, Gyur laughed, under my guidance, he has basically learned to deal with humans. That's progress, right? Thanks for your hard work, Kaito praised, if you're not tired, let's head back to Oyama. Back to Oyama. Gyur excitedly raised his hands and transformed again. A secluded training ground in Konoha village. Minato and Naruto stood facing each other. Naruto, imagine using the hidden power within your body to trap me. Minato said kindly, feel your body carefully. You must have the same power as your mother. Naruto obediently closed his eyes and tried his hardest. Pfft. Minato covered his mouth. Sensei. Kakashi walked into the training ground from outside. He glanced at Naruto, lowering his eyes to hide his emotions. Is this what developing bloodline power looks like? Is Sensei Minato really this naive? Geniuses think everything is easy for everyone, believing even fools can do it. Although Kakashi himself was a genius, he knew the vast chasm between the minds of geniuses and fools. Kakashi, you're here. Minato was somewhat disappointed. He had Jiraiya Sensei's teaching manual, so why wasn't it working? Sensei, you're too gentle with Naruto. Kakashi said bluntly. Minato scratched his head and smiled awkwardly, it's my duty. Black lines appeared on Kakashi's forehead, and he said again, I wasn't complimenting you. Really? Ha ha ha. Minato laughed awkwardly. This kind of light training won't help Naruto. Kakashi glanced at Naruto, still straining, you need to be tougher on him, Sensei. I understand, Minato sighed, but when I see Naruto, I can't help but want to be kind to him. Strict training is also for his good. Kakashi insisted sternly, if you can't do it, leave it to me. Really? Can you? Minato quickly pulled out a notebook and handed it to Kakashi, then I'll leave it to you, Kakashi. This is my teaching plan, and I'll go prepare lunch. With a swish, Minato was gone. Kakashi stood there, stunned with the notebook in hand. Was I just tricked? When did my pure-hearted sensei become so cunning? He looked at Naruto with a complex expression. Naruto, you better shape up. Look what you've done to your dad. Huh? Kakashi-sensei. Naruto looked at him in confusion, why are you here? Where's Dad? Chapter 123, 123. Early action. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Miguel Razzo. Koran Hightower. Young Fexentum. Z3K Chrome. Ask HGSSDD Sadin N. Paulo Garcia. Abel Yapura. Huge Green Pickle. Ozo. Eater of the Dead. Panda Show. Red Rabbit. Thegamertags PSPS. Sulla Mohammed. Raganos. Robert Thompson. Luis. Anil Singh. Davis Nguyen. Jake Doe. Glizzy. Amin Afsali. Hellshound. Dan Trigolden. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. P@Trian.com/lesserservant of Cosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Northern underground base of the Land of Frost. A white figure emerged from the stone wall and stood in the stone chamber. Lord Madara, Kaito has once again left from the northern coast of the Land of Frost. That place again. It seems the monster's territory must be in that direction, Black Zetsu said urgently. Can we track his exact whereabouts? No way, White Zetsu shook his head. They still use that all to travel through the sky. What about the deal between the 5 major ninja villages and Kaito? Didn't the ninjas do anything? Asked Obito, sitting nearby. White Zetsu shook his head. After the deal, the Raikage and Tsuchikage tried to provoke him, but Kaito summoned a large number of deceased Uchiha clan members, forcing them to retreat. Damn it. Obito slammed the armrest of the stone chair. That man is becoming harder to deal with. We have no way to handle him now. Black Zetsu's voice was full of malice. We must collect the tailed beasts and complete the infinite Tsukuyomi while he's in the monster's territory. As long as the infinite Tsukuyomi is successfully completed, Kaito will be insignificant. Are you sure you want the Akatsuki to act in advance? Obito seemed hesitant. Nagato won't agree. The situation is urgent, we must act now. Black Zetsu looked sinisterly at Obito. You go inform Nagato. I'm sure he will understand the threat posed by Kaito. I understand. Obito stood up. I will explain the situation to Nagato, but I can't guarantee he will act early. Obito. Black Zetsu's voice was cold. Don't think I don't know about your little schemes. What are you talking about? Obito met his gaze without guilt. I know exactly what you did to Nagato's body when you treated him. Black Zetsu looked at him furiously. You want me to use the curse mark on his heart to force him? Obito showed a mocking look. As long as he obeys, it's fine, Black Zetsu said. Since you tampered with him, there's no need to pretend to question me now. Ha ha ha. Obito laughed wildly, then sneered, if that's the case, why didn't Uchiha Madara use such a roundabout method on him? He clutched his chest and said bitterly, why not do it directly like he did to me? Obito. Don't forget you and Lord Madara share the same goal. Black Zetsu looked sinisterly at Obito. Ugh. Obito clutched his chest in pain. Be obedient, Obito. Black Zetsu's tone softened. Remember, if we succeed, you can be with Rin forever. Don't mention Rin from your mouth, you monster. Sweat dripped from Obito's forehead as he glared at Black Zetsu with bloodshot eyes. All right, you should go notify Nagato. Black Zetsu stopped activating the curse mark. I understand. Obito put on his spiral mask, looked at Black Zetsu with a murderous eye, and said, don't mention Rin again to anger me. The space vortex began to swirl, and Obito's figure gradually vanished. Soon after, several white Zetsu emerged through the stone wall and approached Black Zetsu. Obito seems to be getting more disobedient. Indeed, more disobedient. Such a bad child. Hee hee. Enough. Black Zetsu interrupted their idle chatter. Don't worry, as long as that guy is obsessed with his goals, he can only cooperate with us. That's right. That girl Rin. Obito's heartbroken, poor thing. What if Obito stops liking Rin? Impossible. By the way, what does liking feel like? Like eating. Black Zetsu waved his hand. Continue monitoring the northern coast of the Land of Frost. Then he turned into a pool of black water and merged into the ground. Omega Kure. Obito emerged from the space vortex and landed on the highest building in the village. What is it? Pain, sitting on a giant statue's head, did not turn to look at Obito. Obito spoke directly, with a commanding tone. Uchiha Kaito has left the ninja world. We must take this opportunity to act in advance. Do not attempt to command a god. Pain said unmoved. We are merely partners. Obito said sternly, Nagato, don't forget what's in your heart. God is omnipotent. Pain turned, his translucent, inorganic purple eyes staring at Obito. You have lost your leverage. Impossible. Obito's body emitted strong killing intent as he formed hand seals to activate the curse mark. You think hiding makes you safe, Nagato? Useless. Pain stood up, looking down at Obito. God's power is not what it used to be, even Uchiha Kaito can no longer shake it. You better recognize your place, Obito. Call me Madara. Obito roared. Pain jumped down from the statue, standing beside Obito, and looked at him. Do not try to challenge the dignity of a god again. With that, he walked into a dark corridor, his figure gradually disappearing into the darkness. Damn it. Obito turned, glaring hatefully at his indifferent back. After a while, he released his hands, stopped activating the curse mark, and his figure once again merged into the space vortex. Are you all right, Nagato? In a dimly lit secret room, Konan tightly held Nagato's hand, looking at him worriedly. I'm fine, it's over now, a sweaty Nagato said weakly. Fortunately, last time Obito used would release cells to repair my body, my constitution is now several times stronger than before. But your heart. A crystal tear fell from Konan's eye. As expected, the curse mark's effect has significantly weakened, Nagato comforted her. I found a solution and will soon get rid of it. Don't show any abnormality in front of Obito, we cannot let others know our weakness. I believe in you, Nagato, you can do it, Konan nodded vigorously. Nagato closed his eyes slightly. Thank you, Konan. Please keep an eye on the Akatsuki members, in case Obito tries to recruit them. I understand, I will watch them, Konan said calmly. Don't worry. Just wait, Nagato whispered. Once I complete my previous plans, both Obito and Kaito will be annihilated under the might of a god. Chapter 124, 124. New members. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Miguel Razzo. Koron Hightower. Young Fexentum. Z3K Chrome. Ask HGSSDD Satin N. Paulo Garcia. Abel Yapura. Huge Green Pickle. Ozo. Eater of the Dead. Panda Show. Red Rabbit. Robert Thompson. Luis. Anil Singh. Davis Nguyen. Jake Doe. Glizzy. Amin Afsali. Hellshound. Dan Trigolden. Memd Bifos. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. p@trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Outside Omega Kure. Black Zetsu, attached to White Zetsu, emerged silently from the ground, his head hidden within the pitcher plant. You've arrived, a figure of the blood puppet Obito appeared from the void. How did it go? Black Zetsu asked. Nagato refused, Obito replied. He seems no longer afraid of the curse tag I placed on his heart. I don't know if he's removed it or if he's just enduring the pain. Black Zetsu remained silent, his dark eyes staring through the pitcher plant's teeth at Obito. You don't believe me? Obito chuckled. Black Zetsu stared at him for a few seconds, then relaxed. Let's go, he said, heading towards the village. Let's see what kind of people Nagato and Konan have recruited this time. Senior Sasori, Senior Daidara, hello there. Obito suddenly changed his tone, turning around with exaggerated gestures. A white clay bird descended from the sky, and Sasori and Daidara jumped off. Get lost, Toby. Daidara sneered at him after landing. I don't understand why the leader brought someone like you in, HM. That's so mean, Senior Daidara. Toby pretended to cry, wiping his mask with his sleeve. I've always admired you seniors. Disgusting. Daidara looked at him in disdain and kept his distance. Wah. Toby exaggeratedly sobbed, I worked hard to become an official member of the Akatsuki. Ugh, Daidara shuddered at the sight. Let's go. I hate being late, whether it's myself or others. Sasori, lying on the ground, spoke with a voice filled with killing intent. Yes, Senior Sasori. Toby excitedly saluted with his hand on his forehead. Sasori moved forward silently, and the group followed, walking through the dark and damp alleys of Omegakure, entering the tallest building in the village. It was a vast hall. I heard we're getting a new member today. I can't believe I'm becoming a senior too, hee hee hee. Toby's lively voice echoed. Even Haiden and Kakuzu were taken out. I hope the leader recruits someone decent this time, Daidara glanced disdainfully at Toby. Toby seemed oblivious to his gaze, still excitedly saying, I want to make a good impression on the newbie. How can I act like a good senior? Shut up. Sasori's metal tail, with a hook, shot out from beneath his robe like a snake, aiming for Toby's back. Ah, murder. Toby twisted and dodged the attack with exaggerated but precise movements. Senior Sasori is always picking on me. He turned, clutching his waist, and looked accusingly at Sasori. Sasori remained silent, his masked face expressionless. Swish. 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 The long tail, agile and sharp, struck at Toby 3 more times with lightning speed. Ah. I'm going to die. Toby raised his hands, dodging Sasori's attacks with quick twists. Though you're quite disgusting, Sasori's deep voice spoke, your skills aren't bad. Thank you for the compliment, Senior Sasori. Toby is very good at running away. Toby clasped his hands together, blushing under his mask, swaying his hips. Daidara, watching with a pale face, remarked, in a way, Toby is quite terrifying, At that moment, footsteps echoed, and Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki entered from outside. So, everyone is here. Kisame smiled, revealing his sharp teeth. Senior Kisame, Senior Itachi, Toby greeted enthusiastically. Itachi, have you heard? Daidara addressed Itachi, about what happened on the northern coast of the Land of Frost. Too bad you didn't get there in time, you could have seen the father you killed. Itachi's hand trembled slightly in his sleeve. He glanced at the gloating Daidara before shifting his gaze naturally. A few seconds later, Deidara, sweating, broke free from the genjutsu. Damn it. I'll kill you. He glared at Itachi, shoving his hand into his ninja tool pouch to eat explosive clay. Don't fight, Senior Deidara. Toby swayed in front of him, blocking his path. Toby. Deidara seemed completely enraged. If you're going to block me, I'll blow you up too. Spare me, Senior Deidara. Shut up. Footsteps sounded again, and Pain, accompanied by Conan and a young stranger, appeared on the second-floor balcony, looking down at them. Deidara and Toby immediately quieted down, looking up at the three on the second floor. The newcomer, in particular, drew everyone's attention. So, this is the new member. Not impressive. Looks weaker than Toby, HM. Senior Deidara is so mean. The plain-faced newcomer flashed down to the floor and addressed the group. Nice to meet you. I'm Terai, and I'll be joining the Akatsuki from today. Hey, Kisame glanced at Terai's forehead protector and turned to Itachi. What a coincidence, Mr. Itachi, another defector from Konoha. Itachi coldly looked at Terai and said, Root. Yes, I was once a member of Konoha's Root, Terai openly admitted. Kisame grinned. Root, huh? Since their leader Danzo was killed by Uchiha Kaito, I guess there's no place for you in Konoha anymore. Terai bowed his head, silent for a few seconds, then spoke again. Yes. Hey. Pain, does this guy even have the skills to stand with us? Deidara shouted in displeasure. From now on, Terai and Toby will replace Kakuzu and Haiden, acting together. Pain coldly stated, tossing a ring marked with the number 3 to Terai. Understood. Terai caught the ring and put it on. I'm going to have a junior now. The leader really trusts Toby. Toby danced around, grabbing Terai's hand and shaking it enthusiastically. Hello, please take care of me. You must call me Senior Toby. Please take care of me, Terai replied in a flat tone, looking at him. Toby seemed greatly affected, letting go and stepping back with exaggerated sobs. Wah. The newbie is so cold to his senior. How can Toby regain his seniority? Toby is the worst, Deidara laughed loudly. Pain suddenly released a powerful surge of chakra, his cold gaze sweeping over everyone. Enough, let's assign tasks now. Black Zetsu, who had been silent, looked up at Pain thoughtfully. Has Nagato gotten stronger? Chapter 125, 125. Clearing his name. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Miguel Razzo. Koran Hightower. Young Fexentum. Z3K Chrome. Ask HGSSDD Sadin N. Paulo Garcia. Abel Yapura. Huge Green Pickle. Ozo. Eater of the Dead. Panda Show. Red Rabbit. Robert Thompson. Luis. Anil Singh. Davis Nguyen. Jake Doe. Glizzy. Amin Afsali. Hellshound. Dan Trigolden. Memd Bifos. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Black Zetsu was mentally prepared for Nagato's enhanced strength. After all, when Nagato was on the brink of death, Obito used White Zetsu's body tissue to repair Nagato's broken body. Nagato endured the rejection reaction through the Rinnegan, so his physical fitness must have improved significantly. However, he was certain that Obito hadn't been fully dedicated to helping Nagato, and the amount of White Zetsu's body tissue Nagato received wasn't much. Logically, it shouldn't have reached this level. Could something have happened that he was unaware of? Black Zetsu's eyes darkened again. He knew very well that both Obito and Nagato were becoming increasingly difficult to control. However, as a seasoned conspirator who had been plotting for thousands of years to resurrect his mother, Black Zetsu didn't find this situation too troublesome. Whether it was Nagato or Obito. As long as their obsessions remained, they would inevitably walk the path Black Zetsu had arranged for them, becoming his pawns without realizing it. But everything started to change after that person appeared out of nowhere. Black Zetsu felt a burning hatred toward Uchiha Kaito. Just wait. Once Mother successfully reappears in the world, Kaito and those yokai remnants will all be wiped out. All the power and strength in this world will belong to Mother. Conan, standing next to Pain, began assigning tasks. According to Akatsuki's plan, the current task was to act as mercenaries in wars, earning enough money for the organization. Unfortunately, Kakuzu, the money-grabbing expert, had already died. Conan thought with some regret. The rest of the members weren't particularly motivated by money. Especially Sasori, who even needed the organization to subsidize him. No wonder he came from Sunagakure. As she assigned tasks to everyone, she also observed their reactions. That guy, Obito. It's amazing how he can shamelessly act so ungracefully. So shameless. And he dares to call himself Uchiha Madara. Why hasn't Uchiha Madara been angered back to life by this despicable person? Her gaze remained locked on the theatrically performing Obito, wanting to see who in Akatsuki would be swayed by him. I hope Nagato can become stronger soon so that we won't be so constrained by others. After finishing the task distribution, Conan nodded to Pain with a calm expression and took a step back. While carrying out the tasks, try to gather information about the Jinchuriki. Pain finally spoke. Once we complete the current objectives, we'll begin capturing the tailed beasts and start the final war. Deidara raised his head proudly again. Let's start sooner. These tasks are too boring now, yeah. Deidara-senpai. Toby covered his mouth with his hand, lowering his voice, though still loud enough for everyone to hear. The tailed beasts are terrifying, so maybe we should do some easier tasks first. Don't compare me to trash like you. Deidara glared at him. Eh? I was just being considerate. Toby looked aggrieved. Idiot. You'd better worry about yourself. Yeah. Deidara shouted angrily. Is Deidara-senpai concerned about me? How nice. Toby started squirming again. Shut up. Deidara's face turned pale. Deidara-senpai is so heartless. Enough. Sasori's tail shot out again, piercing through Toby's chest. Scorpion-san. Deidara blinked. Did you take care of that annoying guy? Humph. Sasori snorted coldly, retracting his tail. So lucky. Not a scratch. Toby was still bouncing around, with his clothes completely intact. What's going on? Deidara was a little surprised. His body dematerialized. Sasori's voice had a hint of excitement. It's a space-time ninjutsu. How rare. His tail swayed restlessly. Make sure you don't die where I can't find you, Toby. Wow. Sasori-senpai cares about me too. Toby approached him again. That's right, Sasori confirmed. Sniff sniff. I'm so touched. Toby started wiping his tears. Deidara looked at Sasori in disbelief. Sasori-san. Don't misunderstand, Sasori spoke again, I'm just worried about your body. Sniff sniff. Sasori-senpai really cares about me. Toby wept like a storm. Deidara's eyes widened. If you die where I can't find you, Sasori's tail pierced through Toby's body again, wouldn't it waste a good piece of material? Toby was stunned, his entire body turning colorless. How could this happen? Ha 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 ha. Deidara laughed happily again. Deidara too, Sasori's merciless voice continued, idiots like you usually die early, so your bodies are already reserved by me. Ha ha ha, cough cough. Deidara quickly patted his chest, glaring at Sasori in anger. You bastard. Don't insult my art with your puppetry. Ha 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 ha. Obito laughed happily too. Deidara-senpai, you're so pitiful. You. Humph, what's wrong with becoming eternal with my art? Sasori said righteously. I want to duel you. Deidara began reaching for the clay. The others watched silently, interested in the commotion. Enough. Pain's oppressive gaze swept over them again. Start your tasks as soon as possible. After speaking, he and Conan disappeared into the shadows of the building. Hey. Are you guys going to fight or not? Kisame asked Deidara and Sasori. If not, we're leaving. Humph. Sasori ignored him and walked straight towards the exit. Damn it. Don't think you can watch a good show. Deidara glared at Kisame and followed Sasori. How boring. Kisame said helplessly, let's go too, Itachi-san. Itachi nodded, and the two quickly left the hall. Zetsu had already vanished without a sound. The hall was left with only Toby and Terai. I've seen you before. Terai looked at Toby with a complex expression. Eh? When? Did you admire me from the start? Toby danced with joy. Terai spoke in a slightly uncomfortable tone. You've met with Danzo-sama, haven't you? Toby quieted down, and the Sharingan under his mask emitted a sharp gaze. I see, his voice deepened. You're one of Danzo's trusted men. No wonder you have no place in Konoha anymore. Terai's expression darkened, filled with deep hatred. Danzo-sama worked tirelessly for Konoha, but the fifth Hokage, because of Kaito, allowed those ignorant people to slander Danzo-sama. Obito sneered, so, you want revenge on Konoha? I've lost my faith, Terai said coldly, it doesn't matter anymore, I just want to clear Danzo-sama's name. Chapter 126, 126. Unromantic. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Miguel Razzo. Koran Hightower. Young Fexentum. Z3K Chrome. Ask HGSSDD Satin N. Paulo Garcia. Abel Yapura. Huge Green Pickle. Ozo. Eater of the Dead. Panda Show. Red Rabbit. Robert Thompson. Luis. Anil Singh. Davis Nguyen. Jake Doe. Glizzy. Amin Afsali. Hellshound. Dan Trigolden. Memd Bifos. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Mount Oima. As Kaito and his companions passed through the dark, winding canyon and arrived beneath the castle tower, they heard Uriai's voice from above. Little Kaito. Kaito looked up to see the girl in colorful clothes gracefully descending from the high tower. Welcome back. Her gentle voice whispered in his ear as Uriai wrapped her arms around his neck. I'm back. Kaito naturally placed one arm around her waist and gently patted her back with the other. We're heading back first, Izuna said, flashing through the gate. Chiri covered her mouth with a smile and also disappeared from the spot. Standing behind Kaito, Gyur observed with bright eyes and exclaimed, Lady Uriai was really anxious, hee. Asumi weakly added, Lady Uriai is happy to see Lord Kaito. I know. Even the other yokai guarding the tower jumped down. Lady Uriai has been waiting at the tower for 3 days. That's what you call looking forward to it. Kaito felt Uriai's body stiffen for a moment before she buried her face in his chest. What's wrong? He stroked her smooth hair. Uriai pressed her forehead against his shoulder and shook her head gently. The yokai continued their enthusiastic discussion. Do you need to hug for so long when welcoming someone home? My mom doesn't hug me when I come home. That's because you come home every day. Lord Kaito hasn't returned in a year. Oh. So, if they haven't seen each other for 100 years, would they hug for a long time? Probably. Lady Uriai and Lord Kaito are such a perfect match. Yes, even though there's a big age difference, it doesn't matter. Uriai, leaning on Kaito's shoulder, slightly raised her head, glaring at Gyur with a menacing look. Gyur shivered, almost reverting to his original form. Did I say something wrong? Uriai didn't speak but continued to glare at him fiercely. The other little yokai were still cluelessly discussing. What does age matter? We're yokai, even if Lady Uriai is much older than Lord Kaito, it doesn't matter. Yeah, yokai and humans are different. It was as if Uriai had been struck by invisible arrows. Her hands weakened as she released Kaito and swayed slightly. What's wrong? Kaito quickly held her waist. I'm fine, Uriai looked up with a forced smile. Kaito, you should go back first. I have some things to take care of here. What is it? Can I help? Kaito smiled at her. Uriai brushed a strand of hair behind her ear. No need, Kaito. You must be tired from the journey. Go take a nice hot bath. It's fine. My real body is already taking a bath. Kaito grinned smugly. I couldn't stand not being able to clean up properly for days. Oh. Uriai lowered her head, her long hair covering her face. What are you talking about? I said, my real body is already home. Kaito smiled brightly. Don't worry, Uriai. Uchi. Ha. Kaito. Uriai tightly gripped Kaito's arms. Dark energy surged from Uriai's body as she slightly lifted her head, revealing crimson eyes among her hair. Snap. A flash of blue light passed, and Uriai was left holding a torn paper figure. What's wrong with Lady Uriai? So scary. And you all. Uriai's terrifying aura enveloped the group of trembling little yokai. How bold of you. What's wrong? Gyur tried to stand tall, hands on his hips. I'm Kaito's best friend. Uchiha residence, Mount Oima. Kaito was leisurely soaking in the bath. What happened? Sensing the disappearance of his clone, he felt puzzled. Did Uriai get angry? Why? He stood up, changed into a clean bathrobe, and walked to the courtyard. The sound of clashing swords filled the air as Izuna sparred with Sasuke. Chiri, sitting on the porch, smiled as she watched. Hearing footsteps, she turned her head in surprise. Kaito, why are you here? Kaito sat down beside her. I wanted to take a bath, so I came back first. Chiri blinked, struggling to speak. Then, at the gate. That was a clone. Kaito dried his hair with a towel. It's all the same anyway. You. Chiri looked at Kaito with new eyes, then covered her face. Really? I feel sorry for Uriai. Hearing Kaito's response, Izuna, who was fighting, couldn't help but stumble. But Sasuke continued his attack smoothly. I'm done. Izuna swiftly ended the fight and flashed to Kaito's side, knocking on his head. Idiot. Go apologize to Yuri. Huh? Why? Kaito rubbed his head, feeling wronged. Uncle, Sasuke walked over. Sasuke. Kaito waved. Let me see how your training is going. Listen properly, idiot. Izuna angrily knocked on Kaito's head again. Ah. Kaito looked at Izuna, confused. What's going on? Did I do something that needs apologizing? Sasuke also sat down, looking at Izuna with the same puzzled expression. What absolute idiots. Izuna felt helpless. Kaito, Chiri spoke up with a renewed spirit, you must apologize. Huh? Kaito and Sasuke turned to her simultaneously. I understand that, for you, using a clone is the same as doing something yourself, with no difference between the two, Chiri explained softly. Kaito nodded repeatedly. But when Yuri personally went to greet you, you must respond with your real self, Chiri urged. Imagine, if you personally went to greet someone and they only sent a clone, how would you feel? Is that so? Kaito scratched his head, troubled. If it were me, I wouldn't mind such a thing. Sasuke had a, what a hassle, expression on his face. In any case, Chiri felt at a loss for words, giving Kaito a firm push. Yuri must be really angry now. Go apologize quickly. Alright, since you all say so. Kaito reluctantly stood up. I'll go apologize then. As his figure disappeared around the hallway corner, Chiri covered her face again. That child must have spent too little time interacting with humans. She seemed a bit remorseful. I didn't teach him well in this area. Granny Chiri, Sasuke spoke, does uncle have a problem? Why does he need to apologize? Could this be a hereditary condition? Chiri and Izuna stared at Sasuke with newfound curiosity. Asterisk. Asterisk. P.S. Chiri and Izuna forgot they also share blood with the Dumb and Dumber. Chapter 127, 127. Hide and Seek. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Miguel Razzo. Koron Hightower. Young Fexentum. Z3K Chrome. Ask HGSSDD Sadin N. Paulo Garcia. Abel Yapura. Huge Green Pickle. Ozo. Eater of the Dead. Panda Show. Red Rabbit. Robert Thompson. Luis. Anil Singh. Davis Nguyen. Jake Doe. Glizzy. Amin Afsali. Hellshound. Dan Trigolden. Memd Bifos. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. P@Trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. When Kaito arrived at the city gate, Yuri was no longer there. Only a few small demons huddled together, crying miserably. They kept muttering, so scary, so scary, so scary. What happened? Kaito walked over and asked, where's Yuri? Eek. Hearing Yuri's name, the little demons immediately shuddered and trembled all over. Gyur, what's going on? Kaito, with sharp eyes, spotted Gyur hiding at the back and pulled him out. Puffed. Ha ha ha. He looked at Gyur's bald head in amazement, clutching his stomach and laughing uncontrollably. Ha ha ha. You've turned into a vulture. Gyur quickly covered his head with his hands, looking at Kaito with a resentful expression. After finally stopping his laughter, Kaito asked again, what happened? Did you guys get into a fight? Gyur was stunned and didn't speak, still haunted by Yuri's terrifying face shrouded in black energy. The devil's whisper still echoed in his ears. Don't tell Kaito, or I'll pluck all your feathers. He shook his head, trying to clear his thoughts. Not a fight. Then who bullied you? Kaito asked urgently, seeing Gyur shake his head. Gyur quickly nodded. Someone really bullied you? Kaito frowned. No, no one. Gyur quickly denied, who would dare bully me, ha ha ha. All right then. Kaito felt that Gyur was acting strange, but didn't delve further because he had more important things to do. Do you know where Yuri went? No, no idea. Gyur shook his head frantically. Okay. Kaito turned around. I'll go check her house. Yuri's residence was near the forest where Mao lived, amidst a lush sea of flowers. Kaito stood outside the dense flower field, watching the fluttering butterflies. Lady Yuri, are you there? He called out, but there was no response. Not here. He turned to leave and search elsewhere, but stopped. Yuri is very angry, Chiri seemed to have said that. Since she's angry, she might not want to talk. Kaito turned back, tapped his toes, and leaped into the air. He spread his arms, his wide sleeves billowing, lightly flying over the sea of flowers, landing in front of a small building in the center. Lady Yuri, are you there? Kaito gently knocked on the door but got no response. I'm coming in. He pushed open the door and walked in, scanning the first floor without seeing anyone. This was a house without stairs. He stepped outside, looked up, then jumped up to the second-floor terrace. Lady Yuri. Kaito pushed open the door to the second floor, peering inside, and saw a figure sitting with her back to the door. Lady Yuri. Kaito removed his wooden sandals and walked barefoot into the room, approaching Yuri from behind. I'm sorry. He bowed apologetically. Yuri remained motionless. Kaito sat down and pushed her back gently. Yuri's clothes immediately collapsed, and countless butterflies flew out, their shimmering powder obscuring his vision. Kaito quickly covered his eyes with his sleeve. When the butterflies flew away, he lowered his sleeve, finding only Yuri's clothes lightly falling to the floor. Lady Yuri. Kaito sensed for a moment, then leaped out of the open window, stepping on the terrace railing and flipping onto the roof. He silently crossed the tiles, climbed over the roof ridge, and saw a colorful figure from behind again. Lady Yuri, so you were here. I'm here to apologize. Kaito approached Yuri and gently pulled her sleeve. The sound of wings flapping filled the air. Butterflies once again obscured his vision, and Kaito quickly covered his eyes. A few seconds later, he was left holding only a light piece of clothing. Is this a game of hide and seek, Lady Yuri? Kaito called out loudly, a playful smile on his face. If that's the case, I play along with you. Jumping down from the roof, Kaito returned to the second-floor terrace. Entering the room, he threw the clothes in his hand next to the other ones on the floor, then walked across the room and opened the sliding door. Got you. Kaito dashed forward, once again appearing behind Yuri and patting her shoulder. Huh. He blinked. Why didn't you transform this time? Although I always knew you were a big idiot, I couldn't help but get annoyed with you. Yuri turned her head, looking at Kaito with a cold gaze. What's wrong? Kaito laughed awkwardly. So it wasn't hide and seek after all. Never mind. Yuri's tone was somewhat resigned as she pointed to the cushion on the tatami mat in front of her. Sit down. Okay. Kaito circled around her and sat down facing her. Actually, you has no idea why I'm angry, right? Yuri lowered her eyes, her long lashes trembling slightly. Sorry. Kaito bowed his head in apology. No need. Yuri stroked Kaito's hair. If you don't know the reason, there's no point in apologizing. Although I don't know why you're angry, Kaito held Yuri's hand and looked up at her. I know I made you angry, so I want to apologize. Pfft. Yuri covered her mouth and chuckled. It's also fine like this. She leaned over slowly, caressing his face. That's also part of Kaito's charm. Kaito watched as Yuri's face got closer and couldn't help but say, Lady Yuri, you're cute too. A pink blush spread across Yuri's cheeks, but her eyes remained cool. It's the first time you has sincerely complimented me. How could that be? I compliment you all the time, Kaito said, slightly blushing as well, trying to look away but unable to break free from Yuri's gaze. Humph, those were just empty compliments, weren't they? Yuri withdrew her hand from his face and sat back, her gaze softening as she looked down. Kaito felt a slight sense of loss but didn't know why. He simply held Yuri's hand tightly, unsure of what to say. A fragrant breeze blew in from the window, making their long hair flutter, with a few strands intertwining in the air. Kaito cautiously asked, Lady Yuri, are you not angry anymore? I haven't been angry for a while. Yuri leaned forward, resting on his chest. I should have gotten used to it by now. She rubbed her face against his chest, feeling the warmth through his clothes, her cheeks quietly blushing. Since I already know what you were like, I've been mentally prepared. Otherwise, I'd have been driven crazy long ago. Kaito felt like he couldn't respond, so he remained silent, gently stroking her long hair. Chapter 128, 128. Mission of Revival. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Miguel Razo. Koran Hightower. Z3K Chrome. Paulo Garcia. Abel Yapura. Huge Green Pickle. Ozo. Eater of the Dead. Panda Show. Red Rabbit. Robert Thompson. Anil Singh. Davis Nguyen. Jake Doe. Glizzy. Amin Afsali. Hellshound. Dan Trigolden. Memd Bifos. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/Less a Servant of Cosmos. Just replace the at with a. Lord M.O. Kaito bowed slightly to the giant tree. Kaito, you've arrived. The old man's figure emerged from the giant tree. Yes, Kaito smiled, I'm here to collect the divine tree branch you brought back, Lord Mo. I understand. Mo nodded and waved his hand. A branch of the divine tree, covered with talismans, emerged from the trunk of Mo's native giant tree, neatly stacking into a pile. Kaito looked up at the massive pile of wood, feeling a bit troubled. These seemed to take up too much space. Thanks to you, I carefully examined the structure of the divine tree. Mo's aged voice drew Kaito's attention. Did you discover something, Lord Mo? Kaito asked curiously. Mo nodded. The divine tree fundamentally differs from the creatures on this planet. It is neither an animal nor a plant and may even be an artificial life form. Kaito's expression turned serious at these words. If such a creature was created by the Otsutsuki clan, we can't overestimate the mysterious Otsutsuki clan enough. The legendary gods are probably nothing more. Mo's tone was heavy, and the lines on his face seemed to deepen. He looked up, seemingly gazing through the overlapping leaves toward the sky. Just Kaguya Otsutsuki and her partner have influenced us for 1,000 years. If we face her clan, this planet is still too fragile. Kaito was silent for a moment, then smiled. It's just about doing our best and leaving the rest to fate, he said with a carefree tone. No matter what, we must keep struggling. He touched the divine tree branch and continued, let's deal with Kaguya first, then see if the Otsutsuki clan will send others. That's all we can do. Mo also looked at the branches. I'll continue to research and see if we can find a weakness in this creature. He reminisced, actually, when Kaguya and her partner first descended, they weren't as terrifying as they later became. It wasn't until Kaguya consumed the fruit that she gained the power to break the underworld. This was all orchestrated by Saimai. Kaito's expression was complex. But he also understood that Saimai's choice was actually the right one. He used the power of Ryumayuka's sacrifice to lure Kaguya into consuming the fruit alone, severing her ties with the Otsutsuki clan. And behind the Hagoromo brothers' sealing of their mother, it's hard to say if this lord had a hand in it. He sacrificed countless people but also bought the planet 1,000 years of respite. I'll study this carefully too, Kaito said. The Otsutsuki clan extracts the planet's energy for their use through the divine tree. Judging by their actions, this creature is definitely not the only one. I'm glad you understand. Mo said, in the face of the potential threat from the Otsutsuki clan, relying on just us won't work. All the forces on the planet must come together. That's why I so easily let those ninjas who offended me go. Kaito said somewhat helplessly. The traditions inherited by ninjas over many years are not easily changed. They are used to serving their own masters. Even if I tell them the true history, most will express doubt. So, I planned a grand stage. His expression was somewhat cold. To put Kaguya Otsutsuki in front of everyone. If the plan goes well, with the final act of Kaguya Otsutsuki, the true history can finally be faced by all. He continued, after all, I don't want to be a forgotten hero. Mo suddenly laughed. He said, Kaito, you are a genius rarely seen in 1,000 years. We will always support you, even if you want to become the emperor. Emperor. Kaito shook his head. He didn't want to be an emperor. Ruling the world, worrying about this and that, what's the fun in that? Is it better than the current him? I will rebuild the underworld and take the position of Lord of the Underworld through the legacy of King Enma. In the secret room of the Uchiha residence on Oyama, Kaito said firmly. The deceased Uchiha will become prison guards, and the living Uchiha will become clergy, completely surpassing ninjas. Izuna clearly knew about Kaito's plan long ago. He only smiled at his words. The clergy do not participate in politics, their status is above all. By then, even the nobles must be respectful. Chiri continued to smile gently, encouragingly saying, I believe in you, Kaito. Thank you, Chiri-senpai, Kaito said. Rebuilding the underworld will rely heavily on your unique Mangekyo Sharingan. I will do my best, Chiri nodded. At this moment, Sasuke, who had been brought into the secret room to listen in, was wide-eyed, stunned by what he heard. He looked at Kaito in amazement. As expected, his ambitions couldn't match his uncle's. Are ambition and strength proportional? Then I should set an even more dazzling goal. Sasuke's eyes sparkled as he fell into deep thought. Kaito laughed, finally, I hope that when Sasuke grows up and gets married, he can have many children. Huh? Sasuke snapped out of his thoughts, hearing his name. Married. Children. What's that? Those girls are so annoying. Isn't training fun? Isn't fighting exciting? I don't want to. He blushed, loudly refusing. Kaito looked at him with a smile. Sasuke, don't you want to restore the glory of the Uchiha clan? Sasuke said, embarrassed, what does that have to do with getting married? Only if you have many children can the Uchiha clan flourish. Izuna patted his head. Chiri smiled and nodded. Why not have uncle have kids? After all, isn't he already with that woman Yurei? Sasuke pointed angrily at Kaito. I can't. Kaito sighed dramatically, it's hard for humans and yokai to produce offspring. Humph. Sasuke continued to shift the responsibility, then you should marry more women. Kaito swiftly opened his fan to cover half his face. No way, I'm just that kind of loyal man. He swiftly closed the fan, then placed both hands on Sasuke's shoulders. But since Sasuke suggested it, you shouldn't mind marrying a few more girls in the future. He looked at Sasuke with hopeful eyes. Sasuke, I'll leave the great mission of reviving the Uchiha clan to you. Humph. Sasuke, embarrassed and angry, shrugged off Kaito's hands and turned his head away from the three adults. After a few seconds, he suddenly turned back with a surprised expression and said, Isn't there still Itachi? Let him have kids instead. Chapter 129, 129. Incomprehensible. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Miguel Razo. Koran Hightower. Z3K Chrome. Paulo Garcia. Abel Yapura. Huge Green Pickle. Ozo. Eater of the Dead. Panda Show. Red Rabbit. Robert Thompson. Anil Singh. Davis Nguyen. Jake Doe. Glizzy. Amin Afsali. Hellshound. Dan Trigolden. Memd Bifos. Jal. Dwayne Edge. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Listening to Sasuke's suggestion, Kaito shook his head. Even if Itachi's deteriorating body can still produce children, he looked seriously at Sasuke. How can his offspring live peacefully with yours, given that he is the one who killed our clan? What does it matter? Sasuke seemed confused. That was all Itachi's fault. The children are innocent. We can treat innocent children equally, Kaito affirmed, but what about when we're no longer around? What do you mean? Sasuke still didn't understand. Kaito smiled helplessly, but his words were still cold as he spoke the truth. Even if you were young at the time, you should know that when there are more clan members, conflicts arise. Even within the same clan, factions form. Your descendants and Itachi's would inevitably oppose each other for various reasons. Seeing the wavering expression on Sasuke's face, he continued, Itachi's actions cannot be hidden. To the Uchiha clan, his descendants are born with original sin and cannot establish themselves within the clan. Sasuke's expression completely darkened. He lowered his head, his body trembling slightly, and said with a choke, then, as Itachi's brother, am I also carrying original sin? In the eyes of the world, the relationship between brothers and the relationship between father and son is different, Izuna said coldly. Only children inherit everything from their father, not brothers. Father. Sasuke said softly, my father didn't resist, he was also a failed clan leader, and I. That's why I proposed Kaito as the new clan leader, Izuna didn't console him. Your father may have failed, but compared to Itachi, who personally killed our clan members, he was just a bit confused. Itachi. Sasuke clenched his fists, what should I do? Haven't you already decided? Kaito said. Since I've given you the authority to deal with Itachi, you should do what you think is right. I don't know. Sasuke's tone was somewhat dazed. Originally decided, his thoughts wavered again. Should he kill Itachi to avenge his parents and clan? Knowing everything now, he wasn't sure if he could bring himself to kill that man. But letting Itachi go was impossible, his heart still hated him. He didn't want to forgive him, nor did he want him to have an easy time. Don't worry, Sasuke, Chiri sighed, hugging Sasuke and patting his head. We've just told you everything, you can take your time to think about how to decide. You'll find the answer eventually. Okay. After a while, Sasuke responded in a muffled voice. Kaito laughed, such a spoiled child, little Sasuke. No, I'm not. Sasuke's face turned completely red, burying himself in Chiri's embrace like an ostrich. All right, you're not. Kaito stood up, comforting, as Chiri-senpai said, we won't force you to make a choice, you still have time. As he walked towards the secret room's door, he said, at least until you awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, I won't let you leave. Don't think too much. Izuna roughly grabbed Sasuke's collar, pulling him out of Chiri's embrace, come train with me. I can walk on my own. Sasuke completely lost his temper. As soon as Kaito opened the secret room's door, Izuna dragged Sasuke and dashed out. Kaito shook his head and said to Chiri, Sasuke is still a bit too sensitive. Chiri adjusted her collar and stood up, Itachi was too arrogant, forcefully imposing his decision on Sasuke, giving such a young child so many painful memories. While I roughly understand his thoughts, I can't fully comprehend them. Kaito walked out of the secret room, I can't understand Fugaku's thoughts either. Chiri followed him, closing the door behind her. Humans can't fully understand each other, she said softly. What's already happened doesn't need much thought. Kaito casually pulled out a talisman and pasted it on the door. A faint blue light flashed, and the wooden door turned into a stone wall. True. But if it were me, given the strength of the Uchiha clan at the time, even if we couldn't completely rival Konoha, we had enough leverage to negotiate. He sneered and continued, Itachi feared that the Uchiha clan and Konoha would mutually destroy each other. But weren't the Konoha leaders more afraid? That's why they urged Itachi to take action and counterbalance Fugaku. Chiri said, Itachi was still too young, but his decision was also influenced by Obito pretending to be Madara. Kaito shook his head, that's the price of ignorance. If one studies, they can understand who Uchiha Madara was. If that man wanted to destroy the Uchiha, he wouldn't hide his identity. He said with a complex tone, although, according to Obito's memories, Madara did a lot of hidden things in his old age, he would never do so when facing the Uchiha. It seems you look down on both Itachi and Obito, Chiri smiled, but you seem to have a good impression of Madara. Yes, that's correct. Kaito said matter-of-factly, though all three were fooled, I still admire Madara's early spirit. Too bad he didn't preserve his dignity in his later years, he sighed casually. As for Itachi and Obito, there's nothing about them that I find commendable. In front of Chiri, Kaito was always relaxed. Just like when he was a child, he spoke a lot. Obito is just an overly weak person, always running from reality and deceiving himself. Although I've marveled at his significant change, his nature hasn't really changed. He couldn't stop talking. His heart is still as fragile as a child's. Compared to Kakashi and that girl Rin, who were also Minato's students, his mental strength is far inferior. Itachi is a typical case of the consequences of pushing a child too hard. Taking a 4-year-old child to a brutal battlefield, I don't know what my foolish brother-in-law was thinking. Chiri also disagreed, Fugaku lacked prestige when he first became the clan leader and was too anxious. Kaito nodded vigorously, you remember, Chiri-senpai, I complained to you about this back then. Unfortunately, no one listened to my opinion at the time, and my sister always indulged Fugaku. His tone remained displeased, although Itachi gained the title of a genius, he lost much more because of it. Why did you leave Itachi's fate in Sasuke's hands? Chiri asked. You already know the answer, Kaito smiled, because I don't care. Besides, knowing my sister, Mikoto, she could accept Itachi dying at Sasuke's hands. If it were me, it would definitely leave a knot in her heart. The relationship between siblings, once the sister has a family, changes, Chiri patted Kaito's back. I can understand my sister Mikoto's thoughts, Kaito said. So regarding Itachi, I respect her wishes. Kaito stepped into the sunlight and stretched lazily. Thank you for listening to me ramble, Chiri-senpai. Chiri gently shook her head, you can talk to me about anything, just like when you were a child. Kaito smiled genuinely at that moment. Well then, I'm off to study the divine tree. Good luck. Chapter 130. Deepening Faith. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Miguel Razo. Koron Hightower. Z3K Chrome. Paulo Garcia. Abel Yapura. Huge Green Pickle. Ozo. Eater of the Dead. Panda Show. Red Rabbit. Robert Thompson. Anil Singh. Davis Nguyen. Jake Doe. Glizzy. Amin Afsali. Hellshound. Dan Trigolden. Memd Bifos. Jal. Dwayne Edge. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. P@Trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Training ground in Konoha village. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura entered from outside the training area. Sakura, you're here, Kakashi said, pointing to the ground. Help heal this kid. Sakura. Naruto, bruised and battered, greeted her faintly from the ground. Don't talk. Sakura glared at him before kneeling down and extending her hands to begin performing a medical jutsu. As the green healing chakra illuminated Naruto's swollen face, Sakura asked, Kakashi-sensei, are you training taijutsu? No, Kakashi replied. I'm helping him develop sealing techniques. Sealing techniques? Sakura asked skeptically. Shouldn't you just learn sealing techniques by reading books? Kakashi sighed. Ah, do you really think Naruto can learn sealing techniques by reading books? Absolutely not. Sakura responded firmly. MMPH. Naruto protested with his mouth closed, making noises to express his dissatisfaction. Stop making trouble. Sakura glared at him again. I'm not wrong, you've never passed a written exam. But, Kakashi-sensei, Aren't you being too unrealistic? She continued. Teaching Naruto to use sealing techniques. You'd be better off teaching him ninjutsu or taijutsu. MMPH. Naruto looked at Sakura gratefully. Thank you, Sakura. I feel the same way. Alright, the healing's done. Sakura withdrew her hands. Sakura, you're absolutely right. Naruto quickly got up and pointed at Kakashi. Please help me convince Kakashi-sensei. What's going on? Sakura asked. Kakashi-sensei has been beating me up and not even letting me fight back. Naruto started to complain. He keeps talking about using some kind of power inside me to restrain him. He grabbed his hair with both hands and shouted, I don't get it at all. Sakura looked at Kakashi with suspicion. Can you really learn sealing techniques like this? Kakashi raised a notebook. Well, I'm following the notes left by Minato-sensei to train Naruto. Oh, it's a method developed by Lord Fourth. Sakura's expression changed immediately, and she smiled. Then there should be no problem at all. She turned angrily to Naruto and said, Naruto. Start training right away. You must listen to Lord Fourth. Stop thinking about slacking off. Even Sakura's saying that. Naruto complained, annoyed. Too many people idolize my dad. He then shouted, when I become Hokage, I'll definitely be more popular than my dad. That's impossible, Naruto, Sakura said with pity in her eyes. Why? I will become Hokage. Naruto argued. That's not the point, Naruto. Sakura waved her hand dismissively. It's about your face and your demeanor. Come on. Naruto looked at Sakura with disdain. Do you want to become my stepmom too? Idiot. Sakura's forehead bulged with anger, and she punched Naruto square in the face. Aya. I'm sorry. Naruto cried as he was sent flying. God, Kakashi muttered, covering his face. Go heal Naruto again, Sakura. Got it. Sakura stormed off towards the bushes where Naruto had landed. Ha ha ha. Minato's awkward laugh echoed as he suddenly appeared beside Kakashi, looking towards Sakura as she walked away. So, this is the girl Naruto likes. She seems even more violent than Kushina. That's what Naruto claims, Kakashi said. But unfortunately, Sakura likes Sasuke. Sasuke. The Uchiha boy, Minato mused. The dynamics between these three are quite similar to what you all had back then. Kakashi looked down at the notebook, saying nothing. How's the training going? Minato changed the topic. Kakashi shook his head. The traditional method of the Uzumaki clan is to gradually unlock the adamantine sealing chains by deeply studying sealing techniques. Unfortunately, this path doesn't suit Naruto. He continued, for now, I can only emphasize repeatedly that he possesses this ability, hoping he'll unlock the power from his bloodline during battle. The current issue is. He closed the notebook and looked at Minato. Naruto himself doesn't seem to believe he has this ability. Belief, huh? Minato pondered before nodding in approval at Kakashi. You're right, Kakashi. To unlock this power, Naruto must believe in it first. I'll have a good talk with him, Minato said as he looked at Naruto running towards them. Lord Fourth. Sakura, who had also approached, greeted him politely. When did Lord Fourth get here? Did he see me punch Naruto? Sakura's thoughts raced in her mind. I wanted to make a good impression on Lord Fourth. Dad. What are you doing here? Naruto shouted. Dad, I don't want to learn any sealing techniques. Teach me some other jutsu instead. Let's go home and eat first, Minato said with a smile. Kakashi, Sakura, you both should come too. Yes, Kakashi replied, putting away the notebook. Huh? I can come too. Sakura asked, feeling a bit shy. Don't be shy, Minato said warmly. Thank you for helping Naruto. No need to thank me, Lord Fourth, Sakura replied happily. Naruto and I are comrades, so it's what I should do. Sakura sat at the dining table, watching Minato bring food from the kitchen. Amazing. Lord Minato can even cook. I wonder, will Sasuke-kun ever cook for me one day? She covered her blushing face, lost in her girlish fantasies. After lunch, Kakashi and Sakura bid farewell to Minato and Naruto. Minato and Naruto sat on the sofa, beginning their conversation. Naruto, are you confused about the current training? Minato asked. I don't get it at all. Naruto replied with frustration. What's the point of training where I just get beaten up? Dad. He waved his fists excitedly. I want to learn ninjutsu. And that thing where you disappear in a flash. Sorry, Naruto, Minato said apologetically. The Flying Thunder God technique requires a strong sense of spatial awareness and complex calculations. It's not suited for you. He patted Naruto's shoulder and continued, the current training is to help you inherit Kushina's abilities. Moms. Naruto asked curiously. What ability? You know that Kushina was also a Jinchuriki for the Nine Tails, Minato explained. Naruto nodded. That's a unique ability of the Uzumaki clan, Minato continued. Chakra chains that come from within the body, imbued with sealing power. Kushina once used them to control the Nine Tails after its seal was broken. He looked into Naruto's eyes with trust. As Kushina's child, I believe you have this ability too. Chapter 131, 131. Curse. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Miguel Razzo. Koran Hightower. Z3K Chrome. Paulo Garcia. Abel Yapura. Huge Green Pickle. Ozo. Eater of the Dead. Panda Show. Red Rabbit. Robert Thompson. Davis and Gwyn. Jake Doe. Glizzy. Amin Afsali. Hellshound. Dan Trigolden. Supreme Beefos. Jal. Dwayne Edge. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. P@Trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. At the Uchiha residence on Mount Oyama. Are you ready, Sasuke? Kaito sat on the ground, holding a brush, and looked at Sasuke, who was sitting in front of him. Let's get started already. Sasuke, who was bare-chested, turned his head to urge him. Don't move. Kaito instructed as he dipped the brush in ink and began writing a spell on Sasuke's back. The intricate spell started from the nape of his neck and quickly spread across his entire back. Kaito withdrew the brush, and blue spiritual energy radiated from his hand as he placed it on the nape of Sasuke's neck. Scatter. The dense spell markings began to move rapidly across Sasuke's skin, swiftly covering his entire body. Seal. The spell markings, now covering Sasuke's body, started to glow faintly and began to contract, centering on the nape of his neck. Soon, all the markings disappeared, leaving only a complex circular pattern on the nape of Sasuke's neck. It's done. Take some time to feel it out, Kaito said as he stood up. Sasuke obediently closed his eyes. After a moment, a purple pattern appeared on his face, spreading from his forehead to the corners of his eyes. This is Sage Mode, he exclaimed with joy, opening his eyes and spreading his right hand before clenching it tightly. It's really powerful. It's better than Orochimaru's curse mark, isn't it? Kaito smiled. Yes. Sasuke nodded. And using Orochimaru's curse mark would interfere with my emotions. Now you need to fully adapt to this power. Kaito said, kneeling at a low table, organizing some scrolls. Go find Izuna-senpai to start your training quickly. Got it. Sasuke stood up, put on his clothes, and walked out of the room. Before leaving, he turned back and said, thank you. Kaito smiled and waved his hand. No need to thank me. Go on. Hearing Sasuke's footsteps fading away, Kaito began his work. He took out his brush and drew several small formations on the floor. Then, he placed prepared small pieces of the divine tree's tissue at the center of each formation. As he made hand signs, the formations on the floor began to light up one by one. Kaito activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and carefully observed the changes in the divine tree's tissue within the different formations. After the light from the formations faded, he quickly turned around and hastily wrote down his experimental notes. At the tall tower of Omega-Kure. In a dim secret chamber, the new animal path knelt on one knee and placed a hand on the ground. Summoning Jutsu. With a puff of white smoke, the new Predapath and human path appeared in front of the animal path. The human path was holding a white figure. Nagato, what is this? Konan, who was standing beside Nagato, asked. This is Obito's secret, Nagato said, looking at the white figure held by the human path. Last time, when I was on the brink of death, Obito thought I had lost consciousness, but I discovered something he was hiding. Pain, who was standing nearby, continued, these strange beings are the power behind Obito and Zetsu. To avoid alerting the enemy, we only managed to secretly capture one, the Predapath said. The human path added, unfortunately, this body acts like a mere clone, functioning on instinct without a soul. Otherwise, we could have uncovered more of their secrets. No matter, we will find out in due time, the Azura path interjected. For now, let's address the issue of the body. The body? Nagato, what are you planning? Konan turned to Nagato. These creatures' bodies are made up of cells from wood release and are full of vitality, Nagato explained. I'm going to switch to a new body. Nagato. Konan said anxiously. This is too dangerous. You should be more cautious. And your eyes, she urged. What if the new body can't adapt to the Rinnegan? Don't worry, Nagato said resolutely. These beings seem to be cultivated from Hashirama's cells. I possess the Uzumaki clan's bloodline, which is closely related to the Senju clan. That reasoning is too uncertain. Conan still opposed the idea. We can't remain under others' control forever. Nagato clutched his chest and looked at Conan with determination. It's all my fault for being so useless, Conan's hands trembled. If only I had died back then, if Yahiko were still here, he would have done much better than me. Stop it, Conan. Nagato said sternly. Yahiko sacrificed himself to save your life. Don't waste his feelings. I'm sorry, Nagato. Conan covered her face, tears streaming through her fingers. I'm sorry, I can't bear to lose you too. It's okay, Pain said calmly. Let's first convert this strange being's body into the Naraka path. Once this body has adapted to the Rinnegan, we'll transfer the soul into it, the human path added. Begin, Nagato ordered. Pain raised his hands, and several black rods flew out from his sleeves, piercing the white Zetsu clone's body. As Nagato's Rinnegan activated, the white Zetsu clone opened its eyes. Its eyes had already turned into the purple, ring-patterned eyes of the Rinnegan. A new Naraka path was born. The Naraka path stood up and closed its eyes again. Then, its skin changed from pure white to a flesh color, and its hair gradually turned orange. It's done. It cracked a smile. Chapter 132, 132. Snake Sage. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Miguel Razo. Koran Hightower. Z3K Chrome. Paulo Garcia. Abel Yapura. Huge Green Pickle. Ozo. Eater of the Dead. Panda Show. Red Rabbit. Robert Thompson. Davis Nguyen. Jake Doe. Glizzy. Amin Afsali. Hell's Hound. Dan Trigoldens. Supreme Beefos. Jal. Dwayne Edge. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. P@Trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Recently, due to Kaito, an archaeological craze has swept across the ninja world. The power that humans possessed before the birth of ninjas and chakra has piqued the curiosity of many. Ninjas from clans with heritage have started to comb through the various ancient texts left by their ancestors, attempting to find any relevant information. Some have even begun searching for ancient ruins or tombs. Of course, the most fanatical among them is none other than Orochimaru. However, as his findings increased, he began to feel that he had uncovered deeper secrets hidden in history. Interesting. 1,000 years ago, this world was actually invaded by beings from beyond the heavens. Orochimaru's eyes sparkled as he stared intently at a tattered scroll. What do you think, Kabuto? Is the content recorded here true? Kabuto respectfully replied, to verify that, we need more evidence, Lord Orochimaru. Ha ha ha. Orochimaru chuckled with delight. You're right. I need more ancient knowledge. Lord Orochimaru, Kabuto suggested, pushing up his glasses, since this is about something that happened 1,000 years ago, perhaps the White Snake Sage is a living history. Orochimaru, somewhat displeased, replied, that old creature wouldn't be so kind as to share such things with me. I will notify our people to continue their efforts in searching for more ancient relics. Kabuto quickly changed the subject. Yes, it's a shame we still don't have more information about spiritual power, Orochimaru remarked regretfully. I'm really curious about that power. Are you certain that everything Kaito said is true? Kabuto asked, somewhat doubtful. Of course I believe it, Kabuto, Orochimaru laughed again. You didn't see it yourself, Kaito-kun possesses a power entirely different from chakra. Unfortunately, according to Kaito-kun, spiritual power is a naturally awakened force that conflicts with chakra. He licked his lips with his tongue. In today's chakra-filled world, perhaps the environment for spiritual power to be born no longer exists. Kaito-kun is truly fortunate to be born with such power, he mused. Kabuto, I'm going to Ryuchi Cave. Orochimaru suddenly seemed impatient and disappeared from Kabuto's sight as soon as he said this. You've noticed it too, haven't you, Lord Orochimaru? Kabuto murmured to himself after being left behind. This world has begun to undergo strange changes. Perhaps that's why you're so eager. He pushed up his glasses again, the lenses flashing with a cold light. If we don't keep up with the pace of change, we may be completely defeated. Ryuchi Cave. What are you here for, Orochimaru? Manda, coiled within the dark cave, opened its eyes. I want to see the White Snake Sage, Orochimaru stated. Humph, go by yourself then, Manda grumbled reluctantly. If you get eaten by other snakes along the way, it would only prove that you are too weak. Manda, Orochimaru's cold snake-like eyes met Manda's, his aura filled with killing intent like a blade. you know better than to repeatedly test my patience. Humph, get on. Manda lowered its raised head to the ground, and after Orochimaru jumped on, it sped off towards the depths of Ryuchi Cave. After passing through dark, winding tunnels filled with all kinds of snakes, Manda brought Orochimaru to the outer area of the White Snake Sage's abode. This is as far as I can take you, Manda said before falling silent, laying on the ground. Orochimaru jumped down from Manda's head and walked towards the White Snake Sage's residence. Is there something you need, Orochimaru? The voice of the White Snake Sage echoed from the depths of the cave. I simply want to inquire about some matters with the White Snake Sage, Orochimaru replied with a smile. After a long silence, the White Snake Sage said, come in. Orochimaru unceremoniously walked deeper into the cave. The White Snake Sage, covered in white scales, sat coiled on a massive stone chair, holding a long smoking pipe. It looked at the approaching Orochimaru and asked in an indifferent tone, what do you want to ask, Orochimaru? Recently, I acquired some ancient artifacts. I accidentally discovered an interesting record, Orochimaru's raspy voice sounded, so I wanted to ask the White Snake Sage if the world was invaded by beings from beyond 1,000 years ago. Upon hearing this, the White Snake Sage glanced coldly at Orochimaru and, after a few seconds, replied, that's right. 1,000 years ago, beings from beyond not only invaded but even ruled the entire world. So that's how it is. Orochimaru became thoroughly excited and continued to ask, then, is chakra something foreign? The White Snake Sage remained silent. I understand. Orochimaru took its silence as confirmation and immediately asked a new question, then do you know what spiritual power is? Spiritual power, huh? The White Snake Sage seemed dismissive. Whether it's chakra or spiritual power, they're essentially just forms of energy. Why bother distinguishing between them? Orochimaru understood what the White Snake Sage meant. Since chakra already existed, there was no need to covet something else. Orochimaru even felt that the White Snake Sage's words made a lot of sense. Although there may be qualitative differences between energies, quantity can often compensate for that, and the way energy is utilized can also close the gap. Unfortunately, Orochimaru couldn't accept that. He had always been very honest with his desires. Now, his curiosity about spiritual power had reached its peak. Seeing Orochimaru's stubborn gaze, the White Snake Sage clicked its tongue and exhaled a long puff of smoke. Fine, I understand. After all, Orochimaru was the signature contractor of Ryuchi Cave, so the White Snake Sage had to give him some face. Spiritual power is a human power, so I'm not too knowledgeable about it. The White Snake Sage seemed to be lost in thought. Even 1,000 years ago, humans with spiritual power were extremely rare. Those who had spiritual power were born different from ordinary people, with eyes that could see spirits and demons. At that time, most of those with spiritual power were onmyoji, priestesses, monks, and the like. I can tell you want that kind of power, the White Snake Sage said, exhaling another puff of smoke, but it's impossible. Why? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. As long as I find someone who was born with spiritual power and use the living corpse reincarnation technique. Don't delude yourself, the White Snake Sage interrupted. Unlike chakra, spiritual power comes from the soul. Now, no matter what you do, it's too late. The soul. Orochimaru said, if spiritual power comes from the human soul, then it must be that only those born with strong souls can awaken spiritual power. That's correct. Then why does spiritual power conflict with chakra? Orochimaru felt something was amiss. The White Snake Sage, of course, wouldn't reveal the truth to Orochimaru. The chakra on this planet is intertwined with the consciousness of Kaguya, who merged with the God Tree, and naturally repels all other energies. Even the White Snake Sage, ever since it transformed from a yokai into a chakra-based creature, had not experienced any growth in the 1,000 years since. Even though it had developed Sage Mode, it was merely hanging on by a thread. Now, 1,000 years later, chakra has permeated all living things on the planet. Originally, it would have been too late to change anything. However, Kaito's sudden emergence also alarmed Ryuchi Cave. A chakra insulator. Though the White Snake Sage detested that old, mysterious toad, it too felt the urge to call Kaito the child of prophecy. Chapter 133, 133. The Three Snake. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Miguel Razo. Koron Hightower. Z3K Chrome. Paulo Garcia. Abel Yapura. Huge Green Pickle. Ozo. Eater of the Dead. Panda Show. Red Rabbit. Robert Thompson. Davis Nguyen. Jake Doe. Glizzy. Amin Afsali. Hell's Hound. Dan Trigoldens. Supreme Beefos. Jal. Dwayne Edge. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P at Trian. P at Trian, p@trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. The white snake sage paused in thought, observing Orochimaru, whose face was filled with a desire for knowledge, and exhaled a long stream of white smoke. The sage spoke, "The reason why spiritual power and chakra conflict is something I don't fully understand. However, once a human develops chakra from a young age, they no longer have the opportunity to awaken spiritual power. I've long advised you not to practice the living corpse reincarnation technique," the sage added, almost sounding concerned. "Now, your soul is damaged, and you can't even practice sage techniques." He 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 he. Orochimaru suddenly began to laugh. "I see. But since I chose this path myself, I will never regret it." "In that case, there's nothing more for me to say," the white snake sage replied calmly. Orochimaru licked his lips with his tongue and asked again, "I wonder if the white snake sage could tell me, who were the beings that ruled the world 1,000 years ago?" The white snake sage looked at Orochimaru with cold eyes. "Orochimaru, knowing too much won't do you any good." "This is my wish," Orochimaru said fearlessly, spreading his arms wide. "I can accept whatever consequences come." The two gazed at each other for a long time, neither backing down. "Very well, since you're so eager to know." The white snake sage's long body coiled and slithered, its enormous head moving closer to Orochimaru, who was enveloped in white smoke. 1,000 years ago, a woman named Kaguya descended from the heavens and ruled the entire world, revered by the people as the rabbit goddess. "I've heard of the legend of the rabbit goddess," Orochimaru's eyes gleamed. "So, she was a real person. But why did such a powerful being disappear?" Seeing that Orochimaru remained undeterred, the white snake sage retracted its body. "Later, Kaguya was sealed on the moon by the Sage of Six Paths," the white snake sage said in its ancient voice. Again, the Sage of Six Paths. Orochimaru stepped forward, asking excitedly, "Since chakra is an external energy, then where did the Sage of Six Paths, the founder of ninjutsu, come from?" Whoosh. The white snake sage exhaled more smoke and revealed a startling secret. The Sage of Six Paths, whose name was Hagoromo, was Kaguya's child. "I understand." Orochimaru's eyes widened, and he began to laugh loudly. "I finally understand." He even started gesticulating wildly. "So that's how the bloodline limits passed down from the Sage of Six Paths came to be. For example, the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, it's far superior to those bloodline limits created by combining different chakra attributes." His tone grew more fanatical. "It seems there must be a connection between the Rinnegan and the Sharingan. You know, don't you, white snake sage?" Orochimaru leaned closer to the sage. Tell me everything you know. Don't be so presumptuous, Orochimaru." The white snake sage's voice turned cold, and the large jewel hanging around its neck began to emit a faint white light. Orochimaru ignored the sage's rebuke, grinning widely. "Come on, tell me quickly." "Presumptuous. How dare you show such disrespect to the white snake sage?" Three voices scolded as three figures dressed in shrine maiden outfits suddenly appeared, blocking Orochimaru's path. Tagiriheim, Ichikishimaheim, Tajutsuheim. Orochimaru's fanatical gaze turned cold, locking onto the three snake maidens standing before him. A sinister smile appeared on his face, and he took a step back, speaking slowly, "Don't get so worked up. I merely wanted to ask the white snake sage some questions." Orochimaru. Tagiriheim's beautiful face suddenly twisted into something terrifying, a long snake tongue flicking out of her mouth. "Ryuchi Cave is not a place where you can act recklessly." Ichikishimaheim's face also transformed into that of a snake as she spoke. "How dare you offend the white snake sage?" Tajutsuheim's face changed as well, threatening him. "If you continue this behavior, you will lose the support of Ryuchi Cave." "I understand." Orochimaru raised his hands in a gesture of surrender and took a few more steps back. He looked at the white snake sage and said, "I apologize, I got too excited. I'll take my leave now." He smiled strangely again and slowly exited the white snake sage's dwelling. After Orochimaru left, the three snake maidens immediately returned to their beautiful forms and bowed to the white snake sage. "My lord," Tagiriheim asked, "is it all right to have told Orochimaru those things?" The white snake sage replied calmly, "Don't worry. He doesn't know enough to act on anything." "So, what choice will Ryuchi Cave make after this?" Tajutsuheim asked anxiously. "We'll wait and see," the white snake sage said steadily. "But if that Uchiha really can deal with Kaguya, perhaps it will be the opportunity we've long awaited to transform into dragons," Ichikishimaheim said urgently. The white snake sage continued to exhale smoke, not responding. "The situation is still unclear," Tagiriheim argued. "No one knows if the Otsutsuki will be resurrected or defeated. All we need to do is wait." "I understand," Ichikishimaheim replied, somewhat reluctantly. "Cowards. The worst that could happen is maintaining the status quo, and that's all you care about." A rough voice echoed from outside the cave. "Shinya. The white snake sage spoke in surprise. What are you doing here? A large red-eyed snake poked its head into the cave. It seemed agitated, glaring at the four others with its one remaining eye. What do you want to say? The white snake sage's smoke swirled around it, blocking Shinya's view. Useless fools. Shinya didn't seem to regard the white snake sage with any respect. Are you going to continue leading Ryuchi Cave into decline? Shinya. Tagiriheim glared at the red snake. Everything the Lord has done has been to preserve Ryuchi Cave's legacy. Shinya sneered, his cold gaze fixed on the smoke-shrouded white snake sage, and said with hatred, 1,000 years ago, you took my reverse scale and led Ryuchi Cave in surrendering to the enemy. All these years, and you're still just as cowardly. Shinya, the Lord's decisions were the right ones. Tajitsuheim retorted. If we hadn't endured back then, would you have led us all to our deaths? Humph. What difference is there now between Ryuchi Cave and being dead? Shinya's mouth dripped with venom as he roared. How many snakes with demon blood are left? What's the point of breeding so many mindless ordinary ones? The white snake sage's surrounding smoke dissipated as it rose to its full height, its cold eyes locking onto Shinya. What do you intend to do? Chapter 134, 134. Long-term planning. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Miguel Razo. Koran Hightower. Z3K Chrome. Paulo Garcia. Abel Yapura. Huge Green Pickle. Ozo. Eater of the Dead. Panda Show. Red Rabbit. Robert Thompson. Davis Nguyen. Jake Doe. Glizzy. Amin Afsali. Hell's Hound. Dan Trigoldens. Supreme Beefos. Jal. Dwayne Edge. John Doe. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. p@Trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Orochimaru watched from a distance as the enraged Crimson Serpent charged into the White Snake Sage's cave, licking his lips with interest. He glanced at Manda, coiled nearby, and asked, Manda, what is that? That's Shinya. Manda replied in a low voice. Shinya is the most ill-tempered snake in Ryuchi Cave. It often throws tantrums and causes trouble, and even the White Snake Sage has a hard time dealing with it. Oh. Orochimaru's eyes shifted, and he asked, if it's Shinya, would it tell me what I want to know? Don't even think about it. Manda responded decisively. Shinya absolutely despises humans. It's never made a contract with a ninja. If you appear before it, you'll definitely be eaten. Is that so? What a pity. Orochimaru's tone was tinged with regret. Inside the White Snake Sage's cave. What do I want? Shinya's massive body lunged further into the cave, stopping just before the White Snake Sage. A giant red snake and a giant white snake faced off coldly. Shinya. The three snake women floated up from the ground, surrounding the White Snake Sage. Tagiriheim shouted sternly, the master has been very merciful to you. That's the only reason you've been allowed to cause trouble in Ryuchi Cave all these years. Merciful. The sound of rocks collapsing came from outside the cave, clearly the result of Shinya angrily whipping its tail. Its voice was filled with rage. Don't make me laugh. We are snakes, what mercy do we need? If it hadn't ambushed me back then, how could it have stolen my reverse scale? Tajitsuheim retorted, the master had no choice back then, but didn't they return it to you later? Return it. Shinya furiously whipped its tail again, causing a loud rumble, shaking the entire cave. By that time, I had already lost my yokai form. Of course, they could return it to me. At least the master spared your life. Ichikishimaheim argued. Enough. The White Snake Sage spoke calmly, Shinya, there's no need to dredge up old grudges. I have never regretted my actions. So why have you suddenly turned against us this time? Is it to gain an advantage over Uchiha Kaito? That's right. If Otsutsuki doesn't die, Ryuchi Cave is bound to decline completely. Shinya seemed to have calmed down, its voice steady, you're getting old, aren't you? The time left for us is running out. Humph. The White Snake Sage exhaled a puff of smoke. Then, have you considered the consequences of failure? Shinya dismissed it casually, at worst, death. Do you think you have many years left to live? If we die, the legacy of Ryuchi Cave will be completely severed, the White Snake Sage said flatly. If things continue like this, Ryuchi Cave's legacy will eventually be lost anyway. Shinya asserted confidently. But, Tagiriheim interjected, if Kaito can defeat Kagaya on his own, we won't have to do anything to achieve our goal. Foolish. Shinya's single eye glared at her darkly. You think that way, and the toads and slugs think the same. Everyone wants something for nothing. But what if the war is almost won, and we do nothing? Won't you regret it afterward? But those toads will definitely hide away, why should we make an effort? Besides, they would benefit from our success. Tajitsuhime said indignantly. Idiot. Shinya looked at her with disdain. If we succeed and they haven't contributed, they can forget about reaping any rewards. Not just us, but those yokai from Mount Oyama won't let them off. We snakes have never had a good relationship with Mount Oyama, Tajitsuhime retorted, still unconvinced. How tiresome. Always calculating everything. You've spent so much time with humans that you're becoming more like them. Shinya said with great dissatisfaction. It then turned its gaze back to the white snake sage and said, although we had different views back then, I stopped opposing your actions when I learned you intended to use sage arts to transform into a dragon and regain your yokai form. But now it seems your path is clearly a dead end. Its tone became aggressive. Even now, you still place your hopes on others. It's laughable. I understand, the white snake sage withdrew back to its seat, its tone softening. However, even if we act according to your wishes, we cannot afford to go all out. Do as you please. Shinya also exited the cave, its voice coming from outside, as long as you don't interfere with my actions when the time comes, that will be enough. Oh my, it's leaving. Orochimaru continued to observe from a distance. But, what exactly is the action it mentioned, he wondered aloud, clearly intrigued. Hey. Orochimaru. What are you planning? Manda asked, displeased. Manda knew Orochimaru's temperament well. If Orochimaru was curious about something, he would never give up easily. It could only issue a warning, if you're going to confront Shinya, go by yourself. Don't drag me into this. Are you afraid of it? Orochimaru turned to scrutinize Manda closely. Who? Who's afraid of it? Manda said, a bit flustered, it's just too volatile. If we fight, Ryuchi Cave could be damaged. Is that so? Orochimaru shifted his gaze away, noncommittal. Hey. What do you mean by that? Nothing. I'm heading back now. Orochimaru said, then dissolved into the ground, merging with the earth. Hey. Manda glared at the ground where Orochimaru had vanished. After a moment, it also turned and quickly slithered away. Master. After Shinya left, Tagriheim turned to the white snake sage, please reconsider. Are we really going to fight Kagaya again? It's futile. That will only bring greater despair, Ichikishimaheim said gloomily, that person has already become a god. We can't possibly defeat her. Shut up. We only need to follow the master's orders. Tajitsuhime glared at her, mocking, if you're so afraid of death, you can stay behind when the time comes. After all, the master did say to preserve some strength. I'm not someone who clings to life. Ichikishimaheim retorted. I'm just worried that Ryuchi Cave's strength will be wasted in vain. Enough. Stop arguing in front of the master. Tagriheim snapped at the two. It's still too early to say. We need to consider this carefully. The white snake sage instructed, from today on, have the younger snakes closely monitor the movements in the ninja world, especially the Akatsuki and Uchiha Kaito, as well as those toads. Its figure became shrouded again in the misty white smoke. Even if we do go to the battlefield, it will only be at a critical moment. And if Uchiha Kaito fails too early, we won't need to get involved at all. Understood. Chapter 135, 135. More important. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Miguel Razo. Koran Hightower. Z3K Chrome. Paulo Garcia. Abel Yapura. Huge Green Pickle. Ozo. Eater of the Dead. Panda Show. Red Rabbit. Robert Thompson. Davis Nguyen. Jake Doe. Glizzy. Amin Afsali. Hell's Hound. Dan Trigoldens. Supreme Beefos. Jal. Dwayne Edge. John Doe. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P at Trian. P at Trian.com/less a servant of Cosmos. Just replace the at with a. Uchiha Residence, Mount Oyama. These days, Kaito has been deeply engrossed in his work, fully committed, but the experiments haven't shown much progress. The divine tree's branches are a highly active material. It is indeed feasible to simply use this material to make paper, but there's a fatal flaw. That is, it cannot absorb natural energy. I should have thought of this earlier, Kaito said, scratching his head and speaking to Uriai, who had come to deliver his meal. When the divine tree's shell was summoned by Nagato, it still needed to absorb his life force to fight. While helping to organize the scattered papers on the floor, Uriai asked, but when the divine tree descended upon the earth, it absorbed both natural energy and the power of the dragon vein to bear fruit. I know, Kaito picked up his chopsticks, I've already figured out the reason. What did you figure out, sweet Kaito? Yuri stacked the papers filled with writing according to their numbers and set them aside. After swallowing his food, Kaito explained, later, the Sage of Six Paths extracted the energy from the divine tree to create the tailed beasts, and after the 9-tailed beasts die, they can all revive by absorbing natural energy. Yuri smiled, I understand too. It must have been Hagoromo who tampered with the divine tree's shell, fearing it might revive on its own after losing its energy. That's right. Kaito agreed. It's just like how, if you exhaust your demonic energy, you can recover over time. There's no reason the divine tree could only recover by regaining its original energy. But even knowing this, it doesn't help much, Kaito said, a bit frustrated. I still don't know what to do. Maybe Sweet Kaito should try using a different material. Yuri suggested, having finished tidying up the room and sitting down in front of Kaito. No, it's okay. I'll continue researching the divine tree, Kaito shook his head. Switching materials is an easy choice, but I don't want to take a step back unless it's absolutely necessary. Yuri glanced at him and knocked on the table. All right, put the experiments aside for now. Sweet Kaito should hurry up and eat. I know. Kaito quickly lowered his head and started eating seriously. At the same time, Sasuke also sat down at the dining table. He looked at the food on the table and asked, Granny Chiri, where's Uncle? Today, Kaito's lunch was delivered by Yuri, Chiri replied while wiping the furniture with a cloth. Then, I'll start eating. Sasuke clasped his hands together and began eating quickly. Chiri smiled at him and reminded, no need to rush, take your time. Sasuke nodded while chewing his food. Sasuke still finished his lunch quickly and automatically stacked his bowls and chopsticks, bringing them to the kitchen to wash. I'll do it, Chiri walked over and took the bowls and chopsticks from Sasuke. How's your training been going these days? Not bad, Sasuke replied as he started boiling water. This kid still has a long way to go. Izuna approached, leaning against the doorway, watching the two of them. Sasuke glanced at him with some dissatisfaction. What? Not convinced. Izuna teased him, you've learned everything you need to learn, but you still lack the most important thing. Sasuke asked, is it the Mangekyo Sharingan? Izuna shook his head, no, it's something even more important. What is it? Sasuke asked. Izuna explained, for example, my brother Uchiha Madara and I both had the Mangekyo Sharingan. Whether it was taijutsu, ninjutsu, or genjutsu, our levels were about the same, yet I still couldn't defeat him. Why? Sasuke thought for a moment and said, is it the amount of chakra? That's part of it, but it's not the main reason, Izuna said. The most important thing is that my brother is naturally better at fighting than I am. I think I understand, Sasuke nodded. It's about combat experience, right? Experience is part of it. In our time, ninjas went to the battlefield at a young age, so there was no lack of combat experience, Izuna explained. You do lack experience now, but some people are just naturally better at fighting. Are you saying I'm not naturally skilled? Sasuke felt a bit annoyed. It's not that, Izuna crossed his arms. It's just that as a ninja, you've grown up in too comfortable an environment. Even if you have strong combat talent, you haven't had many opportunities to hone it. Sasuke fell into thought. Think about it carefully, Izuna continued. No matter how many ninjutsu techniques you learn, what's most important is to develop your own combat system. I understand, Sasuke nodded. Speaking of which, in this regard, Kaito is a counterexample, Chiri said with a smile as she put away the washed dishes. It's understandable, that kid has had an even more comfortable life than Sasuke, Izuna remarked. But since he's not a ninja, he doesn't need sophisticated combat skills. Chiri nodded, although Kaito doesn't have combat experience, he's very smart and knows how to respond in any given situation. That's enough, Izuna said. He's more of a strategist than a fighter. On the battlefield, he's better suited for support roles. Looks like Izuna-senpai has a pretty high opinion of me, Kaito's voice suddenly sounded, I'm flattered. Izuna turned to see Kaito holding a stack of bowls and chopsticks. With a snort, he asked, a clone. Kaito nodded, walked into the kitchen, placed the bowls and chopsticks in the sink, and smiled, sorry for the trouble, Chiri-senpai. No problem, Chiri replied. How's the research going, Kaito? Not much progress, but I'll keep at it. Is Sasuke boiling water? Please bring some tea over, Kaito said before turning into a paper figure. Always ordering people around, Sasuke muttered. He can't help it, the patriarch is probably used to it, Izuna said with a hint of schadenfreude. As a junior, just do as he says. The water boiled, and Sasuke turned off the stove, picked up the kettle, and walked out of the kitchen. Actually, Sasuke is quite talented, isn't he? Chiri commented as she washed the dishes Kaito had brought in. Izuna nodded, that kid has strong talent, but he easily gets carried away. He's still young, a little pride is normal, Chiri said gently. Kaito mentioned that his eyes are already at the critical point of evolving. Given the current situation, there's not much time for him to grow slowly, Izuna remained strict. A ninja can only progress quickly through tough battles. I understand, Chiri dried her hands with a cloth after putting the dishes away. I just feel a bit sorry for the child. Don't worry, Izuna said, turning to leave. I'll keep watching over him. Chapter 136, 136. That's enough. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Koran Hightower. Z3K Chrome. Paulo Garcia. Abel Yapura. Ozo. Eater of the Dead. Panda Show. Red Rabbit. Robert Thompson. Glizzy. Supreme Beefos. Jal. Dwayne Edge. John Doe. Cal Chief. Astro. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. P@Trian, p@trian.com/lesserservant of Cosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Sasuke carried a tea tray to the door, and Uriai had already opened it. You've worked hard, Sasuke. Give it to me. Uriai reached out to take the tray. Then I'll be on my way. Sasuke prepared to turn and leave. Sasuke, come in, Kaito's voice called out. What's the matter? Sasuke followed Uriai into the room. Have a seat first. Kaito gestured to a cushion nearby and then picked up a teacup. Sasuke knelt down, glanced at the array of magic circles drawn on the ground, and asked, what is it? Ah. Kaito took a sip of hot tea, sighed contentedly, and then carefully examined Sasuke's condition. Not bad, Uriai's evolution has reached a critical point. Of course, Sasuke couldn't help but feel happy. Don't get too excited just yet, Sasuke. Kaito poured cold water on his enthusiasm. What do you mean? Sasuke frowned. You must have noticed it yourself, Kaito said, the progress in training the secret art of mental energy has slowed down. Isn't that normal? Sasuke replied. It is normal, Kaito nodded, but the evolution of the Sharingan is not so simple. Especially when it comes to awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, which requires a large amount of mental energy. Although your eyes are just one step away, this step is not easy to take. So what should I do? Sasuke asked. There's nothing extra you need to do, Kaito smiled reassuringly, just continue training steadily. I said all this just to remind you that you've come this far. It may take more time than you expect, but don't get impatient. I understand, Sasuke reluctantly agreed. According to our information, there's still more than a year before the Akatsuki begins large-scale operations, Kaito said. By then, you'll officially take the stage. Yes. Sasuke cheered up again. The problem that Izuna-senpai mentioned earlier, I'm aware of it too, Kaito continued. In the end, it's simply a lack of extensive combat experience. I'll think of a way to solve that for you. How will you solve it? First, finish the training with Izuna-senpai, Kaito smiled, then you'll find out. Sasuke stood up, I understand what you said. I'll go start training. Go on, Kaito took another sip of tea. After Sasuke left, Kaito turned to Uriai, who was sitting nearby, and said, Uriai, the solution I mentioned to Sasuke will require your help. It's no problem. I'm more than happy to help you, Kaito, Uriai readily agreed. Are you planning to let Sasuke accumulate combat experience in dreams? Uriai asked curiously. That's one way to put it, Kaito nodded. It seems like your idea might not be feasible, Uriai cautioned. Even if one remembers their dreams after waking up, the memories often become blurry. While it's fine for theoretical knowledge, combat experiences won't feel real. I know, Kaito smiled, that's why I need you to help set up a magic circle to solve this issue. I see. I understand now. I'll do my best, Uriai became interested. Let's start researching. Kaito eagerly put down his teacup and took out paper and pen. Huh. Uriai was surprised, starting already. What about the divine tree research? I haven't had any new ideas for now, so I decided to switch tasks and clear my mind, Kaito explained. Alright, I'll follow your lead. Uriai also put down her teacup and leaned in. Mount Myaboku. Elder. Elder. Fukasaku Sage hopped into the grand hall where the Great Toad Sage resided. The Great Toad Sage barely opened his drooping eyelids. What is it, Fukasaku? Elder, I've received news from Ryuchi Cave, Fukasaku reported as he jumped to the base of the Great Toad Sage's platform. Oh. The Great Toad Sage fully opened his eyes. Go on. Shinya has suddenly made a move, demanding that Ryuchi Cave bet on Uchiha Kaito's side. The White Snake Sage seems somewhat inclined, Fukasaku respectfully reported. If Ryuchi Cave joins the battle on a large scale, they will undoubtedly suffer heavy losses. Don't get too excited, the White Snake may not have foresight, but it has always been cautious, the great toad sage calmly responded, it won't make a reckless gamble. That's true, Fukasaku sage said regretfully, Shinya was already discarded 1,000 years ago. Ryuchi Cave's forces are not a concern. Their bloodline has become increasingly diluted, the great toad sage said, the few powerful ones left lack the ability to transform into dragons and don't have much time left. Indeed. Thanks to your wisdom in aligning with the Sage of the Six Paths, Mount Myaboku has prospered, Fukasaku sage looked at the elderly leader with reverence. The slug sage of Shikatsu Forest is the one who has hidden the deepest, the great toad sage remarked, for so many years, it has kept a low profile, and no one knows what it's thinking. Indeed, the slugs were just low-level creatures 1,000 years ago, Fukasaku sage mused, but now, Shikatsu Forest is renowned alongside Mount Myaboku and Ryuchi Cave as one of the 3 great sage regions. It has maintained a harmless image and gained fame in the ninja world for its healing abilities, the great toad sage said, its combat power may not be high, but its survival skills are unmatched. Although we don't know its stance, we shouldn't worry about it doing anything unexpected, Fukasaku sage said. Who knows if the combat power it displays is its true strength? The great toad sage sighed, to be honest, even though the 3 great sage regions are equally renowned, neither the white snake nor I have ever had direct dealings with it. Fukasaku sage was puzzled, although we no longer belong to the world of yokai, combat power is still determined by species' inherent abilities, isn't it? Yes, but for now, let's not worry about it. We just need to preserve the power of Mount Myaboku, the great toad sage instructed, according to my visions, the child of prophecy will save the world, but Kaguya will only be sealed once again. Elder, in your dreams, didn't you see Uchiha Kaito? Fukasaku sage asked, somewhat uncertain. No, perhaps as an onmyoji, he instinctively shields his fate from being spied on by others. But he remains a variable, the great toad sage said with a tone full of experience. This variable, however, could stir up an unforeseen storm, and I cannot yet predict its magnitude, the great toad sage continued, since that's the case, we'll just have to wait and see. But Uchiha Kaito has communicated with us before, Fukasaku sage said, although I was vague in front of Jiraiya, Minato should know some of the truth. That's fine. We may not participate in the battle with full force, but we won't side with Kaguya either, the great toad sage closed his eyes. As he mumbled, he said, as the summoning creature of the child of prophecy, Mount Myaboku will surely contribute to the war, and that will be enough. Chapter 137, 137. Self-awareness. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Koran Hightower. Z3K Chrome. Paulo Garcia. Abel Yapura. Ozo. Eater of the Dead. Panda Show. Red Rabbit. Robert Thompson. Glizzy. Supreme Beefos. Jal. Dwayne Edge. John Doe. Cattle Chief. Astro. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. P@Trian, p@trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. In the backyard of the Uchiha residence on Oyama, Kaito and Uriai were setting up an array, while Sasuke and Izuna observed from the side. Alright, Uriai. Kaito finished drawing the final rune and reminded Uriai. Got it. Uriai raised her hands, and countless butterflies flew out from her wide sleeves, spreading throughout the array. Kaito swiftly formed hand seals, and a spiritual light surged around him. Huge, translucent butterfly wings grew from Uriai's back as she rose into the air above the array, scattering countless points of light from her magnificent wings. Both spoke in unison. Butterfly dance, bewildering enchantment array. The array on the ground lit up, and the fluttering butterflies turned into specks of fluorescent light and dispersed. Kaito lowered his hands, and Uriai, fluttering her wings, landed beside him. It's done. Sasuke, go ahead and give it a try, Kaito said, turning to Sasuke. Sasuke looked at the array, eager to try it, but Izuna suddenly stopped him. Let me try it first, Izuna said, stepping forward. After all, most of the enemies in this illusion are from my memories. Then you can go first, Kaito stepped aside. Izuna walked directly to the center of the array and sat down, falling silent. The 4 people outside the array observed Izuna's state closely. Izuna had his eyes closed, initially expressionless. After a while, he started showing some expressions, indicating that he had begun battling in the illusion. Some time later, he opened his eyes, revealing his Mangekyo Sharingan, yet he was still immersed in the illusion. It wasn't until a crack appeared on his forehead, and Shirsue's Mangekyo Sharingan slowly opened, that he finally broke free from the illusion. He stood up and walked out of the array, commenting, the effect is good. Although the enemies are weak, the combat experience feels very real. But if it's Sasuke, he probably wouldn't be able to escape on his own. Sasuke walked to the front of the array. Then I'll give it a try. It doesn't matter, Kaito patted Sasuke's shoulder. The goal of this array isn't to escape the illusion, but to increase your combat experience. He pushed Sasuke into the array and reminded him, according to my settings, the enemies inside will become stronger and more numerous. The illusion will only break when you lose your fighting power, so do your best. Sasuke nodded and walked to the center of the array, sitting down. Let's leave him to his training, Kaito stretched. I'll go back to researching the divine tree. I'm going to prepare lunch, Chiri said as she headed to the kitchen. Wait for me, Chiri. Let me take care of the cooking today. Uriai quickly followed her. You two go ahead, Izuna waved his hand. I'll keep an eye on this kid. Thanks, Izuna-senpai, Kaito said as he turned and headed to his lab. Kaito went to his lab, first pulling out his recent research notes on the divine tree and starting to read from the beginning. He quickly flipped through the experiment records but couldn't find any new ideas. Kaito still couldn't figure out how the Sage of Six Paths had done it back then. The Sage of Six Paths. Suddenly, an idea struck Kaito, and he began searching through his hidden stash. Here it is. He raised his sleeve, revealing an ancient stone tablet before him. This was a stone tablet he had taken from the Naka shrine in Konoha. At the time, he found it odd but couldn't discover anything else, and over time, he almost forgot about it. Now, he crouched down and began carefully inspecting the stone tablet. So that's it. A smile appeared on Kaito's face. No wonder he hadn't discovered anything before. Because he hadn't yet deeply connected with Ryumayaku at the time, he could only sense something was off. Kaito stood up, and his entire body was instantly covered in a golden mist as he silently entered a state of communication with Ryumayaku. He lightly stomped his foot, causing ripples to spread across the floor. Golden chains emerged from the ripples, wrapping around the stone tablet and dragging it into the ripples. Kaito then opened the door and hurried towards the backyard. Izuna-senpai. Kaito appeared beside Izuna in a flash. Why are you back again? Izuna was watching Sasuke in the array. I made a major discovery about the stone tablet I brought back from the Naka shrine. Kaito said excitedly. What? Izuna was slightly surprised. Weren't you researching the divine tree? Ah, that. Kaito scratched his head. Since I couldn't come up with any ideas, I started thinking about how the Sage of Six Paths did it, and that led me to remember the stone tablet. So you had forgotten about the stone tablet, Izuna said, looking at him disdainfully. Ha ha ha. Kaito laughed awkwardly. There were just too many things going on afterward. Izuna crossed his arms, slightly impatient. All right, what did you discover? Well. Kaito continued awkwardly. I'm wondering if you'd agree to let me destroy the stone tablet. You mean? Izuna pondered, is there something inside the tablet? That's right. Kaito clapped his hands. Izuna-senpai is so smart, you guessed it right away. Be serious. Izuna's face darkened, and he scolded, you're the patriarch now, so make your own decisions. I understand. Kaito instantly switched to his clan leader persona. He extended his right hand, palm down, and solemnly declared, I, Uchiha Kaito, current clan leader of the Uchiha clan, hereby confirm the opening of the Uchiha clan's ancestral treasure. Ripples appeared on the ground, and the golden chains dragged the stone tablet out from under his palm. Break. Kaito clenched his right hand. The golden chains tightened around the stone tablet, making creaking sounds. Crack. Cracks immediately appeared on the stone tablet. The hidden inscriptions, which could only be seen with the right eyes, emerged all over the stone tablet. Crack. The cracks continued to spread until they covered the entire stone tablet. The ancient stone material on the surface of the tablet fell off, revealing a glistening, translucent core. What is this? Izuna's eyes widened in shock. It looks like something's inside. Sasuke, who had walked out of the array at some point, sat nearby, exhausted, curiously looking at the golden crystal core revealed within the stone tablet. This is a complete Ryumayaku crystal. Kaito commanded the chains to release the crystal and crouched down to examine it closely. The surface of the golden crystal was covered in complex runes, while a blurry shadow moved rapidly within. If I'm not mistaken, Kaito said with interest as he touched the crystal's surface, what's sealed inside is the divine tree's consciousness. Consciousness? Didn't the divine tree merge with Kaguya? Izuna asked in surprise. Kaguya did indeed absorb the divine tree, so it's likely that this consciousness was sealed by Kaguya herself, Kaito replied with a smile. Impressive, Izuna said flatly. And how does this help your current research? It doesn't. Kaito's excited expression instantly fell. But, he quickly perked up again, touching the unfamiliar runes on the crystal's surface, this will greatly help my research on the Otsutsuki clan. I don't think it will help much, Izuna said with a sidelong glance. If you want to study the Otsutsuki, you might as well take a trip to the moon. The moon, huh? Kaito looked up at the sky. I'd like to go, but are Hagoromo and Hamura's positions really as they appear? He looked down at Ryumayaku Crystal. Until I obtain King Enma's power, I'm not confident about facing them. Chapter 138, 138.is about to begin. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Koran Hightower. Z3K Chrome. Paulo Garcia. Abel Yapura. Ozo. Eater of the Dead. Panda Show. Red Rabbit. Robert Thompson. Glizzy. Supreme Beefos. Jal. Dwayne Edge. John Doe. Cattle Chief. Astro. AR4 and Gel. 9 Dust. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Over a year passed quickly, and the shinobi world appeared calm on the surface, with even the waves stirred up by Uchiha Kaito having settled into silence. A hidden underground base in the land of fields. Orochimaru-sama. A weak voice echoed through the quiet laboratory, waking Orochimaru from his thoughts. Orochimaru looked down at the small crimson snake on the ground, a strange smile appearing on his face. What is it? Shinya-sama asked me to inform you, the crimson snake hissed, that he will meet you at his lair at 10 o'clock tonight. I see. Tell Shinya that I will be there on time. Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and licked his lips toward the snake. Understood. A small puff of smoke exploded, and the snake vanished. Hehehe. Orochimaru chuckled, a determined gleam flashing in his eyes. White Snake Sage, Shinya, whatever secrets you hold, I will uncover them all. In the high tower of Omega-Kure. Blinding light pierced the darkness and then gradually dimmed. Nagato, feeling his new body, smiled with satisfaction. Nagato, how do you feel? Konan asked nervously, standing beside him, staring at Nagato's unfamiliar face. I'm fine, Konan. Nagato, lying on the ground, stood up and took a few steps, adjusting his face to look like his own. I can finally stand again. Congratulations, Nagato. Konan smiled as well. But your hair can't return to red. That doesn't matter. Nagato ran his hand through his orange hair. He looked at his former frail body on the bed beside him, a complex expression on his face. I'll turn my original body into a new hell path. Pain silently walked over and began the process. Konan quickly turned her head away, unable to watch. Don't worry. Nagato patted her shoulder. I'm doing well now, better than ever. Konan looked into his eyes, still a bit concerned. Your eyes. Nagato touched his lower eyelid and smiled. No problem, it seems the burden on them has lessened a bit. That's good. Konan sighed in relief. Of course. Unlike Orochimaru's imperfect reincarnation jutsu, I rely on the power of the Rinnegan to control life and death cycles. When I obtained the wood-release cells from Obito, my eyes grew stronger. Obito probably didn't expect that. Konan smiled again. Exactly. Nagato replied. Although he intended to control me through seals, he never imagined I'd switch to a completely new body. It's done. Pain's voice echoed as Nagato's original body opened its eyes. Nagato spread his arms, gazing at the complete 6 paths of pain, and said, the time has come. Summon the members of Akatsuki to begin gathering. In a dark cave filled with stalactites. One by one, phantom figures lit up. Is everyone here? The figure standing in the center opened eyes marked with concentric rings. Everyone is present, Pain, Konan's voice replied. It's so convenient, this phantom body jutsu, Kisame casually remarked. Don't you think so, Itachi-san? Itachi turned to glance at him without saying a word. How are you all doing, seniors? Toby twisted his waist and raised his right hand high, waving. Did you miss me? Get lost. Deidara glared at Toby. No one would miss an idiot like you, HM. Ah, Deidara-senpai is always so contrary. Toby twisted even more enthusiastically. I missed you too, Deidara-senpai. Idiot. Sasori quickly moved away from Deidara, seemingly afraid of being caught up in it. Juzo, standing nearby, nodded silently as he saw him. Quiet. Konan's voice cut through the chatter. Pain scanned the now quiet group with his Rinnegan and spoke loudly, everyone, the preliminary preparations are complete. The time has come. Our next target will be the 9-tailed beasts. Finally starting, HM. I've been waiting a long time, Deidara said excitedly. Deidara, Sasori, Pain ordered, the two of you will be responsible for capturing the one tail. No problem, Sasori's raspy voice replied. Since sealing the tailed beasts takes time, we'll begin with the one tail first. Deidara and Sasori, you may begin your mission. Understood. Then we'll disperse for now. Once the one tail is captured, we'll regroup to perform the sealing. Konoha Village. Once again, Naruto was lying on the ground, bruised and battered, while Sakura hurried over to start healing him. Even though this kid hasn't awakened the adamantine sealing chains yet, Kakashi said, rubbing his arm, his taijutsu has improved a lot, and his sensory abilities have also increased. I'll leave the next stage of training to you, sensei. He looked at Minato. After all, you're faster than I am. Thank you, Kakashi, you've been a great help, Minato said gratefully. Maybe Naruto will awaken the Kagura mind's eye first. Who knows, Kakashi replied, pulling out his favorite book. Either way, as long as you push him hard enough, he'll improve quickly. Heh. Minato laughed awkwardly. I'll be more serious. Don't just be more serious, Kakashi said, exasperated, glancing at him. That kid is tough, hitting him harder will be more effective. Ha ha ha. I understand, Minato replied with a dry laugh. At the Uchiha residence on Mount Oyama. Sasuke slowly opened his eyes from meditation, and instead of the three tomo, a complex hexagonal pattern appeared in his red eyes. After a while, Sasuke, feeling a cool sensation in his eyes, ran to the bathroom mirror. Ha 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 ha. Seeing his brand new Mangekyo Sharingan in the mirror, Sasuke burst out laughing. What's all the noise about, kid? Izuna's irritated voice called out, and Sasuke quickly ran over and stood before him. What is it? Izuna, sitting on the porch and gazing at the moon, looked up. Have you finally awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan? That's right. Sasuke touched his lower eyelid. I feel so much stronger now. Of course, Chiri said, walking out of the house. After opening the Mangekyo Sharingan, your chakra reserves will also increase significantly. MHM. Sasuke nodded enthusiastically. Don't get too excited just yet, Kaito said, slowly walking out from the hallway. After awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, the path to true strength is just beginning. He walked up to Sasuke, closely inspecting his eyes, and cautioned, even though you've awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, don't overuse it. Always be mindful of your mental strength, so you don't deplete your eye's power and damage its source. I understand, Sasuke nodded. Well then, as promised, you can leave Mount Oyama. Just in time, according to our intel, the Akatsuki has already begun their operations. Kaito smiled encouragingly and said, the grand performance is about to begin. Go forth into the shinobi world, achieve your goals, and let the name Uchiha Sasuke echo in the ears of everyone. Yes. Sasuke's eyes lit up, and he responded excitedly. So easy to please. The three adults all thought the same thing as they watched Sasuke, eager to set out immediately. Chapter 139 Abduction. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Koran Hightower. Z3K Chrome. Paulo Garcia. Abel Yapura. Ozo. Eater of the Dead. Panda Show. Red Rabbit. Robert Thompson. Glizzy. Supreme Beefos. Jal. Dwayne Edge. John Doe. Cattle Chief. Astro. AR4 and Gel. 9 Dust. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on p@Trian. p@Trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Konoha Village. A loud eagle's cry echoed across the sky, causing the patrolling ninja to look up. Inside the Hokage building, Mission Assignment Center. Alright, that's your mission. Tsunade said, slapping the table. Oh man, Granny Tsunade is even more unreasonable than the third Hokage, Naruto complained, clearly displeased. Come on, Naruto, read the room. Sakura scolded him. You idiot, you have no idea how terrifying our master can be. Hokage-sama. A member of the Cipher Division came rushing in, holding a decoded message. Emergency communication from Tsunagakure. The newly appointed Kazekage has been abducted by a group called Akatsuki. For a moment, everyone present couldn't help but turn pale. Tsunade picked up the message and frowned. It seems that after a period of silence, the Akatsuki organization has begun to act again. Tsunade-sama, how should we respond to Tsunagakure's request for assistance? Shizen asked. Tsunade rubbed her temples and reluctantly said, Team 7, start your new mission. Yes. Tsunade then continued seriously, Team 7 members Kakashi Hatake, Naruto Uzumaki, and Sakura Haruno, listen to me. Present. Kakashi and Sakura answered seriously, and Naruto, too, quieted down, looking intently at Tsunade. I command you in the name of the Hokage, go to Tsunagakure immediately, understand the situation, and report back to me. Then, follow Tsunagakure's orders and carry out the rescue. Yes, ma'am. Naruto responded loudly this time. Don't worry, Granny Tsunade, he said, giving a thumbs up, I will definitely bring Gaara back. Kakashi, Shizen added, Temari from Sunagakure left Konoha not long ago after discussing the Chunin exams. Perhaps you can catch up to her. Understood, Kakashi nodded and then looked at Sakura and Naruto. You two, hurry home and pack your things. Meet me at the Konoha gate as soon as possible. Yes. Asterisk. At the Konoha gate, Team 7 members assembled with their backpacks. Naruto, Minato said as he saw his son off at the gate, if you encounter danger, remember to summon me. I got it. Naruto took out Minato's special kunai from his ninja tool pouch, spun it in his hand, and then put it back. Don't worry, Dad, Granny Tsunade, Iruka-sensei. I'll definitely rescue Gaara. He smiled brightly at those who came to see them off. I believe in you, Minato said, nodding with a smile. Yo. Suddenly, Jiraiya dropped down from the sky, landing in front of everyone. Kakashi, are you going out on a mission? Yes, Kakashi replied. Jiraiya leaned over to Tsunade and whispered, I just got word that the Akatsuki are in Sunagakure. I know, Tsunade said. I'm sending Kakashi and the others to help. Is Minato going too? Jiraiya asked, glancing at Minato. Minato shook his head with a smile. No, I won't be participating. But you know Naruto's identity. Jiraiya said, somewhat disapproving. It's okay, pervy sage. Naruto suddenly spoke up. I know they're after me, so this time, let me go after them. Naruto. Jiraiya gave in, patting his shoulder. Be careful. It's time for us to go, Kakashi reminded them. Good luck with your mission, Minato waved. Let's move out. At Kakashi's command, the three of them immediately rushed toward Sunagakure. Northern coast of the Land of Frost. A gray figure descended from the sky, landing on the ground. Well, this is where I leave you, Gyur. Thanks, Gyur. Sasuke and Izuna jumped off Gyur's back. You're welcome, Gyur said, shrinking down and spreading its wings again. I'll be heading back now. Goodbye. Sasuke watched as Gyur flew back into the sky, then turned to Izuna. Izuna crossed his arms and said flatly, don't look at me. I'm just here to protect you, not to interfere with your decisions. I got it. Sasuke thought for a moment, then bit his finger and placed his hand on the ground. Summoning Jutsu. Ka, Lord Sasuke. A pitch-black crow emerged from the white smoke. Jean, Sasuke nodded. Do you have any information on the Akatsuki? Ka, the crows have been gathering all kinds of intelligence, Jean said, flying over to Sasuke. Recently, the big news is that the new Kazekage of Sunagakure, Gaara, was abducted by the Akatsuki. Gaara. I see. Thanks, Jean, Sasuke said. Could you gather some more detailed information for me? No problem, Kaka. With a puff, Jean disappeared in a cloud of smoke. So, you're going to Sunagakure? Izuna asked. Sasuke nodded. I'm going to check it out and see if I can find any clues about Itachi. Then be careful, Izuna said as his body rapidly thinned. Remember, I won't appear unless you're in extreme danger. With that, he turned into a paper figure and slipped into Sasuke's ninja tool pouch. Humph, I got it. Sasuke patted the pouch, checked the direction, and then headed south. On the way, Team 7 successfully met up with Temari. What? Gaara, he. After hearing from Sakura that Gaara had been kidnapped, Temari couldn't help but worry. No wonder I had that bad omen earlier. She remembered how her teacup suddenly cracked while she was having tea at a tea house. Let's go. It's still a 3-day journey to Sunagakure from here. Move out. Naruto took the lead and rushed forward. Naruto, maintain formation. Kakashi reminded. I'm really pissed off. Naruto said. What? Sakura asked. You know, Sakura, Gaara and I are the same. We both have monsters sealed inside of us. Naruto's voice was filled with pain. That's why they're targeting us and treating us like monsters. It really pisses me off. I will definitely save Gaara. Naruto picked up speed again. Naruto Uzumaki. Temari watched Naruto's back, feeling moved. After 3 days of non-stop travel, they finally arrived at the gate of Sunagakure. Miss Temari, you're finally back. The ninja guarding the gate immediately rushed up. What? Even Kankuro. Temari almost couldn't bear the string of bad news. Yes, Kankuro was poisoned and hasn't been able to recover. At this rate, he only has half a day left. This can't be happening. Temari struggled to hold back her tears. Let's go see Kankuro. Upon hearing about Kankuro's condition, Sakura stepped forward and tightened her gloves. I can treat him. Chapter 140, 140. Race against time. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Koran Hightower. Z3K Chrome. Paulo Garcia. Abel Yapura. Ozo. Eater of the Dead. Panda Show. Red Rabbit. Robert Thompson. Glizzy. Supreme Beefos. Jal. Dwayne Edge. John Doe. Cattle Chief. Astro. AR4 and Gel. 9 Dust. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. In a small alley in Konoha village. Now, you all should head to Sunagekure immediately and join up with Kakashi's team, Tsunade commanded. Your mission is to assist them in completing the rescue. Understood. Achoo. Might Guy sneezed. Are you catching a cold? Tsunade looked at him in disbelief. It's nothing, just a bit of pollen allergy, Might Guy said energetically. We'll reach Sunagekure within 2 days. How about 1 day? Lee suggested enthusiastically. Then how about half a day? Might Guy didn't want to be outdone. From Konoha to Sunagekure, it'll take 3 days at least, Niji calmly reminded them. Tenten, standing to the side, rolled her eyes in frustration. Can you two stop with the slogans already, seriously? In the land of fire, Sasuke suddenly stopped walking and summoned the crow again. Jean, do you have any new information? Caw, latest information, the 2 Akatsuki members who kidnapped Gaara have entered the land of rivers, and the reinforcements sent by Konoha have arrived in Sunagekure. Sasuke nodded and asked, so, who are the reinforcements Konoha sent? Caw, the crows heard the names, Kakashi, Naruto, Sakura. It's them. Sasuke smirked. So, what are the names of the 2 Akatsuki members who took Gaara? Ka, Deidara, and Sasori. Ka, Jean flapped its wings and flew in a circle around Sasuke. Jean, please lead the way. We'll go directly to the land of rivers, Sasuke decided. No problem, Ka. Follow me, Sasuke-sama. Jean flew up again, heading towards the land of rivers. In Sunagekure, Sakura had successfully neutralized the poison in Kankuro's body. Hurry up, we need to catch up to Gaara as soon as possible. Naruto urged. Do you know Gaara's location? Kakashi asked Maki. After Kankuro was injured, we didn't send any more ninjas to track them, Maki said, his face somber as he shook his head. This exposed the village's vulnerability entirely to Konoha. The other sand ninjas in the room also looked uneasy. Kakashi smiled and offered, it's all right. I'm quite good at tracking. As long as there's a scent, I can follow it. Kankuro, lying on the hospital bed, sat up upon hearing this. To find them, you just need to track Gaara's scent. To be safe, I also have a piece of cloth from another person. He gestured towards the puppet arm on the side, where the wooden hand held a small piece of cloth. That will be enough, Kakashi said, satisfied. Kakashi-sensei, let's go quickly. Naruto urged. Naruto, I'm counting on you to save my brother, Kankuro bowed his head to Naruto. Don't worry, I'll definitely save Gaara. After Kakashi released his 8 ninja dogs, Team Kakashi regrouped at the gates of Sunagekure. What's going on? Isn't Sunagekure sending out a rescue team? Naruto asked, puzzled as he looked at the sand ninjas. Sorry, it will take some time to mobilize our forces, Maki explained with difficulty. Let me go. Temari couldn't hold back any longer and stepped forward. You should stay and guard the village, Temari, came an elderly voice from above them. Let me represent Sunagekure in the rescue mission. Granny Chiyo, Temari looked up, unsure of what to say. But, is that really okay? No problem. Chiyo jumped down from a high point. Ah, that old lady, she really jumped down. Naruto and Sakura thought simultaneously. This old woman, Chiyo landed steadily, is eager to dote on my dear grandson. Ah, she landed safely. Naruto and Sakura thought again. At the bottom of a cliff in the land of rivers, Deidara and Sasori crossed a river with Gaara, entering a cave with a torii gate at the entrance. You're finally here. The image of pain stood deep within the cave. Because the Jinchuriki was quite strong. Deidara held the unconscious Gaara on his clay bird. All right, let's begin. Pain formed a hand seal and then slammed his palm onto the ground. Summoning Jutsu, Geto Mazo. The upper half of the Geto statue emerged from the ground, its 2 hands clasped together with 10 outstretched fingers. Pain's image moved to stand on one of the fingers. Deidara and Sasori jumped up as well, each occupying a finger. Let's begin. As Pain's voice echoed, different images appeared on the other fingers. One person is missing, this might be troublesome, Deidara complained. It's alright, Deidara-senpai, Toby will work hard, Toby's playful voice sounded. Shut up. Deidara always felt Toby was bullying him, but he could never find proof. Starting now, we need to maintain the seal for 3 consecutive days, Pain said. Please ensure the safety of your real bodies, Zetsu, send your real body out to keep watch. Understood, Zetsu agreed. Then, let's begin. As Pain formed another hand seal, the ghetto statue slowly opened its mouth wide. Sealing technique, Phantom Dragon's 9 consuming seals. 9 energy dragons shot out from the ghetto statue's mouth, pouncing onto Gaara. Guy's team was on the move when they suddenly heard a familiar voice. Pakin. What are you doing here? Might Guy looked at the small dog hiding under a tree. We, the 8 ninja dogs, were ordered by Kakashi to track Gaara. Pakin ran out from the shade of the tree. The Akatsuki members took Gaara into the land of rivers, and right now, you guys are actually closer than the ones from Konoha. I understand. Might Guy nodded. Then lead the way. Follow me. Pakin turned and ran off with his short legs. As the group left, Zetsu's figure emerged from the tree. In the cave where the Akatsuki were performing the sealing, Zetsu suddenly spoke up. The Konoha reinforcements have found us. Who did they send? Pain asked. Konoha Green Beast, Might Guy. Who's that? Might Guy is a jonin from Konoha, skilled in taijutsu, and not to be underestimated, Itachi warned. Then, who will intercept them? Pain looked around at the others. Is he really Konoha's Green Beast? Let me go, Kisame volunteered. I have some unfinished business with him. You're the most suited for that jutsu here, Pain agreed. Indeed, Kisame's chakra reserves are best for that jutsu. More people are coming this way, Zetsu reminded them again. 4 of them, Kakashi Hatake, Sakura Haruno, Naruto Uzumaki, and Tsunade your elder, Chiyo. The Nine Tails is here? Deidara got excited. Looks like Sasori and I have another prize. Granny Chiyo. Sasori, who had been quiet, fell into thought. I'll take care of them, Itachi offered. Chapter 141, 141. Sasuke appears. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Koran Hightower. Z3K Chrome. Paulo Garcia. Abel Yapura. Ozo. Eater of the Dead. Panda Show. Red Rabbit. Robert Thompson. Glizzy. Supreme Beefos. Jal. Dwayne Edge. John Doe. Cattle Chief. Astro. AR4 and Gel. Nine Dust. Nako. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. As Guy's team was locked in a fierce battle with Kisame, Itachi's figure appeared in front of Kakashi and his group. Itachi. Kakashi raised his hand, signaling everyone to stop. Kakashi, Naruto, it's been a while, Itachi said, his Sharingan eyes revealing 3 slowly rotating tomo. Be careful of his eyes. Kakashi warned. Don't look directly at him, his genjutsu is very powerful. What should we do then? Sakura asked, a bit nervous. Pay attention to his shoulder and foot movements, Kakashi advised, sharing a tip he learned from Might Guy. The Sharingan, huh? Chiyo sighed. It's been a long time since I've fought an Uchiha. Granny Chiyo, do you have any strategies against the Sharingan? Naruto asked curiously. Chiyo squinted and said, our experience is this, when you encounter an Uchiha, run away if you're alone. If you're in a pair, attack from behind. What do you mean? I mean if you're alone, escape immediately, Chiyo explained. If it's 2 against 1, one person can act as bait while the other attacks from the Sharingan's blind spot. I see, Naruto nodded. As long as you have companions, you can break out of the genjutsu by hitting them, so we have the advantage in numbers this time, Chiyo said calmly. Be cautious, Kakashi warned seriously. His eyes are the Mangekyo Sharingan. That type of genjutsu is impossible to break. It seems you've experienced my Tsukuyomi and learned a lot from it, Itachi said coldly, looking at Kakashi. Indeed, Kakashi replied in a deep voice. But using the technique must take a toll on you, even damaging your eyes. As expected of Kakashi, Itachi said. You figured out so much from just one battle. Kakashi lifted the forehead protector covering his left eye. How much can you still see with your eyes, Itachi? You'll find out soon enough. Itachi calmly shifted his gaze to Naruto. Naruto quickly lowered his eyes to avoid eye contact, but Itachi pointed at him with his index finger. This time, I'll take you with me, Naruto. Bastard. Leave this to me, Kakashi stopped Naruto. Last time, I was careless. This time will be different. What the heck, Kakashi-sensei, is this another one of those times where you want us to just watch as you fight? Naruto complained, glaring at Kakashi. Well, I would like to show off like that, Kakashi smiled wryly. But this time, you need to back me up. I can't win against him alone. With that, Kakashi dashed forward, aiming a full-force punch at Itachi. With a bang, Itachi's figure dissipated. A shadow clone. Kakashi quickly turned around, only to find two more Itachi clones surrounding Naruto. Naruto reacted quickly, pulling out shuriken and striking the two clones. However, instead of disappearing, the clones slowly transformed into crows, which began flying around. What? Naruto widened his eyes. When did I fall into a genjutsu? My genjutsu doesn't require eye contact. The half-remaining Itachi floated in the air, crows constantly flying out of his body. All it takes is a single finger. So it was then. Naruto recalled Jiraiya's teachings on breaking genjutsu and quickly flared his chakra. It's useless, Itachi's figure completely dissolved into crows. Naruto suddenly froze as the left side of his face turned into a cursed mark, looking as ferocious as Sasuke. His left hand involuntarily grabbed his own throat. Sasuke's voice echoed in his ear, "Last time I spared you. This time, I'll kill you directly." Why didn't you bring Sasuke-kun back? Sakura's angry voice sounded, and Naruto looked down to see Sakura's face emerging from his chest. Why are you the only one so lucky? You don't deserve to be happy. Naruto opened his right hand, seeing Gaara's eye growing in his palm, with the red love symbol clearly visible. I'm under a genjutsu. The thought flashed through Naruto's mind, but he was powerless to do anything. Damn it. What should I do? At this rate. Naruto felt his thoughts starting to blur. You're still so useless, scaredy cat. A familiar voice suddenly spoke. Damn it, Sasuke. I've gotten much stronger. Naruto mentally responded. A cool sensation filled Naruto's mind, and the illusions before his eyes vanished. Naruto looked around in confusion, only to find everyone staring at something behind him. He quickly turned around to see Sasuke, dressed in black, standing on a tree not far away. His left hand rested on the hilt of his sword, while a crow perched on his right hand. The crow's black eyes looked down at Naruto with a mocking gaze. Sasuke. Naruto pointed at his former comrade who had suddenly appeared, shouting, "What are you doing here?" Sasuke didn't reply. Is the genjutsu not broken yet? Naruto frowned, forming seals again and flaring his chakra. Humph, your brain hasn't improved either. Sasuke sneered, raising his left hand to release the crow. Damn you, Sasuke. You're messing with me. Naruto yelled in frustration. I've gotten much stronger. Is that so? The empty branches swayed gently as Sasuke's voice echoed in his ear. It's too bad I can't see it. When did you? Naruto looked in shock at Sasuke, who was now silently standing beside him. Sasuke-kun. Sakura's face flushed with excitement as she watched Sasuke's upright figure. So cool, so cool, so cool, what should I do? Sasuke-kun has become even cooler. How did he get here? Kakashi remained silent, subtly observing their surroundings. Could that guy be nearby as well? Another Uchiha. Chiyo's eyes flickered as she became more alert. But Sasuke paid no attention to them, his eyes fixed on Itachi ahead. Long time no see, Uchiha Itachi. His eyes turned from black to red, transforming into the three-tomo Sharingan. Sasuke, my foolish little brother, do you think you're strong enough to stand before me now? Itachi's voice was cold as usual. Sasuke's expression turned cold, and he slightly lowered his stance, gripping his sword tightly as a powerful fighting spirit surged from him. Save your big talk for when your real self appears before me, you fake. A flash of cold steel cut through the air as Sasuke drew his sword, sending the white blade slicing toward Itachi's face in an instant. Chapter 142, 142.4 now. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Koran Hightower. Z3K Chrome. Paulo Garcia. Abel Yapura. Ozo. Eater of the Dead. Panda Show. Red Rabbit. Robert Thompson. Glizzy. Supreme Beefos. Jal. Dwayne Edge. John Doe. Cattle Chief. Astro. AR4 and Gel. Nine Dust. Nako. Muhamed Belosanov. Young Fexentum. Hawkmutig. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. P@Trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. The sound of splitting echoed as the long sword in Sasuke's hand slashed through Itachi's body. Itachi's body was swiftly sliced in two by the blade, dispersing into a flock of crows that flew in all directions. Sasuke quickly sheathed his sword with his right hand and formed a simple hand sign with both hands. Fire release, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. Countless small fireballs shot from his mouth, precisely targeting and burning the crows. As the crows turned to ashes, Itachi's voice came from the side. Fire release, Great Fireball Technique. A massive fireball, taller than a person, roared towards Sasuke. Fire release, Great Fireball Technique. Sasuke formed another hand sign, and a similar fireball burst from his mouth, clashing with Itachi's technique. Boom. A violent explosion erupted, igniting a sea of flames as the two massive fireballs collided. Thud. 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 The brothers simultaneously drew out kunai and shuriken, launching them at each other. The dark weapons crisscrossed through the air, producing clear, sharp sounds as they collided. Their kunai and shuriken constantly shifted angles, even altering their flight paths through collisions. However, despite the barrage, neither Sasuke nor Itachi could break through the other's defenses, and the weapons fell to the ground with a series of clattering noises. Amazing. Naruto and Sakura watched the intense exchange of weapons with wide eyes. The Uchiha clan's mastery of weapons is truly extraordinary, Chiyo remarked, impressed. As a puppeteer, she could easily achieve such feats, but only through the use of chakra strings. The flames from the great fireball had already extinguished. Sasuke formed another hand sign and drew his sword with his right hand. Chidori blade. Blue arcs of electricity emitted a piercing screech as they extended from his hand to the blade. Sasuke dashed forward, raising his sword and aiming the tip at Itachi. Chidori sharp spear. The blade formed by the arcs of electricity extended rapidly, striking towards Itachi's chest at lightning speed. Itachi agilely sidestepped, his Sharingan spinning rapidly, and he threw a kunai towards Sasuke. Sasuke's lightning spear retracted, and he swiftly swung his sword, deflecting all the incoming kunai. His feet left deep imprints on the ground as his body surged with lightning chakra, increasing his speed. He charged at Itachi with his blade still crackling with electricity. Itachi's kunai was enveloped in chakra as he skillfully blocked Sasuke's fierce sword strikes. Their eyes locked, and the tomo in their Sharingan spun rapidly as they engaged in a battle of genjutsu. Since this Itachi wasn't the real one, his mental strength couldn't compare to Sasuke's, ultimately causing his movements to lag by a second. In that crucial moment, Sasuke's blade sliced down from his shoulder to his waist, almost cleaving him in two. Warm blood spurted out, and Itachi, staring at Sasuke's expressionless face, opened his mouth but couldn't produce any sound before collapsing to the ground. The electricity on Sasuke's blade dissipated as he silently sheathed his sword. Sasuke. Are you all right? Naruto rushed over. Huh? Who's this? He asked, blinking and pointing at the body on the ground. Who is this? Sakura and Kakashi also looked in surprise at the unfamiliar person lying on the ground. This is Yura from our village, Chiyo said gravely. How could this happen? He held an important position in the village. Maybe he was a spy for the Akatsuki, Sakura speculated. Sasuke, why are you here? Kakashi asked, turning to Sasuke. Yeah, Sasuke, did you come to find us? Naruto quickly added. Sasuke-kun, it's been a while. Sakura shyly glanced at Sasuke's face. I'm searching for Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke replied calmly. I heard there were Akatsuki members around here, so I came to check it out. Is that so? Where's Kaito? Kakashi asked. Uncle. Sasuke looked puzzled. Uncle is busy, so I came alone. How could let you come by yourself? Kakashi frowned. Although Sasuke was considered a rogue ninja from Konoha, Kakashi still regarded him as his student. The shinobi world isn't peaceful right now. It's too dangerous to act alone. Kakashi-sensei is right. Naruto agreed. So, come back to Konoha with us, Sasuke. There's no danger, Sasuke refused. I'm not who I used to be. Sasuke-kun, even though you're strong, you're still only one person, Sakura also tried to persuade him. Without companions, it's risky if you face multiple enemies. No need to worry, Grandpa Azuna is protecting me, Sasuke frowned. Your mission is to rescue Gaara, right? Don't waste time with me. Right, Gaara. Naruto suddenly remembered, becoming anxious. Kakashi-sensei, let's hurry. Sasuke, will you come with us? Kakashi asked. Sure, our goals don't conflict after all, Sasuke nodded. Then let's go. Kakashi took the lead, and the others quickly followed. They crossed the territory of the Land of Rivers and arrived at the riverbank where their target was located. Ah. Bushy-brow-sensei and his team are here too, Naruto said, stopping and looking down at Team Guy standing on the river's surface. Inside the cave, the sealing process was nearing completion. They've all arrived outside the cave, Zetsu reported. Including Itachi's younger brother. It seems Itachi just lost to his little brother, Deidara remarked loudly. How weak. Humph. Wasn't Itachi's little brother following Uchiha Kaito? Toby mocked. Could Uchiha Kaito be here too? I haven't detected Kaito's presence, Zetsu replied. So, it's just the little brother on his own, Kisame said. Has he come to avenge Itachi? Oh, this is a touching drama filled with love and hatred, Toby's voice quivered as if crying. The closest brothers, the most bitter enemies. Oh, it's so moving. You better stop, Toby, Kisame laughed. Or Itachi-san will definitely kill you. Huh? No way, no way. Who would be willing to kill the cute Toby? Shut up. Deidara snapped at Toby. One day, you'll die by my hands. All right, the ceiling is complete. Pain suddenly spoke, and everyone fell silent. The energy dragon retreated from Gaara's body, returning to the mouth of the ghetto statue. Gaara's body fell to the ground. Itachi, what are the characteristics of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Deidara suddenly asked. You'll know right away, he's the one who'll start yelling the loudest. Huh. Boom. The giant boulder blocking the cave entrance was completely shattered. Deidara, Sasori, you handle this. We'll contact you later. As Pain's words ended, the illusions of the others, along with the ghetto statue, vanished into the rising smoke. Deidara and Sasori landed from midair, with Deidara casually sitting on Gaara's body. Chapter 143, 143. Talk. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Koran Hightower. Z3K Chrome. Paulo Garcia. Abel Yapura. Ozo. Eater of the Dead. Panda Show. Red Rabbit. Robert Thompson. Glizzy. Supreme Beefos. Jal. Dwayne Edge. John Doe. Cattle Chief. Astro. AR4 and Gel. Nine Dust. Nako. Muhamed Belosanov. Young Fexentum. Hawkmutig. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. P@Trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Outside the cave, the group relied on Nijis Byakugan to break the seal at the entrance. The members of Team Guy each went in different directions to decipher the characters of the seal. When the seal at the cave's entrance was lifted, Sakura punched and shattered the massive rock blocking the entrance. Kakashi signaled, and everyone quickly entered the cave. Gaara. Naruto, seeing Gaara sitting beneath Deidara, immediately became furious. Let go of Gaara. You bastards. Ah, loud and noisy, this is what the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is like, Deidara looked calmly at the enraged Naruto and nodded. Hey, do you two know where Uchiha Itachi is? Sasuke emerged from behind Naruto. So, you're the little brother, huh? You really do look like Itachi, Deidara smiled. Are you looking to take revenge on Itachi? I'm Uchiha Sasuke, Sasuke said calmly. Do you know where Itachi is? Hey. You're quite arrogant, little brother. Deidara looked at Sasuke, displeased. That arrogant attitude is just as annoying as your brother's, Not gonna talk. No matter, I'll make you talk. Sasuke gripped his sword hilt and lowered his stance slightly. I can't stand that guy, Itachi, Deidara said, stuffing his right hand into his ninja pouch, where a chewing sound could be heard. Since you hate him too, I'll just get rid of you, How could a conversation between these two go on like this? The others all had the same thought. Deidara, our target is the Nine-Tails, said Sasori, lying on the ground, his voice raspy. Sasori, leave the Nine-Tails and that Uchiha brat to me, Deidara stood up, and the clay bird beside him grabbed Gaara's body and swallowed it whole. Damn it. Give Gaara back. Naruto's eyes turned red, and he charged straight at Deidara. Naruto. Kakashi and Sakura were shocked. He's still so impulsive. Deidara dodged Naruto's punch and lightly jumped onto the back of the clay bird. The white clay bird flapped its wings and quickly flew towards the cave entrance. Stop right there. Naruto hurriedly chased after him. Sasori, I'm leaving this to you, Deidara called back from atop the bird. Deidara, you bastard. Sasori coldly scolded. Deidara laughed and turned his head back, the clay bird ascending further into the air, almost out of the cave. Zizzip, a blade crackling with lightning sliced through the clay bird's belly. Electricity coursed through it, nearly cutting the bird in half, and it plummeted from the sky. Who said you could leave? Sasuke, still midair, coldly watched as Deidara fell off the bird. He then turned and kicked the bird's head, which was wrapped around Gaara, towards Naruto. Catch it. Good job, Sasuke. Naruto instantly created 2 shadow clones, catching the giant bird's head together and jumping back towards Kakashi and the others. You bastard. You've made me really angry, Deidara's right hand continued to chew, and he quickly threw a white ball at Sasuke. The white object transformed rapidly into another clay bird and charged at Sasuke. Die. Deidara, still midair, formed a hand seal. Electric arcs spread from Sasuke's sword, extending across his body and then further into the air. Chidori stream. The lightning arcs flickered across the white clay bird, disrupting its explosive clay before it could detonate, causing it to drop to the ground. Both landed simultaneously, facing off again. This kid has developed several variations of the Chidori technique. Kakashi looked at Sasuke's back and smiled with pride. Gaara. Naruto dug Gaara's body out of the clay, shaking his shoulders. Hey! Gaara, wake up. Sakura hurried over, checking Gaara, and sadly shook her head at Naruto. How could this happen? Tears welled up in Naruto's eyes. I'm sorry, Gaara, I couldn't save you. What is this? He wiped his tears away forcefully. Doesn't this mean I haven't improved at all since 3 years ago? On the other side, Deidara glared at Sasuke, angrily biting down on another piece of explosive clay. You brat. I'll make sure you die a horrible death, Enough, Deidara. Sasori's voice grew impatient. Don't forget our target. Capture the Nine-Tails kid and finish this quickly. My dear grandson, Chio, who had been silent, stepped forward, her drooping eyelids opening slightly as she stared at Sasori. Your grandmother is right here, where are you in such a hurry to go? Granny Chio, why does an old lady who's already retired have to come out and cause trouble? Sasori replied without mercy. I've lived long enough. Chio undid her hair and glanced back at Gaara's body. My dear grandson, I could forgive you for associating with evildoers, but I cannot forgive you for attacking the Kazekage twice. Twice. Naruto looked up in surprise. Besides Gaara, there's also the 4th Kazekage, Sasori incited Orochimaru. Chio pulled several kunai from her sleeve, connecting them with chakra strings. With a flick of her wrists, the kunai lined up neatly in the air and shot towards Sasori. Heh, maybe it wasn't just 2 Kazekages, you old hag. Sasori's long metal tail slithered out from behind him, easily blocking Chio's kunai. What do you mean? Chio's expression changed. Exactly what you think. Sasori's voice was filled with pleasure. That was my most perfect work. You bastard. Chio panted heavily. So it was you who made the 3rd Kazekage disappear back then. What? Everyone turned to Sasori in shock. So, the missing 3rd Kazekage was killed by this guy. Sasori. Deidara created another giant clay bird and jumped onto its back. You were rushing me before, and now you're the one getting sidetracked. No choice, Sasori said coldly. These guys are tough. To capture the Nine-Tails kid, we'll have to defeat them all. You should have said so earlier. Let them fully appreciate my art. Enough with the chatter. Sasuke shouted with a frown. Do you two know where Itachi is or not? You little brat. Deidara's forehead bulged with veins. No idea, Sasori replied flatly. But if you become part of my collection, I'll avenge you by finding Itachi. In that case, you both can die here. Sasuke glanced back at Naruto. Consider this payback for calling me dead last. What do you mean? Naruto squinted, confused as he looked at Sasuke. Sasuke, don't be reckless. We need to be cautious, Kakashi warned. Enough talking. Sasuke stepped forward, quickly forming hand seals. Fire style, majestic flame destroyer. Blazing flames spewed endlessly from his mouth, engulfing Deidara and Sasori. Chapter 144, 144. A sudden change. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Koran Hightower. Z3K Chrome. Paulo Garcia. Abel Yapura. Ozo. Eater of the Dead. Panda Show. Red Rabbit. Robert Thompson. Glizzy. Supreme Beefos. Jal. Dwayne Edge. John Doe. Cattle Chief. Astro. AR4 and Gel. Nine Dust. Nako. Muhamed Belosanov. Young Fexentum. Hawkmutig. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. P@Trian, p@trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Hidden Rain Village. Pain flashed up to the top of a high tower, accurately locating the figure of Obito sitting at the tip. Obito, bring Deidara and Sasori back, Pain instructed. I told you to call me Madara. Obito replied irritably. Wouldn't it be better to have them capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki as well? Don't bargain with me, Obito. Pain said coldly. Uchiha Sasuke has appeared, and standing behind him is Uchiha Kaito. Kaito's methods are too strange. I don't want Deidara and Sasori to fall in such a place. I understand. Obito turned to look at Pain. This time, I'll follow your orders. Land of Rivers. Although the cave they were in was quite spacious, Sasuke's fire-style jutsu filled it with flames, and waves of intense heat rolled through the air. Kakashi instantly formed hand seals, slamming his palms to the ground. Earth-style, earth wall. Several thick earthen walls, carved with dog faces, rose in front of Sasuke, blocking the flames and the heat on the side where Deidara and Sasori were. Did we get them? Naruto raised his head, staring at the sea of red flames. Not sure, don't let your guard down, Kakashi stood up. But there's no place to hide in this cave, the heat alone is terrifying, Sakura said, looking at Sasuke's back. Young lady, it's best not to underestimate the enemy, Chiyo observed, squinting her eyes. Even in such a situation, there are many ways to escape. Indeed, Kakashi agreed. If it were me, I would use earth style to hide underground. Just then, the sound of earth breaking came from behind them. Ha 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 ha. As expected of Kakashi, you're absolutely right. The group turned around to see Deidara emerging from the ground near the cave's entrance, laughing wildly. What about Sasori? Chiyo glanced at Deidara, still looking gravely at the flames slowly dying down. Sasori is different from me, Deidara quickly created another clay bird and jumped onto its back. He's no longer afraid of high temperatures, As the flames finally extinguished, the group could see the situation inside the cave clearly. A giant black metal sphere stood quietly on the ground. That's the third Kazekage's Iron Sanjutsu, Chiyo's expression grew even more serious. Sasori, you really did such a thing. I told you, this is my most treasured masterpiece. Sasori's voice rang out as the black iron sand slowly dispersed, revealing the scene inside. Standing beside him was a new puppet, shaped exactly like the third Kazekage of the Sand Village. That is. Kakashi glanced at Chiyo. Chiyo sighed. That is the forbidden technique strictly banned in the Sand Village, human puppet. It's made from the corpse of a ninja, and it can even use the jutsu they had in life. That's right. After skinning the body, washing away the blood, and removing the organs, various mechanisms are added to complete the artwork. Sasori, with excitement in his voice, jumped onto Kakashi's earth wall along with his puppet of the third Kazekage. Besides the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, all of you will become part of my new collection. Ha 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 ha. You're surrounded by us now, HM. Deidara, perched on his clay bird, hovered in the air above the group, looking down at them. It's a pity we need to capture the Jinchuriki alive, He looked at Naruto regretfully, then raised his hands and scattered countless white clay spiders. Let's see how you handle this. At the same time, Sasori opened his mouth wide, and countless senbon needles shot out rapidly. Sasuke exchanged a glance with Kakashi, and in an instant, their figures crossed paths. Lightning style, Chidori senbon. Sasuke's hand lit up with electricity again, and with a wave, countless needles made of lightning flew out, pinning Deidara's clay spiders to the ground. Earth style, earth wall. Kakashi used earth style again, though the earth wall this time was much thinner than before, but it was just enough to block Sasori's poison needles. Meanwhile, Sasuke, surrounded by electric arcs, leaped into the air, his Sharingan spinning rapidly. The pattern in his eyes turned into a six-petaled flower as he locked eyes with Deidara. Not good. Deidara's face changed instantly. Magnet style, iron sand drizzle. Sasori, controlling the third Kazekage puppet, formed hand seals, and waves of black iron sand surged up, instantly forming countless needles that rained down upon the group. Amaterasu. Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan began spinning, and black flames ignited on Deidara's body. Kamui. Kakashi suddenly opened his left eye, which also revealed a Mangekyo Sharingan. The space in front of him began to twist, and countless iron sand needles were sucked into the spatial vortex. Damn it. The black flames on Deidara's body spread to the clay bird beneath him, and he began to fall back toward the ground. Kakashi turned his attention to Sasori, the space vortex twisting faster. Sasori's body instantly shattered, and a black figure jumped out from within. No good. The space vortex gradually faded as Kakashi clutched his left eye, his breathing becoming labored. Hee hee, just like Itachi's black flames, it looks like Deidara is about to be taken down too. A mocking voice suddenly echoed from midair. A figure wearing a black cloak and an orange mask with a single eye hole appeared, waving toward Deidara. Hey, need some help, Deidara-senpai. Damn it. What are you doing here, Toby? Helpless against the black flames, Deidara glared furiously at the taunting Obito. Toby. Sasori's voice was also filled with a threat. All right, I get it. Obito flashed to Deidara's side. Their eyes met briefly, as if they were communicating some message. Then, the same spatial vortex appeared in the air, and Deidara's body rapidly vanished, leaving only the still-burning black flames behind. At the same time, a flash of white light appeared as Sasuke's blade passed straight through Obito's body. Obito. Kakashi, staggering, stood up and stared intently at the masked men. What? You're that bastard Obito. Naruto angrily pointed at Obito, controlled by the blood puppet technique. Who's Obito? Obito shrugged. I go by Toby. Sasori-senpai, Obito's figure disappeared and reappeared next to Sasori's true body. The leader has ordered that capturing the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki will be left for last. You can retreat now. Do you need a lift? Humph, let's go then. Sasori retracted the third Kazekage puppet. The spatial vortex appeared again, and Sasori's figure began to fade away. Sasori. Chiyo raised her hands, sending several kunai flying toward him. You bastard. You won't escape. Naruto charged forward with a Rasengan in hand. Whoa, close one. Sasori disappeared, and both Chiyo's kunai and Naruto's Rasengan passed harmlessly through Obito's body. You're really leaving like that, Sasori? Chiyo murmured as she stared at the spot where Sasori vanished, her old body becoming even more hunched. Chapter 145, 145. Private transaction. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Koran Hightower. Z3K Chrome. Paulo Garcia. Abel Yapura. Ozo. Eater of the Dead. Panda Show. Red Rabbit. Robert Thompson. Glizzy. Jal. Dwayne Edge. John Doe. Cattle Chief. Astro. AR4 and Gel. Nine Dust. Nako. Muhammad Belosanov. Young Fexentum. Hawkmutig. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. P@Trian.com/less a servant of Cosmos. Just replace the at with a. Obito, why? Kakashi pulled out a kunai, staring intently at Obito. There's no why, you useless fool. Obito's voice became deep and low. He ignored Kakashi and turned to look at Naruto. Consider yourself lucky this time. Next time we meet, it will be your death, Naruto. As he spoke, his body began to fade into the air. You bastard. Don't think you can escape. Naruto's eyes turned red as he roared, I will avenge my parents. Swish. Several red chains shot out from behind Naruto, rapidly attacking Obito. He's awakened. Kakashi thought, astonished as he watched Naruto. Unfortunately, the chains only passed through the air, and Obito's figure completely disappeared. Damn it. Damn it. Naruto knelt on the ground, pounding it fiercely as red chakra surged around him. Naruto. Calm down. Kakashi flashed to Naruto's side and placed a talisman on his forehead. So, this is the Nine-Tails. Sasuke silently appeared next to Kakashi, his eyes with strange patterns staring at Naruto. Sasuke, your eyes. Kakashi stepped in front of Naruto protectively. Sasuke. Naruto, now clear-headed, raised his head. Sasuke closed his eyes briefly, his eyes returning to black as he looked at the still wary Kakashi. Don't worry, Kakashi. I won't do anything to this idiot. Heh. Kakashi laughed awkwardly. But it's not wrong to be on guard against me, Sasuke added with a smile, after all, I'm no longer a ninja of Konoha. What are you talking about, Sasuke? Naruto shouted, standing up excitedly. Sakura, Kakashi-sensei, and I have all been waiting for you to come back. Sasuke looked seriously into Naruto's eyes and said, don't be foolish, Naruto. You know it's impossible. But. Naruto clenched his fists tightly. Damn it. What is this? Sasuke-kun, can't you really come back? Sakura walked over, holding back her tears. Sorry, ever since that time, I've only been Uchiha Sasuke of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke emphasized again and then said, well, I have things to do, so I'll be going now. Stop right there. Chains shot out from Naruto's back, suddenly binding Sasuke. You idiot, what do you think you're doing? Sasuke looked down at the chains around him, displeased as he turned his gaze to Naruto. I'm taking you back. Naruto insisted stubbornly. Heh, I figured as much, Sasuke chuckled, but even if you bring me back to Konoha, what then? Aside from you three, no one else will accept me. I'll ask Granny Tsunade for help. Naruto stared at Sasuke with burning eyes and said loudly, and those classmates from our year, too. They all got seriously hurt trying to save you from the sound ninja back then, don't forget that, you jerk. I'll ask Master Tsunade too, Sakura quickly chimed in. You're too naive, Sasuke shook his head. Even if she's the Hokage, there are some things that can't be decided by her alone. As for those classmates, I'm sorry. Please pass along my apology, Naruto. Goodbye. Poof. A puff of white smoke appeared, and Sasuke vanished in front of them. Damn it, it was a shadow clone. Sasuke-kun. Let him go, Kakashi sighed, patting Naruto and Sakura on the shoulders. Why? Naruto lowered his head. Kakashi-sensei, you didn't try to persuade Sasuke earlier, even though you encouraged me to bring him back. Naruto, you need to grow up, Kakashi said helplessly. Too much has happened, and some things aren't as simple as you think. Damn it. Why? Why am I still so useless? Naruto finally cried, even though I've gained the same power as my mom, Sasuke still slipped away right in front of me. Just like before, I couldn't even save Gaara. Naruto, even if Sasuke isn't in Konoha anymore, you can still be friends, Kakashi turned and walked toward the cave's exit. Let's go check on Gaara. At the outskirts of Omega-Kure. Obito's figure appeared from the void as a spacetime vortex swirled, and Deidara dropped from midair. Damn it. Deidara quickly adjusted his posture as he landed, glaring at Obito. Where's Sasori? Are you sure you want Sasori to hear our conversation, Deidara-senpai? Don't act all high and mighty in front of me, Toby. Deidara straightened his disheveled robe. I just made a deal with you, that's all, Hee, indeed, Obito said with a playful tone. While Sasori-senpai was busy intercepting the Suna shinobi, Deidara-senpai made a little deal with Toby in secret. That's our little secret. You bastard, what are you trying to say? Deidara glared at Obito. Hurry up and release Sasori, or he'll get suspicious. Nothing much, just letting Deidara-senpai know that Toby will come looking for you for another deal in the future. I've already got what I wanted, Deidara touched the special device covering his left eye. Don't bother me again. Hee, who knows what the future holds? Obito released Sasori, and he disappeared instantly. What are you two up to? Sasori missed grabbing Obito, and could only glare at Deidara. How dare you keep me waiting this long? You know I hate waiting the most. Unfortunately, without Hirako, the once intimidating Sasori in his youthful appearance seemed to have lost his threatening aura. How would I know? Deidara replied in an annoyed tone. Toby, that idiot, always does weird things. Sasori stared intently at Deidara for a few seconds before looking away. It better be that way. He turned and led the way into Omega-Kure. In a dense forest in the land of rivers, Sasuke sat on a tree branch, catching a crow that flew down from above. Caw. Lord Sasuke. Jean landed on Sasuke's hand, folding its wings. That old lady from Suna revived Gaara. Revived? How did she do that? Sasuke's interest was piqued. No idea, Caw. But after Gaara was revived, she herself died. Jean continued. So that's how it is. Sasuke lost interest instantly. Caw, Lord Sasuke, what are your orders now? Jean, I need you to gather information on Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke said as he raised his hand, releasing the crow. He also keeps some crows by his side, so make sure your crows are careful. I understand, Caw, no need to worry. With a puff of smoke, Jean disappeared from Sasuke's hand. Sasuke's face displayed the markings of sage mode as he took out a small paper doll from his ninja pouch, infusing it with some natural energy. The paper doll twitched, freeing itself from Sasuke's fingers, and began moving in his palm, its scribbled face coming to life. Do you need something, Sasuke? As the mouth drawn on the paper doll opened and closed, Kaito's voice could be heard. Chapter 146, 146. Communication paper. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Koran Hightower. Z3K Chrome. Paulo Garcia. Abel Yapura. Ozo. Eater of the Dead. Panda Show. Red Rabbit. Robert Thompson. Glizzy. Jal. Dwayne Edge. John Doe. Cattle Chief. Astro. AR4 and Gel. Nine Dust. Nako. Muhamed Belosanov. Young Fexentum. Hawkmutig. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. p@trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Sasuke asked directly, Uncle, I want to know who the source of information within the Akatsuki organization is. It can't be Itachi, right? Haha, you've noticed, the small paper figure's eyes turned into crescents. Initially, Itachi did provide some information, but I haven't been in contact with him for a long time. Then who is it now? Sasuke continued to ask. It's Uchiha Obito, Kaito said calmly, or rather, he hasn't been Uchiha Obito for a long time. Obito. I met him today. What is his relationship with Kakashi? Obito was in the same class as Kakashi and was a disciple of the fourth Hokage. Why does Naruto hate him? Because he was the mastermind behind the Nine Tails incident when Naruto was born, which led to the death of the fourth Hokage and his wife. You said he's no longer Obito. What do you mean? Obito also participated in the extermination of the Uchiha clan. I have already killed him. What appears now is a puppet controlled by me. I see. The small paper figure in Sasuke's palm jumped slightly. What's the matter? Do you need me to provide you with information about Itachi? Not for now, Sasuke replied. Uncle and Grandpa Izuna probably want to train me. I want to see if I can find him with my own abilities first. Very well then. Good luck, Sasuke. Remember to contact me if you need anything. As soon as Kaito finished speaking, the small paper figure immediately returned to its original form and gently fell down. Sasuke put the paper figure back in his ninja tool pouch, observed the direction, and then disappeared from the spot. At the Uchiha residence on Mount Oyama. In the laboratory, Kaito casually retrieved a similar small paper figure and immediately received a communication from the puppet. Master. What is it? Master, we have obtained the One Tails chakra. Well done. According to Nagato's arrangement, the Two Tails will be handled by Terai and me. How strong is Terai? He's at the level of an elite jonin, but he's not as strong as Kakashi. I see. Proceed according to the plan. Understood. Kaito then cut off the communication. Little Kaito. Uriai pushed the door open and came in. I have something important to tell you. What happened, Uriai? Kaito turned his head. I found traces of Otsutsuki Ishiki. Uriai explained with a serious expression. Oh. Kaito raised an eyebrow with interest. It seems Lord Mo's suspicions were correct. That guy isn't dead yet, is he? To be precise, he's already dead, Uriai frowned, looking a bit uneasy. But he might resurrect. Really? Then please explain it to me in detail, Kaito said, holding Uriai's hand to comfort her. I've been searching for valuable clues in the dream world to help you, little Kaito, Uriai said, blushing slightly. Thank you, Uriai, Kaito smiled and patted her head. You don't need to work so hard. No, I want to do this, Uriai said firmly. Everyone, including you, is working hard. Even though I don't have much combat power, I want to do something for the final victory. I understand. Do as you think is best, Kaito said gently. So, what is the current state of Otsutsuki Ishiki? I accidentally entered a dream where the owner was someone named Jigen. In the dream, I obtained important information. Uriai's expression grew heavier. Years ago, after being ambushed and killed by Otsutsuki Kagaya, Otsutsuki Ishiki used a secret technique to lodge himself within Jigen's body. Then, is Otsutsuki Ishiki planning to resurrect using Jigen's body? Kaito asked. I'm not sure, Uriai shook her head slightly. The dream I entered belonged to Jigen, but according to him, Otsutsuki Ishiki has already taken control of his consciousness. Soon, he will completely lose himself. I see. Have you informed Lord Mo about this? Not yet. Then go inform Lord Mao and our other companions first, Kaito said. I need to think carefully about what to do next. I understand. After Uriai left, Kaito smiled, things are getting more interesting. A member of the Otsutsuki clan in a weakened state is truly a gift from the heavens. In a vast forest, Sasuke swiftly moved through the treetops. Who's there? Suddenly, Sasuke stopped, his hand gripping the sword at his waist as he cautiously observed his surroundings. Long time no see, Sasuke-kun. I finally found you, a hoarse voice said as a vague mud figure slowly emerged from the ground. As the mud figure took shape, Sasuke frowned, Orochimaru. Hee, it's me, Orochimaru laughed coldly. What do you want? Sasuke asked warily. Don't be so tense, Sasuke-kun, Orochimaru licked his lips. Although you broke our agreement 3 years ago, I'm not here for that today. Then get to the point, Sasuke said impatiently, releasing a strong aura. Hee. Orochimaru laughed indifferently. You've improved a lot. You're truly a genius, Sasuke-kun. However, my purpose this time isn't you, he said, his expression becoming serious. I want to meet with Kaito-kun. Can you help me with that? You have business with my uncle. Sasuke relaxed a bit upon seeing Orochimaru's serious expression. Hee, yes, I have something important to discuss with Kaito-kun. Orochimaru's attitude became completely earnest. My uncle might not be able to meet with you anytime soon. Sasuke hesitated. Orochimaru's eyes flashed as he smiled and said, then, could you convey a message for me? That won't be necessary, Sasuke decided, pulling out the communication paper figure from his ninja tool pouch. You can talk to my uncle directly using this. He activated the paper figure with natural energy, causing purple markings to appear on his face. Sasuke. Kaito's voice came through again. What is this? Orochimaru's eyes gleamed as he watched Sasuke. Senjutsu, a lively paper figure, simple and expressive facial features. How fascinating, he quickly licked his lips again. Uncle, Orochimaru found me and wants to talk to you, Sasuke said to the paper figure. Oh. The paper figure jumped, turned around, and bowed, looking at Orochimaru standing on the ground. You looking for me? Indeed, I'm quite fond of you, Kaito-kun, Orochimaru said. I've been waiting for this day to speak with you for a long time. I'm honored, Kaito's voice carried a smile. In my view, you is also a rare genius, especially having transcended the limitations of being a mere shinobi. Orochimaru's eyes lit up as he smiled and said, as expected of Kaito-kun. I knew we'd get along well. This time, I sought you out because I've received some surprising news from Ryuchi Cave. Chapter 147, 147. Intent to become a yokai. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Koran Hightower. Z3K Chrome. Paulo Garcia. Abel Yapura. Ozo. Eater of the Dead. Panda Show. Red Rabbit. Robert Thompson. Glizzy. Dwayne Edge. John Doe. Cattle Chief. Astro. AR4 and Gel. Nine Dust. Nako. Muhammad Belosanov. Hawkmutig. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservant of Cosmos. Just replace the at with a. Oh. From your tone, I think I understand, Kaito said, sounding a bit surprised. But what I didn't expect is that Ryuchi Cave had the audacity to tell you those secrets. Hee, the White Snake Sage doesn't have that kind of audacity, Orochimaru chuckled. Unfortunately, Ryuchi Cave is not as unified as it seems. Is that so? It seems Ryuchi Cave is more complicated than Mount Myaboku, Kaito casually remarked. Mount Myaboku, huh? From the stories I've heard, the Great Toad Sage is indeed more shrewd than the White Snake Sage, Orochimaru agreed. Kaito asked directly, so, who in Ryuchi Cave is collaborating with you? Shinya, Orochimaru said without any hesitation. The White Snake Sage and the three Snake Princesses want to remain neutral, and Shinya even had a conflict with them over this. Shinya. Hold on. In the lab, Kaito pulled out a scroll from his sleeve and quickly unrolled it. I see, according to the records, Shinya was the strongest among the snakes when they were close to transforming into dragons. It was attacked by the White Snake and had its reverse scale stolen because it opposed surrendering to the Otsutsuki. The communication paper figure on the table curved into a large smile, and Orochimaru's voice came through. It seems Kaito-kun knows more than I expected. Not at all, Kaito rested his elbow on the low table, propping his chin with his hand. So, did Shinya ask Orochimaru-senpai to relay any messages to me? Shinya wants to establish direct contact with Kaito-kun, Orochimaru said. After all, it has few subordinates in Ryuchi Cave and is under the watch of the White Snake Sage and the three Snake Princesses. It can only rely on me to pass on its messages. While recording something with a brush, Kaito continued, I understand. Sasuke, please hand over a few of the communication paper figures to Orochimaru-senpai. In the dense forest, Sasuke, hearing Kaito's instructions, took out a few small paper figures from his ninja pouch and threw them toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru's eyes lit up as he caught them effortlessly, examining them closely. Sasuke reminded him, the communication paper figures need natural energy to activate, and they can be reused as long as they're not damaged. The small paper figure in Sasuke's palm opened its mouth, continuing to transmit Kaito's voice. Actually, what I'm more curious about is what conditions Shinya offered to Orochimaru-senpai. Speaking of that, I might need Kaito-kun's help, Orochimaru said, his gaze moving away from the paper figure in his hand, licking his lips with his tongue. Oh. Is there something that requires my assistance? Kaito asked with interest. Human life is too fragile, Orochimaru said with a fanatical tone. I have always been pursuing eternal life. I see, Kaito understood the hint. Immortality may be impossible, but extending life is not too difficult. Orochimaru became completely excited. Exactly. Although I have obtained a reincarnation jutsu, it also comes with significant drawbacks. Since learning of the existence of yokai, I have decided to abandon my human identity. Sasuke's eyes widened in surprise as he spoke. Orochimaru, you want to become a yokai? That's right, Sasuke-kun, Orochimaru confirmed. Yokai possess long lifespans, which is precisely what I seek. On the other side, Kaito was also a bit surprised. He frankly reminded Orochimaru-senpai, although yokai have relatively long lives, their power is limited by their natural talent, and their growth is extremely slow. I believe I can become a powerful yokai, Orochimaru said confidently. He continued, however, since I've decided to stand on Kaito-kun's side, there's something I'd like your help with. Seeing that Orochimaru had made up his mind, Kaito didn't try to persuade him further but instead addressed Orochimaru's request. Go ahead. According to the information I received, it seems that Kaito-kun has already sealed the Shinigami. Orochimaru raised his hands. Before that, my hand souls were sealed in the Shinigami's belly by Sensei. Is that so? Kaito said with interest. Please wait a moment, Orochimaru-senpai. Sasuke, the paper figure clone. At Kaito's words, Sasuke once again used his 2 fingers to take out a slightly larger paper figure from his ninja pouch. He infused it with natural energy and then tossed it into the air. The paper figure quickly expanded, taking on the appearance of Kaito, and gently floated to the ground. Orochimaru-senpai, Kaito walked over to Orochimaru with a smile, shall we meet in person? As expected, I can't hide anything from Kaito-kun. Orochimaru's body turned into soil, and his figure emerged from behind a distant tree. Kaito squinted slightly as he looked at Orochimaru and said, I see. It seems the Shinigami cut your soul, and without my knowledge, I sent all the souls in the Shinigami's belly back to the Pure Land. Orochimaru approached, still wearing a cold smile as he replied to Kaito, the Pure Land. Although it's separated by yin and yang, I imagine that wouldn't be an obstacle for Kaito-kun, would it? It certainly wouldn't be a problem for me, Kaito said as a Hinoki-fen suddenly appeared in his hand, which he gently waved. However, since Orochimaru-senpai has already expressed his intention to stand by my side, I'm sure you wouldn't mind if I added a layer of insurance, would you? Orochimaru's expression changed slightly as he stared intently at Kaito. Kaito-kun is indeed cautious. I have no choice, Kaito sighed, pretending to be helpless. After all, what I'm about to do is something that can't tolerate carelessness. I'm sure you is already aware of that. Orochimaru laughed excitedly again. Indeed, after all, our enemy is that rabbit goddess. Sasuke, the alliance contract. Kaito smiled and extended his empty left hand. Here we go again, I'm just a tool, after all. Standing on the tree, Sasuke snorted coldly, throwing a small scroll into Kaito's hand. Without turning around, Kaito handed the scroll directly to Orochimaru. Orochimaru-senpai, take a look. Once you sign your name, we can begin our sincere cooperation. Orochimaru stared at Kaito for a few seconds, then several poisonous snakes shot out from his sleeve, took the scroll, and opened it. He glanced at the contents of the scroll and then stared into Kaito's eyes again. Kaito-kun really is well prepared. Kaito smiled elegantly. This is just to be safe. Once the contract is signed, both I and Orochimaru-senpai can feel at ease. He. I understand. Orochimaru let out a strange laugh, withdrew his gaze, and immediately bit his tongue, signing his name with his flexible tongue. A blue light flashed across the contract scroll, and it returned to its original state in an instant. Orochimaru examined it again, then had the snakes roll up the scroll and toss it back. Kaito caught it, nodded, and said, I will now retrieve your hands for you, Orochimaru-senpai. Chapter 148, 148. Repairing the Soul. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Koran Hightower. Z3K Chrome. Paulo Garcia. Abel Yapura. Ozo. Eater of the Dead. Panda Show. Red Rabbit. Robert Thompson. Glizzy. Dwayne Edge. John Doe. Cattle Chief. Astro. AR4 and Gel. Nine Dust. Nako. Muhammad Belosanov. Hawkmutig. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Kaito raised his hand and tossed the contract scroll to Sasuke. His eyes, marked by a 5-pointed star pattern, spun as an identical 5-pointed star array appeared on the ground. He continuously formed hand signs, a spiritual light suddenly bursting from around him, and began chanting the 9-character mantra, Rin, Pyo, Tu, Sha, Kai, Jin, Retsu, Zai, Zen. The array on the ground lit up with a blue glow, and a black ink-like spot appeared in the center, slowly expanding into a dark passage. Kaito reminded, Orochimaru-senpai, drip blood into the passage. Orochimaru, who was watching Kaito's spellcasting with great interest, immediately bit his finger upon hearing this and flicked a drop of blood into the Pure Land passage. Kaito stopped his hand movements and shouted, "Come." A small, dim soul flame flew out rapidly from the Pure Land passage, rushing toward Orochimaru like a homing swallow. With a flick of his long sleeve, Kaito arranged a few talisman papers in a neat row in midair. His hands formed another set of seals. Go. The talisman papers darted through the air, rapidly rotating around Orochimaru. Kaito changed the hand signs once more. Heaven and earth, clear the soul, by law, come swiftly. A vast amount of natural energy quickly gathered, and the part of Orochimaru's soul that had been harvested by the Shinigami slowly merged back into his body. At the same time, his hands, which had been nearly necrotic, gradually returned to normal. The Pure Land passage slowly closed, the array dimmed, and the talisman papers in the air self-ignited. Kaito let out a sigh of relief as the spiritual light around him faded away, then lowered his hands. It's done. He smiled lightly at Orochimaru. In fact, because he was a clone at the moment, this process was somewhat strenuous, forcing him to use the most complicated steps. He. Orochimaru let out a strange laugh, raising his hands and repeatedly opening and closing his fingers. Then he looked at Kaito with blazing eyes, so this is the power of an Onmyoji. You have truly opened my eyes, Kaito-kun. The Hinoki Fen reappeared in Kaito's hand, and with the other hand, he waved modestly, just a minor technique, not worth mentioning. For my desire to become a yokai, it seems Kaito-kun has a different perspective. Since they had signed a contract, Orochimaru naturally inquired further, not wanting to miss out on any benefits. I was just about to discuss that with you, Orochimaru-senpai. Kaito didn't mind extending a favor. Actually, if you're seeking immortality, there are two paths to choose from. I'm all ears. Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with interest. Kaito maintained his smile and explained, the first is to follow your plan and transform yourself into a yokai through a special method. The second is to assist me in defeating Kaguya and reclaiming the fragments of the underworld, then rebuilding Yomi Hell, where you can fully transform into a hellish deity. Orochimaru frowned, somewhat puzzled. If it's in Yomi Hell, that means it happens after death, right? This contradicts my original goal. Hell is indeed the realm of the dead, Kaito nodded, but as a deity belonging to Hell, apart from participating in some hell-related affairs, there's not much difference from living in the present world. And the greatest benefit of this path is... His voice took on a persuasive tone. You can essentially retain the power you had in life, perhaps even stronger, and as long as there isn't another catastrophe like the one 1,000 years ago that shattered Yomi, you can exist eternally with Yomi Hell. Oh. Thank you for the information, Kaito-kun. Orochimaru's eyes flickered, clearly tempted but quickly regaining his composure. I will consider it carefully. Well, this clone's power is nearly exhausted, so I'll be heading back. Kaito's body shifted from solid to ethereal. By the way, please contact me once you return to your base. I have some special research materials I'd like to share with you. No problem. Orochimaru's eyes lit up, showing great interest. Kaito's figure gradually faded and fully retreated into a paper figure. Then, the paper figure burned spontaneously without wind, turning into ashes that scattered with the breeze. Well then, I should be leaving too, Sasuke-kun. Orochimaru smiled eerily at Sasuke. Since you've chosen to cooperate with Kaito-kun, if you encounter any difficulties now that you're alone, feel free to seek my help. He rapidly formed hand seals, and in the blink of an eye, disappeared from the spot. Humph. Sasuke crossed his arms, looking very displeased. I would never go around seeking help. They both underestimate me, thinking I'm still the same kid from 3 years ago. Looks like I need to prove myself with even more powerful actions. I'll start by completely defeating Itachi. Sasuke made up his mind. Kaito-kun. Yuri once again pushed open the laboratory door and walked in. You're back. Kaito was writing something, not turning around. I've already informed Lord Mo. Yuri walked lightly to Kaito's side and sat down. What did he say? Kaito continued writing. Lord Mo has already informed the yokai near Jigen to monitor in secret. Yuri casually organized the messy drafts on the floor and pouted. It seems you'll have to take action personally in the end. Make sure they're careful. Kaito paused his writing, turned to Yuri. Although we don't know what abilities that person possesses, when it comes to the Otsutsuki, we can't be too cautious. If those yokai get detected, it would not only cause unnecessary sacrifices but also have too much of an impact on our plan. Don't worry. Yuri also turned her head and gave a gentle smile. Lord Mo has arranged for yokai skilled in transformation techniques, who can perfectly hide their yokai aura and disguise as ordinary humans. She turned around and hugged Kaito's arm, resting her head on his shoulder. And I will also be watching him in the dream world. Don't let your guard down. Kaito tapped her forehead with his finger. Don't forget the experience of being utterly defeated by Kaguya in Black Zetsu's dream. I know. Yuri's head rubbed against Kaito's shoulder. I will be careful. I've made some new progress as well. Kaito pulled out a sheet from the written papers and placed it in front of Uriai. Uriai glanced at it, a bit surprised, so this is news about Ryuchi Cave. Then she carefully read through it. After finishing, she handed the paper back to Kaito. Shinya, that name is somewhat familiar. She thought back carefully, he was one of the rare hardliners among the yokai clans. When the Snake clan defected, many yokai didn't even believe it. She paused, then continued, I didn't expect the truth to be that the White Snake and the 3 Snake Princesses were the first to make a choice. Yes, I'll have a good talk with him later. Kaito nodded slightly. Whether it's Jin or Shinya, they both hope to rebuild their yokai forms, right? Uriai said with some concern, this kind of thing probably won't be easy. No problem. Kaito smiled confidently, I like challenges, and I will work hard to succeed. Chapter 149, 149. Hidden Mission. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Koran Hightower. Z3K Chrome. Paulo Garcia. Abel Yapura. Ozo. Eater of the Dead. Panda Show. Red Rabbit. Robert Thompson. Glizzy. Dwayne Edge. John Doe. Cattle Chief. Astro. AR4 and Gel. Nine Dust. Nako. Muhammad Belosanov. Hawkmutig. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservant of Cosmos. Just replace the at with a. At the entrance of Sunagakure, Naruto and Gaara shook hands to say goodbye. Naruto, thank you, Gaara sincerely expressed his gratitude. Ha ha ha. I didn't do much. Naruto replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. No, I've learned a lot from you, Gaara said seriously. From now on, as Kazekage, I'll work hard for the village and earn the recognition of more comrades. Yeah, do your best, Naruto said with equal seriousness. But I won't lose to you, I will definitely become Hokage. I believe in you, Gaara's expression was very calm. Naruto, we need to go, Kakashi called from a distance. Coming. Naruto turned and ran towards his companions, waving back as he went. Gaara. See you later. Goodbye, Naruto. The Sand Shinobi stood still, watching the Konoha group walk away. Naruto quickly caught up with his companions and whispered to Sakura, it's rare, but Kakashi-sensei is actually returning normally after using the Sharingan. Sakura glanced at Kakashi's back and nodded in agreement, whispering back, because Kakashi-sensei only used it once. A vein popped on Kakashi's forehead as he turned back to glare at the two of them, saying in a low voice, what are you talking about, you brats? And nothing. Naruto and Sakura shook their heads vigorously. Ha 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 ha. Might Guy gave Kakashi a thumbs up. Were you ridiculed by your adorable students, my rival Kakashi? It's all because you don't exercise enough. Come, let's sweat our youth together. Rock Lee enthusiastically raised his hand and shouted, me too, me too. Guy-sensei, let's return to Konoha while doing handstands. That's a great idea, Lee. Might Guy immediately started doing a handstand and moved forward, I'll go ahead. Keep up, Kakashi, Lee. Wait for me, Guy-sensei. Rock Lee quickly followed suit and joined him. The two of them, handstanding and walking on their hands, quickly disappeared, kicking up a cloud of dust. Tenten, watching the distant master and disciple, couldn't help but be covered in black lines. She waved her hand in front of her to clear the dust and muttered, those two are at it again with their embarrassing antics. You'll get used to it. Niji, walking beside her, maintained a stoic expression, unfazed. Naruto and Sakura, however, kept their eyes fixed on Kakashi. Naruto scratched his face with his finger and asked, Kakashi-sensei, aren't you going to join Bushibrao-sensei? He just invited you. Kakashi, holding his book, turned back with a confused look. Did something happen just now? He's playing dumb. The other four looked at him with blank expressions, silently judging him. Speaking of which, Kakashi said in a leisurely tone, Sasuke has improved a lot. He's really impressive. Naruto looked displeased, squinting his eyes at the back of Kakashi's head. Ah, when we faced Itachi, we were also fortunate to have Sasuke, Kakashi continued. Naruto, you were caught in a genjutsu then, right? It was thanks to Sasuke that you were saved. Damn it, damn it. Naruto immediately jumped up in frustration. I'm falling behind Sasuke again. He then jumped to the front of the group and did a handstand. I need to work harder too. I will definitely catch up to Sasuke. With that, he moved quickly, handstanding as he chased after Might Guy and Rock Lee. He's so easy to fool. Kakashi chuckled happily. The devil teacher's smile has appeared. The other three quickly averted their eyes from him. That night, Sasuke lit a fire inside a cave and removed the ninja tool pouch from his back. This ninja tool pouch had been enhanced by Kaito before his departure, equipped with a space seal. Sasuke opened the pouch to take out the stored bento, but Izuna's paper avatar automatically emerged, transforming into human form and sitting opposite him. Grandfather Izuna. Sasuke held the bento with both hands, heating it with fire-style chakra, and looked inquiringly at Izuna, who had appeared suddenly. Izuna nodded, though I didn't show myself, I could sense your actions all along the way. The aroma of steaming food filled the cave, but Sasuke continued to silently watch Izuna. Izuna smiled at him and said, those two from the Akatsuki are very rare types of ninjas, even I've never seen such ones. Sasuke explained, it said that puppet jutsu was developed by the second Kazekage, and as for Deidara's ninjutsu, it should be the variant of explosion release from Iwagakure. The ninja world is full of talented people, Izuna remarked. Not to mention puppet jutsu, that kid Deidara's use of explosion release is entirely different from his predecessors. Yeah, Sasuke nodded. Fortunately, Deidara's ninjutsu was just countered by my lightning style. It seems you understand. Izuna poked the fire, after you used Great Fireball Jutsu, you became a bit careless. It's due to your lack of experience. When Deidara escaped underground, that Kakashi reacted faster than you did. Sasuke lowered his head and said, I understand. I'll be more careful next time. Good, as long as you understand. Izuna said, now, go ahead and eat. Thanks for the meal. Sasuke opened the bento and began eating with chopsticks. After you finish, take some time to think. In that situation, what would have been the optimal move? Izuna continued advising, in a ninja battle, you must aim to achieve the greatest results with the least effort. After speaking, he leaned back against the cave wall and closed his eyes to rest. Sasuke quickly finished his meal, packed the bento box, and began to meditate. The cave grew quiet, with only the occasional crackling sound of the burning wood. Sasuke. Kaito's voice suddenly echoed. Both people in the cave opened their eyes, and Sasuke took out a communication paper doll from the ninja tool pouch again. Uncle. Sasuke, I have a mission for you. The small paper doll bounced around, Izuna-senpai, please assist as well. What is it? Izuna asked. Uriai has discovered traces of Otsutsuki Ishiki, Kaito explained. I've already drafted a plan to deal with him, and I need your help. Otsutsuki Ishiki. Izuna was surprised. Didn't you say he was killed by Otsutsuki Kagaya? The paper doll shook its tiny hands, and Kaito continued, according to records, he was indeed killed by Kagaya. What we didn't expect was that, before his death, he attached his consciousness to a monk and has survived to this day. Now, he has completely replaced the monk's consciousness. This is a very important discovery. The paper doll raised both hands. It seems that to completely kill a member of the Otsutsuki clan, it's not enough to just kill them physically. The ability to hide in another person's body, it's really hard to guard against, Izuna sighed. So, what's our mission? Sasuke asked. Head to the land of valleys first, Kaito instructed. This is a covert mission. Be sure to stay hidden, and contact me once you arrive. Understood. Sasuke smiled excitedly. Chapter 150, 150. Two-tailed cat again. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Koron Hightower. Z3K Chrome. Paulo Garcia. Abel Yapura. Ozo. Eater of the Dead. Panda Show. Red Rabbit. Robert Thompson. Glizzy. Dwayne Edge. John Doe. Cattle Chief. Astro. AR4 Angel. Nine Dust. Nako. Muhammad Belosanov. Hawkmutig. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservant of Cosmos. Just replace the at with a. Land of Lightning. Niujito was swiftly weaving through the scattered rocks. Since receiving news that the Akatsuki had abducted the fifth Kazekage, as the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails in the Hidden Cloud Village, she had been secretly on guard against that mysterious organization. However, there were many differing opinions within the village about this incident. Most people thought that the Hidden Sand Village had become too weak, which is why they were taken advantage of. They believed that the Akatsuki wouldn't dare to provoke the powerful Hidden Cloud Village. Yet, Yujito herself felt uneasy. She always believed that the Akatsuki's target wouldn't be just the Kazekage, the Jinchuriki of the One Tail. As a fellow Jinchuriki, she thought it was highly likely that she could be their next target. As expected, today, two members of the Akatsuki intercepted her on her way back to the village after completing a mission. Among the two, the Konoha rogue ninja wasn't much of a threat, but the other man, wearing a one-eyed mask, was a master of spacetime ninjutsu and was incredibly troublesome. Her teammates had been killed by his elusive spacetime ninjutsu. Now, in this desolate area far from the village, it seemed she couldn't count on any reinforcements. There was no choice but to fight. Yujito's gaze grew determined. "Where are you going, Miss Two-Tails?" A flippant voice suddenly rang out. Yujito swiftly dodged, avoiding the iron chain that suddenly attacked her, and stared intently at the masked men who had appeared. Afterward, the figure of the Konoha rogue ninja also appeared on the other side. "You are from the Akatsuki, aren't you?" Yujito watched the two warily. "Ever since I heard the news from the hidden sand, I knew you would come for me." "Oh really?" The masked man, Toby, swung the iron chain in his hand. "You're quite brave, Miss Two-Tails. Knowing the fate of the One-Tail, you didn't cower in your village. What do you think, Terai?" Terai's indifferent face remained expressionless, maintaining his silence. Toby glanced at him and complained, "Tch, you're no fun, Terai." He turned his cold gaze back to Yujito. "Let me play with you for a bit, little kitty." "Bastard." Yujito's breath quickened. She barely suppressed her boiling emotions and said coldly, "Attacking a cloud ninja without reason and killing my comrades, I'll make you pay dearly for this." So scary, truly terrifying." The masked man exaggeratedly patted his chest. "You're quite the wild little kitty. Die." Yujito quickly formed hand seals. Mouse hairball. Countless blue fireballs spewed from her mouth, completely covering the area where Toby and Terai stood. "So hot, so hot, so hot." Toby danced around exaggeratedly. The fireballs passed through his body without causing any harm. Water style, water formation wall. Terai's response was much more conventional. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. After blocking the fireballs, he continued to form hand seals, summoning a massive water dragon that roared and charged at Yujito. Yujito, however, stood her ground, with chakra surging violently from her body. The long braid behind her head unraveled, and her hair scattered. Dark blue chakra, mixed with black flame patterns, erupted from her body, quickly covering her entire form. Roar. A deafening roar rang out as the massive Two-Tails cat demon appeared, standing firm against the water dragon's impact. "Is this full-tailed beast transformation?" Terai finally spoke, frowning as he looked at the enormous Two-Tails. "Yo, little kitty." Toby waved enthusiastically. Roar. The Two-Tails roared again, opening its mouth to spew a massive, scorching fireball at Toby. "So hot, so hot, so hot." Toby twisted his body exaggeratedly, ducking behind a large rock. Boom. The fireball collided with the rock, resulting in a violent explosion. Wind howled, and debris flew everywhere. Terai dodged the flying debris and quickly formed hand seals. Earth style, earthfall clay. A huge hole appeared above the Two-Tails' head, and heavy clay fell from the sky, covering its body. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Toby suddenly appeared beside Terai, assisting him with a fire style technique. The scorching flames solidified the clay around the Two-Tails. Gotcha. Toby clapped his hands excitedly. Cracking sounds were heard, followed by an angry roar. The Two-Tails broke through the solidified clay with brute force, extending its giant paw toward the two men. Toby remained motionless as the cat's paw passed swiftly through his body. Terai, however, hurriedly leaped away but was blown aside by the wind from the cat's paw, crashing hard into a boulder with a dull thud. "Hey! Are you okay, Terai?" Toby appeared beside Terai, grabbed his collar, and leaped high, skillfully jumping on the rocks to avoid the cat's paw. "Useless, Terai. Let the senior take care of this." Toby threw Terai far away and then phased his body, letting the Two-Tails fireball pass through him again. "Looks like you can't do anything to me, little kitty." His voice suddenly became deep, and a menacing red light shone from the hole in his mask. Inside Yujito's sealed space, the Two-Tails suddenly shouted in alarm. "No. It's the Mangekyo Sharingan, run away, Yujito." "What?" Yujito looked at the Two-Tails in confusion. "It's too late to run now." Toby's voice suddenly echoed in the sealed space, and his figure appeared. "You." Yujito looked at Toby nervously, "Are you Uchiha Itachi?" "Who knows?" Toby leisurely walked closer to the seal. At this moment, neither the Two-Tails nor Yujito could move. "What do you want to do?" Yujito glared hatefully at the men in front of her. "Of course, it's to capture the Jinchuriki and offer you to the Akatsuki's leader." Toby placed his right hand on the seal. "And maybe take a little bonus." The Two-Tails let out a painful screech as it felt its chakra being drained continuously. "Hee, finally tamed, little kitty." After a long time, Toby looked at the weakened Two-Tails, withdrew his right hand, and turned to look at Yujito. "Now, let's take you back." Terai struggled to stand up from the ground and leaped onto a rock, looking into the distance. In the distance, Toby placed his right hand on Yujito's forehead. The chakra cloak surrounding her shrank and eventually retracted completely into her body. As he withdrew his hand, Yujito collapsed to the ground. All done. Toby cheerfully gave a thumbs up and waved vigorously at Terai. Terai. Come over and help me carry her. The leader must be getting impatient. Terai silently jumped to Toby's side, bent down, and lifted the unconscious Yujito, slinging her over his shoulder. Let's go. Toby led the way to a prepared hiding place, with Terai carrying Yujito and following in his footsteps. Chapter 151, 151. The Samurai Boy. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Koron Hightower. Z3K Chrome. Ozo. Eater of the Dead. Panda Show. Red Rabbit. Robert Thompson. Glizzy. John Doe. Cattle Chief. Astro. AR4 and Gel. Nine Dust. Nako. Muhammad Belosanov. Hawkmutig. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservant of Cosmos. Just replace the at with a. Land of Valleys. With messy hair tied into a small ponytail, dressed in a somewhat worn-out samurai outfit, with a sword hanging at his waist and carrying a bundle on his back, a young boy swaggered down the somewhat desolate streets of a small town. He looked like a common wandering samurai who hadn't been doing well, but because he was a new face, he still attracted some attention. With a somewhat dejected expression, he walked until he finally stopped in front of a rather shabby izakaya. He pushed the door open and walked in. It wasn't evening yet, so the izakaya was somewhat empty. Welcome. The owner, with a white towel around his neck, looked short and fat and greeted him without much enthusiasm. The young samurai sat down at the counter and glanced at the menu. I'll have a bottle of shoshu and some edamame. The owner gave him a look, nodded silently, and soon brought out the shoshu and edamame. The boy drank silently, quickly finishing the edamame and then ordering some sashimi. Then, his movements became faster and faster. He downed bottle after bottle of shoshu, and after finishing the sashimi, he ate oden. After finishing the oden, he ordered some fried chicken. Eventually, the somewhat down and out young samurai seemed to get drunk. His face flushed, and he sat there in a daze. Sir, would you like to settle the bill now? The owner asked, somewhat uneasy. The boy looked at him in confusion. After a while, he reached into his chest pocket and pulled out a money pouch with some crooked stitching, slapping it on the table. Settle the bill. The short, fat owner picked up the money pouch, weighed it, opened it, and poured out the money to count it. His expression changed. I'm sorry, sir, he said coldly, staring at the boy. You don't have enough money. How could that be? The boy seemed to sober up a bit, looking at the money on the table in a panic, but due to his drunkenness, his vision blurred, and he could only shake his head in vain. It really isn't enough, the owner said with a stern face. I'm sorry. The boy let out a loud hiccup. I'll pay you back in a few days. Tisk, I've seen people like you a lot. What are you going to pay with? The owner glared at him, his face livid. Who said that? I'll find a job. Someone will hire me soon. The boy shouted, not backing down, and took off the sword from his waist, slamming it on the table. I'm a samurai. A samurai. The owner scoffed. These days, it's the ninja who rule the world. Who would hire a samurai? A man drinking nearby shook his head at the scene and said, Young man, you should give up on being a samurai and find a more practical job. Exactly. This isn't the land of iron, another person chimed in. Owner, don't you need a handyman? Why not let this young man work here to pay off his debt? He looks young and strong. Well. The owner seemed a bit tempted by the suggestion but also a bit hesitant. I'm not going to be a handyman. The boy angrily pounded the table. I am a noble samurai. You little brat. You really don't know what's good for you. The owner was also completely enraged. I am a samurai, a samurai. The boy muttered to himself, his eyes glazed over, and suddenly collapsed onto the table. Ha ha ha. This kid's drunk. What a disgraceful samurai. The other customers in the izakaya burst into laughter. Such a clueless guy. The owner, with a displeased expression, reached out and dragged the boy into the back room. Then, he took the sword on the table and put it under the counter. Owner, are you really going to take that kid in? I didn't think you were so kind, one of the drinkers teased the owner. Stop talking nonsense. The owner picked up a cloth and started wiping the counter. I just don't want to let a freeloader get away. You should be careful, another customer advised. What if that kid really is a skilled samurai? You're overthinking it, the owner scoffed. If he really had any skills, he wouldn't be in this situation. That's true. Let's raise a glass to the owner's kindness. Cheers. Late at night, the customers had all left, and the short, fat owner wearily put out the lanterns and closed the door. In the back kitchen's wine cellar. In the darkness, Sasuke sat on a simple bed with his eyes closed, resting. When he heard footsteps, he immediately opened his clear eyes. The short, fat owner came down the wooden stairs, the lantern in his hand casting a dim yellow light. Why did Kaito send someone as young as you? He looked at Sasuke disapprovingly. This place is very dangerous. Humph, you can ask him yourself, Sasuke replied, a bit annoyed. He reached into his clothes and took out a communication talisman, activating it. Long time no see, Kaito. Kaito's voice carried a hint of laughter. This is my junior, Sasuke. Sasuke, this is Kaito from the Tanuki clan. He specializes in disguise and transformation, which is why Lord Mao sent him to infiltrate this place. Long time no see, Kaito, Kaito said, looking at the small paper figure. Why did you send your junior to such a dangerous place? I have some plans that require his assistance, Kaito reassured. But don't worry, he's only handling some preparatory work. I won't let him confront that guy. Hearing this, Kaito sighed, if that's the case, then so be it. He looked at Sasuke and said, but kid, we're in a very dangerous situation. Always remember to stay disguised and never reveal your identity. Sasuke nodded politely. I understand. Kaito, from what I've gathered, the monk you mentioned is currently living alone in the mountains north of the city, Kaito said. But this is just hearsay, I haven't confirmed it myself. No problem, I'll find a way to check it out, Kaito said. For now, don't act rashly. As an Otsutsuki, it's hard to overestimate that guy's power. So, what's your specific plan? Kaito asked curiously. It's still a secret for now, Kaito replied. I'll let you know once I've finished the preparations on my end. I understand, Kaito nodded. Then why did you have me come here early? Sasuke frowned. Does this mean he really has to do some menial work for a while? Thank you for your hard work, Sasuke. Kaito's tone was firm. Now is the perfect time. You need to use this period to get familiar with the people in this city. It will be beneficial for your mission. I understand, Sasuke replied straightforwardly this time. Chapter 152, Brother. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Koron Hightower. Z3K Chrome. Ozo. Panda Show. Red Rabbit. Robert Thompson. Glizzy. Cattle Chief. Astro. AR4 Angel. Nine Dust. Nako. Muhammad Belosanov. Hawkmutig. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. P@Trian, p@trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. At this point, a new, silent errand boy started working at the nameless izakaya. In the evening, the izakaya became lively again. Hey, kid. Another pot of sake, called a regular customer, an uncle who had suggested to the owner the day before to hire the boy as an errand worker. On it. The boy, who had changed out of his samurai clothes, quickly brought over the sake. The uncle teased the boy, kid, yesterday they were worried you might harm the boss, but look at you now, working just fine. Ha ha ha, after all, the kid came in carrying a sword. He did look pretty intimidating, another customer laughed. I'll tell you, it's not easy being young and wandering the streets. Since the boss was kind enough to take you in, you better work hard here. Taro, you sure like worrying about others. Humph, this kid is so young, he looks even younger than my daughter. Isn't it because you think the boy is handsome and want to marry him to your daughter, huh? Ha ha ha. Forget it. His daughter looks just like him. Better not spoil the kid. What are you saying? My Yuko might not be a great beauty, but she has first-rate character. Uncle Taro yelled, face flushed. Ha 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 ha. For a moment, the izakaya was filled with cheerful laughter. Satu. The short and chubby owner leaned out from behind the counter with difficulty. Hurry and help serve the food to the customers. The boy, called Satu, seemed a bit flustered by the teasing and silently bowed slightly to the uncles before turning to serve the dishes. Under the alias Satu, Sasuke settled into this town, and as time passed, he smoothly integrated into the local lifestyle. Every day, his job was to help the izakaya owner buy ingredients, clean, and serve food and drinks to the customers. To the locals, this Satu boy, though a bit arrogant when he first arrived, quickly mellowed out after receiving the boss's help and became much more down-to-earth. Though he was an outsider and a man of few words, he was handsome, hard-working, and physically strong, a good young man. There were even rumors that the single izakaya owner intended to adopt him as his son, and he might inherit the izakaya in the future. Some families were even considering marrying their daughters to him. Not to mention, many young girls in town secretly blushed when they saw him. Recently, whenever Sasuke went to buy groceries, he'd often encounter shy girls who would greet him. Of course, Sasuke remained completely oblivious to all of this and didn't pick up on any signals. When greeted, he would just politely nod and say little. He had no idea how many girls were harboring secret crushes on him, and even some close friends stopped talking to each other because of him. Lately, fathers who noticed changes in their daughters were coming more frequently to assess this potential son-in-law, which even improved the izakaya's business. For all the teasing from the regulars, Sasuke maintained a detached attitude, but deep down, he was becoming restless. Since coming to the Land of Valleys, a month had passed, and there were still no further instructions from Kaito. Late one night, after the izakaya had closed, Sasuke couldn't help but ask Keita softly, "How much longer are we going to stay undercover like this? Getting impatient already?" Keita, who was cleaning the tables, remained unfazed. "I've been here for over a year now." "Impossible." Sasuke was surprised. "Didn't they say that person's whereabouts were only discovered recently?" "I originally came here because of the resurrection plan." Keita carried the dishes to the back kitchen. "I was about to return, but then we received new instructions." "I'll ask uncle about it later." Sasuke followed. "I still have my own things to do." "Nothing is more important than dealing with that person," Keita said as he started washing the dishes. "As for Kaito, don't bother him. He'll let us know when he's ready." Sasuke, who had begun sweeping the floor, still grumbled, "If I had known, I wouldn't have come so early." Keita glanced at him silently and shook his head. In truth, Keita also had connections with MT Oyama and understood Kaito's intentions. The young boy lacked patience, so Kaito wanted to temper him a bit. Though Sasuke was born a ninja and different from civilians, Kaito hoped he would take some time to experience the life of ordinary people. Keita knew, however, that the boy had yet to adjust his mindset and remained out of place with his surroundings. If not for his appearance as a samurai, he would have been found out long ago. With that in mind, Keita couldn't help but offer some advice. "Kid, for a ninja, infiltration is also a common mission. Be patient and don't make any mistakes. You never know if one of the people you interact with daily is that person's subordinate." "I understand," Sasuke replied gloomily. Kaito had instructed him to follow Keita's orders, so Sasuke could only suggest things without making any decisions. He put the broom away and headed toward the courtyard. "I'm going to take a bath." "Go ahead," Keita said, saying nothing more. Finally, lying in bed, Sasuke couldn't resist taking out the communication talisman, but after staring at it for a long time, he decided not to activate it and put it away. He knew that activating the talisman would attract natural energy and might catch the attention of someone suspicious. Only the basement of the izakaya, protected by a barrier, was truly safe. In the cellar, Keita was chatting remotely with Kaito. "So, the kid's getting impatient, huh?" Kaito's voice was filled with amusement. "Haha, the kid's pretty popular. All the girls in town secretly like him, and quite a few families want to marry their daughters to him, but the kid remains clueless." Keita, in private, had a lively personality and laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, that kid is really dense. In that respect, he's nothing like me," Kaito said, completely unaware of himself. "By the way, how much longer until you're ready?" Keita kindly didn't break Kaito's delusions and shifted the conversation to business. "Although that person hasn't made any moves yet, I worry that if we wait too long, they might leave." "Don't worry. In 5 days, you'll be able to act. I'll remotely control my clone to join in," Kaito assured him. "I've teamed up with others to prepare a special surprise for that person." Keita breathed a sigh of relief. "If that's the case, then I'm relieved. Any longer, and I'd worry that kid would slip up." "Don't worry. I've planned this for a long time. This time, we'll definitely succeed." Kaito's voice was full of confidence. "I look forward to it." Chapter 153, 153. Yuko. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Koron Hightower. Z3K Chrome. Ozo. Panda Show. Red Rabbit. Robert Thompson. Glizzy. Cattle Chief. Astro. AR4 Angel. Nine Dust. Nako. Muhamed Belosanov. Hawkmutig. Yod. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservant of Cosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Mount Oyama. Kaito slowly walked out of the forest where he was staying and headed leisurely toward the Uchiha estate. Lord Kaito. Black feathers fluttered down as Karasa Tengu Futa suddenly descended from the sky, blocking his path. Kaito smiled in surprise. "Lord." Why are you being so formal today? Fuda puffed his cheeks childishly but, noticing the deepening smile on Kaito's face, he felt embarrassed for a moment. He quickly returned to a serious expression. Kaito, no longer teasing him, directly asked, "What brings you to me?" "I heard about your plan from Master Onigiri." Fuda stared intensely at Kaito and then bowed solemnly. "The Karasa Tengu clan, Fuda requests to join the battle. Let's talk while we walk." Kaito took a step forward, passing Fuda. "Did Onigiri agree?" Fuda quickly turned and followed him, answering, "Master Onigiri said that as long as you agree, it's fine. This matter, well, since you and Sentaro both have wind attributes, no one considered you at first," Kaito said truthfully. "Sentaro is indeed stronger than me," Fuda said dejectedly, lowering his head. Kaito clasped his hands and said slowly, "Moreover, Sentaro has valuable experience from being on the front lines 1,000 years ago that others don't have. But there's no rule saying that yokai with the same attribute can't fight together." Fuda mustered his courage and said, "Plus, my swordsmanship can complement Master Onigiri's." "Well, I can't say too much about the details for now." Kaito changed the subject and suggested, "Since you're so eager to join, why not take charge of the supporting formation?" "Yes." Fuda's eyes lit up, his expression immediately becoming excited. Then, with a flap of his wings, he flew into the air. "Thank you, Kaito. I'll hurry to Master Onigiri for more training." "Huh? Leaving already?" Kaito watched Fuda's departing figure and shook his head. He even changed his tone right away. So practical. He raised his hand, and all the feathers Fuda had scattered automatically flew into his sleeve. "Little Kaito, what are you doing?" A soft voice came from the other side of the street as Uriai approached gracefully, looking at him with exasperation. These are top-notch spellcasting materials, I can't let them go to waste," Kaito said righteously. All right. Uriai quietly rolled her eyes. "Good thing you didn't just go pluck feathers from Fuda." "How could I?" "Ha ha ha." Kaito forced a laugh. Actually, he had plucked them before. He thought silently. "Let's go." Uriai wrapped her arm around his. "I've already made lunch." "All right, thank you for your hard work," Kaito responded easily. "Humph, you know it," Uriai said, proudly lifting her chin. "Looks like today's lunch will be a feast." "Of course." Land of Valleys, small town of Hayama. Sasuke carried a basket of ingredients on his back, walking through the streets and nodding at the uncles and aunts who greeted him. Not wanting to deal with the overly friendly residents, after leaving the bustling market area, he turned into a secluded alley. "Sato-kun." A shy voice came from behind him, but Sasuke continued walking, pretending not to hear. "Sato-kun." The voice grew louder, and Sasuke suddenly remembered that he was currently going by the name Sato. He turned around, and his gaze met that of a girl wearing a pink kimono. She blushed immediately and lowered her head, only the top of her dark hair visible. "Do you need something?" Sasuke recognized the girl. She was Yuko, the daughter of Taro-san, a regular at the izakaya. She had once come with her mother to take the drunken Taro-san home. Contrary to the teasing remarks from the other patrons, Yuko did not look exactly like her father. As her father often said, though she wasn't a great beauty, she had a rather delicate and refined appearance. Of course, Sasuke hadn't bothered to remember which of the frequent girls was who. Yuko was only remembered because, like the Uchiha clan, she had black hair and black eyes. Yuko had once overheard her father joking with a neighbor, saying he wanted to marry her off to the new guy, Sato, from the izakaya. Since then, she had secretly taken it to heart and even fantasized about what Sato-kun might be like. When she finally met Sato-kun, she realized how poor her imagination had been. She had fallen for him almost instantly. Unlike the boys commonly seen in town, Sato-kun was not only especially handsome, but he also had a unique aura. Perhaps because he came from a samurai background, he seemed noble and outstanding. Yes, Yuko had secretly gathered all the information about Sato-kun after he arrived in Hayama. Sato-kun must be the son of a fallen samurai family. What kind of adventures had he experienced? Had he been to many different places? Would he stay in Hayama for good? Ever since seeing him, Yuko had silently recited his name in her mind. Would her father really let her marry him? Thinking this, Yuko blushed even more. After hearing that Sato-kun was very popular and that many girls in town had started talking to him, Yuko grew anxious. I was the first. It was my father who mentioned it first. How shameless those girls are. But, what if Sato-kun got seduced by someone else? The thought drove Yuko restless. Unable to wait for her father, she had rushed out to talk to Sato-kun. However, after gathering all her courage to call his name, when he turned to look at her and asked if she needed something, her mind went completely blank. Are you all right? Do you need help? Sasuke, clueless about Yuko's thoughts, looked at her as she stood there, silent with her head down. Since she was the daughter of a regular at the izakaya, if she needed help, he didn't mind lending a hand. Feeling Sato-kuin's gaze, Yuko bravely lifted her head, instinctively closing her eyes and shouting, Sato-kun, please take care of me. I'm Nakai Yuko. Her voice cracked. How embarrassing. Yuko lowered her head again, covering her burning face with her hands. Sasuke was even more confused. I know you, you're Taro-san's daughter. What's wrong? And nothing. Yuko murmured, her voice barely a whisper. Please don't mind me. Oh, well then, I'll be going. Such a strange person, Sasuke thought as he gave her a curious glance before turning and heading toward the izakaya. Goodbye, Sato-kun. Yuko silently said in her heart, squatting on the ground and covering her face in despair. I messed up. What should I do? Sato-kun must think I'm a weirdo. Young lady, are you all right? A gentle and compassionate voice suddenly sounded. Yuko looked up and saw a monk in white robes, his head mostly shaved except for a long braid at the top. He stood with his hands pressed together, looking at her with concern. I'm fine. Yuko quickly pulled herself together, stood up, and smiled shyly. This is a secluded place. Be careful and hurry home, the monk advised before passing by her. I will, thank you, master. Yuko bowed quickly and then hurriedly ran home with small, quick steps. Chapter 154, 154. Time and Space. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Koron Hightower. Z3K Chrome. Ozo. Panda Show. Red Rabbit. Robert Thompson. Glizzy. Cattle Chief. Astro. AR4 and Gel. Nine Dust. Nako. Muhammad Belosanov. Hawkmutig. Yod. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. P@Trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. That night, Keita and Sasuke went together to the cellar of the izakaya. Keita closed the door and activated a barrier. Sasuke opened his ninja tool bag, and the paper doll, possessed by Izuna, immediately floated out, transforming into a human shape and landing on the ground. Hey, you've attracted quite a bit of romance recently. Izuna reached out and patted Sasuke's head. What? Sasuke looked at him, confused. Nothing. Izuna glared at him, frustrated. Summon Kaito's paper clone now. Oh. Sasuke didn't understand why Izuna was glaring at him but obediently took out a paper clone and infused it with natural energy. The paper clone quickly grew, transforming into the likeness of Kaito in an instant. Good evening. Kaito smiled and waved. Long time no see. Sasuke crossed his arms. Let's skip the unnecessary small talk and get straight to explaining the details of the upcoming mission. So ungrateful. Kaito muttered and extended his hand toward Sasuke. Hand over the space talisman I gave you earlier. I know. Sasuke rummaged through his ninja tool bag and pulled out a talisman, handing it to Kaito. Kaito took it and tucked it into his right sleeve. Smiling, he said, luckily, I had the foresight to anticipate needing a clone and left some materials with Sasuke. Yeah, can you stop bragging now? Let's get to business. Izuna gave him a look of disdain, then turned around to sit on the small bed against the wall. Yes. Kaito straightened his face and began explaining their action plan. The next morning, the warm sunlight awakened the small sleeping town. Keita opened the door of the izakaya, and Sasuke stepped out with a broom, starting to sweep the street outside the entrance. Morning, Sato. The pastry shop owner across the street also opened his door, stretching as he walked out. Good morning, Sasuke replied politely before resuming his silent sweeping. In the forest north of the town, Kaito, Izuna, Sasuke, and Keita stood in the shade of a hidden tree. Sasuke created 2 shadow clones earlier. Has your chakra recovered? Kaito asked. I'm fine. Sasuke gripped the blade at his waist. I've already recovered. That's good, Kaito said. According to the information Keita gathered, Jigen comes down the mountain every day to buy food. That's the path he must take. Follow my instructions, don't give him any time to react, and aim to strike him in one hit. Understood. The other 3 responded seriously. Let's confirm one last time. Kaito looked at Sasuke. Is everything we discussed earlier in place? No problem. Sasuke confidently replied. Recently, I used the excuse of gathering wild vegetables in the forest and set everything up according to your diagram. Kaito raised his hand and threw 4 talismans, which stuck to everyone's bodies. These are concealment talismans. Now, spread out to your designated positions as planned. The four of them immediately scattered into the woods on both sides of the path, taking up their assigned positions. The only sound left in the lush forest was the rustling of leaves in the breeze, accompanied by the alternating calls of birds and insects. As time passed, a figure dressed in white finally appeared at one end of the path. Jigen had arrived. Fearing that staring directly at him would alert him, the group avoided looking at him, using only their peripheral vision to track his movements. Jigen walked slowly, his eyes downcast and his hands clasped in prayer, as he approached their ambush. The four of them were tense, motionless, and Sasuke and Kaito even held their breath. Jigen continued walking but suddenly stopped as he neared the ambush point. What's going on? Kaito frowned but didn't make any rash moves. Without his command, the others held their ground as well. Standing in the middle of the path, Jigen glanced around before continuing to walk. Seeing this, Kaito inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Jigen hadn't noticed anything. He probably just had a sudden premonition and became momentarily cautious. As Jigen moved, Kaito's eyes turned cold. Finally, a golden light flickered in the forest, and Kaito, wrapped in golden energy, slammed his hands onto the ground. Rise. The other three simultaneously extended their hands, pressing the golden Ryumayaku into the ground. Golden pillars of light shot into the sky from four directions, with Jigen at the center of the square formation. Who are you, little mice? Jigen still clasped his hands in prayer, speaking calmly without panic. No one answered. Four identical figures emerged from the four kneeling figures, standing behind them. The new arrivals were all paper clones of Kaito, who immediately started forming seals at high speed. The ground beneath Jigen's feet rippled like water, glowing with golden waves. What's this? Jigen's expression changed, and a black hole began to expand in front of him. Don't think you can escape. Kaito shouted. Ryumayaku, time-space transfer array. Golden ripples suddenly spread from beneath Jigen's feet, and in an instant, golden light engulfed the entire forest. All of their figures disappeared into the light. On a deserted island north of Mount Oyama, Kaito, shrouded in golden mist, stood at the center of the island, while the yokai involved in the operation were scattered around, eagerly waiting. On the island, countless Ryumayaku chains extended straight from the ground toward the sky, neatly forming a massive pentagram with Kaito at its center. 5 powerful yokai stood at the 5 points of the star. Suddenly, a faint golden light appeared in the center of the island, growing brighter by the second. They're here. Kaito's eyes lit up. Let's begin. The 5 yokai standing at the points immediately unleashed their powerful auras. Wind. The small Kamaitachi Sentaro shouted, and countless sharp wind blades swirled around his body, slicing deep, smooth cuts into nearby rocks. Fire. The chubby Tanuki Yuta took a swig from his sake bottle, then spat out a stream of scorching flames, distorting the air with its heat. Water. The red-clad Kaori was surrounded by blooming red spider lilies, with an illusion of Yomi's river of blood roaring behind her. Earth. Ki, her lower half transformed into a terrifying spider, shouted as sharp spikes of earth erupted from the ground. Lightning. Anakiri drew his sword, and bright arcs of lightning crackled and flashed along the length of his long blade. Meanwhile, the golden light at the center of the island intensified, and several figures suddenly appeared from within. With the sound of something slicing through the air, Sasuke, Izuna, and Kaito quickly jumped out of the light and spread out. Kaito's hands moved in a blur, forming seals at a dizzying speed. The 5 colored pillars of light representing the 5 basic elements shot up from the 5 yokai, soaring into the sky. Super. 5-element sealing formation. Lines of light extended from the massive pillars, quickly forming a pentagonal barrier that enclosed the entire island. Now, the stage is set. Kaito stared at the figure gradually becoming clear within the golden light. Welcome, Jigen, or should I say, Otsutsuki Ishiki. Chapter 155, 155. Sasuke's defeat. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Koran Hightower. Z3K Chrome. Ozo. Panda Show. Red Rabbit. Robert Thompson. Glizzy. Cattle Chief. Astro. AR4 and Gel. Nine Dust. Nako. Muhammad Belosanov. Hawkmutig. Yod. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. P@Trian, p@trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Golden light scattered, and Jigen still maintained his posture with his hands clasped together, appearing before everyone. He calmly looked around at the people and monsters present. I didn't expect there to still be survivors. You rebels. But compared to 1,000 years ago, your strength has dwindled to almost nothing. You're just a failure too. Sato's voice became sharp with anger. You're not wrong, I failed. Jigen said peacefully. Even that Kaguya was also a failure. But so what? He lowered his hands, and his previously peaceful and compassionate expression turned arrogant. It's not over until the very end, and no one can say who the final winner will be. No one responded. They simply remained vigilant, watching him closely. Jigen's gaze swept across the group and continued, but since you've gone to such lengths to bring me here, I suppose I'll reluctantly praise you. You're too kind, Kaito said, waving his fan without fear, meeting Jigen's gaze head-on. Is it you, the Onmyoji? Jigen looked at him, a smirk curling his lips. You're the one orchestrating all of this, right? The descendant of Kaguya. Although you're not wrong, it's still unpleasant to hear. Kaito raised his fan, covering his mouth. I don't want to be associated with Kaguya. Huh, so you look down on that greedy fool too? Jigen asked, feigning curiosity. So, that's how you see her. Kaito chuckled. But for us, we have to thank her greed. It forced you to go into hiding and severed your connection with the Otsutsuki clan. You should indeed thank that foolish woman for giving you a precious moment to breathe, Jigen said, his gaze sweeping over everyone once more. But that's all it is. The main family will never abandon this seedbed. A glint flashed in Kaito's eyes. From what you're saying, it seems the Otsutsuki clan will send people to harvest chakra again. Who knows? Jigen laughed. Maybe I'll have already won before they even arrive. There's no point in talking anymore. Kaito tightened his grip on the fan, pointing it at Jigen. Otsutsuki Ishiki, invader of planets, shadow lurking for 1,000 years, today we will eradicate you. Such arrogance. Jigen sneered and, in a flash, his right fist was already inches from Kaito's face. At the last moment, Kaito decisively fell backward, as a blue and red arc of light crossed just above his nose. Maintaining a near-horizontal position, Kaito slid between the sword-wielding Izuna and Sasuke, retreating a great distance. Izuna and Sasuke, perfectly coordinated, attacked Jigen with swords blazing with flames and crackling with lightning, their blades tracing elegant arcs in the air as they assaulted him from both sides. As the blades approached, strange blue-black markings suddenly appeared on Jigen's skin. Crossing his arms, he brought his palms together, precisely intercepting the midsection of their swords. The moment his palms touched the blades, both the flames and lightning disappeared. Izuna and Sasuke's faces changed, and they both kicked out simultaneously. In an instant, all three retreated, temporarily creating some distance between them. He can absorb our ninjutsu and chakra. Izuna warned Kaito, who was watching the battle. Use senjutsu. Kaito reminded. Upon hearing this, Izuna and Sasuke immediately activated their Manjikyu Sharingan, and purple markings appeared on their faces. Exchanging a glance, the two formed hand seals simultaneously. Senjutsu, sword-leaping flames. Senjutsu, Chidori blade. Even more explosive flames and lightning enveloped their swords as they once again charged at Jigen. Jigen extended his right hand, and a black rod materialized from thin air. Clutching the rod, he advanced to engage Izuna and Sasuke in close combat. For a time, the three figures blurred as they constantly crossed paths, red flames and blue lightning dancing wildly in the air, and the crisp sound of metal clashing rang out continuously. To follow their movements, even Kaito had to activate his Manjikyu Sharingan. However, the situation on the battlefield was far from optimistic. Jigen's taijutsu was unexpectedly powerful, and even when facing the perfectly synchronized Izuna and Sasuke, he still maintained the upper hand. The enemy is strong, Chiri, wielding her sword in both hands, approached Kaito. I should help. Kaito raised a hand to stop her and shook his head slightly. Let's observe a bit longer. However, the battle between the three grew increasingly intense, and Sasuke was beginning to feel the strain, struggling to keep up with the other two's speed. At this pace, he couldn't even find the opportunity to use the abilities granted by his Manjikyu Sharingan. We can't wait any longer, Chiri said, growing anxious. Unlike Izuna, who was already deceased, she was worried about Sasuke getting hurt. Kaito understood her concern but wasn't too worried. This is a rare opportunity for practical experience, he reassured her. Trust him, nothing will happen. Unfortunately, just as he finished speaking, the situation on the battlefield changed abruptly. Unable to keep up with the pace, Sasuke and Izuna's coordination faltered, leaving an opening, and Jigen delivered a heavy kick to Sasuke's abdomen. Ugh! Sasuke spat out a mouthful of blood, his body bending like a bow as he flew backward. Fortunately, Keita, in his Tanuki form, appeared just in time, using his soft belly to cushion Sasuke's fall. Meanwhile, Izuna found himself completely on the defensive, barely holding on. Chiri shot Kaito a glare, pink markings appearing on her face as she leapt into the fray with her sword, now blazing with flames. Kaito also moved swiftly to Keita's side, checking on Sasuke, who was cradled in the Tanuki's arms. Hey! He knelt down, examining him. Are you all right? I'm fine. Sasuke spat out another mouthful of blood, trying to stand but collapsing again, gritting his teeth. Damn it. Don't move. Kaito pressed a hand to his shoulder. It seems your internal organs are damaged. He placed his hand over Sasuke's abdomen, and a golden stream of life energy, the power of Ryumayaku, flowed into his body, repairing the internal injuries. What should we do? Sasuke asked hesitantly. That guy probably has more abilities we haven't seen yet. The monsters need to maintain the barrier, and Granny Chiri and Grandpa Izuna might not be able to defeat him. Don't worry, this is just the beginning. Kaito smiled reassuringly. I have more preparations than this. He glanced back at the ongoing battle, seeing that Izuna and Chiri could still hold their ground for the time being, then continued healing Sasuke's internal injuries. Forget about me. Sasuke urged. You should go help them. No need to rush, Kaito seemed confident. We need to test that guy's limits first. Damn it. Sasuke watched the fierce battle with frustration. I'm still not strong enough. The situation earlier was not something he had anticipated. No matter how many ninjutsu techniques or abilities he had learned, there hadn't been a chance to use them. Kaito placed a hand on his shoulder. You've already done well. The earlier failure was mainly due to the difference in physical strength. Chapter 156, 156. The ace appears. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Koron Hightower. Z3K Chrome. Ozo. Panda Show. Red Rabbit. Robert Thompson. Glizzy. Cattle Chief. Astro. AR4 Angel. Nine Dust. Nako. Muhammad Belosanov. Hawkmutig. Yod. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. So in the end, is this all you're capable of, on my OG? Jigen's tone seemed a bit disinterested, and he suddenly increased his strength, forcing Izuna and Chiri back. Relying on these two who are already long dead won't be enough to defeat me. Damn it. A crack appeared on Izuna's forehead, revealing a third Mangekyo Sharingan. Don't underestimate us. Oh. Do you still have some tricks left? Jigen looked at Izuna with interest but then said disappointedly, what a shame. Your eyes are useless in front of me. Then try us. Izuna sheathed his ninja sword and exchanged a glance with Chiri. Susanoo. Susanoo. A half-body skeleton in purple and pink appeared, enveloping both Izuna and Chiri. Soon, the giant half-skeletons grew muscles and blood vessels, covering themselves with armor. Complex patterns representing senjutsu appeared on the surface. Izuna's purple Susanoo held a single sword, while Chiri's pink Susanoo wielded a double-handed blade. Both raised their arms and slashed toward Jigen. Interesting. Jigen's body floated into the air, quickly ascending to dodge the three enormous blades with ease. Damn it, we're out of range. Sasuke had been nervously watching the battle. Not necessarily, Kaito smiled. The Susanoo of these two predecessors is not so limited. At the same time, the Susanoo of Izuna and Chiri swiftly grew lower bodies. The armor transformed, and long-nosed Tengu masks completely covered their faces, with wings spreading out behind them. Both of them rose into the sky, entering the space inside the foreheads of their respective Susanoo. With dirt flying, the two giant figures also took to the air, their massive blades slicing through the wind, creating violent gusts. However, once again, all three blades missed their target. What's going on? Kaito looked up at the sky. Where did that guy go? He shrank himself, Kaito squinted his eyes. It's a tricky ability. The question is whether he can shrink other objects or enemies directly. Damn it. He's so annoying. Izuna watched as Jigen dodged their blades by shrinking and then quickly growing back to normal size. Chiri, don't give him a chance to catch his breath. Got it. The two once again controlled their Susanoo, continuously slashing at Jigen. Giant sword auras rained down from the sky, carving deep cracks in the ground like bottomless chasms. But Jigen kept changing his size, shrinking and growing unpredictably, easily avoiding their assaults. It's useless, he said again, his tone carrying regret. Is this really the best you can do? I'm done playing with you. The strange markings covering Jigen's body began to emit a faint glow, growing increasingly bright. I'll send you back to the Pure Land. With a flash of light, Jigen reappeared in front of everyone, but his appearance had completely changed. A large, curved horn grew from his head, and beneath his open white robe, a massive black crystal covered his abdomen. The wind blew through, causing his robe and long braid to flutter. His eyes were now filled with pure killing intent. Before Izuna and Chiri could react, his figure vanished again from everyone's sight. Crack! The sound of breaking suddenly came from Izuna Susanoo. Everyone quickly looked over and saw Jigen standing on the head of Izuna Susanoo, a sonic boom echoing as countless cracks spread from under his foot. "Chiri, be careful," Izuna called out. But it was already too late. Crack. Even though Chiri had his Susanoo retreating at full force, he still couldn't dodge the same attack. There's no other way. Kaito, who had already healed Sasuke's injuries, stood up, watching as the connected Susanoo of Izuna and Chiri shattered. "Uncle, I can fight again." Sasuke, now recovered, also stood up. "No need." Kaito raised his head, smiling as he watched Izuna and Chiri fall from the sky. "Now, let us bring out the trump card." He suddenly tossed a wooden puppet covered in runes into the air and then dropped to one knee, slamming both hands onto the ground. Ryumayaku chains. The previously dormant golden chains suddenly came to life. Some caught Izuna and Chiri as they fell, while the majority of the sharp chain tips turned and shot towards Jigen. At the same time, the wooden puppet covered in runes emitted a blinding light. Jigen once again used his ability to shrink and enlarge himself, easily breaking through the golden chains. He flipped his body, holding a black rod, aiming downward to strike Izuna. The bright light from the wooden puppet faded, leaving nothing behind. Suddenly, a hand wearing a black glove appeared, grabbing the black rod aimed at Izuna. "You've got some nerve, daring to lay a hand on my brother." Red armor, disheveled long hair, a defiant aura, and the murderous intent of a true demon, this figure stood firmly in front of Izuna. "Brother." Izuna called out in surprise, immediately adjusting his stance and drawing his ninja sword once more. "Izuna," Madara Uchiha turned his head. "Leave this to me. You and Chiri, retreat." But, Izuna glanced at Jigen, still grappling with Madara. "No more nonsense." Madara reached out, taking Izuna's ninja sword and testing its weight before grumbling, "Since I don't have a proper weapon, I'll make do with this." "Who's that?" Sasuke asked, looking at the figure who had suddenly appeared in midair. "That's our trump card," Kaito smiled. "Izuna's brother, Madara Uchiha." At this moment, the group who had fallen from the sky finally regained their footing. Madara, still gripping the black rod, swung the ninja sword in his other hand toward Jigen's head. Jigen conjured another black rod in his left hand to block Madara's blade. Izuna and Chiri exchanged a glance before obediently retreating to Kaito's side. What a rare opportunity. Madara grinned, excitement lighting up his face. "It's been a long time since I've faced such a powerful opponent. My blood is boiling." "So this is Madara Uchiha," Jigen chuckled. "Even summoning Madara won't help you, on my Oji." His body shrank and enlarged again, slipping out of Madara's grip. "Ha ha ha ha." Madara laughed wildly, passing the ninja sword from his left hand to his right, spinning it in a flourish, and then slashing at lightning speed. "It's been far too long since someone dared to ignore me like this, how interesting." Jigen's left hand black rod disappeared, and he swung the one in his right hand to meet Madara's attack. The two began a pure taijutsu battle. Blades, rods, fists, elbows, shoulders, knees, legs, and feet. In an instant, they clashed countless times. As time passed, their movements grew faster, and their strikes became more powerful. Even those with Mangekyo Sharingan struggled to keep up, their vision overwhelmed by the sheer speed and force of the battle. Chapter 157, 157. Uchiha Madara. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Koron Hightower. Z3K Chrome. Ozo. Panda Show. Red Rabbit. Robert Thompson. AR Foreign Gel. Nako. Muhammad Belosanov. Hawkmutig. Yod. Francisco Jimenez. Lord Clamaral. Young Fexentum. Abhinav Ankur. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. P@Trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Boom. A fierce collision resounded as two fists clashed. A wave of energy surged out, and both Jigen and Madara retreated at the same time, finally ending this evenly matched physical contest. "Kid, I acknowledge you." Madara raised his hand, opening and closing his fist. He glanced at Kaito and said, "I'm very satisfied with the power of this body." "As long as you're pleased, Senior," Kaito casually fanned himself. "After all, I specifically used the Geto statue as the main material to create it." Ha ha ha. "So, it's that thing." Madara's aura intensified, his killing intent soaring into the sky. "It truly is something good." Jigen glanced at Madara with a hint of surprise, examining him. "To think you could create a body using the God Tree. I underestimated you, on my Oji. By the way, who is this guy?" Madara tossed his sword to Izuna. "There aren't many powerful individuals like him. What's going on?" Izuna caught the blade, glaring at Kaito in shock. Didn't you explain everything to my brother beforehand? There wasn't enough time. Kaito looked slightly embarrassed. I only finished the possession puppet late last night. So, you planned today's operation days ago. Izuna's gaze was filled with disdain. Kaito raised his fan to cover his face, forcing an explanation. I trusted myself to complete everything as planned. Humph. Izuna sneered and explained to Madara. Brother, that man is Otsutsuki Ishiki, from the same clan as Kagaya. 1,000 years ago, he was killed by her, and his consciousness attached itself to the body of this monk. Now, the dominant mind is Ishiki. I see. Madara nodded, then looked at Jigen and asked, aren't you going to say anything? That sort of thing doesn't matter. Jigen smiled indifferently. I will soon achieve complete resurrection, and the world will be mine. I understand the situation well enough, Madara chuckled. I'm quite interested in this Otsutsuki clan. Let's begin with you. Sage Art. Madara quickly made hand seals. Fire Style, Great Fireball Jutsu. A massive fireball, as tall as several people, shot from his mouth, distorting the surrounding air with its intense heat. Jigen couldn't absorb Sage Chakra and had no choice but to leap into the air to dodge it. Madara raised his head, making more hand seals. Sage Art, Dragon Flame Release Song Technique. For Fire Dragon soared into the sky, crossing and weaving in the air, surrounding Jigen in an instant. Jigen shrank his body again, disappearing within the swirling flames. An interesting ability. Madara grinned, his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan spinning rapidly, tracking Jigen's possible locations. The sound of something cutting through the air rang out, and Madara turned. Jigen had suddenly appeared above him, raising his right hand, launching numerous black stakes from his palm. That's Yin-Yang Release. Madara agilely dodged, his gaze fixed on the sky. Kid. You didn't prepare a proper weapon for my brother. Izuna grumbled in dissatisfaction. Huh. Kaito looked at him helplessly. What weapon? A Uchiha fan. Of course. The Uchiha fan is my brother's weapon. Izuna replied matter-of-factly. I know, but the fan is with the blood puppet. Kaito retracted his fan. In that case, I'll make one right now. He once again directed Ryumayuka vein chains toward Jigen, interrupting his attack. The barrage of black stakes falling from the sky finally ceased. On the other side, Madara wasn't pleased and glared at Kaito. Hey! Kid! Don't interfere in my battle. Kaito knelt on one knee, slapping his hands on the ground. Perhaps you still lack a suitable weapon. The energy from Ryumayuka condensed, and a golden, crystal-clear Uchiha fan emerged from the ground in front of Madara, its handle connected to a chain and sickle. Not bad. Madara grabbed the fan's handle, lifting the giant weapon and giving it a few swings. Good job, kid. Haha, no need to be so polite. Kaito stood up, letting out an awkward laugh, sneaking a glance at Izuna. As long as you're satisfied. Izuna still wasn't fully pleased. That thing looks fragile, doesn't it? Don't worry. Kaito sighed. It's condensed from Ryumayuka energy, harder than steel. Enough. Madara gripped both the fan's handle and the sickle. Withdraw your chains, kid. Fine, fine. Kaito commanded Ryumayuka chains to retract. It's one thing after another. So, I just need to kill you, on my Oji, Jigen's voice suddenly echoed, and his figure appeared right in front of Kaito. He thrust a black rod toward Kaito's chest. A metallic sound rang out. A golden, transparent barrier cracked but barely managed to block Jigen's black rod. Sorry, but I wasn't unprepared. Kaito smiled at him. Even if you kill me, they won't disappear. Your opponent is me. Madara grabbed the chain on the fan's handle and hurled the sickle forward. Jigen spun around, hooking the sickle with his black rod. He grabbed the chain with one hand and forcefully pulled it in his direction. The other seized the opportunity to retreat quickly to the edge of the formation. Go. While retreating, Kaito threw a handful of talismans, which lit up like small glowing birds, forming a neat formation in the air, sticking to Jigen. TCH. Jigen immediately let go of the chain and floated upward to avoid the talismans. However, the talismans followed him into the sky. Jigen zigzagged through the air, but the talismans relentlessly pursued him. Hey! I told you, don't interfere in my fight. Madara glared at Kaito in displeasure. He attacked first. Kaito defended himself, pointing at Jigen in the air. Humph. Jigen shot more black rods from his hand, knocking down all the pursuing talismans. By this time, Madara had leaped from the ground like a cannonball, approaching Jigen with his fan and sickle. The two resumed their close combat once again. However, in an aerial battle, Jigen, with his ability to float, gained the upper hand. He moved rapidly, attacking Madara from all directions with swift strikes. Senior. You can use natural energy to fly too. Kaito suddenly shouted. You can definitely do it. Hey. That's too vague of an explanation. Izuna glared at him. That's something none of us could achieve. Even you took a long time to master it, right? Well. Senior is a genius. Kaito smiled. In the air, while constantly blocking Jigen's attacks, Madara closed his eyes. The blue sage art markings on his face rapidly spread across his entire body. Of course, I can do it. I am Uchiha Madara. He suddenly opened his eyes, his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan spinning. A powerful aura erupted from him, creating shockwaves that pushed Jigen away. Then, his body stopped falling, floating steadily in the air. Come on. He pointed his massive fan at Jigen. Let's begin a new round of slaughter. Chapter 158, 158.2 Kind. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Koran Hightower. Z3K Chrome. Ozo. Panda Show. Red Rabbit. Robert Thompson. AR4 Angel. Nako. Muhammad Belosanov. Hawkmutig. Yod. Francisco Jimenez. Lord_Clamoral. Young Fexentum. Abhinav Ankur. Jay Singh. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. p@trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Ah, how annoying. Jigen covered his neck with his left hand and forcefully tilted his head, causing his bones to crack audibly. Looking down at Madara, his expression was mocking. Battle. That's a term used for two equally matched opponents. It doesn't apply to us. So, you're saying you can easily defeat me? Madara's face slowly revealed a proud smile. Is that what you mean? Exactly. Jigen replied matter-of-factly, though the Onmyoji's barrier locking this space is somewhat troublesome and this body has significant limitations, no matter what, the flock cannot resist the shepherd. Is that so? Madara's voice was emotionless, but the murderous aura erupting from him distorted the air around him, almost becoming tangible. From the moment the divine tree descended, Jigen calmly spread his arms wide. This planet became the nursery chosen by the Otsutsuki clan. No matter how you struggle, the outcome won't change. Perhaps Kagaya's rebellion gave you hope. His voice rose, sweeping over the island's humans and yokai. But the truth is cruel. The Otsutsuki clan will not abandon this nursery. No matter how hard you struggle, you're just ants trying to shake a tree. Damn it. Sasuke struggled to hold his composure. Those Otsutsuki bastards don't even regard us as worthy opponents. Kaito remained silent, his gaze at Jigen as cold as ice. Jigen continued, especially you yokai. You've been barely clinging to life for thousands of years, so why come out now? If you stayed hidden, you might have lived longer. Bastard. Sato, enveloped by invisible wind blades, screamed, I will definitely kill you to avenge my brother. For a moment, several other yokai maintaining the barrier also voiced their protests. The sound of swords clashing rang out. Anakiri's long hair danced in the lightning as he gripped his weapon tightly, saying in a deep voice, I shall inherit my former master's will and fight until my blade shatters. There can be no whole eggs under a collapsed nest. I have no intention of waiting for death. Kieji had spun a giant web between towering earth spikes, her half-spider form perched in its center. When Yomi, the underworld, crumbles, I have no place left. Kaori's red dress fluttered in the wind, her face emotionless, while the illusion of Yomi's blood sea behind her began to boil. We will never give up on resisting. Hick. Only Yuta seemed drunk, waving his fluffy paws and letting out a loud burp. Outside the barrier, Futa hovered in midair, resting his hand on his sword hilt. He frowned tightly, saying, why is Sasuke allowed to participate directly, and I have to wait here? Stop complaining, Futa. Gyur flew beside him, can't you see even Kaito hasn't joined the fight yet? But in the next second, Gyur shouted as well, those damn Otsutsuki are too arrogant. I should teach them a lesson. All right, calm down. Uriai's tone was unusually serious. We, the yokai stationed outside the barrier, are the final defense. Stay vigilant. Yes. The yokai who had witnessed Uriai's temper quickly complied. By this point, the murderous aura surrounding Madara had filled half the sky, wild and menacing. Looks like you're pretty angry. Jigen's gaze returned to Madara, his face curious as he asked, why? Is it because I spoke the truth, and you're ashamed? Hee 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 hee. Madara lowered his head, laughing softly as his long hair covered his face. His laughter grew louder, eventually erupting into maniacal laughter. Ha 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 ha. What's so funny? Jigen looked at him, even more curious. Ha, ha. Madara finally calmed down, his body slowly rising into the air until he was level with Jigen. Nothing, he locked eyes with Jigen and smirked, I'm just too excited. Jigen didn't respond. All this time, I blindly pursued complete peace. Now, looking back, it was foolish. Madara even laughed at himself. Brother. In the distance, Izuna looked up at Madara's figure, murmuring quietly, no, it wasn't foolish. My brother was simply too kind. I'm going to be sick. Brother complex strikes again. Those who Madara killed in the past must be dying of anger all over again. At this moment, Kaito and Sasuke's thoughts aligned perfectly as they mentally ridiculed him. Only now do I understand. Madara placed his hand over his heart, I am Uchiha Madara. The burning blood in my chest tells me that I am a ninja who craves blood and battle. His gaze was filled with battle lust as the murderous aura occupying half the sky pressed further towards the other side. So, it's great that I met you. And the existence of the Otsutsuki clan is fantastic. Otherwise, this world would be too boring. Cough, cough. Izuna, smacked by his brother's words, choked. Kind. Kaito and Sasuke exchanged glances. You don't understand. Izuna, embarrassed and angry, snapped back, my brother's dream is already shattered, yet he's still helping everyone fight the invaders. Isn't that kindness? Whatever makes you happy. Kaito and Sasuke immediately averted their gaze. I see, so you're the type who enjoys battle. Jigen's aura also surged, pushing back Madara's murderous energy. He stretched out his left hand. Then let me grant your wish. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless black stakes shot out once again. Show me your real strength, you bastard. Madara swung his giant fan to deflect the stakes, or you'll die soon. The chain connected to the scythe lashed out once more. Clang. Jigen blocked it with a black rod in his right hand. In the next moment, both of them disappeared, colliding at an unprecedented speed. The battle this time became more intense than ever. Their movements grew faster, constantly shifting within the massive space inside the barrier. Madara's fan and chain scythe attacks varied in distance, occasionally giving him time to use ninjutsu. Jigen's figure flickered, growing larger or smaller as he continued creating black weapons using yin-yang release. Like two rapidly swimming fish, they darted through the air, clashing again and again, their battle sending shockwaves through the atmosphere. Various ninjutsu and yin-yang constructs rained down from the sky. Kaito, who was also within the barrier, had to quickly create a defensive barrier, sheltering the others. Is this all you've got? Madara's attacks grew fiercer. It seems you're not as strong as you claim. Heh. Jigen dodged another attack by enlarging and shrinking his body. His voice remained calm, looks like I'll have to abandon this broken body today. You're going to reveal your true form. Madara halted his attack, narrowing his eyes as he studied Jigen. Hurry up then, I'm looking forward to it. Chapter 159, 159. Samsara I appears. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Koran Hightower. Z3K Chrome. Ozo. Panda Show. Red Rabbit. Robert Thompson. AR4 Angel. Nako. Muhammad Belosanov. Hawkmutig. Yod. Francisco Jimenez. Lord Clamoral. Young Fexentum. Abhinav Ankur. Jay Singh. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. p@trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Damn, this is really frustrating. Jigen's suppressed aura erupted again. This body is almost unable to bear my power. As his aura steadily increased, the overwhelming killing intent that Madara had filled most of the sky with was slowly pushed back. Boom. Accompanied by a dull, thunderous sound, Jigen was enveloped in a blinding white light, and terrifying energy continuously poured out from it, expanding around the glowing area. The strong wind blew, causing Madara's long hair to flutter wildly. His expression grew heavier as he looked at Jigen's position. On the ground, Kaito suddenly shouted, "Everyone, maintain the formation." However, as soon as he finished speaking, crack! A crisp sound of breaking echoed, as the rapidly expanding energy caused cracks to form on the light barrier that enveloped the formation. The cracks continued to spread, and the 5 yokai responsible for maintaining the formation immediately tensed up and increased their output of yokai power. Crack! The sound of breaking echoed from all directions. Hold on. Kaito stepped out of the temporary defensive array and shouted loudly. We can't let him succeed. From the records, he knew very well that for the Otsutsuki clan, space-time abilities were crucial. Without the space-time powers of Otsutsuki Ishiki, they would have a chance to defeat him. Therefore, no matter what, they couldn't lose the formation that sealed the space. Otherwise, all their efforts would be in vain. Ha! The 5 yokai also fully understood Kaito's intentions. With ferocious expressions, they roared loudly, further squeezing out their yokai power. The 5 differently colored beams of light suddenly intensified. Thanks to everyone's efforts, the sound of the formation breaking temporarily ceased, and the cracks on the light barrier began to repair themselves. Sage art, great fireball technique. Madara, understanding the gravity of the situation, spewed scorching flames from his mouth, engulfing the white light. Boom. However, the white light suddenly exploded, and an invisible shockwave pushed the flames away. Within the white light, the silhouette of a now larger figure became faintly visible. The terrifying energy swelled again, the wind howled violently, and rocks were swept into the air. Kaito closed his eyes and once again heard the sound of the light barrier shattering. Damn. Kaito spat out a mouthful of sand. Looks like it's my turn. He kept his eyes closed, pressing his hands together as golden Ryumayuka energy flowed from the earth into the golden mist surrounding him. Suddenly, the golden light around him intensified, shining as brightly as the sun. Dragon Vein. Reinforce. Kaito shouted, dropping to one knee and slamming his hands onto the formation's markings on the ground. An overwhelming surge of Ryumayuka power flowed from his hands, entering the formation. Golden light emanated from beneath his hands, rapidly spreading along the 5-pointed star pattern of the formation. It merged into the yokai's beams of light and then seeped into the light barrier covering the formation, repairing all the cracks. Huff, huff. Kaito withdrew his hands and stood up, gasping for breath. Reinforcing the formation that enveloped an entire island had almost drained all the spiritual power from his body. Even though he used the power of the Ryumayaku, stronger Ryumayaku power required more spiritual energy to guide it. At this moment, Madara's voice came from the sky. Dodge. Although Kaito felt weak, he noticed several tiny black needles closing in on him. Just as he was about to evade, several large black rods suddenly expanded and pierced through his body. Ugh. Blood spurted from his mouth. Kaito. Uncle. Kid. Kaito. Kaito's vision blurred, and his ears rang as intense pain surged through his body. Damn it. Madara descended from the sky, shielding Kaito. You brought this upon yourself, on my Oji. The white light in the sky had dissipated, and the raging energy had calmed down. Kaito raised his head, his black eyes looking toward the sky. Otsutsuki Ishiki, now fully revealed, was slowly descending. His white robe was tattered, and there was a black circular and square pattern on his chest, with 6 tomo symbols neatly arranged beneath it. Kaito strained to muster his remaining spiritual energy, barely reactivating his Mangekyo Sharingan to take a closer look. The horn on Otsutsuki Ishiki's head had grown even larger, making him look even more inhuman. His left eye had turned into a Byakugan, while his right eye bore a cross-shaped black symbol. Heh. Kaito chuckled. This level still won't kill me. At his words, Ishiki's figure suddenly vanished and reappeared behind Madara, grabbing Kaito by the neck and lifting him into the air. What? Madara quickly turned his head. Just now, Ishiki had shrunk his body so much that even Madara couldn't detect him in time. I've spent 1,000 years preparing for this, only for you to interrupt it. Ishiki's face remained expressionless as he looked at Kaito. You must pay the price for this with your life, on my Oji. Heh. Kaito struggled to speak. I'm afraid, it won't be that easy. Uncle. Inside the defensive formation, Sasuke was about to rush out, but Izuna held him back. Don't stop me. Sasuke glared angrily at Izuna. Calm down. I don't think Kaito will be defeated so easily, Izuna said calmly. But. Sasuke, eyes red with tears, looked at Kaito's back as he was held by Ishiki, blood dripping from his body where the black rods had pierced him. Hey. Madara's voice carried an ominous warning. Let him go. Ishiki turned his head. I didn't expect to see the Rinnegan here. I said, let him go. Madara's eyes had already turned into the purple ripple-patterned Rinnegan. How interesting, Otsutsuki Ishiki smirked coldly. I wonder if your eyes are faster or if my hand is. He tightened his grip on Kaito's neck, and the sound of bones and flesh crunching echoed from his hand. Limbo, border jail. Madara suddenly spoke, and an invisible force struck Otsutsuki Ishiki's face, sending him flying. Taking the opportunity, Kaito turned into a pool of golden liquid, slipping from Ishiki's hand as the black rods dropped to the ground. The golden liquid quickly flowed back into the defensive formation, reforming into a human shape. Cough, cough. Kaito coughed, clutching his neck as golden light flickered, and his neck and chest wounds began to heal, emitting white smoke. Cough. He slumped down on the ground, leaning weakly against Kaito's soft, fluffy body. I need time to recover. I'll leave the rest to you, senior. Got it. Madara responded, his eyes never leaving Ishiki, who had been sent flying. Asterisk boom. 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 Boom, asterisk. The invisible force continued to pummel Ishiki's airborne body. Suddenly, he disappeared again from everyone's sight. Tricks won't work. Madara raised his war fan. In front of these eyes, your tricks are meaningless. The sound of clashing rang out. Madara swung his fan, deflecting the suddenly enlarged black rods that flew toward him. He swung again, blocking Ishiki's enlarged fist, which had come in close. Shinra Tensei. Madara spoke again, and an invisible repulsive force sent Ishiki flying once more. Chapter 160, 160. Annihilation Array. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Koron Hightower. Z3K Chrome. Ozo. Panda Show. Red Rabbit. Robert Thompson. AR4 Angel. Nako. Muhammad Belosanov. Hawkmutig. Yod. Francisco Jimenez. Lord_Clamoral. Young Fexentum. Abhinav Ankur. Jay Singh. Fuad Mamadov. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. P@Trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. After being repelled, Ishiki kicked the ground and charged forward again, only to dissolve into dust midway and disappear. I told you, it's useless. Madara once again blocked the sudden kick with his fan. Is that so? Ishiki smiled emotionlessly and disappeared again. Madara quickly turned and kicked behind him. Boom. Their legs collided violently, and Madara was sent flying by a powerful force. Ishiki raised his left hand and fired countless shrunken black rods. Shinra Tensei. Madara's feet stirred up dust as he stabilized himself, using repulsive force to deflect the black rods. As the repulsive force faded, Ishiki reappeared in front of him, delivering a punch. Madara leaned back, grabbed a chain, and swung a sickle towards Ishiki's throat. Ishiki shrank again to dodge, then grew above Madara's head, smashing down with a foot. Limbo, border jail. Madara tilted his head back as invisible shadows rapidly struck Ishiki's body multiple times. Once again, Ishiki shrank and vanished. Enough already. Madara frowned, slung the fan on his back, and formed hand seals. Sage Art, Great Fire Annihilation. Scorching flames spewed from his mouth, turning the battlefield into a sea of fire. Madara leaped into the air. As Ishiki appeared above the flames, he raised his palm and released repulsive force. Shinra Tensei. Ishiki was hit by the repulsion and sent plummeting towards the fire. However, he quickly unleashed a vast amount of chakra, pushing the flames away and flying skyward before they could engulf him. It seems your powers only work against chakra-based techniques, Kaito shouted, taunting. I was worried you could absorb and shrink sage techniques in your complete form, but apparently not. You're courting death. P/S, insert side eye. Ishiki glanced at the group hiding within a protective barrier and noticed the fire avoided that area. He dashed toward them. Again. Kaito sighed, pulling out a Ryumayaku crystal from his sleeve. Good thing I was prepared. Reinforce. He placed Ryumayaku crystal in his palm and slammed it into the ground. As Ishiki kicked towards them, the crystal melted, and the barrier turned into a dazzling golden shield, blocking a kick that could shatter even Susanoo. Crack. A fracture spread from where Ishiki's foot landed. Keita grabbed Kaito and pulled him away, while Sasuke and Izuna readied themselves. Hey! Your opponent is me. Madara descended from the sky, delivering a kick aimed at Ishiki's head. TCH. Ishiki's expression darkened as he shrank and vanished again. Stay put. Madara glared back at Kaito, now guarding the barrier. I just wanted to help since you didn't gather much information on him, Kaito pouted, pretending to be upset. Stop being disgusting. Izuna smacked him on the head. Got it, Kaito said, holding his head. How long until you're fully recovered, Kaito? Chiri crouched beside him, concerned. We'll need your strength in the end. I understand, Kaito replied seriously. I'll recover as soon as possible. Outside the barrier, Madara and Ishiki resumed their intense battle. My brother is only evenly matched with him at best, Izuna said, frustrated. Killing him might be impossible. What's that? Sasuke suddenly exclaimed. Everyone looked up to see Ishiki creating numerous black cubes, floating erratically in the air. Those things, Kaito said, closing his eyes briefly, will disrupt our sensory abilities. Sasuke looked anxious. What should we do? At this rate, Madara might fall behind. Don't underestimate my brother, Izuna objected. He's faced all kinds of ninja. Let's hope Madara can handle it. Izuna, Miss Chiri, be ready to support at any moment. I'll focus on regaining my strength. After speaking, Kaito closed his eyes again. How is it? I fully grasp your abilities, Ishiki said, delivering a kick to Madara's abdomen. The Rinnegan is no stranger to me. Madara doubled over but ascended to a higher position, flipping upside down and forming seals. Sage Art, Great Fire Destruction. Searing flames fell from the sky, igniting the ground into a sea of fire, but the black cubes remained untouched. Ishiki also ascended, dodging the flames and flying rapidly toward Madara, shrinking once more. However, as he shrank, Madara extended his hand. Bansho Tenin. The shrunken Ishiki, as small as dust, was immediately pulled by the powerful gravitational force. He quickly enlarged himself to resist the pull, but Madara smirked. Limbo, Border Jail. Using his Rinnegan abilities again, 4 invisible shadows surrounded Ishiki and launched a relentless barrage of attacks. Simultaneously, Madara formed hand seals once more. Sage Art, Great Fire Destruction. Blazing flames spewed onto Ishiki's body. Ah! Ishiki screamed as he fell heavily onto one of the black cubes, while flames continued to rain down on him. The flames finally subsided, revealing Ishiki's charred body. Madara flipped again, descending with both feet aimed at Ishiki. Humph! Ishiki's eyes widened as he spat out black smoke, shrinking again to dodge the attack and reappearing atop another black cube. How troublesome! Madara, also standing on a black cube, looked irritated as Ishiki's burn wounds rapidly healed. My absorption powers can't handle your sage techniques, Ishiki said, tearing off the remnants of his scorched shirt, his body fully restored. But techniques of this level can't defeat me. Your full body form can't last long either. Izuna suddenly shouted from below. Otherwise, you wouldn't have kept parasitizing other bodies. Ishiki's expression grew grim. I can only maintain this for 2 or 3 days, but before that, I'll kill all of you. It's too late. At that moment, Kaito suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. We're fully prepared on this end. What do you mean? Ishiki immediately turned toward him. Get ready for a big surprise. Smiling, Kaito waved his hand, and before Ishiki could charge, he and Keita, along with Sasuke, were enveloped in golden liquid and merged into the ground. Ishiki shattered the barrier with a kick, but... Chapter 161, 161. Seal. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Koran Hightower. Z3K Chrome. Ozo. Panda Show. Red Rabbit. Robert Thompson. AR4 Angel. Nako. Muhammad Belosanov. Hawkmutig. Yod. Francisco Jimenez. Lord_Clamoral. Young Fexentum. Abhinav Ankur. Jay Singh. Fuad Mamadov. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. On the battlefield, white light silently expanded, forming a sphere. The white sphere gradually grew larger, and when it touched the edges of the formation, it suddenly contracted, eventually dissipating slowly. Only then did the sound of the explosion reach everyone's ears. As they looked around, the numerous black cubes had disappeared without a trace, and Ishiki was quietly standing at the center of the formation. His clothes had completely vanished, his body was covered in wounds, and he had lost his left hand. At this moment, his eyes were closed as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. However, the terrifying wounds on his body were slowly healing, and even new flesh was growing from the shoulder where his left hand had been lost. Upon seeing this, Kaito immediately descended from the air and once again clapped his hands onto the ground. Ryomayaka chains within the formation moved again. Several golden chains with sharp ends shot out like venomous snakes, quickly penetrating Ishiki's body. Then, more chains reached out, binding him tightly. Did we succeed? Sasuke walked over to Kaito, looking at the completely restrained Ishiki inside the formation. It's hard to say, Kaito didn't relax. Indeed, Izuna also walked over, that guy can reincarnate his consciousness. We should be extra cautious. TCH, does this mean these Otsutsuki clan members can't be killed completely? Madara rested his large fan on the ground, frowning slightly. It seems so for now, or rather, we haven't found a way to kill them completely, Kaito said. But I got some inspiration from that ancient stone tablet. What do you mean? Izuna asked curiously. Kaito smiled, by separating the body and soul and sealing them. That stone tablet. Madara raised an eyebrow. Izuna immediately started explaining in a low voice. After hearing the explanation, Madara nodded but said, sealing is always a temporary measure. If someone breaks the seal in the future, it could cause trouble. I'll use a Ryomayaka crystal to seal his soul and hand it over to the master. That way, it will be foolproof, Kaito said confidently. The master. Madara glanced at Izuna again. As Izuna explained once more to Madara, Kaito began forming hand seals. Ryumayuku Soul Lock. As he clapped his hands on the ground again, several faint, golden chains emerged from the earth, piercing directly into Ishiki's body. You. At that moment, Ishiki opened his eyes, staring menacingly at Kaito. I underestimated you, on my Oji. Of course, I prepared thoroughly just to deal with you. Kaito responded without hesitation. I will not die. Ishiki suddenly laughed. This time, you win. But just wait. More Otsutsuki clan members will come. You lower creatures will never escape your fate of being enslaved by us. Is that so? Kaito laughed as well. The future might not turn out the way you think. Ishiki wanted to say more, but the spectral chains began to move. The chains wrapped around his soul, dragging it out of his body. Then, more physical Ryumayuka chains slithered through the air, surrounding both his body and soul, encasing them into two separate spheres. Seal. Golden light burst from Kaito's body, and the two chain-formed spheres within the formation began to melt slowly. Both Ishiki's body and soul were pierced by the chains, wrapped in two translucent golden liquids. Finally, the liquid gradually compressed and hardened, forming two crystalline, transparent gems. Runes that looked as if they had formed naturally shimmered on the surface of the crystals. Kaito stood up slowly, pressing both hands against the glowing barrier of the formation. The massive formation that enveloped the entire island slowly faded away. The 5 yokai who had been maintaining the formation with all their power collapsed to the ground as their energy was completely drained. The other yokai rushed forward anxiously to check on them. Gather them all together, Kaito instructed. In no time, the smaller yokai, who had been standing by outside the formation, carried the 5 collapsed yokai over to Kaito. Kaito immediately pulled out 5 small Ryumayuka crystals, arranging them carefully on the ground, and then started forming hand seals once again. Ryumayuka Resurrection Formation. Golden light enveloped their bodies, and as the Ryumayuka crystals melted, the 5 yokai slowly opened their eyes. I declare. Kaito raised his hand with a smile. The plan was a success. We have won. Yeah. The small yokai cheered instantly, dancing with joy. The 5 yokai lying on the ground also smiled. Kaito. Kaito turned around, and Yuri rushed into his arms. Kaito, it's such a relief. She looked up at him, tears in her eyes, gently touching the spot on his chest where the black rods had pierced him earlier. I was so worried. You were seriously injured just now. I'm fine. Kaito gazed into her clear, watery eyes, and a tender smile appeared on his face. Don't worry. Anything I set my mind to will definitely succeed. Yes, I believe in you, Kaito. Yuri smiled back. Hey, Yuri, aren't you being a little too lovey-dovey here? Can't you see we're still lying here? Chiri suddenly teased loudly from nearby. Maybe butterflies care more about their partners. Kaori speculated earnestly. Who says that? Yuri blushed and pushed away from Kaito, rushing over to Chiri's side to pat her on the head. You all should focus on recovering. Ha ha ha. Sato laughed heartily. It's fine. Compared to us, Kaito is the real hero here. Sato is exaggerating. This is the result of everyone's hard work, Kaito said with a smile. In this plan, we couldn't have succeeded without any one of you. Finally. Tears welled up in Sato's eyes. We finally defeated an Otsutsuki. Thank you, Kaito. I told you, it's thanks to all of us. Kaito waved his hand dismissively and headed toward the center of the island. Now, I'll go take care of that seal. Hearing this, several small yokai quickly followed after him. My wine is finished. Yuta, seemingly oblivious to the situation, struggled to get up and peered into his empty wine jar. Anakiri, sitting up with his sword in hand, glanced at everyone, a faint smile on his lips. That kid is doing quite well here. Madara remarked, watching Kaito surrounded by yokai. Yeah. Izuna smiled too. He's walking a different path from us now. I look forward to seeing what he will achieve in the end. Hey, thanks to that kid, it seems my journey is far from over as well. Madara crossed his arms and looked up at the sky. Perhaps the future journey will lead us to the stars and the sea. I'll go wherever my brother goes. Izuna looked up as well, no matter where that may be. Yeah. Madara smiled and ruffled Izuna's hair. Ugh. These 2 old men are so mushy. Sasuke shivered, silently slipping away to catch up with Kaito. Chapter 162, 162. Another tree. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Koran Hightower. Z3K Chrome. Ozo. Panda Show. Robert Thompson. AR4 Angel. Nako. Muhammad Belosanov. Hawkmutig. Yod. Francisco Jimenez. Lord _ Clamoral. Young Fexentum. Abhinav Ankur. Jay Singh. Fuad Mamadov. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Kaito walked up to the crystal that sealed the soul of Otsutsuki Ishiki and stomped his foot. Golden ripples instantly appeared on the ground around the crystal, and several chains of Ryumayaku extended out, binding the crystal and pulling it into the ground. Kaito sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. In the endless darkness, Kaito's consciousness kept sinking, once again arriving at the golden riverbank. Master Saimai, Kaito called softly. The sound of water rippling filled the air, and a figure appeared on the golden river's surface. You've come, Saimai revealed his true face, smiling elegantly. Master Saimai, I must trouble you once again, Kaito bowed respectfully. I've seen everything, Saimai said as he waved his fan. You've done very well. You flatter me. It just so happened that Otsutsuki Ishiki wasn't in his prime, Kaito said modestly. No, even I hadn't noticed that he was still hiding in this world, Saimai smiled. It's a good thing you dealt with him before Kaguya returned. Yes, Kaito responded. It said that in his original state, he was even stronger than Kaguya. Saimai nodded. That's true, but Kaguya became much stronger after consuming the god tree's fruit. This time, I'd like to ask you to guard the seal on his soul. Kaito extended his hand, and space rippled like waves. The crystal containing Otsutsuki Ishiki's sealed soul appeared before him. Leave it to me, Saimai said, extending his fan to pull the crystal beside him. At the same time, a large box floated out of the golden river. The box of ultimate bliss has been purified. You can take it now. Thank you, Master Saimai. Golden chains extended from Kaito's hand as he pulled the box of ultimate bliss toward him. No need for thanks, Saimai smiled again. So, how do you plan to handle the seal on Ishiki's body? I've already decided, Kaito said honestly. I'll leave it to Lord Mo of Oyama. Mao, huh? Saimai thought for a moment before agreeing. That works. His true form can suppress the seal. It's a pity we haven't found a way to completely destroy the Otsutsuki clan, Kaito said with some regret. There is a way to completely kill the Otsutsuki, Saimai closed his fan and nodded at Kaito. I'm sure you've thought of the method too. It's just a matter of whether you can do it. Kaito sighed. I'll do my best. Saimai's face showed a sly smile. Well then, until next time, Kaito. With those words, he sank back into the golden river with the sealed crystal. Kaito looked at the calm river, twitching at the corner of his mouth. He actually wanted to say, I really don't want to try that hard. Couldn't you just tell me the method? Kaito opened his eyes and nodded at the people around him. It's been taken care of. He walked over to another sealed crystal. As for this one, I'll leave it to Lord Mo. To Lord Mo. Then there won't be any problems. Gyur stepped forward, poking at the crystal's surface. Honestly, putting it anywhere in Oyama would be safe. No yokai would dare destroy this seal. Smack. Fuda slapped his hand away, glaring at him. Isn't there someone like you here, always needing to touch things? You're like a hairless cub. What? Gyur quickly hid his hands behind his back. You're overreacting. I wouldn't break it. Humph, you're just itching to touch it. Fuda raised his chin. Sasuke. Gyur grabbed Sasuke nearby. Help me out here. Fuda's totally overreacting. Sasuke looked at them, both familiar yokai to him. One always challenged him in the dojo, and the other once helped him travel to the shinobi world. In the end, Gyur was the cuter one. So Sasuke gave a fair statement, Gyur's just curious. He won't break it. You're overreacting, Fuda. Exactly. Gyur raised his head proudly. Fuda, you'll end up friendless if you keep this up. Humph, I don't want to be friends with you two anyway. Fuda fluffed up all the feathers on his wings in anger. One is always slacking off, and the other has trained in swordsmanship for so long but still hasn't mastered it. Gyur wasn't bothered by the criticism, but Sasuke's face flushed red with anger. What did you say? He activated his Sharingan and glared at Fuda. Are you looking for a fight? Bring it on. Fuda gripped his sword. Today I'll show you who is the true disciple of Master Onigiri. Fight. Fight. Gyur and the other small yokai cheered excitedly, clapping their hands. Enough. Kaito, exasperated, knocked both Fuda and Sasuke on the head. You two are acting like children. Seeing Fuda get hit, Gyur secretly made a face at him. And you. Kaito wasn't partial and gave Gyur a knock on the head as well. Don't think I didn't see you stirring things up. Don't bully idiots. Who are you calling an idiot? Fuda and Sasuke yelled in unison. It's you too. Kaito yelled back. Especially you, Sasuke. The argument was originally between Fuda and Gyur, but you jumped in and attracted all the heat. Didn't you notice how happy Gyur was afterward? Sasuke thought about it for a moment, then pointed at Gyur in shock. You sly fox. Fuda also realized what had happened and looked at Gyur with disdain. Gyur stuck his tongue out at the two. Alright, let's head back. We need to return to Oyama as soon as possible. Kaito ignored them and manipulated Ryumayuka chains to pull the remaining sealed crystal underground before turning and walking toward the resting place of the other yokai. That night, the group emerged from the forest where Lord Emo resided. Kaito and Yuri walked toward the Uchiha estate together. Kaito, what's your plan next? Yuri asked, holding onto his arm and looking up at his face. Kaito turned his head. I've been too busy recently. I need to contact the blood puppets and check on the Akatsuki's plan to capture the tailed beasts. The tailed beasts, huh? Yuri nodded. They're strange creatures. I wonder if they'll eventually become yokai. No one can say for sure what the final outcome will be, Kaito smiled. It's too early to tell. After all, the tailed beasts are made of chakra, completely different from yokai. By the way, why are you collecting the tailed beast's chakra? Yuri asked, gently shaking his hand. To study the god tree more thoroughly, of course. Kaito looked up at the moon in the night sky. Now that I have the god tree's body and its consciousness, all I need is the god tree's chakra. Speaking of which, Kaito suddenly thought of something and met Yuri's gaze. For the Otsutsuki clan, the god tree may not be unique. Do you think Otsutsuki Ishiki might have another god tree sapling? That doesn't seem likely. He didn't use it in the previous battle, Yuri said, though the possibility unsettled her. That's because the formation I set up this time was different from the one I used during the battle with Nagato. It completely blocked the space, rendering Otsutsuki Ishiki's spacetime abilities useless. Kaito spoke seriously. Even if he has another god tree, he couldn't summon it. So, we can't rule out the possibility. Yuri was confused. But didn't you summon Chiri and Izuna during the battle? As the one who set up the formation, of course, I left a backdoor for myself, Kaito said, smiling with pride. I understand. Yuri nodded slightly. But even if Ishiki has another chakra tree, it's likely hidden in a different dimension. It won't be easy for us to find. True, but it's good to be prepared. Kaito grabbed Yuri's hand and flew into the air. Let's not think about this for now. Let's hurry back. Miss Chiri prepared some supper, and Sasuke is waiting for us. You're the one who started this conversation. Countless glittering particles surrounded Yuri as radiant butterfly wings unfolded, and she pulled Kaito along as they sped toward the Uchiha estate. Chapter 163, 163.no Shortcut. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Koron Hightower. Z3K Chrome. Ozo. Panda Show. Robert Thompson. AR4 Angel. Nako. Muhammad Belosanov. Hawkmutig. Yod. Francisco Jimenez. Lord_Clamoral. Young Fexentum. Abhinav Ankur. Jay Singh. Fuad Mamadov. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Mount Oyama, Uchiha residence. On the wooden floor of the corridor, Kaito and Madara sat facing each other. I didn't expect that Izuna-senpai would be willing to go out with Sasuke. Kaito knelt properly on the cushion, lifted the teacup to his nose, smelled it, and took a sip. Madara was sitting lazily, leaning against the corridor pillar, with the sunlight illuminating the half of his face not covered by his hair. What are you trying to say, kid? He asked lazily. You thought he'd cling to me like a child? Not that extreme, Kaito smiled warmly. It's just that it's been a long time since you two brothers have spent time together. TSK, don't be fake. Madara squinted slightly at Kaito. Unlike me, you're now the clan leader, so Izuna will respect your wishes. I didn't mean that, Kaito replied modestly. Madara tapped his fingers on the wooden floor, seemingly a bit impatient, and said, just get to the point. What do you need help with? Nagato's Rinnegan belongs to you, doesn't it? Kaito put down the teacup, sitting up straighter. That's right, Madara responded casually, do you want to take it back? No, not yet, Kaito said. Now isn't the right time. Madara suddenly thought of something and asked, why didn't you take Otsutsuki Ishiki's eye? Kaito shook his head, Otsutsuki Ishiki was only temporarily resurrected. That body could collapse at any time, there's no point. Besides, without fully understanding his possession abilities, I wouldn't dare recklessly touch his body tissue. I see. That makes sense. Madara nodded and then activated his Rinnegan. So, are you interested in my eyes? More precisely, I'm interested in the Hell Path's ability. I need the shell of the King of Hell summoned by the Hell Path, Kaito explained honestly. Is it that Pain's 6 paths Nagato created? Izuna mentioned it. It's kind of interesting. Though Madara called it interesting, his tone was indifferent. Unfortunately, the contract with that so-called King of Hell was made by that kid Nagato. Isn't it an inherent ability of the Rinnegan? Kaito was a bit surprised. Madara scoffed without mercy. Ha, you want a shortcut, don't you? Too bad, I can't help you. Kaito's shoulders slumped. What's going on? Abilities have to be developed. Did you think the animals summoned by the animal path came pre-summoned? Madara mocked. Don't be naive. Those summoning beasts were all collected and modified by that kid. I thought the King of Hell's body was directly summoned from the Pure Land, Kaito said awkwardly. Just like he didn't develop Limbo, Border Jail, I didn't develop those other messy abilities. Madara continued, so if you want to know where that so-called King of Hell came from, you'll need to ask Nagato. I understand, Kaito sighed, feeling a bit dejected. I thought I could save some effort at the last step. Heh, Madara chuckled with a trace of schadenfreude. Brother, Kaito, Izuna came out with Sasuke, who was dressed neatly. We're about to leave. Madara responded casually. Kaito stood up and said to Sasuke, last time, you had to come back shortly after leaving. To save time, this time I'll ask the 4th Hokage to take you out. The 4th? Sasuke asked in surprise. The Flying Thunder God technique is hard to guard against. Aren't you worried he'll leave a mark in Mount Oyama? Izuna asked suspiciously. I don't believe you trust that kid completely. That's true, Kaito smiled, even though we signed a contract, it's not completely foolproof. That's why we'll ask you to help first and take us somewhere else. You all go ahead. Madara stood up, patted Izuna on the shoulder, and walked back inside. I'm going to read in the study. All right, let's go then. Kaito casually put his hands in his sleeves, walked down the corridor, put on his sandals, and headed outside. Izuna transformed into a paper figure and slipped into Sasuke's ninja tool pouch. Sasuke quickly put on his shoes and followed Kaito. Half a day later, the uncle and nephew pair, riding on Gyure's back, arrived at a strange little island. This place will do, we're far enough from Mount Oyama. Kaito and Sasuke jumped off Gyure's back and surveyed the island. Gyure transformed into human form and stretched his limbs. Kaito, you've got plenty of ways to get out. I'm never helping you again. Gyure complained. Nonsense, I only started working with Minato later, Kaito retorted, slapping the ground with one hand, summoning a domestic-looking Minato, holding a frying pan and wearing an apron. Kaito's face twitched, finding it hard to describe. Yo, Minato-kun, why are you always summoned in such a homely look? Kaito. I don't know why you always summon me when I'm cooking, Minato smiled awkwardly. Ah, sorry, Kaito apologized awkwardly, there's a reason for this. Is there? Minato forced a smile. So, do you need help, or has that better possession vessel you mentioned been completed? Sorry, not yet. Kaito admitted defeat without hesitation, even if he had it, now wasn't the time to bring it up. He pulled Sasuke over and explained, actually, I summoned you to take this kid Sasuke back to the ninja world. Uchiha Sasuke. Minato's smile became more natural. Naruto talks about you often. 4th Hokage-sama, Sasuke greeted politely. Haha, just call me Uncle Minato. Minato waved his hand. I'm no longer Hokage, so just think of me as a friend's father. Yes, Uncle Minato. Good kid. Let's go then. I left the stove on back home. In a flash, Minato grabbed Sasuke's shoulder, and the two disappeared from Kaito's sight. Wait. Kaito reached out in vain. What's wrong, Kaito? Gyure asked curiously as Kaito remained still. I wasn't done talking. Minato was in such a hurry. Kaito had a strange expression. He probably took Sasuke straight to Konoha. Ha 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 ha. Gyure laughed gleefully. After all, even he knew the relationship between the Uchiha and Konoha was a bit delicate. Never mind. Kaito shrugged it off, Sasuke won't be in any danger. As for everything else, consider it training for him. You're quite the good uncle, Kaito, Gyure sympathized with Sasuke for a second. You really care about him. Of course, Kaito said proudly, lifting his chin. Chapter 164, 164. Naruto Challenge. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Koran Hightower. Ozo. Panda Show. Robert Thompson. A.R. Foreign Gel. Nako. Hawkmutig. Yod. Francisco Jimenez. Lord_Clamoral. Young Fexentum. Abhinav Ankur. Jay Singh. Fuad Mamadov. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. In Konoha, at the Namikaze residence. Naruto watched helplessly as his father, who was cooking, suddenly vanished without a trace. He was anxiously pacing around when he saw his father reappear right in front of him, bringing along someone Naruto was very familiar with. Dad. Sasuke. Naruto widened his eyes in surprise. What's going on? Ah, we'll talk about it later. Naruto, for now, just take care of your friend, Minato said, pushing Sasuke toward Naruto before rushing back toward the kitchen. My food, my food. Sasuke looked at Minato's retreating figure, then turned his gaze to the flustered Naruto, feeling somewhat bewildered. Sasuke. Naruto approached Sasuke, looking at him excitedly. Are you finally ready to come back to Konoha? Sasuke opened his mouth and spoke with some difficulty, where is this? Naruto waved his hand in front of Sasuke's face and said loudly, are you stupid? Of course, this is my house. So, Uncle Minato brought me to Konoha. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. Yeah. Naruto nodded enthusiastically. What the hell? Sasuke covered his face with his hand. What's wrong, Sasuke? Naruto blinked in confusion. Ah, nothing. Sasuke put his hand down, regaining his composure. Should I tell him this was all a misunderstanding? No, I can't. He casually glanced around the house and walked over to the sofa, sitting down. Is this your new house? It's much better than that dump you used to live in. This was always my dad and mom's house. Naruto quickly followed and sat across from him. Since dad came back, the village gave us the house back. And my old place might have been small, but it wasn't a dump. Naruto glared at Sasuke, puffing out his cheeks. Still pretty pitiful, Sasuke said, relaxing into the sofa. Everything that was yours was taken away, and you didn't even know your father was the Hokage. You were miserable all the time. Ha ha ha. Naruto laughed awkwardly. It wasn't that bad. I never felt sorry for myself. Sasuke looked at Naruto's goofy smile and scoffed, whatever. Though Naruto was often clueless, sometimes he could sense other people's emotions very sharply. Sasuke. Naruto hesitated, then asked, do you hate the Hidden Leaf Village? Sasuke glanced at him and replied honestly, no, I just hate some of the people in it. That doesn't include me, right? Naruto looked at him hopefully, pointing to himself. Idiot. Sasuke turned to look out the window. It has nothing to do with you. Good, Naruto instantly brightened up. I'm so glad you're in Konoha, Sasuke. Kakashi-sensei and Sakura will be really happy too. Sasuke casually teased him, don't you like Sakura? Well, yeah, that's true. Naruto blushed a little, then grumbled, but Sakura always liked you, that clueless girl. That has nothing to do with me. It's her choice, Sasuke replied calmly. Also, it's just because you're a useless dead last. Damn it. How can you say that? Naruto jumped to his feet, furious. What do you think of Sakura's feelings? I'm not wrong, though. Sasuke shrugged, unconcerned. You bastard. Naruto grabbed Sasuke by the collar, glaring at him angrily. Huh? What's going on? Minato suddenly appeared beside them, gently prying Naruto's hand off Sasuke's collar. Don't fight. You're friends, you should get along. Humph. Naruto turned his head away, still disgruntled. Dinner is ready, Minato smiled. Sasuke, you're welcome to join us. Thank you, Uncle Minato, Sasuke replied politely, standing up to adjust his clothes. He then threw a taunting glance at Naruto. You. Naruto stomped his foot in frustration. All right, Minato turned to Naruto with a kind smile. Time to eat, Naruto. Yes, Dad, Naruto obediently quieted down, suddenly alert. After finally finishing the meal, Naruto wasted no time in jumping back up as Minato went to wash the dishes. Sasuke. Naruto pointed at Sasuke, speaking seriously. I challenge you. Oh. Sasuke put down his teacup and smiled. You've got some nerve, dead last. Damn it. I'm not that dead last anymore. Naruto angrily waved his fist. Last time you saved me, but now I won't lose to you. Are you sure? Sasuke stood up, looking Naruto in the eye. I'll give you a chance to understand the difference between us. Ugh. You're still as arrogant as ever. Arrogant Sasuke. Naruto clenched his fists. You've always been a dumbass, Naruto. Sasuke shot back, placing his hand on the hilt of his sword. The two locked eyes, neither willing to back down, staring at each other without blinking. What are you two doing? Minato, who had finally taken off his apron, looked at the two boys and smiled helplessly. Ah, youth. This is what it means to be young. Dad. Naruto turned to Minato. I'm going to fight this arrogant Sasuke. Humph. All right, I get it. Minato raised his hands in surrender. I'll be the referee. Minato placed his hands on their shoulders, activating the Flying Thunder God technique, and the three of them instantly appeared in the woods outside Konoha. Sasuke was still savoring the sensation of space travel when Naruto shouted, "Hey! Let's start already. Sasuke, I'm going to beat you down hard." "Ha, you think you can?" Sasuke raised his chin slightly. "Don't underestimate me." "Sure. Are you two ready?" Minato asked. "Ready," Sasuke replied. "Wait." Naruto suddenly raised his hand. "Now what?" Sasuke frowned. "Dad, call Kakashi-sensei and Sakura. This is a fight between Team 7. Naruto looked at Minato, who in turn looked at Sasuke for approval. "Whatever, I don't care," Sasuke said indifferently. "All right, you two wait a bit." Minato disappeared and quickly returned with Kakashi, then vanished again to bring Sakura. "Sasuke. Sasuke-kun." Kakashi looked at Sasuke in surprise, while Sakura was filled with joy. Sasuke responded with a nod and then turned to Naruto. "Is that enough, dead last?" "Humph, it's enough." Naruto nodded. "Then the match will begin shortly." Both sides formed the seal of confrontation. Minato raised his right hand. Sasuke and Naruto locked eyes as they formed the seal of confrontation. Minato immediately swung his hand down, begin. The two figures rapidly closed the distance, their fists colliding with the shockwave, but neither budged an inch. Chapter 165, 165. Not losing. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Koron Hightower. Ozo. Panda Show. Robert Thompson. AR Foreign Gel. Nako. Yod. Francisco Jimenez. Lord_Clamoral. Young Fexentum. Abhinav Ankur. Jay Singh. Fuad Mamadov. Kane. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Sasuke and Naruto glared at each other intensely, and once again, they moved, engaging in a pure taijutsu battle. Naruto's taijutsu style had always been direct and forceful, with large, powerful movements. Sasuke, on the other hand, activated his 3-tomo Sharingan. His movements were agile, always searching for openings, and his speed was slightly superior. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of collisions kept ringing out. The fallen leaves on the ground were swept up by the gusts of wind, swirling around the two figures darting back and forth. Kakashi, watching the evenly matched battle between the two, couldn't help but comment, "Naruto, that kid, has improved a lot. He's learned to make full use of his physical advantages." Logically, Sasuke's taijutsu should have been more refined, especially with the dynamic vision provided by his Sharingan, which should have given him the upper hand. However, the two remained evenly matched on the surface. Naruto, relying on his enhanced physique, repeatedly faced Sasuke's punches and kicks head-on without hesitation, intending to use a damage-for-damage strategy. This forced Sasuke to retreat and evade. Sasuke-kun, Naruto. Sakura watched the two boys crisscrossing figures with wide eyes, clenching her fists. She wondered, am I keeping up with their pace now? Boom. A dull thud echoed as Naruto blocked Sasuke's downward kick with an upward punch. Both of them froze in place, a wave of air violently sweeping away all the swirling leaves around them. Heh, not bad. Sasuke chuckled, applying force to his leg and performing a backflip to create some distance. I told you, I'm no longer the dead last. Naruto retracted his fist and grinned widely. In that case, let's continue. Sasuke bent his body slightly, his eyes sharpening as he gripped the sword at his waist with a reverse hold. Be careful from here on out. Bring it on. Naruto pulled a kunai from the pouch on his thigh, spun it around his finger, and held it in a reverse grip. You better watch out yourself. Sasuke smirked once more, pushing the sword guard with his left hand and unsheathing his sword with his right. A flash of white light crossed Naruto's vision. The sharp blade carried a biting coldness, causing the hairs on Naruto's skin to stand up. Clang. At the very last second, Naruto's eyes widened as he stepped back, tightly gripping his kunai to block the slash. Looks like your perception has improved a lot too. Their eyes met, and the three Tomo in Sasuke's eyes began to spin. Not good. Naruto's consciousness dimmed. He immediately closed his eyes and stepped back. Heh. Sasuke pressed forward swiftly, his sword flashing with a quick thrust toward Naruto, who had his eyes shut. Naruto bent his knees slightly and leaped into the air, throwing the kunai in his hand downward. Sasuke casually deflected the kunai with a flick of his blade. However, Naruto had already opened his eyes, forming a hand seal. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Poof, 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 poof. In an instant, countless identical shadow clones filled Sasuke's vision, surrounding him completely. Take this. All the shadow clones shouted in unison, moving simultaneously as Naruto blended into the crowd. This again. Sasuke straightened up, holding his sword in a reverse grip, and formed a hand seal. Chidori blade. The sound of crackling electricity filled the air, and blue arcs of lightning enveloped his white blade. Sasuke. Several of Naruto's shadow clones threw shuriken, while others, holding kunai, rushed forward. Naruto. Sasuke's lightning-imbued blade sliced through the air, knocking down all the incoming weapons. As the sword moved, arcs of lightning cut through the approaching shadow clones, dispelling them one after another. More. Naruto's shadow clones charged forward from all directions. Sasuke spun on his toes, and the lightning blade exploded in an arc, creating a perfect circle around him. Poof, poof, poof. White smoke rose as the shadow clones were once again wiped out. Damn it. The remaining clones rushed in, shouting defiantly. Is this all you've got, Naruto? Sasuke moved lightly, his lightning blade dancing through the air, constantly dispelling the endless barrage of shadow clones. Kakashi, did you teach Sasuke that swordsmanship? Minato asked calmly as he watched the glowing blade in Sasuke's hand, then shook his head. No, it doesn't seem like it. It wasn't me. Kakashi had already pushed up his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan. It seems to be Lee's doing. Sasuke's swordsmanship foundation is very solid. Kaito knows swordsmanship? Minato asked in surprise. Kakashi shook his head. No, his swordsmanship is terrible. I meant that Kaito likely brought in a swordsmanship expert to give Sasuke some specialized training. I see. Minato nodded in understanding, then laughed. Good thing Kaito doesn't know swordsmanship. Otherwise, even I would feel inadequate. Kakashi didn't respond. I guess I've lost. He recalled the days when he, too, had been a brilliant young prodigy. But, alas, time has worn me down. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura looked at the suddenly melancholic Kakashi with confusion. Kakashi quickly regained his composure and said earnestly, pay close attention to the fight, Sakura. Don't let those two surpass you. Yes. Sakura dragged out her response, rolling her eyes as she turned back to the battle. Sasuke. Naruto's shout pulled her attention back once more. One of Naruto's clones had leaped high into the air, thrusting a Rasengan toward Sasuke. Meanwhile, the shadow clones around Sasuke clung to him, giving it their all to hold him down. Sasuke glanced up, and in an instant, electricity surged across his entire body, expanding outward. Chidori. The crackling electricity cleared out the remaining clones. Sasuke shook his lightning-infused blade. Then, he gripped his sword with both hands, holding it horizontally at eye level, the tip aimed directly at the Rasengan-wielding Naruto. Thrust. The electrified blade shot forward like lightning. Sasuke dodged Naruto's Rasengan, plunging his sword into Naruto's chest. Rasengan. Naruto's voice, accompanied by the high-pitched hum of the spinning Rasengan, echoed behind Sasuke. At the same time, the Naruto he had just impaled vanished into smoke. Got him. Seeing the Rasengan about to slam into Sasuke's back, Naruto couldn't help but smile in excitement. Are you about to say you got me? Sasuke's voice suddenly came from right beside him, the crackling blade hovering near his neck. What? Naruto turned his head in shock. Sasuke was standing right behind him, his sword at Naruto's throat. He turned back to look ahead and saw another Sasuke calmly turning around. You lost, dead last. Damn it. Naruto shouted angrily at Sasuke's smug smile. I haven't lost yet. Whoosh. 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 Red chakra chains suddenly shot out from another direction, hurtling toward Sasuke. Found you, the real one, Sasuke's grin widened. You're still so easy to provoke. Chapter 166, 166.no Chance of winning. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Koron Hightower. Ozo. Panda Show. Robert Thompson. AR Foreign Gel. Nako. Yod. Francisco Jimenez. Lord _Clamoral. Young Fexentum. Abhinav Ankur. Jay Singh. Fuad Mammadov. Kane. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Naruto's eyes widened, and without any hesitation, he manipulated the chakra chains to strangle Sasuke. Umph. The two Sasukes chuckled simultaneously. One stepped forward to meet the chakra chains, while the other swiftly eliminated the nearby shadow clone with a sword and retreated. Whoosh. 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 The chakra chains pierced through the approaching Sasuke and continued at high speed toward the real Sasuke. At the same time, Naruto's remaining shadow clones moved in, accelerating to surround him. This must be the adamantine sealing chains, Sasuke said, watching the red chakra chains in the air. It'd be troublesome to get caught. That's right. Naruto shouted proudly. In an instant, I can seal your movements. You've lost, Sasuke. Too bad. Sasuke quickly dodged the chakra chains. I've seen stronger chains than this. What? Seeing the chains miss repeatedly, Naruto hurriedly directed his shadow clones to block Sasuke. Catch him now. Yeah. The shadow clones approached again, closing in on Sasuke without leaving any gaps. Sasuke's footsteps quickened, and for a moment, several afterimages appeared simultaneously. Then, seizing the opportunity, he immediately formed hand signs. Bang. In the original spot, only a piece of wood wrapped in chakra chains was left. Sasuke had vanished. Damn. It's the substitution jutsu. Naruto shouted in frustration and reluctantly retracted the chakra chains. However, just as he did so, Sasuke's voice suddenly rang out again. Fire style, great fire annihilation. A blazing sea of flames erupted, engulfing both Naruto and his shadow clones. Naruto. Sakura, watching from a distance, screamed in panic and quickly turned to the two adults. Fourth Hokage, Kakashi-sensei. Don't worry, Minato turned to her with a reassuring smile. Naruto will be fine. As he spoke, a beastly roar echoed, and an extraordinarily powerful chakra suddenly erupted from the sea of flames. Sasuke jumped from behind a tree to a branch in front and looked down. The powerful chakra had already materialized, and the shockwave from its eruption was dispersing the surrounding intense flames. Naruto was on all fours, his body wrapped in a red-tailed beast cloak, with two long tails waving behind him. Sasuke. Naruto raised his head, his beastly red eyes glaring at him, and sharp fangs emerged from his mouth. Hey! Are you still conscious? Sasuke frowned and glanced at Minato, the referee standing in the distance. Of course. What are you looking at? However, Naruto had already leapt into the air, extending his right hand, which had sharp claws. The red chakra transformed into a massive beast claw that quickly stretched toward Sasuke. Sasuke dodged and jumped to another tree, while the tree behind him was shredded by Naruto's chakra beast claw. TCH. Sasuke turned to see Naruto rapidly bouncing between tree trunks, using all four limbs to close the distance with incredible speed. Now this is more like it. Sasuke smiled as purple markings began to appear on his face, and his aura surged. What's that? Minato looked up at Sasuke in surprise. Sage Art Cursed Seal. So, even the living can use it. It's probably Orochimaru's doing again, Kakashi remarked nonchalantly. Damn, I wish I had something like that. Kakashi couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy. Luckily, Naruto has awakened the adamantine sealing chains, Minato smiled in relief again. He's adapting well to the Nine-Tails chakra. With the cursed seal active, Sasuke's power increased dramatically. In an instant, he appeared above Naruto and slammed his right leg down at him. Naruto looked up, his gaze intense, and crossed his arms to block the kick. However, he underestimated Sasuke's strength and was sent crashing down to the ground like a cannonball. While falling, Naruto extended his chakra beast claw again, which stretched out rapidly. After Sasuke dodged, the claw grabbed onto a tree trunk, pulling Naruto back up before he hit the ground. Now, Sasuke stood on top of the tree trunk horizontally, while Naruto clung to the middle of the trunk with all four limbs. Their eyes met once again. Sasuke. Naruto bared his fangs and roared, the red chakra around him bubbling like boiling water as a third tail emerged behind him. Naruto. You've really gotten stronger. Sasuke smiled excitedly, the tomo in his eyes spinning faster and becoming blurred. But unfortunately, it's impossible for you to surpass me. What did you say, you arrogant Sasuke? Naruto furiously punched the tree trunk, causing wood splinters to fly everywhere. Because. Sasuke activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, and a strange spiritual power spread instantly. I now possess these even more powerful eyes. So what? Naruto began to gather energy, we already knew that last time. No, you don't understand. Sasuke smiled mysteriously. Do you remember why, after you went berserk last time, Kakashi stepped in between us? Naruto thought about it for a moment and vaguely recalled it happening when they were chasing after Deidara. Why? He asked directly. Because of these eyes. Sasuke touched his lower eyelid, his devilish eyes radiating cold power. These eyes can easily control tailed beasts. No way. Naruto shouted in shock. It's true, Sasuke said confidently. So right now, you have no chance of winning, Naruto. I don't believe you. Naruto growled, his sharp claws digging deep into the rough bark of the tree. I'll beat you. Then let me show you. Sasuke smirked as the intricate patterns in his eyes began to spin slowly. What? Naruto's vision went dark, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing beside Sasuke in front of the Nine-Tails sealed gate. Naruto quickly jumped back in shock, pointing at Sasuke with a trembling finger. What's going on? This is my sealed space. How did you get in here? Humph. Sasuke turned his head, and his sinister eye sent a wave of immense pressure toward Naruto. Didn't I say? I'll let you experience it, so you'll know that I was telling the truth. Uchiha brat. With a roar of rage, the massive head of the Nine-Tails emerged from the darkness behind the gate. Damn Uchiha. The Nine-Tails' beastly red eyes glared at Sasuke with hatred, its sharp fangs bared, and saliva dripping from its mouth. So, this is the Nine-Tails. Sasuke raised his head and fearlessly stared back at it. What the heck is going on? Naruto jumped in front of Sasuke, waving his arms in frustration. Tell me what's happening. Naruto, you useless brat. The Nine-Tails roared angrily. You brought an Uchiha with the Mangekyo Sharingan to stand before me. Now you understand, Naruto, Sasuke said calmly. Even the Nine-Tails fears these eyes. Naruto stared blankly at Sasuke's eyes, unable to find the words to respond. Sasuke turned his gaze to the Nine-Tails again. Don't worry, I consider this guy somewhat of a friend. I won't do anything to you. With that, Sasuke's figure gradually faded into the darkness. Chapter 167, 167. The others. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Koran Hightower. Z3K Chrome. Ozo. Panda Show. AR Foreign Gel. Nako. Yod. Francisco Jimenez. Lord _Clamoral. Young Fexentum. Abhinav Ankur. Jay Singh. Fuad Mamadov. Kane. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. When Naruto opened his eyes again, he found himself lying on the ground, surrounded by a crowd. Well then, Sasuke will be under your and Kakashi's supervision while he's in the village, Minato. That was Granny Tsunade's voice. Don't worry, Lady Tsunade. That was his father's voice. Naruto turned his head and saw Minato and Kakashi talking with Tsunade. Then he looked to the other side, where Sasuke was leaning against a big tree with a bored expression, while Sakura stood by, anxiously watching him. Around them, the trees and ground were filled with masked Umbu members. Sasuke. Sakura. Naruto jumped up and ran toward them. What's going on, I say? Naruto. You're awake. Sakura turned her head, surprised and happy. Sakura, what's happening? Naruto looked around, confused. Humph, it's nothing, Sasuke chuckled lightly. They're just worried that I might be a threat to Konoha. No way. Naruto walked up to Sasuke and looked at him seriously. You wouldn't do that. I believe in you, Sasuke. I believe in you too, Sasuke-kun, Sakura quickly chimed in. Sasuke looked at their serious expressions, then shifted his gaze away, speaking indifferently. It's fine. It's only natural that some people would doubt me. You really can't come back to Konoha. Sakura's voice choked a bit. Sasuke-kun. For the first time, Sasuke made prolonged eye contact with Sakura, his black eyes filled with sincerity. I'm sorry, Sakura. Sakura quickly lowered her head, biting her lip, trying to hold back tears. It's okay, Sasuke-kun, she whispered. I was too abrupt. Sakura. Naruto grew anxious. Are you crying? Hey, Sasuke, say something. Naruto. I'm fine. Sakura raised her tear-stained eyes, forcing a strained smile. Sasuke-kun, I was just being too simple-minded. I've put you in a difficult position. It's all right. Even though Sasuke is no longer a ninja of Konoha, we can still be friends, like me and Gaara. Right, Sasuke. Naruto clumsily tried to comfort them. Sasuke looked at their expectant eyes, opened his mouth, and finally muttered, yeah. Great. Sakura. Naruto cheered immediately. A genuine smile appeared on Sakura's face. What are you all talking about? Minato's voice rang out, and Naruto quickly turned to wave at him. Dad, Kakashi-sensei, where's Granny Tsunade? Lady Tsunade has already left. Kakashi made a hand signal as he walked, and with a swooshing sound, all the surrounding umbu disappeared. Sasuke, for now, you'll be staying at Minato-sensei's house. Thank you for the hospitality, Uncle Minato. Sasuke stood up and gave a proper bow to Minato. No need to be so formal, Minato smiled. That sparring match earlier was impressive, Sasuke. You've improved a lot, Kakashi added. Oh, the match. Naruto suddenly shouted exaggeratedly, turning to point at Sasuke. The match isn't over yet. Let's go again, Sasuke. Humph, it's already over, loser. Sasuke crossed his arms and smirked. No way, we haven't decided the winner yet. Naruto grew even more agitated. You lost, Naruto, Minato said, placing a hand on Naruto's head. After Sasuke activated his Manjikyu Sharingan, it was over for you. No way. Naruto suddenly remembered. Keep working hard, Minato patted his head lightly. I will. Naruto immediately regained his fighting spirit, staring intensely at Sasuke. Next time, I'll definitely beat you, Sasuke. Yeah, I'll be waiting, Sasuke replied seriously. I won't let you catch up to me. After that, they all began heading back toward the village. After entering Konoha's gates, Kakashi and Sakura left first, and then Sasuke suddenly stopped walking. Uncle Minato. Minato looked at him kindly. What is it, Sasuke? Sasuke turned to look in the direction of the village outskirts. I want to visit the Uchiha cemetery. Of course, Minato agreed immediately. I'll go with you. Sasuke looked at Minato's sincere expression and solemnly said, thank you. All right then, Minato said. I'll accompany Sasuke to the Uchiha grounds. Naruto, head home on your own. I know, Dad. Surprisingly, Naruto didn't say much and waved as he jumped onto a nearby rooftop, disappearing in an instant. Let's go, Sasuke. Yeah. Minato called out, and the two of them began walking toward the Naka River. Sasuke, you've been out before, right? When Naruto and the others went to rescue Gaara, Minato said. Why did you suddenly go back to the Northern Sea? Sasuke glanced at him in surprise. Surprised? Minato smiled. Since you always leave the ninja world from the north shore of the Land of Frost, people have guessed that your base must be hidden in the Northern Sea. It seems when Uncle summoned you to help on that island, you already figured out our general location, Sasuke responded. That's right, Minato nodded openly. Unfortunately, even with that, your base wasn't near that island, and I couldn't find it, could I? Sasuke silently nodded. Something must have happened that caused you to return there without finding Itachi, Minato speculated. Sasuke raised his eyes to look at him but remained silent. No need to be nervous, Sasuke, Minato laughed heartily. I'm just curious. After all, I'm very interested in Uncle's grand mission. Saving the world. Sasuke couldn't help but blurt out. That's right. Minato gave him a thumbs up. That's been my dream since I was young. Isn't it exciting? Where did this old man's childish enthusiasm come from? Sasuke gave him a strange look. As expected of Naruto's father, he was just as peculiar. You can ask Uncle yourself, Sasuke said, taking out a small paper figure. This is a communication talisman Uncle made. Just input a bit of natural energy, and you can talk to him directly. Is that so? Thank you, Sasuke. Minato took the talisman and carefully put it away. At that moment, a familiar voice called out from ahead. Sasuke-kun. Is that you, Sasuke-kun? Sasuke turned to see Team 10 standing on the other side of the street, with Ino waving at him. On the other side. Hey, the fourth Hokage and Uchiha Sasuke. Those are some troublesome people, Shikamaru yawned and spoke lazily. Why bother with them, Ino? I'm just saying hello, Shikamaru. Ino glared at him. Hello. Minato and Sasuke had already walked up to them. Fourth Hokage. The three greeted respectfully, and Minato smiled and nodded. Yo, why are you back, Sasuke? Shikamaru casually greeted Sasuke. There are some things I need to deal with, Sasuke didn't want to elaborate. Then we won't bother you. Shikamaru nodded and started walking forward. See you, Sasuke. Come find me if you're free, Sasuke-kun. Choji and Ino passed by Sasuke. Shikamaru, Sasuke suddenly called out. Chapter 168, 168. Memories. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Koran Hightower. Young Fexentum. Z3K Chrome. Ozo. Panda Show. AR4 and Gel. Nako. Yod. Francisco Jimenez. Lord _Clamoral. Abhinav Ankur. Jay Singh. Fuad Mamadov. Kane. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. p@trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Shikamaru stopped and turned to look at Sasuke. Choji too, about earlier, I'm sorry, and thank you. Sasuke said solemnly. No need to be so formal. After all, we were in the same class for a few years. Shikamaru turned to face Sasuke, besides, we're Konoha shinobi, it was just a mission. Yeah. Choji, his mouth full of chips, nodded repeatedly. I understand. Well then, goodbye. Sasuke nodded and turned to continue walking towards the Naka River. Minato gave them a gentle smile before also turning to leave. Goodbye. Goodbye, Fourth Lord, goodbye Sasuke-kun. Sasuke seems a bit different, Shikamaru. Choji squinted as he watched Sasuke's back. Yeah, maybe it's a good thing. Shikamaru put his hands in his pockets, after all, he's much more polite now, isn't he? True. Choji laughed heartily. Hey, what are you guys talking about? Didn't Sasuke-kun just become even cooler? Ino stopped waving her right hand and looked at Shikamaru and Choji with annoyance. Ugh, such a hassle. Let's head back. Shikamaru quickly turned around, or else, I'll miss dinner and get lectured by my mom again. Yeah, I wonder what delicious food my mom made today. Choji's face was full of anticipation. Hey. You too. Ino flipped her long ponytail and followed them with a displeased expression. In the Uchiha clan's residential area. The setting sun slanted through, casting a dark, decaying atmosphere over the rundown houses. Sasuke walked expressionlessly down the stone path, his shadow stretched long behind him. The red sunset cast a warm hue on his side profile, but it couldn't dispel the coldness on his face. Minato remained silent, quietly following behind him, his footsteps barely audible. Suddenly, Sasuke stopped, staring down at the stone slabs dyed red by the setting sun. Uncle Tezuka and Aunt Unji fell here, he suddenly said in a low voice. What's the matter, Sasuke? Minato walked up beside him. Sasuke lifted his head to look at the ruined shop beside them. This was Uncle Tezuka and Aunt's pancake shop. Their pancakes were pretty good. Before Minato could ask further, Sasuke continued walking forward. Not long after, the two reached the entrance of a courtyard located in the center. This was Sasuke's old home. Do you want to go inside, Sasuke? Minato asked, looking at the tightly shut gate. Creak. Sasuke reached out and pushed the gate open. The view from outside revealed a small, overgrown courtyard. The sliding door of the main house had collapsed, and the wooden floor of the corridor was warped. Sasuke's vision blurred slightly, as if he could see scenes from the past in this courtyard. Mikoto was collecting the laundry in the yard, a young Sasuke and Itachi sat at the edge of the corridor chatting intimately, and inside the house, Fugaka sat at the low table, reviewing documents. Sasuke blinked, and the vision before him turned back into the dilapidated scene. At that moment, Sasuke couldn't help but think of the Uchiha residence on Mt. Oyama. It had a similar structure but was much larger than this courtyard, with a vast training ground in the backyard. Kaito, Uriai, Chiri, Izuna, and Madara, various figures with different expressions and postures flashed through his mind. Sasuke. Minato's voice suddenly snapped him out of it, and Sasuke shook his head to clear his thoughts. No need to go in. This house, filled with painful memories, was no longer his home. Let's go, to the cemetery. Sasuke decisively turned around. The two quickened their pace, passing through the residential area and entering the back mountain. This is it. Sasuke stopped, gazing at the transparent barrier surrounding the cemetery with layers of gravestones. Sasuke, can you open this barrier? Minato stood behind him. No. Sasuke shook his head, pulling out another paper doll from his ninja pouch. Purple markings appeared on his face as he infused the paper doll with natural energy before throwing it out. But, I can make someone who can open it appear. The paper doll quickly grew larger, transforming into the figure of Kaito. Yo, Minato. Kaito smiled and greeted him. Sasuke, how's Konoha treating you? Sasuke glared at him silently. Alright, Kaito looked around before getting serious, I'll handle it. He stood in front of the barrier, forming seals with his hands, then reached out to touch the barrier. Open. A gap opened in the barrier that surrounded the entire cemetery, gradually expanding into a passageway. Go ahead, Sasuke. Kaito instructed. I know. Please wait here, Uncle Minato. Sasuke walked straight through the passage. Afterward, Kaito released his hands, and the barrier slowly restored itself. Kaito, what is this? Minato finally spoke up. This is a paper clone, similar to a shadow clone, Kaito explained. I see. Sasuke gave me this earlier. Minato took out another paper doll. Ah, that's a communication paper doll. Sasuke must have explained it to you. Kaito said, do you need to contact me for something? Well. Minato seemed a bit embarrassed, I wanted to ask you something. Kaito looked surprised but responded, go ahead. Minato scratched his cheek with a smile, I want to be more involved in your actions. Kaito was puzzled. You know, the mission to save the world, Minato lightly reminded him. Oh. I get it now. Kaito looked at Minato with some suspicion, noticing only pure excitement in his eyes. Come to think of it, is this really Minato's personality? You agreed. Minato immediately smiled. Of course. Kaito didn't hesitate, that was part of the deal we made. I just haven't asked you for much help since you still need to protect Naruto. It's fine. I believe Naruto will grow up quickly. Plus, I think participating in your mission and protecting Naruto won't conflict with each other. Minato said, after all, the enemy is Akatsuki, right? Kaito raised an eyebrow, Akatsuki has been active lately. They've already captured several tailed beasts. Soon, they'll likely prepare to attack Naruto. I understand, Minato replied, if they can't find an opportunity, their only option will be to come directly for him. I'll need to be cautious. Exactly. Kaito nodded, if you don't want Konoha to be destroyed, stay alert. I will. Thank you, Kaito. Minato smiled gratefully. Chapter 169, 169. Formal settlement. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Koran Hightower. Young Fexentum. Z3K Chrome. Ozo. Panda Show. AR Foreign Gel. Nako. Yod. Francisco Jimenez. Lord_Clamoral. Abhinav Ankur. Jay Singh. Fuad Mamadov. Kane. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. P@Trian, p@trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Inside the Uchiha cemetery barrier, Sasuke stood still, silently gazing at the rows of neatly arranged tombstones in front of him. His eyes swept over each name, some familiar and others unfamiliar, and corresponding faces and voices flickered in his mind. The sadness and hatred he thought had subsided surged again, and his heart began to torment him once more. That bastard Itachi. Sasuke gritted his teeth, and his vision gradually blurred. I'm sorry, I will definitely give you all an explanation. He bent down deeply and remained bowed for a long time. Outside the barrier, Minato watched Sasuke's lonely figure with concern. Is Sasuke going to be okay? This is something he must carry, Kaito, who was also watching Sasuke, replied with a serious tone. Minato glanced at Kaito and sighed, Kaito, you're really strict. Isn't what he's carrying too heavy? Kaito smiled, don't worry. That's how boys grow into men. You're right. Minato paused for a moment and then smiled as well, maybe it's because I'm a father now. Looking at someone the same age as Naruto, I can't help but feel a little sorry for them. This world is inherently cruel, especially for shinobi, Kaito said. There's no time for boys to grow up slowly. At that moment, Sasuke turned around to leave, and Kaito opened the barrier pathway again to let him out. Well, let's leave it at that. Kaito's figure gradually faded and then completely retracted into the paper figure. Minato, Sasuke, farewell. Then, the paper figure ignited without wind and turned to ashes, drifting away in the breeze. Let's head back too. Minato placed his hand on Sasuke's shoulder, and in an instant, the two returned to the Namikaze residence. Dad, Sasuke, you're back. The two figures appeared in the living room, and Naruto, who had already bathed and changed clothes, rushed down from the second floor. Yeah, I'll start making dinner. Minato headed to the kitchen and put on an apron. Naruto, take Sasuke to the guest room for a bath first. No problem. Naruto ran back up the stairs and waved at Sasuke, follow me, Sasuke. Sasuke, still feeling a bit down, silently followed Naruto to the second floor. Here it is, come and see. Naruto excitedly pushed open the door to the guest room and turned on the light. Even though no one usually stays here, Dad has always kept it well cleaned and organized. Thank you. Sasuke expressed his gratitude, walked into the guest room, and took off the sword and ninja pouch from his waist, placing them on the small desk by the bed. No need to be so formal. Naruto leaned against the door, scratching his cheek awkwardly. By the way, This is the first time I've invited a friend to stay over. Sasuke walked to the doorway and asked, are you happy about that? A little bit. Naruto smiled instinctively. Honestly, ever since Dad came back, it's felt like a dream. Every day has been so happy. He then looked at Sasuke seriously. I think I can finally understand you, Sasuke. Really? Sasuke leaned against the other side of the door, crossing his arms, surprised as he observed Naruto. Yeah. I think I finally understand what you were saying back then, Naruto said solemnly. Now, I know what it feels like to have a family. He grabbed the fabric over his heart and said in a low voice, just thinking about the possibility of losing them again makes my heart ache unbearably. Hey, you've started to get it, Naruto. Sasuke lowered his head, and his bangs cast a heavy shadow over his face. You're finally less annoying. I'm sorry, Sasuke. Back then, I couldn't distinguish between friends and family, and I said a lot of irritating things, Naruto said sincerely. And now that I understand, I'm no longer obsessed with bringing you back to the village. So, should I thank you for that? Sasuke lifted his head and said sarcastically. No need to thank me. Naruto laughed sheepishly and waved his hand, I just wanted to tell you how I feel. Sasuke's forehead veins bulged in annoyance, and he pushed Naruto angrily. I wasn't really thanking you. Idiot, just tell me where the bathroom is already. Oh. I got it. Naruto stumbled a bit and led Sasuke to the bathroom, mumbling as he walked. I don't know why he suddenly got mad. Sasuke's veins bulged again as he bumped Naruto aside and went into the bathroom, slamming the door behind him with a bang. Seriously, I don't get it, Naruto scratched his head, confused, as he headed back downstairs. After dinner, Sasuke and Naruto volunteered to handle cleaning up and washing the dishes. Naruto, Sasuke suddenly spoke up, tomorrow, help me with something. No problem. Leave it to me. Naruto gave a thumbs up, flicking the soapy water into the air. Sasuke dodged the foam, placing the dishes Naruto had washed under the faucet to rinse. I ran into Shikamaru and the others today. Huh? What about those 3 guys? Naruto turned around, confused. You mentioned it before, right? Some comrades were seriously injured because of me back then. Sasuke's tone was a bit awkward. Tomorrow, help me gather the guys from those 3 squads for a meal. I'll treat them. Oh. I get it now. Naruto's hand suddenly moved more forcefully, splashing water and bubbles again. You want to thank them personally. Be careful, idiot. Sasuke stepped back to avoid the water and bubbles. Ha, don't mind me. I'll help you invite them tomorrow. Here, catch this. Naruto handed a foam-covered plate to Sasuke. Sasuke took the plate and rinsed it under the faucet, asking, are you sure they're all in the village? Naruto shook his head, no idea. If they're on a mission, then we can't do anything about it. If they aren't, then forget it, Sasuke said. I'll be leaving Konoha soon anyway. Why? Naruto stopped what he was doing and turned to look at Sasuke. Sasuke said quietly, it's not convenient for me to stay in Konoha for too long. Besides, my goal is to find Itachi and settle things with him. Naruto paused for a moment, then asked directly, Itachi. That's one scary guy. Can you handle it on your own? Why isn't Uncle Kaito going with you? My uncle has his own matters to attend to. Besides, I'm really strong now, so I can handle it on my own, Sasuke said confidently. Cocky bastard. Naruto pouted, grumbling in frustration, then shouted, let me help you with it. No. This is an Uchiha matter. Sasuke refused firmly. And besides, you're their target. Why would you willingly walk into a trap, you idiot? You're the idiot. I'm not afraid of those guys. Humph, anyway, neither the Hokage nor Uncle Minato will let you go, so give up. Damn it. Knowing those bastards are after me, you think I'm just going to hide in the village forever. You're too weak for now, but if you master the Flying Thunder God technique, you might have a chance. Forget it. I already tried learning from Dad. That Flying Thunder God technique is terrifying. Chapter 170, 170. Class Reunion. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Koron Hightower. Young Fexentum. Z3K Chrome. Ozo. Panda Show. AR Foreign Gel. Nako. Yod. Francisco Jimenez. Lord_Clamoral. Abhinav Ankur. Jay Singh. Fuad Mamadov. Kane. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. The next day, after having breakfast, Naruto cheerfully headed out. 2 hours later, he returned home. Sasuke was sitting on the floor, maintaining his katana. Hearing footsteps, he looked up at the panting Naruto. Why did it take so long? He continued polishing the oil on his blade with a cloth in hand. Naruto waved his hand dismissively and quickly ran to the kitchen, opened the fridge, grabbed a drink, and gulped it down. After letting out a loud exhale, he finally spoke. I went all around Konoha. Luckily, no one had a mission today. Did you invite everyone? Sasuke smiled slightly. Thanks. No problem. Naruto grinned and sat cross-legged in front of Sasuke, looking at the sword in his hand. Sasuke, you didn't used to wield a sword, right? Your fighting style has changed a lot from before. Sasuke thought about why he learned swordsmanship, and his expression darkened a bit. It's all that guy's fault. He had boasted so much, but in the end, couldn't teach me much. My unreliable uncle. Of course, there was no need to tell Naruto about that. He turned the sword left and right, inspecting the gleaming blade. At the same time, he spoke nonchalantly, I'm not one to stay in one place. As long as it strengthens me, I'll learn it. Is that so? Naruto squinted his eyes, raising a hand to touch his chin. Should I learn it too? It does look cool. Forget it. It doesn't suit you. Sasuke glanced at him briefly. Why not? If you can learn it, then of course I can too. Naruto protested, unwilling to give up. Your fighting style is different. Don't push yourself. Sasuke skillfully twirled the sword in his hand before sheathing it with a sharp shing. But you use a sword, and I use kunai. Doesn't that mean I'm at a disadvantage? Naruto still wasn't convinced. You just want a weapon, right? It doesn't have to be a sword. Think about what suits you best. Sasuke began gathering his maintenance tools and neatly placed them into a small wooden box. Naruto's eyes lit up. Oh. What should I choose then? How about a meteor hammer? Sasuke, having packed the small box into his ninja pouch, stood up. I don't know much about other weapons. You should ask Uncle Minato. Oh. Naruto scratched his head as he also stood up. Around noon, Sasuke and Naruto arrived early at the restaurant for the gathering, Konoha's well-known barbecue place, Yakiniku-Q. After selecting a private room, they placed their order and sat down to wait. Soon, when all the meat had been served, the others arrived one after another. Thanks to Naruto enthusiastically greeting everyone, Sasuke only needed to stand up occasionally and say a few words. Even so, Sasuke's attitude shocked their old classmates. Not to mention, Sasuke inviting them to a dinner in the first place was already an oddity. Although everyone wanted to voice their thoughts, they held back their unusual feelings and tried their best to engage in small talk. However, despite everyone's efforts, there was still a lingering sense of awkwardness in the room. Of course, Naruto, Lee, and Kiba didn't notice a thing. At this moment, the Ino-Shikacho trio from Team 10 finally arrived, fashionably late. Yo, we're late, Shikamaru greeted. Choji's eyes sparkled at the sight of the piles of meat stacked high on the table, and he happily squinted his eyes. Thanks, Sasuke, for treating us to such delicious meat. His goodwill towards Sasuke was now at maximum level. Didn't expect you to be so generous, Sasuke. Shikamaru didn't bother stopping Choji from diving into the barbecue, nor did he interfere with Ino and Sakura's bickering, choosing instead to reluctantly engage in socializing. This is such a drag, Shikamaru thought. He hadn't wanted to attend this troublesome gathering, but Choji sold him out the moment he heard barbecue. Since he had promised Naruto, he had no choice but to make an appearance. Sasuke stood up and nodded, take a seat. Everyone sat down and began grilling their meat. Perhaps it was the warmth of the fire or the delicious taste of the barbecue, but as time passed, the atmosphere gradually became more relaxed. Sasuke. Naruto suddenly spoke up loudly. You have something you want to say to everyone, right? As he spoke, he kept winking at Sasuke. This idiot. Shikamaru was at a loss for words, watching Naruto. Of course, he knew the significance of Sasuke inviting them to dinner. Those who understood, understood. But wasn't this something that was best left unsaid, a silent understanding? Making Sasuke say it out loud would only make things awkward. Sasuke was also at a bit of a loss, but with Naruto pushing him, he had no choice. The reason I invited everyone here today is because of what happened 3 years ago, Sasuke began awkwardly. I heard several of you were seriously injured back then. I want to apologize to you all and say thank you. No sooner had Sasuke finished speaking than Lee immediately burst into tears and gave him a thumbs up. It's okay, Sasuke. Youth allows for mistakes. So that's why you invited us. You've become much more agreeable compared to your arrogant self from before. Kiba eyed Sasuke up and down before tossing a piece of grilled meat into the air. Isn't that right, Akamaru? Woof. The now full-grown Akamaru jumped up and caught the meat in his mouth. Shikamaru glanced at Naruto, who looked deeply moved, and felt suffocated. Here it is. The idiot who doesn't understand unspoken intentions. What I consider common sense is something beyond the comprehension of some fools. And my clever brain just doesn't get how an idiot's mind works. You don't need to apologize or thank me, Shino's eerie voice sounded. If you're asking why, it's because I wasn't part of that mission. There it is. The legendary Killjoy King. Shikamaru's eyes widened in shock, feeling even more suffocated. Did Sasuke not know you didn't participate? What exactly are you trying to say by bringing this up? Couldn't you just quietly enjoy the benefits of being a teammate? Sorry, Sasuke-kun. I wasn't part of that mission either, Hinata mustered up the courage to say. She glanced at Naruto, then blushed and lowered her head, seemingly too shy to even eat her barbecue. Sakura doodled absent-mindedly in the air. I wasn't part of the mission either. So what's the big deal? Ino fearlessly declared. Since it's Sasuke-kun's treat, let's just consider it a class reunion. Well done, Ino. Shikamaru cheered internally. That's the way. Let's end this awkward topic and focus on eating. Hinata, Sasuke suddenly looked at Hinata, is it just me, or do you seem really afraid of this idiot? Puffed. Cough cough cough. Cough 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 cough. There it is. The idiot with zero emotional intelligence. Shikamaru's eyes became lifeless as he glanced sympathetically at Hinata. Chapter 171, 171. Shikamaru is tired. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Koran Hightower. Young Fexentum. Z3K Chrome. Ozo. Panda Show. Robert Thompson. AR Foreign Gel. Nako. Yod. Francisco Jimenez. Lord_Clamoral. Abhinav Ankur. Jay Singh. Fuad Mamadov. Kane. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. P@Trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Sasuke's question caused some people to choke directly. After the coughing subsided, the room fell into an eerie silence. That's impossible. It was Naruto, still clueless, who broke the silence. How could Hinata be afraid of me? He had a look of confidence, patting his chest proudly. During the Chunin exams, Hinata even gave me medicine. Right, Hinata. Hinata. Hinata's face was already bright red, steam almost rising from her head, as if she was about to faint. Sitting next to her, Tenten quickly pulled Hinata into a hug, her expression awkward as she explained to Sasuke, that's not it. Hinata is just overly shy. Oh. Sasuke didn't really understand. Why were they all reacting so strangely? Hinata-sama would never be afraid of this guy. Niji, who had been silent, glared at Sasuke, his tone stiff. I was just asking casually. After all, every time Hinata sees Naruto, she acts so nervous. Sasuke didn't understand why Niji was getting upset. Unbelievable. Shikamaru was secretly amazed. As expected of the genius Uchiha who already obtained his Sharingan, he had the imagination to confuse shyness with fear. Sakura's face was tinged with a faint blush, and a small smile crept up her lips. Really? Who would have thought Sasuke-kun had such an adorable little flaw? Suddenly, Shikamaru felt a strong sense of responsibility. I have to step up. This bizarre reunion. I'll be the one to set things straight. Shikamaru, what's with you? Choji, swallowing a mouthful of food, looked up at Shikamaru, surprised. Why was Shikamaru suddenly so motivated? I'm not suddenly motivated, I just don't want to deal with more trouble. Shikamaru conveyed this with his eyes. Then, using as normal a tone as possible, he asked Sasuke, Sasuke, what are your plans now? Yes, Sasuke-kun, are you going back to Konoha? Ino followed up in a sweet voice, earning an approving glance from Shikamaru. At that moment, everyone else also looked up at Sasuke. No, Sasuke replied directly, I am no longer considered a Konoha ninja. My stay here is only under the supervision of the 4th Hokage and Kakashi. Is that so? I guess. Once again, the room fell into silence. Now it's even more awkward. How should I respond? Shikamaru's expression turned deadpan again as his rare burst of enthusiasm vanished. Fortunately, there was a certain idiot to break the silence. Ha 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 ha. Naruto laughed loudly, slapping Sasuke on the shoulder. Even though you say that, Sasuke's no longer an enemy, so we can still be friends. Sasuke nodded in agreement. Shikamaru let out a sigh of relief. If Naruto says so, then I guess there's no issue. Shino spoke up again. After all, you probably know more than us thanks to the fourth Hokage. The feud between Uchiha and Konoha was resolved by my uncle a long time ago. Sasuke said openly, my current target is Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi. Kiba appeared to be trying to remember. I feel like I've heard that name before. Uchiha Itachi, a Konoha S-rank missing nin. It said that he killed everyone in the Uchiha clan except for Sasuke, Neji suddenly explained. And he's also Sasuke's older brother. Sasuke glanced at him indifferently, without offering any further explanation. S-rank missing nin. Lee immediately became fired up. That sounds incredible. Sasuke. Can you really face such a powerful enemy already? Is that the point? Shikamaru couldn't help but interject, alone. S-rank criminals are extremely dangerous. Be careful. I know. Sasuke nodded seriously, but this is something I have to do. Humph. Sasuke actually refused my help. Naruto grumbled unhappily. Revenge isn't something outsiders can help with. Neji suddenly commented. Right. Do you want revenge too? Sasuke looked at him. Me. Neji lowered his head, his tone distant. Who would I even get revenge on? Neji and I-san. Hinata had come to her senses, looking at Neji, wanting to say something but holding back. Isn't your revenge against the hidden cloud village? Sasuke looked at Neji, puzzled. How do you know so much? Neji stared back at Sasuke. It's not surprising, right? My uncle investigated it through root back then. Don't you know who your enemy is? I do, of course. Neji said bitterly, but what's the use of knowing? Can I start a war between Konoha and the hidden cloud? True. Sasuke nodded in understanding, with your current position, there's not much you can do. Ha. A bird trapped in a cage can only live according to its master's will. Neji smirked bitterly. Hey. What are you two talking about? These are forbidden topics. Read the room, please. Shikamaru was screaming internally, already considering running away. This time, except for Choji, who was still focused on eating, everyone else shrank back, trying to become less noticeable. Sasuke. Neji. What are you guys talking about? Naruto, clueless, kept looking between the two, completely confused. Sasuke and Neji exchanged a glance and shook their heads. What do you mean? Can't you explain it more clearly? Naruto scratched his head furiously in frustration. This is Neji's private matter. I can't tell you. Sasuke refused. But you two have already said it all. Everyone else except for the clueless Naruto understood what was going on. Ha ha ha. Ino suddenly let out an awkward laugh. Damn it, what kind of bizarre class reunion is this? I can't hold on anymore. Ino. What are you laughing at? Sakura asked, playing along. Oh, nothing, I just remembered a joke. Ino quickly responded. Really? Sakura's mouth twitched. Oh no. What was I even saying just now? Ino suddenly felt utterly defeated. You failed too, Ino. Shikamaru gave Ino a sympathetic look. I don't care anymore. Ino glared at Shikamaru fiercely. Anyone else? Can someone say something, please? Shikamaru looked around, trying to meet someone's eyes. Sasuke. Choji, who had been engrossed in eating, raised his hand. Can I order more meat? Sasuke looked at the empty plates on the table and nodded. Thank you. Choji gratefully beamed at him, then began calling for the waiter. As expected of you, Choji. Shikamaru thought Choji was the cutest person today. The waiter brought out more plates of meat. Everyone, hurry up and eat, Shikamaru quickly reminded them. Or Choji will finish it all by himself. Oh. Everyone quickly and, enthusiastically, began grabbing the grilled meat. Then, Tenten took the initiative to bring up topics about their usual missions and training, and everyone joined in. Of course, nothing confidential was mentioned. Finally, the atmosphere returned to normal. Shikamaru felt exhausted. Chapter 172, 172. A difficult choice. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Koron Hightower. Young Fexentum. Z3K Chrome. Ozo. Panda Show. Robert Thompson. AR Foreign Gel. Nako. Yod. Francisco Jimenez. Lord _Clamoral. Abhinav Ankur. Jay Singh. Fuad Mamadov. Kane. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Happy moments are always short-lived, and after the gathering, Sasuke was preparing to leave Konoha. Rejecting Naruto and Sakura's efforts to keep him, Sasuke made his way to the village gates, accompanied by the farewells of everyone. Not long after, Minato and Kakashi also appeared in front of the crowd. "Uncle Minato, thank you for your hospitality this time." Sasuke bowed slightly to Minato. Minato smiled and said, "No need to be so formal. After all, I was the one who brought you back to Konoha." Kakashi. Sasuke then turned to the white-haired youth who was engrossed in reading. "Goodbye." "Ah, goodbye," Kakashi responded, lifting his head from his book. Sasuke nodded to everyone once more. "Well then, I'm leaving. Goodbye. Take care. See you later." Everyone spoke up one after another. Sasuke took one last look at Kakashi, Naruto, and Sakura, then turned and left. "Sasuke." Naruto suddenly shouted, "You better not die. Next time, I'll definitely defeat you. Sasuke-kun. Please take care of yourself." Sakura also called out. Without looking back, Sasuke waved his hand, quickened his pace, and disappeared into the forest. "Don't worry." Kakashi patted Naruto and Sakura on the shoulders. "Sasuke is being watched over." "Isn't Uncle Kaito not here?" Naruto asked, turning his head. "Well, Sasuke is someone he values highly. That guy wouldn't just let Sasuke roam around on his own." Kakashi explained briefly, then turned to walk back into the village. "All right, let's head back." Everyone dispersed. Team Guy's 3 members were walking side by side down the street. Neji. Tenten. Lee suddenly suggested, "Let's go train." "Huh?" Again. Tenten clutched her stomach with a grimace. "We just finished eating barbecue not long ago. How about resting first? I ate a lot to keep up the spirit of the gathering." "No." Neji also flatly refused. "I have things to do today, so I'm heading back." After saying this, he quickened his pace and headed toward the Hyuga clan's residence. "Hey. Neji." Lee reached out his hand. "Sensei said that youth doesn't allow for slacking." "Sorry." Neji dodged and disappeared. "See you tomorrow." "What's going on?" Lee watched Neji's back as he walked away, a bit worried. "Tenten, Neji seems a bit strange." Maybe the topics from the gathering brought back some unpleasant memories for him, Tenten guessed. Although I don't understand what he and Sasuke were talking about. Lee placed his hands on his hips, seemingly igniting with passion. But training is sacred, and avoiding it is shameful. Since Neji left, Tenten, you and I should train together. Ha ha ha. Tenten forced a laugh. "Well, I also need to go home for some special training, so see you tomorrow." After saying this, she quickly slipped away. Why is it like this? Lee was deeply hurt. At the Hyuga residence, Neji passed through the complex courtyards and returned to his own house. After entering and closing the door, he immediately activated his Byakugan, observing the surroundings for a moment. Then, he pulled a slip of paper from his sleeve. 7 p.m., Southern Nakagawa Bridge. This was the note Sasuke secretly gave him before leaving. So that's how it is. Neji clenched the paper tightly, crushing it, and then fell into deep thought. No wonder Sasuke brought up the topic of revenge at the barbecue restaurant. Neji walked to the shrine where his parents' photos were placed. "Father." He clenched his fists. What should I do? Time passed, and Neji remained motionless in front of the shrine. Sasuke must have some motive for seeking him out, and Neji found himself somewhat tempted. Sasuke couldn't possibly be unaware of the Hyuga clan's caged bird curse. Knowing full well Neji's situation and yet still approaching him in private, Sasuke might have a plan. Touching the ugly caged bird seal on his forehead, Neji's eyes grew cold, and he made a decision. Perhaps. Father, mother. Neji deeply bowed before his parents' shrine. Please protect me. At 6:50 p.m. Neji strolled alone along the banks of the Nakagawa River, finally sitting on the grass beside the wooden bridge, silently watching the flowing water. He kept his Byakugan active the whole time, but as it approached 7 p.m., he still hadn't seen any sign of Sasuke. Could that guy be messing with me? Neji's expression darkened. Suddenly, a faint light flickered under the bridge. Neji's eyes sharpened, and he stood up, walking toward the bridge. As night fell, the area under the bridge was shrouded in darkness. You're here. Sasuke's voice suddenly rang out as he stepped out from behind one of the bridge's wooden pillars. You. Neji's eyes widened in shock. How is this possible? Surprised, aren't you? Even your Byakugan didn't detect my presence, Sasuke said with a smug tone. How did you do it? Neji asked, his disbelief evident. A talisman from my uncle. Sasuke was happy to answer. My uncle, Uchiha Kaito, is an Onmyoji. Onmyoji. I've heard of him. Niji forced himself to calm down. It's good that you've heard of him. Sasuke raised his chin proudly. Then, you should know that for an onmyoji, the caged bird seal isn't something unsolvable. Do you even realize what you're saying? Niji asked in a low voice. Of course I do. Sasuke smiled. I want to invite you to be my partner. What do you mean? Niji asked, a bit angry. Sasuke didn't answer directly. Niji Hyuga, do you want to avenge your father? My father sacrificed himself willingly. Niji shouted, his voice low and hoarse. That was his free choice. Humph, if you want to believe that. Sasuke didn't argue. Then, do you want to break the caged bird seal and gain freedom? Niji opened his mouth, swallowing his saliva. Explain yourself clearly. Otherwise, I'll report this to the 5th Hokage. Heh. Sasuke chuckled. I'm looking for Itachi's whereabouts, and I need your Byakugan's help. You can choose to join my team, act with me, and I'll ask my uncle to break your caged bird seal. If you want revenge, I can help with that, too. Of course, you can also treat this as just a mission. The reward for completing the mission will be breaking the caged bird seal. After the mission is done, we'll go our separate ways. How do I know if what you're saying is true? Niji's heart was racing, but he remained calm. Everything I've said is true. Sasuke's eyes glowed faintly red, and the patterns in his eyes became more complex. With these eyes, there's now a huge gap between us. I have no need to deceive you. You. Niji stared at him, shocked, and then whispered, I need time to think it over. Fine. I'll wait for you near the fire temple for 3 days, Sasuke said flatly. If you don't show up within 3 days, I'll leave the land of fire. Or, Sasuke smiled again, you can report this and let Konoha send people to hunt me down. That's it, goodbye. With a puff, the Sasuke in front of Niji turned into smoke and disappeared. Niji stood in confusion for a long time before finally turning to leave from under the bridge. Chapter 173, 173. Shikamaru's suspicion. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Koran Hightower. Young Fexentum. Z3K Chrome. Ozo. Panda Show. Robert Thompson. AR4 Angel. Nako. Yod. Francisco Jimenez. Lord_Clamoral. Abhinav Ankur. Jay Singh. Fuad Mamadov. Kane. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. It was night when Sasuke walked into an inn in Tanzaku town. The rather plump owner welcomed him, saying, Welcome, guest. Sasuke's eyes flashed red, and he whispered, I am Uchiha Sasuke. Oh, it's Sasuke-kun. The smile on the owner's face became more genuine. I am Ryota. Are you from the Tanuki clan as well? Sasuke continued in a low voice. Ryota nodded and enthusiastically said, Come, let me take you to the best room to rest. He then started walking toward the stairs leading to the 2nd floor. Thank you, Sasuke said as he followed behind him. The two climbed the stairs, walked down a long corridor, and Ryota stopped. This is it. Ryota opened the sliding door. Sasuke-kun, you can stay as long as you'd like. Just for tonight. I'll be leaving tomorrow, Sasuke replied, entering the room and inspecting the decor. Understood. Sasuke-kun, rest well. Someone will bring dinner later. With that, Ryota closed the door and left. Sasuke walked over to the window, opened it, and looked outside. Then he approached the low table, removed his sword and ninja tool pouch from his waist, and placed them on the table before kneeling down. Grandfather Izuna, Sasuke called out softly as he opened the ninja tool pouch. A paper figure floated out of the pouch, quickly enlarging and taking human form. What's the matter? Izuna asked, tilting his head and stretching his limbs. Nothing, I just thought you might want to stretch a bit. Sasuke pulled out a communication paper figure and activated it. Izuna chuckled and sat down beside him. Sasuke, came the voice of Kaito. Is something the matter? Uncle, Sasuke said, placing the paper figure on the table and recounting the series of events he'd experienced in Konoha, with a special focus on Hyuga Niji. Hyuga. Kaito sounded surprised. What are you thinking? I'm going to search for Itachi next, but I'm not good at sensing, so I want someone to assist me, Sasuke said nonchalantly. There's some logic to that, but it's not a complete reason. You have the crows to help gather intelligence, Kaito sharply pointed out. Furthermore, not only would I need to study the caged bird seal, but taking a member of the Hyuga clan from Konoha would cause a lot of trouble, and the reward wouldn't be worth the effort. Uncle, you once mentioned that the Hyuga clan also possesses Kagaya's bloodline, Sasuke said seriously. Studying the Byakugan and the caged bird might yield unexpected results. Maybe. After all, the Byakugan is more like Kagaya's eyes, Kaito replied, not particularly interested. Is that Niji boy talented? Yes, his father was the twin brother of Hyuga Hayashi, and his talent surpasses that of the clan's eldest daughter, Hyuga Hinata. Sasuke explained Niji's background. It's clear he harbors a deep resentment towards the main family, and despite no formal guidance, he's learned advanced gentle fist techniques that are only taught to the main branch. The Hyuga, huh? Their clan's power ceiling isn't very high, Izuna chimed in. In the world of ordinary ninja, the Byakugan paired with gentle fist might be strong, but in front of true powerhouses, their techniques don't really hold up. Since you've decided, go ahead with your own plan, Kaito said. By the way, does you know anything about the origin of the caged bird? I'm not sure. The Hyuga have always done things that way, Izuna said disdainfully. I see. Maybe the caged bird seal really does hide some secret. If that the boy chooses to follow you, I'll take a closer look, Kaito concluded. Is there anything else? No, Sasuke replied, picking up the communication paper figure. Then we'll leave it at that. Kaito cut the connection, and the communication paper figure fell silent. You said all that just to help that Hyuga boy? Izuna asked, smiling at Sasuke. He just happens to be useful to me, Sasuke said, putting the paper figure back into the ninja tool pouch. Besides, it depends on whether he has the courage. Maybe. Izuna chuckled. But if he really defects from Konoha, have you thought about Konoha's reaction? That's a choice he would make for himself, Sasuke replied. I'm just giving him a new option. Then your newly mended relationship with your classmates in Konoha will be completely ruined, Izuna teased. It doesn't matter, Sasuke said indifferently. When it comes time to face the Otsutsuki clan, we'll all be on the same side again. Still green, huh, Izuna thought, shaking his head but saying no more. This was Sasuke's choice, and he wouldn't interfere. All he needed to do was make sure the boy stayed alive. Konoha village, Nara clan. Dad. Shikamaru opened the door and called out. Shikamaru, what are you doing out here? Sitting on the veranda, Nara Shikaka glanced at him, taking a swig from a small sake bottle. You're sneaking drinks behind Mom's back again, Shikamaru said, stepping outside and leaning against a column. Don't tell your mother, Shikaka said, looking up at the night sky. TCH, I'm not that bored. Shikamaru also looked up at the starry sky. Why aren't you asleep yet? Is something bothering you? Shikaku asked, putting down the bottle. I don't know how to put it, Shikamaru said, scratching his head in frustration. Maybe I shouldn't doubt my comrades, but Sasuke and Niji were acting strange today. Oh. Shikaku's drunken gaze suddenly cleared. Did something happen during your gathering? I'm not sure. Because of Sasuke, there were probably ANBU monitoring us during the gathering. Shikamaru lazily slid down the column and sat on the ground, his face troubled. Maybe I'm just overthinking. Don't underestimate your intuition, Shikaka said, taking another swig from the bottle. If you feel something's off, it means you've already got some ideas. Just follow your own judgment. This is such a drag, Shikamaru said, staring lifelessly at the sky. Why do I have to take on these troublesome tasks? Heh, my son. Shikaka shook the now empty bottle, tossed it into the bushes, and stood up, looking at Shikamaru. Shikamaru, you're smart. You've always known what needs to be done and what doesn't. I've always trusted you. He turned and walked inside. Go, and do what a Konoha ninja should. I knew. Shikamaru drawled, slowly getting to his feet. I'm going to find Choji. Go ahead, Shikaka waved dismissively as he entered the house and closed the door. Such a drag, Shikamaru muttered, stretching before his expression grew serious. I never thought there'd come a day when I'd willingly take on something this troublesome. He pulled at his sleeve, leapt onto the roof, and headed toward Choji's house. Chapter 174, 174. Tracking Niji. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Koran Hightower. Young Fexentum. Z3K Chrome. Ozo. Panda Show. Robert Thompson. AR Foreign Gel. Nako. Yod. Francisco Jimenez. Lord_Clamoral. Abhinav Ankur. Jay Singh. Fuad Mamadov. Kane. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. P@Trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Early in the morning, Sasuke bid farewell to Ryota, who had disguised himself as the innkeeper, and left Tenzaku town. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Niji was assigned a mission to leave the village on his own. After Niji departed from the village gates, Shikamaru emerged from a nearby alley. Shikamaru, isn't what we're doing a bit wrong? Choji, who stood behind Shikamaru, was somewhat uneasy. If my suspicions are incorrect, I'll sincerely apologize to Niji later, Shikamaru frowned. Now it's up to you two, Shino and Kiba. Leave it to me. Kiba, riding on Akamaru's back, responded eagerly. Tracking Niji won't be easy, Shino said, stepping out from the shadows. If you're wondering why, it's because the moment he leaves Konoha, he'll activate his Byakugan and easily detect us. I'll calculate the Byakugan's range of vision. We'll keep our distance. Shikamaru took the lead and walked toward the gate. Let's go. I even got travel permits from my dad for this. Shikamaru, Choji still hesitated, shouldn't we tell Naruto? TCH, if that guy knew about our plan, he'd cause a big scene, Shikamaru thought for a moment. Here's the plan, Choji, Kiba, and I will move first. Shino, you go inform Kakashi-sensei, as well as Naruto and Sakura. Understood. Shino nodded, extending his hand. I'll place parasitic insects on you all. I'll catch up with you later. All right then, Shikamaru looked at his companions, let's move out. Swoosh. The group quickly leaped into action, splitting up to carry out their plan. At the Fire Temple. The Fire Temple, being one of the most prominent temples in the Land of Fire, occupied a vast area with many monks and a strong incense tradition. Sasuke sat on a tall tree far from the Fire Temple, gazing at the enormous Tengu statues flanking the temple's entrance. As noon approached, Sasuke pulled out some rations and began eating. According to the intel, the temple's abbot was Chiriku, one of the 12 guardian ninja who protected the daimyo of the Land of Fire. The monks also possessed a unique secret technique called the Talent of the Sage Clan. To avoid trouble, Sasuke refrained from getting too close. After all, Niji with his Byakugan would definitely be able to find him. Sure enough, it didn't take long before Niji, dressed in white, appeared within Sasuke's line of sight. You're here, Sasuke smirked, jumping down from the tree. I didn't expect you to make your decision so quickly. I'm just here on a mission, Niji said coldly. If I can't resolve the caged bird curse mark, the main house will soon drag me back. I'll tell them you kidnapped me. I see, you want some tangible results first, Sasuke nodded. That's reasonable. He turned around. Follow me. The two quickly leaped through the trees, moving far away from the Fire Temple. Caw, Lord Sasuke. Suddenly, a rough voice echoed from the sky. Sasuke stopped and raised his hand, allowing a black crow to land on it. Did you find anything, Jean? Caw, there are people, the crow flapped its wings. Someone is following the Byakugan boy. Looks like you're being tracked, Sasuke turned to Niji. I haven't kept my Byakugan activated all the time to conserve chakra. Niji frowned deeply, forming hand seals. Byakugan. That's Shikamaru, Choji, and Kiba, Niji said, a bit surprised. Looks like Shikamaru figured something out. Sasuke was also caught off guard. TCH, as expected of someone from Nara clan. He then asked Niji, what are you going to do? Niji responded firmly, until there's concrete proof the caged bird can be undone, I won't openly betray Konoha. Alright then, before they catch up to us. Sasuke took out 2 cloaking seals, infused them with natural energy, and placed one on himself and the other on Niji. This will temporarily mask our presence. Let's put some distance between us and them. Niji nodded with a stern expression. With that, the two accelerated their pace and quickly left the area. Soon after, Kiba led Shikamaru and Choji to the same spot. Wait. Kiba raised his hand and sniffed the air. Something's off. What's wrong? Shikamaru and Choji approached Kiba. Kiba sniffed again, frowning at Akamaru. The scent has disappeared, Akamaru. Woof, woof. Akamaru lowered his head, sniffing the ground and barking a few times. TCH, even Akamaru can't smell anything, Kiba scratched Akamaru's head. What's going on? Did they just vanish? Shikamaru observed the surroundings carefully. Could it be a space-time jutsu? Search the area thoroughly. Look for any footprints or clues, Shikamaru ordered. Got it. The three spread out and began their search. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Niji arrived at a cliff. This should be a good spot, Sasuke said, turning to Niji. It'll be easier for you to spot any trackers with your Byakugan. What are you planning to do? Niji started to wonder if he had been too impulsive. This guy Sasuke, he doesn't seem very reliable. Of course, I'm going to let my uncle examine your curse mark, Sasuke gave Niji a strange look. Wasn't that what you wanted? Your uncle. Where is he? Niji also looked at Sasuke curiously. He had already used his Byakugan and confirmed there was no one else around. You'll know soon enough. Sasuke smirked confidently, taking out a paper clone. What's this? Niji began to question if he had made the wrong choice. Watch. Sasuke infused natural energy into the paper, which quickly expanded, and Kaito appeared before the two. So, this is the Hyuga kid? Kaito said, smiling as he looked at the wide-eyed Niji staring at him. Yes, he's Hyuga Niji. Uncle, please help him examine the curse mark. Konoha's pursuers are already nearby, Sasuke said anxiously. I know, Kaito walked over to Niji. Your name is Niji, right? Let me take a look at your caged bird curse mark. Niji, having regained his composure, felt a glimmer of hope due to Kaito's impressive display. He obediently removed the bandage wrapped around his forehead. Kaito closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, his Mangekyo Sharingan was activated. He extended his right hand and placed it gently on Niji's forehead. Niji felt a cooling sensation enter his brain, making his body stiffen as he stood motionless. Inwardly, he chastised himself for losing his composure at the mention of the caged bird curse mark, thinking he had been too impulsive. After a long while, Kaito withdrew his hand and thought for a moment. Then, much to Niji's anxious anticipation, he said, I understand. I'm sorry, but I can't undo the curse mark right now. As expected, Niji let out a self-deprecating chuckle. It's just my fate. Don't be so hasty, Kaito shook his head. I'm not finished speaking. Looking at Niji, who seemed not to hear him, Kaito continued, though I can't remove it yet, I can temporarily block the main house's control over you. Are you serious? Niji's head shot up in disbelief. Of course, Kaito smiled confidently. Also, I've gained some insight into the curse mark. With some thorough research, I believe I'll be able to remove it eventually. Really? Niji still couldn't quite believe it. Of course it's true. Sasuke stepped up next to Kaito. Chapter 175, 175. The Taste of Freedom. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Koron Hightower. Young Fexentum. Z3K Chrome. Ozo. Panda Show. Robert Thompson. AR Foreign Gel. Nako. Yod. Francisco Jimenez. Lord_Clamoral. Abhinav Ankur. Jay Singh. Fuad Mamadov. Kane. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. P@Trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Kiba shouted while looking up, hey. Niji. Sasuke glanced at the three people below and said softly, TCH, they came pretty quickly. Shikamaru spoke up, Niji, since the mission is done, come back with us. Hearing this, Sasuke chuckled softly and turned to look at Niji. Niji, however, kept his head down as if suppressing some intense emotions, remaining silent. Sasuke didn't say anything more and simply sat cross-legged on the rock. Go up. Shikamaru whispered, and the three below immediately started moving. The three of them, along with Akamaru, jumped repeatedly on the cliff, quickly reaching the top and surrounding Sasuke and Niji. Shikamaru asked, Sasuke, what do you want with Niji? I want him to become my companion, Sasuke answered directly. TCH, if we end up fighting, even though we have the numbers, we probably won't gain much of an advantage. We need to stall the two of them and wait for reinforcements. Shikamaru quickly calculated the situation and said politely, Niji is a ninja of Konoha. If you need help, you can go to Konoha and issue a mission. What you're saying makes some sense, but I still prefer for him to be a permanent member of my team, Sasuke smiled at Shikamaru. Of course, it's his choice. I won't force him. Sasuke, you're just as arrogant and annoying as ever. Kiba, with his fiery temper, was getting angry. Are you trying to become an enemy of Konoha? That's not what I'm after. Sasuke raised his right hand to support his face. Like I said, I'm not forcing him. Niji, Choji, growing anxious, looked at the still silent Niji, say something. Shikamaru stepped forward and stared at Niji. Niji, I didn't report this to the Hokage. Come back with us, and we can pretend this never happened. There's no going back, Niji suddenly raised his head, speaking decisively, I can't go back anymore. Niji, have you made your decision? Sasuke turned to him. Niji touched the curse mark on his forehead and answered softly, yeah, though I still can't fully trust you, I desperately want to experience freedom, even if it costs me everything. Don't worry, Sasuke smiled, you won't regret it. Are you really going to defect, Niji? Shikamaru shouted sternly. Niji looked up at Shikamaru and suddenly laughed. All along, I convinced myself with the concept of fate and accepted a life where I had no control. Even though my heart was burning with rage, I learned to resign myself to it. He placed a hand over his heart, his expression becoming serious. This is my last struggle. I just want to see if a bird trapped in a cage can really break free and taste freedom. You, who have lived your life in happiness, can't understand how I feel." As he spoke, it seemed like Niji had let go of a heavy burden, and his entire demeanor became relaxed. "Shikamaru, you're really smart. You noticed a few clues and tracked me down." Shikamaru sighed. "It's because you two were acting too suspicious, suddenly discussing sensitive topics in public." "Oh. I thought I've always been that way," Niji said. "After all, back in the first Chunin exam, I talked a lot about those topics." It was Sasuke. Shikamaru looked at Sasuke. "You're not someone who cares about others' personal affairs, yet you suddenly started discussing them with Niji. That's what was off." "Ah. So it's my fault." Sasuke felt a bit embarrassed. He glanced at Niji and then, acting nonchalant, said, "I see. So that's it. I thought I got caught last night by the Naka River." Niji's lips twitched slightly before he casually said, "Shikamaru, Choji, Kiba, are you three the only ones? No offense, but just the three of you can't stop Sasuke and me. Bastard. Are you looking down on us?" Kiba patted Akamaru's head, crouching down. "Ninja art, 4 legs technique. Oh. Are you preparing to fight?" Sasuke stood up, placing his hand on his sword. Damn. Such intense pressure. Shikamaru felt the overwhelming aura radiating from Sasuke, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Sasuke, don't attack." Niji suddenly reached out to stop Sasuke. "Leave them to me." "Hey, worried I'll go too hard on them." Sasuke glanced at him with a smile, then withdrew his aura and obediently sat back down. Niji formed hand seals, and the veins around his eyes bulged. Byakugan. Shikamaru steadied himself and suddenly retreated, shouting, "Attack." Ninja art, partial multi-size technique. Choji's right hand suddenly enlarged, launching the first attack. At the same time, Kiba immediately jumped onto Akamaru's back and formed seals. Ninja art, beast human clone. With a puff of smoke, 2 identical Kibas appeared, rushing at Niji with sharp claws. Niji leaped, dodging Choji's large, heavy hand with agility. He advanced swiftly, preparing his gentle fist stance, meeting Kiba's attack head-on. As Hinata's companion, Kiba was well aware of the power of the gentle fist's pressure point strikes and dared not let Niji's attacks land on either him or Akamaru. Instead, he relied on his teamwork with his dog, constantly engaging in a back-and-forth with Niji. Standing behind, Shikamaru frowned. As expected, members from different teams lack synergy. Kiba and Choji have no coordination at all. Now that Kiba and Akamaru were in close combat with Niji, it made it difficult for Choji to intervene. Shikamaru glanced at Sasuke, who was sitting there enjoying the show. "That guy won't interfere for now. We should focus on capturing Niji first." Shikamaru crouched down silently, forming hand seals, and his shadow stretched out, moving toward Niji's shadow without making a sound. Niji suddenly moved, dodging Kiba and Akamaru's strikes while swiftly evading Shikamaru's shadow. "Trying to ambush me is pointless in front of the Byakugan." "TCH, of course, I know that," Shikamaru replied, but his shadow continued to chase relentlessly. Suddenly, Choji's 2 hands grew large simultaneously, closing in on Niji and compressing his space to dodge. At the same time, Kiba and Akamaru took their stances. Fong over Fong. Kiba and Akamaru spun like 2 tornadoes, rushing toward Niji at high speed. Rotation. Niji's chakra surged from his body's pressure points as he spun rapidly, forming a large spinning chakra sphere around him. Boom. A loud crash echoed as the 2 tornadoes collided with Niji's rotation, sending Kiba and Akamaru flying backward. The moment Niji stopped spinning, he advanced again, dodging Shikamaru's shadow and closing in on Choji. Choji hurriedly tried to pull his hands back, but Niji's palm was already aimed at his chest. Shadow sewing technique. Shikamaru's shadow chased after Niji, and the shadow on the ground suddenly shot up, turning into sharp black tendrils aimed at Niji's back. "I told you, ambushes are useless." Niji abandoned his attack on Choji, leaping high into the air and stepping on Choji's enlarged arm. Then he leaped again, avoiding Kiba and Akamaru's strike, finally landing in front of Sasuke. Chapter 176, 176. Loss of reputation. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Koron Hightower. Young Fexentum. Z3K Chrome. Ozo. Panda Show. Robert Thompson. AR4 Angel. Nako. Yod. Francisco Jimenez. Lord _Clamoral. Abhinav Ankur. Jay Singh. Fuad Mamadov. Kane. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. I told you, you won't be able to stop me. Niji said to the three of them, then flashed again, standing next to Sasuke. Sasuke, let's go. Fine, if we keep dragging this out, more troublesome people might come. Sasuke stood up, turned, and jumped off the cliff. Stop. Kiba desperately rushed forward. Goodbye. Niji turned, glanced back, and then jumped off as well. Damn it. Kiba looked down, seeing Sasuke and Niji had already disappeared into the dense forest, once again losing their trail. Woof. 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 Akamaru barked a few times, then pounced, and Kiba jumped onto his back. Akamaru, follow them. Kiba pointed forward, and Akamaru crouched slightly before leaping down the cliff. After them. Shikamaru and Choji hurriedly followed as well. In the forest, Sasuke once again took out a suppression talisman and placed it on both himself and Niji. Quick, we need to move. Niji quickened his pace. More people are coming. Who? Sasuke asked. Gai-sensei, Kakashi, Lee, Tenten, Naruto, Sakura, and Shino. Niji's voice was slightly rushed, and also the head of the Hyuga clan. TSK, this is getting serious, Sasuke frowned. All the troublesome people have arrived. Niji suddenly smiled excitedly. The fact that the Hyuga clan head, my uncle, is here proves that your uncle wasn't lying. He can no longer control me with the caged bird seal. Sasuke reminded him, if you've spotted them, it means the head of the Hyuga clan has seen us too. But Niji didn't panic. Instead, he said, if you dare to act, you must have considered the consequences. I don't believe you don't have a way to get us out of this. Ah, but don't forget one other possibility. Sasuke's tone was not as relaxed, the fourth Hokage. If he suddenly intervenes, I might not be able to take you away. Don't try to scare me, Niji said calmly. The fourth Hokage's resurrection is definitely connected to your uncle. I'm just preparing for the worst. Sasuke suddenly stopped walking. Let's stop here. Continuing like this will only waste chakra without achieving anything. True. Niji turned and jumped onto the tree where Sasuke stood. Let me say goodbye to Gai-sensei and the others. To my knowledge, your teacher is quite a dangerous person. Sasuke frowned slightly. If he really tries to stop us, we'll be in trouble. That's up to you, Niji said. I don't have any way to deal with Gai-sensei. Tisk, always giving me the hard tasks, Sasuke grumbled, rubbing his lower eyelid. If I have to seriously injure him, you won't agree, right? Niji nodded. Yes, even though I chose freedom, I can't stand to see them seriously hurt. Fine, I respect your opinion, Sasuke muttered. Would you hurt Kakashi, Naruto, or Sakura? Niji shot back. Sasuke stayed silent. If he hadn't met his uncle back then, maybe he really would have. But after gaining more, he no longer pursued his goals ruthlessly. They're here, Niji warned. Sasuke. Niji. Before the people arrived, Naruto's angry shout echoed through the sky. Tisk, Sasuke frowned in irritation. That guy's so loud. In the next moment, all the Konoha pursuers appeared in Sasuke's line of sight. Sasuke. Niji. Naruto appeared on a large tree opposite Sasuke, glaring angrily at the two. Why? Why are you doing this? Naruto, quiet down. Kakashi appeared behind him, pressing down on his shoulder. Niji. Niji, you bastard. Guy and Lee stood on the ground, staring at Niji in confusion. Tenten leaned against a tree, panting, her eyes already red. Gai-sensei, Lee, Tenten, Niji's gaze swept across them and finally landed on the middle-aged man with long hair standing in the center, Uncle. Niji. Hyuga Hayashi looked sternly at the boy in the tree. Do you truly know what you're doing? Of course I know, Uncle, Niji met his gaze fearlessly. Ridiculous. Betraying the village without cause. You're going to drag the Hyuga clan's reputation through the mud. Hayashi scolded harshly. Ha ha ha. Niji suddenly found it amusing, so he laughed out loud. Reputation. He pointed at his forehead, his voice filled with hatred. What a grand reputation. A reputation built by harming family members, it would be better off destroyed. You. Hayashi's face turned ashen. The Hyuga clan has always operated this way. It's a safeguard our ancestors set up for the clan's continuation. Easy for you to say since it's not carved on your forehead. Niji remained unmoved. You're just scared because you can no longer control me through the curse mark. Stop this nonsense, Niji. Hayashi's tone suddenly calmed. You won't be able to leave here today. Hey, if I can't leave, you'll kill me, won't you? Niji stared coldly at Hayashi. Once the other branch members learn that the caged bird seal can be blocked, the Hyuga clan might fall apart instantly. You're talking nonsense, Niji. Before Hayashi could react, Might Guy stepped forward. Come back with me, Niji. I swear on my title as hot-blooded teacher Might Guy, I won't let anything happen to you. You don't have such a title. Everyone present thought that at the same time. Except Lee. Niji. Guy-sensei is right. Come back with us now. Lee shouted. Niji, you jerk. Tenten suddenly burst into tears, sobbing as tears streamed down her face. Is this some sort of rebellious phase? Guy-sensei, Lee, Tenten, stop saying such foolish things. Niji clenched his fist tightly, though his expression remained calm. At this point, there's no going back for me. Niji, my dear student, Guy's expression suddenly turned serious. Even if I have to break your arms and legs, I'll take you back. And you? Sasuke. On the other side, Naruto pointed at Sasuke. You jerk. Look what you've done. You're so noisy, Naruto. Sasuke covered one ear with his hand. This was Niji's choice, I didn't force him. You clearly seduced him. Naruto yelled, unrelenting. It's enticed. Kakashi, a literature lover, quickly corrected Naruto's word choice. Sasuke covered his face, the blood red of his Sharingan gleaming coldly through his fingers as he glared at Naruto. His voice turned dark. Naruto, you idiot. Say one more word, and I'll cut you down. I just used the wrong word. Naruto, startled, muttered a few words, and quickly shut his mouth under Sasuke's murderous gaze. What are you doing? Niji asked, exasperated. Nothing. Sasuke took a deep breath, then calmly lowered his hand, his expression returning to its usual calm. Do you have a way to escape? If Guy-sensei makes a move, it'll be too late. Niji asked in a hushed voice, doubting several times whether he had boarded a sinking ship. Don't worry. The patterns in Sasuke's eyes grew more intricate as he weaved signs with his hands. Susanoo. Sasuke grabbed Niji's arm, and the two of them landed on the ground together. At the same time, a massive purple half-skeleton appeared from thin air, enveloping them both. Chapter 177, 177. I care very much. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Koron Hightower. Young Fexentum. Z3K Chrome. Ozo. Robert Thompson. AR4 Angel. Nako. Abhinav Ankur. Jay Singh. Fuad Mamadov. Kane. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservant of Cosmos. Just replace the at with a. This is. Hayashi's eyes widened, chakra materialized. At the same time, Might Guy's iron fist hit the giant half-body skeleton. What is this? Niji, seeing Might Guy's punch fail, looked at Sasuke in surprise. This is Susanoo, the ultimate eye technique that only those who awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan can possess. As Sasuke spoke, the giant skeleton quickly grew muscles and blood vessels, and then was covered in dense armor. With this, we can hold them off for a while. And then. Seeing that the Konoha crowd had begun attacking in turns, especially Sakura, who cracked a fissure with one punch, Niji couldn't help but feel anxious. And then, of course, we ask for help. Seeing Sakura's impressive form, Sasuke shivered and quickly reached into his pocket, activating a paper doll. Kaito's paper clone appeared beside them. Sasuke, I warned you long ago. Kaito, sensing their predicament, spoke with a hint of helplessness. I didn't expect you'd still end up in such a troublesome situation. While controlling Susanoo to fend off the Konoha group, Sasuke said, This is how it is, uncle. Please help us escape. You little rascal, always acting without thinking, Kaito said irritably. Kaito, what are you up to? Kakashi, usually so laid back, was now somewhat angry. Ah, I knew it. This will definitely be blamed on me in the end. Kaito covered his face. Kaito, hand over Niji. Hayashi said cautiously, watching Kaito. The Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan have always kept to themselves. Don't make the wrong move lightly. Kaito glanced indifferently at Hayashi but didn't reply. Kaito, are you saying this was all Sasuke's idea? Kakashi continued, as an elder, you shouldn't spoil him too much. Kaito sighed, well, what can I do? He's the only heir we have left. Spoiling him is the least of our worries. How laughable. Do you think the Uchiha clan is still Konoha's greatest clan, and that boy is still a young master? Hayashi seemed infuriated by Kaito's disregard. Kaito still paid him no mind and looked at Kakashi instead. Since Sasuke wants Niji as a companion, I'll allow it. Konoha won't just stand by and let this happen. Kakashi revealed his Mangekyo Sharingan. Then let's see what we can do. Kaito replied, Sasuke, hold on for now. Got it. Sasuke responded, continuing to deal with Konoha's relentless attacks. Damn it, Guy-sensei. Lee looked at Guy with determination. Is it time to save our companion? Lee, I permit you to use the 8 gates technique. Guy's eyes seemed to burn with fire. Together, let's bring Neji back. Yes, Guy-sensei. Formation of the 8 gates, 6th gate, gate of view, open. With a powerful surge of energy, Lee and Guy opened the 6th gate simultaneously, then rushed forward at blinding speed. Step aside. The other Konoha ninjas quickly backed away. Guy and Lee became blurred shadows, their fists and kicks striking Sasuke's Susanoo like a storm. Crack, crack. The sound of shattering echoed as cracks appeared on the semi-transparent Susanoo, only to be repaired moments later. Sasuke, can you hold on? Beneath Kaito's feet, a golden mist began to rise. For now, yes. Sasuke was clearly gritting his teeth to endure. Don't push yourself too hard. Your Mangekyo Sharingan can't be overused. Kaito took a step forward, and the golden mist instantly surged up, covering his body. I'll handle it from here. Kaito formed hand seals. Ryumayaku protection. Blinding golden lights burst from his hands, quickly expanding into a semi-transparent sphere that enveloped all 3 of them. Guy and Lee were suddenly pushed back. At the same time, Sasuke's Susanoo shattered inch by inch. Sasuke groaned, clutching his slightly sore eyes. I've got this. Kakashi suddenly leaped forward, his left eye's Mangekyo spinning rapidly. Kamui. The space in front of him began to warp. Crack, crack. The golden barrier started to fracture under the strain of space distortion. Kaito calmly extended his hands, placing them on the shoulders of Sasuke and Neji. The golden mist flowed instantly, wrapping around the 2 boys. Time to go. The 3, wrapped in golden energy, slowly sank into the ground. Sasuke. Neji. Naruto's enraged voice roared as chains shot into the sky, racing towards their targets. With a crisp cracking sound, the golden barrier shattered under the space distortion, and Naruto's sealing chains arrived. But just before the chains could reach them, the 3 had fully sunk into the ground and disappeared. Damn it. Damn it. Naruto descended, red-eyed, and knelt on the ground, furiously pounding the spot where the 3 had vanished. Kakashi covered his eye and looked back at Hayashi. Hayashi frowned deeply and shook his head at Kakashi. They still got away. Kakashi lowered his headband and sat on the ground, dejected. Neji. Lee, exhausted, leaned against a tree, his large round eyes filled with tears. Lee, Guy's expression was deeply sorrowful, his eyes brimming with tears. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm just an unqualified teacher. Guy-sensei, you're not. Lee wiped his tears forcefully and looked up at Guy. I've always watched you charge forward without hesitation. I believe that one day, if not today, you'll bring Neji back. Lee. Guy hugged his disciple, tears streaming down his face. Thank you for believing in me. Guy-sensei. Lee hugged him tightly in return. At that moment, Tenten was too overwhelmed to mock the tearful pair. The moment Neji disappeared, her legs had gone weak, and she collapsed helplessly to the ground. Sakura, seeing Tenten's trembling shoulders, felt a pang of shared sadness. Tenten, are you okay? She knelt beside her, resting a hand on Tenten's shoulder. She opened her mouth to speak but didn't know what words could offer any comfort. Tenten raised her head, biting her lower lip to stifle her sobs, but couldn't stop herself from cursing through her tears. Idiots. Fools. She couldn't hold back anymore and hugged Sakura tightly. Those guys are all stupid jerks. It's so infuriating, sob sob sob. Tenten, you. Sakura was a little surprised, gently patting Tenten's back. Yeah, boys are all terrible jerks. Boys always chase after things girls don't understand, recklessly hurting our fragile hearts. We're all just fellow sufferers in this world. Asterisk sob sob asterisk. Why? Tenten choked out, why didn't he tell me anything? Is Sasuke really more important than me? Sakura's expression became slightly complicated. She sighed and patted Tenten's back again. This fool, she's just like how I used to be. She needs to understand, boys don't think like girls. It's not about comparing like that. Look at me, do you think I ever cared about how Naruto and I rank in Sasuke's heart? I've long since gotten used to it. As her thoughts spiraled, Sakura's smile grew more and more twisted. But wait, I still care a lot. Chapter 178, 178. Hyuga Hisashi. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Koran Hightower. Young Fexentum. Z3K Chrome. Ozo. Robert Thompson. AR Foreign Gel. Nako. Abhinav Ankur. Jay Singh. Fuad Mamadov. Kane. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. In the dim forest, the ground was covered with a thick layer of decaying leaves. Golden ripples spread across the ground as three figures, wrapped in golden energy, slowly rose from within. I can't send you beyond the country's borders, Kaito said as he withdrew the energy of Ryumayaku surrounding the three. The paper clones were only barely activated by Sasuke, so they won't last long in the earth's veins. It's fine, Sasuke said confidently, we can get out of the land of fire ourselves. Don't underestimate Konoha's tracking ability, Niji interjected. Especially now, the news of my defection can't be hidden anymore. The Hyuga clan will surely do everything in their power to find me. In any case, be careful, Kaito said, though he wasn't particularly worried, as Izuna was still with them. Niji looked at Kaito, hesitating to speak. Kaito smiled gently, are you wondering about the caged bird seal? Yes, Niji responded eagerly, looking at him. Although I didn't have much time, I did manage to do some research. Kaito stretched out his right hand, and blue spiritual energy flowed from his palm, quickly forming a transparent, three-dimensional human head. The skull, brain, and nerves were clearly visible. This is the current state of your brain, Niji. Niji focused on the deep blue mark on the forehead of the transparent head and looked inside. Do you see? The darkest part represents the power of the curse mark. As Kaito explained, the head slowly rotated in his hand. The curse mark is intertwined with the optic nerve and even extends deep into the brain. Niji's expression darkened. That's how the main branch of the family can destroy the eyes and brain tissue of the side branch with the curse mark. Exactly, Kaito dispersed the image in his hand. The curse mark has penetrated too deeply, and the brain and optic nerves are very delicate, so completely removing the caged bird seal is not an easy task. Niji calmed himself and said seriously, it's okay, I can wait. He touched the mark on his forehead, a faint smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Now that I've escaped the main family's control, I'm already satisfied. Don't worry, I'll continue researching it. I've discovered some interesting things, Kaito said with a smile. However, there's something I need your permission for. What is it? Niji asked. I suspect the caged bird seal might even affect the soul, Kaito said, looking seriously into Niji's eyes. If you agree, give me your blood. I want to summon your father's spirit. This. Niji was visibly shaken, and his heart was conflicted. How about it? If you want to fully remove the curse mark, this is necessary, Kaito added. Niji's expression shifted, but after a moment, his resolve hardened. He pulled out a kunai from his pouch and sliced his finger deeply. You don't need that much. Kaito said, half laughing, as he saw the bone-deep wound on Niji's hand. Sasuke turned his head, giving Niji a look as if he were an idiot. It's fine, Niji said, lowering his eyes. I want to know if my father would approve of what I've done. All right then. Kaito immediately began the process of summoning the spirit. Activating his Manjikyu Sharingan, he projected a magic array and recited an incantation. With a flash of blue light, a calm-faced young man with long hair appeared before the three of them. Sure enough, the curse mark even affects the soul, Kaito said as he immediately noticed the familiar mark on the young man's forehead. Hyuga Hisashi opened his eyes, scanning the three strangers before him. His gaze quickly passed over the two Uchiha and locked onto the boy with the Byakugan. Niji looked at his father, familiar yet distant, and childhood memory suddenly became clearer in his mind. Father, Niji stepped forward to stand in front of Hisashi. Niji. Is that you? Hisashi reached out in excitement to touch Niji, but his hand passed through Niji's body. It's me. It's been a long time, father, Niji's eyes grew slightly red. Sasuke, Kaito extended his hand toward Sasuke. Sasuke understood and handed Kaito the space talisman he had been holding. Kaito took the talisman and slipped it into his sleeve. Let's take care of that wound first, Kaito said as he walked to Niji's side, pulling out a paper talisman from his sleeve. Who are you? Hisashi had regained his composure and began to scrutinize the two people with Niji, his expression changing suddenly. Uchiha. Kaito simply nodded, his paper talisman glowing with blue light as he said to Niji, stretch out your finger. Niji obediently extended his injured finger, and Kaito placed the talisman on it. The talisman immediately wrapped around the bleeding wound. Hello, Kaito finally turned to greet Hisashi. I am Uchiha Kaito. What is going on? Hisashi looked down at his translucent hands and then back up. I can feel it. You summoned me from the Pure Land. As for the details, I'll let Niji explain them to you, Kaito said as he pulled out a low-grade spirit vessel. For now, let me give you a body. With that, he tossed the paper doll, and Hisashi's soul was irresistibly drawn into it. Father. Niji couldn't help but cry out in surprise. The paper doll quickly expanded, transforming into a solid form of Hisashi, standing once again before Niji. Niji. Hisashi clenched his hands and couldn't resist reaching out to touch Niji's head. Niji, you've grown up. Kaito exchanged a glance with Sasuke, and the two quietly stepped aside, giving father and son space to talk. Sasuke, Kaito patted Sasuke on the shoulder. Why didn't you ask me to summon your parents? Summoning them would be pointless. Sasuke lowered his head. They can't eat or sleep. It's better to let them rest peacefully. I thought you'd be jealous of Naruto, having his father by his side, but it seems you're more mature than I expected, Kaito said with some emotion. I'm not like that guy. Sasuke turned away. I have my own things to do. Even if I summoned my parents, I wouldn't have time to spend with them. All right, I'll respect your wishes, Kaito said. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I won't disturb their peace. No. It's just that the time hasn't come yet, Sasuke turned back. Itachi, that guy. When I find him, I'll make him repent in front of our parents. Itachi, have you thought about how to deal with him? Kaito asked suddenly. Sasuke looked up at the sky, where rays of sunlight pierced through the leaves, casting specks of light on his face. After a moment of silence, he spoke again. The Uchiha family cemetery still needs a caretaker. Chapter 179, 179. A different future. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Koran Hightower. Young Fexentum. Z3K Chrome. Ozo. Robert Thompson. AR4 Angel. Nako. Jay Singh. Fuad Mamadov. Kane. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. On the other side, as Niji laid out his growth experiences and current situation, Hisashi did not offer any comment. Although Niji had already made up his mind, he still felt a bit uneasy in front of his father. Hisashi simply looked at him with a gentle, loving gaze, and only after Niji finished speaking did he respond, Niji, to be honest, I can't say whether your choice is right or wrong. I'm sorry I couldn't witness your growth firsthand. Niji shook his head. It's not your fault, father. Niji, look at me. Hisashi reached out with both hands, resting them on his son's shoulders, staring at him with a serious expression. You just need to tell me, is this truly what you want in your heart? Niji lifted his gaze, looking into Hisashi's eyes. His unease gradually faded, and he firmly replied, yes. Then there's no problem, Hisashi laughed heartily. Follow your true desires. He patted Niji's head again. Why are you looking at me like that? Is it strange that I'm not standing with the village or the clan? Niji lowered his gaze and said softly, it's because uncle showed me your letter. Father, you willingly sacrificed yourself for the village and our family. That's all in the past, Hisashi withdrew his hands. Back then, I gave my life to the village and the clan. Now, the only thing that matters to me is you, Niji. Yes, father. Niji bowed deeply, a few tears quietly falling onto the dry leaves at his feet. Let's go, Hisashi helped him up. Let's go see that Uchiha. Hearing the sound of footsteps on the dry leaves, Kaito and Sasuke turned their heads simultaneously, watching as Hisashi and Niji approached. Kaito, Hisashi politely bowed. Thank you for helping Niji. If there's anything I can do in return, please don't hesitate to ask. You're too polite, Mr. Hisashi, Kaito patted Sasuke's shoulder. It's Sasuke here who needs Niji's help. I've heard from Niji that you promised to lift the caged bird seal for him. Hisashi stood up straight and glanced at Niji. If there's anything I, as his father, can do to assist, I'd be more than happy to. Mr. Hisashi's thinking is sound. Kaito looked directly at Hisashi's forehead. From your soul, it's clear that the caged bird seal has deeply penetrated your spirit. I'll need to study it carefully to safely remove it. Hisashi nodded without hesitation. Then I'll leave it to you, Kaito. In that case, please sign this contract, Mr. Hisashi. Kaito took out a small scroll from his sleeve and handed it to him along with a pen. Hisashi accepted it, unrolled the scroll, read it carefully, and then signed his name. As I'm currently only a clone, once you've signed the contract, my main body will be able to summon you again, Kaito said, taking the scroll back. I understand, Hisashi nodded and looked at Niji once more. Father, Niji walked up to him, looking at him reluctantly. Take care of yourself, Niji, Hisashi smiled again. We will meet again. As soon as he finished speaking, accompanied by a puff of white smoke, his figure disappeared. It's fine, he's already been summoned by my main body, Kaito said to the two boys. Now, you both take care. I'll contact you if there's any progress. Wait, uncle, Sasuke suddenly spoke. What is it? Kaito raised an eyebrow. Niji's strength needs to improve, Sasuke said directly. So? Kaito looked at Niji, who had an unwilling expression, and asked again. Sasuke responded, please grant him the Sage Art Curse Mark. Curse Mark. Niji frowned upon hearing those words, feeling uneasy. Just like me, Sasuke's face showed purple markings, and his aura surged. The Sage Art Curse Mark can directly absorb and store natural energy. Once in Sage mode, it will enhance my strength in all aspects. Niji immediately activated his Byakugan, observing Sasuke for a while. He was tempted but still hesitant. Kaito knew what he was thinking and said, don't worry, this curse mark only serves to assist in entering Sage mode. Besides, if you trust me to lift the caged bird seal, why worry about this? Niji clenched his fists. Ultimately, his desire for power won out. He stepped forward and bowed his head before Kaito. Please. No need to be so stiff. Kaito smiled, raised his right hand, and a spiritual light appeared in his palm. He then placed his hand on the back of Niji's neck. It's done. As for how to use Sage mode, I'll leave that to Sasuke to teach you. Kaito's figure gradually became transparent. Goodbye. I hope you both manage to leave the land of fire safely. With that, his figure completely vanished, leaving behind a small paper figure that burned into ashes in midair. Let's go, Niji, Sasuke glanced at the sky. First, let's find a place for you to get familiar with Sage mode. You'll be in charge of planning our route. No problem, Niji said as the gray markings on his face gradually disappeared, his expression returning to calm. Follow me. At the same time. After relaying the news to the village, the Konoha group did not give up. Aside from Hayashi, who urgently returned to Konoha to handle family matters, the rest of the group, under Kakashi's command, had split up to continue their search. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto was still following Kakashi along with Sakura, his expression gloomy as he struggled to suppress his emotions. I don't understand. Sakura glanced at him but remained silent. Inwardly, however, she was boiling with emotion. What do you mean? I don't understand either. Sasuke, that cold-hearted guy, no longer considers our feelings. Naruto, stop thinking about it, Kakashi sighed and looked at Naruto. Maybe after Sasuke left the village, he already became someone different from us. I've come to terms with Sasuke never returning to Konoha, Naruto stomped on a tree branch. But just a couple of days ago, during our conversation, I thought we'd finally reconciled. Why did this happen? I didn't notice anything, even though it was right under my nose. If not for Shikamaru. Damn it. I'm such a fool. Naruto punched the tree in frustration. This isn't your fault, Naruto, Kakashi landed beside him. Your goal is to become Hokage, while Sasuke's goal has always been different from yours, as has Niji's. He sighed and continued, people with different goals will walk different paths and have different stances. This is completely normal. Let's go. Instead of overthinking things, we should focus on finding their trail. Kakashi glanced at the ninja hounds ahead before leaping forward again. Chapter 180, 180. Before the border. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Koran Hightower. Young Fexentum. Z3K Chrome. Ozo. Robert Thompson. AR Foreign Gel. Nako. Jay Singh. Fuad Mamadov. Kane. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. P@Trian, p@trian.com/less a servant of Cosmos. Just replace the at with a. Niji slightly bent his body, lowered his legs, with one hand forward and the other backward. Gentle fist art, 8 trigrams 64 palms. In an instant, his hands moved rapidly, creating countless afterimages in front of him. 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. Thud, 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 thud. His index and middle fingers of both hands pressed together, continuously striking the trunk of a large tree, scattering countless wood chips. 32 palms. 64 palms. How was it? Sasuke, seeing Niji stop, walked up behind him. Who? Niji withdrew his hands and looked at the densely packed holes on the tree, smiling in satisfaction. Although Sage Chakra is difficult to control, I can only use 64 palms for now, but it has greatly enhanced the strength of my body and the power of my gentle fist. Sasuke glanced at the devastated tree and nodded. He then asked, the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan excels in both offense and defense, but do they have any long-range attack techniques? Niji nodded, assuming a stance once again. 8 trigrams air palm. Visible chakra surged from his palm, shattering a distant rock. Sasuke's Sharingan spun as he observed, a straight-line attack with only one strike, it's too easy to dodge. That's only easy for someone with the Sharingan like you, Niji retorted as he withdrew his hand. Although the Byakugan and Sharingan are different, they are both dojutsu, so perhaps there are some commonalities, Sasuke said with his arms crossed. The strange thing is, while the Sharingan can evolve, the Byakugan cannot. That's not strange at all, Neji brushed off his clothes and sat on a rock. Awakening the Sharingan is much harder than the Byakugan. Maybe, Sasuke replied as he sat down on another rock and took out his ninja tool pouch from his waist. Are there members of the Hyuga clan who can't awaken the Byakugan? Neji gave him a strange look. Of course, every clan has some ordinary people who can't become ninjas. Sasuke pulled out some rations from his pouch and handed them to Neji. I'm not talking about them. In that case, no. Any ordinary person who can become a ninja can awaken the Byakugan. By comparison, not many members of the Uchiha clan can awaken the Sharingan, Sasuke said as he took out another portion of food. And evolving the Sharingan is even more difficult. Neji chewed on the jerky in his mouth, feeling a bit annoyed. Are you bragging about unlocking the Mangekyo Sharingan? Sasuke touched his lower eyelid, revealing the complex pattern in his eyes before suddenly breaking into a smile. I'm not like the Uchiha of the past. Such a show-off. Neji looked away. Humph, how are you any different? Sasuke shook his head, then suddenly thought of something and said, in the past, the Uchiha needed intense emotional trauma to awaken the Mangekyo, but I didn't. Is it because you're exceptionally gifted? Neji rolled his Byakugan in annoyance. No, it's because my uncle taught me a special secret technique, Sasuke said, looking curiously at Neji's eyes. I wonder if you could evolve the Byakugan if you practiced that secret technique. There's no such thing. The Byakugan doesn't have different levels. At most, some members have pure Byakugan, Neji denied. The branch family's Byakugan is also restricted by the caged bird seal. So, after removing your curse mark, would your talent become even stronger? Sasuke asked with interest. I'm not sure, Neji shook his head. Let's not talk about this. What are your plans next? Sasuke became serious. I plan to leave the land of fire and search for traces of Uchiha Itachi. No plan at all. The ninja world is vast, where are we supposed to look? Neji, for the umpteenth time, felt that Sasuke was unreliable. He looks smart, but all he does is act without thinking things through. Don't worry, Sasuke seemed confident. We just need to wait. My crows will gather intelligence. Fine. Neji was running out of patience. You're the captain, you call the shots. The next day, the two continued their journey, heading towards the land of rain. As they neared the border, Konoha's border patrols suddenly became more frequent. This isn't going to work, Neji activated his Byakugan to observe. The border patrols also have members of the Hyuga clan, and combined with the Inuzuka and Aburame clans, it will be very difficult to cross the border undetected. Plus, as your crow just reported, the pursuers aren't far behind, he turned to Sasuke. We need to make a decision. Sasuke stroked his chin and thought for a minute before finally saying, let's break through. Neji nearly fell off the tree. That's impossible. There are at least 1,000 soldiers stationed at this border post. If we get entangled, we won't be able to escape. Are we going to ask for help again? Sasuke grumbled. That would make me seem too useless. Was it really the right decision to follow this childish guy? Neji once again regretted his choice. Sasuke, feeling humiliated by Neji's disdainful gaze, asked angrily, then what do you suggest? I'm not getting mad. Neji took a deep breath and finally decided. We'll change our route. Let's head south to the coast and enter the land of rivers by sea. Fine. Sasuke raised his chin, signaling for Neji to lead the way. You lead. No problem, Neji jumped ahead, and have your crows stay alert. Got it. Sasuke followed closely behind. TCH. Neji suddenly stopped in his tracks. What's wrong? Sasuke leapt onto the same tree. Bad luck. We've been spotted by members of the Hyuga clan, Neji said with a grim expression. Only the Hyuga. Sasuke found it odd. Yes. Neji moved again. There are only 2 of them. We'll confront them and defeat them quickly. The 2 sides quickly closed the distance, and soon, a male and a female Hyuga appeared in Sasuke's line of sight. Neji. The male youth greeted him first. You've really caused quite a stir this time. Brother Shoyo, sister Natsu. Neji looked at the 2 with a blank expression. Are you here to capture me? Neji, that's not a very nice thing to say, Hyuga Shoyo, who was short with a baby face, puffed his cheeks angrily at Neji. Brother. Hyuga Natsu slapped the back of Shoyo's head. This is not the time for unnecessary words. All right, Shoyo said, placing his hands on his hips and grinning. Listen up, Neji. I'm here to help you. Brother Shoyo, Neji looked at him seriously. Do you even know what you're saying? Hyuga Natsu pushed Shoyo aside. Niji, it's true. After receiving the news, my brother has been happy for you. That's right. And little Natsu too. Shoyo smiled brightly, without any hint of darkness. Niji, as members of the branch family, we all have an undeniable desire for freedom. So take flight, and carry our hopes into the unknown future. I told you to stop saying strange things. Natsu smacked him again. Niji, Sasuke, follow us. We'll cover for you to cross the border. Chapter 181, 181. Detour to the south. Thank you for being my patron. The list of the ANBU member. Koran Hightower. Young Fexentum. Z3K Chrome. Ozo. Robert Thompson. AR Foreign Gel. Nako. Jay Singh. Fuad Mamadov. Kane. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. P@Trian.com/lesserservant of Cosmos. Just replace the at with a. No way. It's too dangerous. Niji firmly refused. Brother Shoyo, Sister Natsu, you two should go. Sasuke and I will leave on our own. What's wrong, Niji? Don't you trust us? Shoyo tilted his head. That's right, I don't trust you. Niji coldly stared at him. Step aside, or we'll have no choice but to knock you down first. He. Shoyo tilted his head back and laughed again. Niji is worried about dragging us into this, huh? Such a good kid. I said, step aside. Niji growled. I've already made my decision. Shoyo's expression became serious, and his unwavering gaze intimidated Niji. Don't worry about us, Niji, Natsu added, my brother and I have already made a plan. Niji's face darkened. Do you two even realize? If the main branch finds out, you both will be finished. Maybe, but we still want to pursue a different future. Shoyo looked Niji in the eye seriously. Perhaps, the chance to change the Hyuga clan lies with you, Niji. Brother Shoyo, Sister Natsu. Niji's expression became complicated. Thank you. No need to thank us. Shoyo instantly grinned again with pride. Just then, swish. A dark figure flashed by, and suddenly Sasuke appeared behind the two siblings. He withdrew his palms from their necks. Natsu collapsed. Damn it. Shoyo's vacant eyes widened. I clearly saw it. You saw it, but your body couldn't react in time. Niji leaped down from the tree branch and caught the falling siblings, carefully placing them on the ground. Let's go. He glanced at the unconscious pair, then jumped up again, heading south. Leaving them unconscious like that, won't they be in danger? Sasuke asked, following beside him. Niji didn't look back. No, the patrol team will arrive in that area soon. Sasuke turned to look at the two lying on the ground from a distance. It seems many in the Hyuga branch will support you. Of course. Even though we're of the same blood, our statuses are completely different. Though we're brothers, just being born later condemns us to slavery. Who would be willing to accept that? Niji sped up, his voice trembling slightly. I didn't think much about it before, just wanted my own freedom, but now. You can't leave behind those who share your fate, can you? Sasuke seemed to understand. Yes. That's why I must become stronger, strong enough to reform the Hyuga clan's traditions. Niji's voice became firm. I understand. Without strength, there's no future. Even if you have treasures, others will try to take them. Sasuke's tone turned cold. Right. The two of them swiftly moved through the forest, adjusting their route using Niji's Byakugan and Sasuke's crow reconnaissance. Hey! What happened here? A team of patrolling ninjas discovered Shoyo and Natsu lying on the ground. Medic Nin. A female medic Nin rushed over to check on them and then let out a sigh of relief. They're fine, no injuries, just knocked unconscious. She stood up. They'll wake up soon. Captain. One of the patrol members asked, should we take them back to the camp? Let's wait until they wake up and ask them. The patrol captain stepped forward, we'll stay here, and you all, keep watch around the area. Yes. The patrol members scattered and hid. Yenji, can you wake them up early? The captain looked down at the unconscious siblings. If they were only knocked out without being harmed, it was probably Niji and Sasuke. We need to know where they went. No need, Captain. This kid is already waking up. Yenji watched as Shoyo's eyelids fluttered. Ugh. Shoyo struggled to open his eyes, dazed for a moment, then quickly sat up with ease. Little Natsu. He anxiously looked around, then reached out to hold the still unconscious Natsu. Natsu. Are you okay? She's fine. She'll wake up soon, Yenji reassured him. Shoyo looked up, as if only just noticing them, and gratefully smiled at the two of them. Thank you. Thank you for saving us. Name. What happened here? The captain remained calm, asking coldly, why were you two here? I'm sorry, we acted on our own. Shoyo immediately bowed. I'm Hyuga Shoyo, and this is my sister, Natsu. After hearing about Niji's defection, I got so angry that I rushed out with my sister. So, you encountered Niji and Uchiha Sasuke, the captain asked. Yes. Shoyo nodded obediently. The captain squatted beside him. Do you know where they went? No, I don't. Shoyo immediately shook his head. As soon as we met them, both my sister and I were knocked out. We don't know where they went. I see. The captain said no more and stood up, shouting orders. You all heard it. Now, carefully search the area for clues. Yes. The patrol members, hidden in the shadows, immediately reappeared and began searching the surroundings carefully. Shoyo didn't pay attention to their movements. He only lowered his head, looking worriedly at Natsu, still unconscious in his arms. At that moment, the group suddenly heard additional voices. Everyone. What's going on here? Might Guy appeared with Rock Lee, Tenten, and Shino, the four of them suddenly standing before everyone. Might Guy. The captain stepped forward. Hello, have you found any trace of Niji? Might Guy's tone was anxious. Yes, those two, Shoyo and Natsu, encountered Niji and Uchiha Sasuke here. Unfortunately, they were knocked out and don't know where the two went. My team is searching for clues now. I see. Might Guy sighed, placing his hands on his hips. Looks like we've lost track of them again. Sensei. Rock Lee looked at him with concern. I'm fine. I'm already back in high spirits. Might Guy perked up in an instant. Think carefully, Lee, Tenten, Shino. Which direction would Niji and Sasuke take? Well. Rock Lee and Tenten couldn't figure it out. South, Shino said confidently, pushing up his sunglasses. If you're asking why, it's because all the border regions are heavily guarded by leaf ninjas. Security is tight right now. But if they take a detour south and go out to sea, they won't encounter too many obstacles. Chapter 182, 182. Impotent Rage. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Koran Hightower. Young Fexentum. Z3K Chrome. Ozo. Robert Thompson. AR Foreign Gel. J. Singh. Kane. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. This young man has a point, said the patrol team captain. He continued, unlike them, who need to avoid the patrol squads along the way, if you speed up and head directly to the southern coast, you might intercept them there. Oh, I see. Guy quickly regained his high spirits. Then let's move out immediately. Target, southern coast. Yes, Guy-sensei. Lee responded enthusiastically. No, that's just the most likely scenario, Shino replied calmly. We can't be certain they'll go there. No problem. Guy raised a thumbs up, flashing his big, white teeth. Our other teammates are taking action too. We'll handle the south. Shino nodded. Understood. Then. Guy crouched into a running stance, and Lee quickly followed suit. Let's go. The two dashed off at top speed. Let's go too, Tenten said to Shino, and they began to follow. I really don't fit in with these guys' style, Shino muttered, adjusting his sunglasses before reluctantly joining them. The captain watched them disappear into the distance, then shifted his attention to the now awake Natsu and Shoyo. Let's go. Take these two back to camp, he ordered. He approached the siblings and looked them over. To be honest, I can't tell if you're telling the truth, so I'll hand you over. With that, he turned and led the way back to camp, with his team surrounding the siblings and following closely. Shoyo and Natsu exchanged a silent glance and said nothing more. One day earlier. At the Hyuga residence in Konoha, Hayashi Hyuga called an urgent clan meeting upon his return. Outside the meeting room, Hinata anxiously waited, nervously wringing her hands. Finally, the meeting concluded. Clan members with some status in the family exited with various expressions on their faces, all leaving in a hurry. None of them noticed Hinata standing by. Hayashi was the last to leave, and Hinata immediately gathered her courage to approach him. F.A. Father, she said, bowing her head before him. Hinata. Seeing his daughter looking so hesitant, Hayashi grew annoyed. What are you doing here? Father. Hinata clenched her fists and raised her head, meeting his gaze despite her trembling legs. Niji. Niji and I-san. That traitor. That ungrateful son. Hayashi grew angrier at the mention of Niji's name. What are you planning to do? Plead for that traitor? Father. Hinata held onto his sleeve. What will happen to Niji and Ai-san? A traitor to the clan, Hayashi said coldly, his face darkening. He no longer has any reason to exist. How could that be? Hinata's hands trembled, and her face paled. Father, please. Silence. This is not something you should be involved in. Hayashi barked, shaking off her hand and walking away without looking back. Left alone in the courtyard, Hinata slowly crouched down, hiding her face in her knees as she silently wept. Niji and Ai-san, please run. Leave the land of fire safely. I'm still so useless, Naruto-kun. If it were you, would you be able to do more? In the Hokage's office. Tsunade leaned her head on her crossed hands, her face stern as she looked at a rather uncomfortable Minato. Tsunade-sama. Minato spoke cautiously. Tsunade didn't respond, still staring at him intently. Minato scratched his head nervously. Tsunade-sama. TCH. Tsunade slapped her desk, her face darkened. Minato. What is that man planning? I don't know, Minato replied without averting his gaze. You don't know. Tsunade pointed at him. Wasn't it you who brought Sasuke back to Konoha? What did you promise me then? I'm sorry, Minato said apologetically. I failed to prevent this. We overlooked the Uchiha clan's matters, and now they've gone and interfered with the Hyuga as well. Tsunade slapped the table again, creating a few cracks. Does Konoha have no backbone anymore? Minato looked visibly miserable. Kaito has really gotten me into trouble. I don't care what you do, Tsunade said, regaining her calm while still fixing her sharp gaze on Minato. Uchiha Kaito must give me an explanation for this. Otherwise, Konoha will become a laughingstock. I understand, Minato nodded, giving her a weak smile. Then, I'll be off, Tsunade-sama. Go. Tsunade dismissed him tiredly. After leaving the Hokage's office, Minato began to worry. What should I do? Those two Uchihas are nothing but trouble. Especially Kaito, he didn't even give me a way to reach him. Should I bring Niji back? Forget it, I'll wait. Let's see if Niji really manages to escape. This might not be a bad thing for the Hyuga clan. Lost in thought, Minato walked off, eventually deciding to watch the situation unfold. Outside the Hokage's office window, a paper doll hidden beneath the eaves trembled silently. Inside it, Danzo's soul was seething with rage. Curse it. The Uchiha clan has ill intentions for Konoha, as I suspected. He silently roared, his expression twisted. And the Hyuga clan is starting to act up too. I don't believe for a second those two brats are behind this. This is definitely a plot. That sly fox Hayashi must be hedging his bets, sacrificing a branch member genius to secure both sides. It's such an obvious scheme, and yet Tsunade is completely blind to it. Useless. She hasn't even put the Hyuga under surveillance for harboring a rogue ninja. Tsunade is clearly unfit to be Hokage. She's nowhere near as competent as I am. And that fool Minato, who undoubtedly betrayed us for the sake of revival. Tsunade foolishly trusts him with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Ridiculous. The means for revival are right before their eyes, yet these idiots haven't seized it. It infuriates me. Just look, without me, Konoha is rapidly crumbling. They're all useless. Without my watchful eye, Konoha is heading straight downhill. At this rate, Konoha is doomed. What's going on? Tsunade rubbed her arms, feeling a sudden chill. Tsunade-sama. Shizune quickly closed the window. The weather's turning chilly. Please take care of yourself. TCH, I'm fine, Tsunade grumbled, feeling slightly better. I am the top medical ninja, after all. Outside the window, Danzo's silent, furious rant continued, why? Why let the Hokage position fall into such a fool's hands? I refuse to accept this. Chapter 183, 183. Calling you the strongest. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Koran Hightower. Young Fexentum. Z3K Chrome. Ozo. Robert Thompson. AR Foreign Gel. J. Singh. Kane. Shazab Siddiqui. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Uchiha Residence, Mount Oima. Madara pushed open the study door and walked straight in, addressing Kaito, who was engrossed in reading at his desk. You're thinking of the Hyuga clan again. Senior, it was that boy Sasuke acting on his own. I'm just cleaning up after him. Kaito glanced up at Madara, then returned to the scroll in his hands. Heh. Madara chuckled lightly, took a seat across from Kaito, and propped his chin on his hand, watching him with amusement. Kaito continued reading, unfazed, only saying, "Senior." "There's no need for such pleasantries," Madara said playfully. "That boy Sasuke's actions were surely part of your plan all along." Kaito remained absorbed in his reading without responding. "Or, perhaps he believes it was all his own idea, when in reality, you've been guiding him all along," Madara observed keenly, studying Kaito. "What is it you want?" "Honestly, Senior," Kaito finally looked up and met Madara's gaze. "Haven't you heard the saying, see through but don't reveal? You just saying whatever you want?" Madara scoffed. "Recently, I've learned more and more about the Otsutsuki clan." Kaito suddenly changed the topic. Madara silently watched him. "Here, look at these two portraits." Kaito took out two drawings from his desk and handed them to Madara. Madara took them and laid them on the floor for a better look. "So, this is Otsutsuki Kagaya?" Madara pointed at the portrait with his finger. Both portraits depicted the same figure, a woman with horns on her head and long hair trailing to the ground. "Yes, these are her original form and her form after consuming the god tree's fruit," Kaito explained. "The difference is in the eyes." Madara looked at the second portrait, pointing at the forehead. "That eye seems to combine both the Sharingan and the Rinnegan." "So, even though both the Byakugan and Sharingan bloodlines come from Kagaya," Kaito said softly, "ultimately, the Byakugan is the true inheritance of the Otsutsuki clan." He chuckled suddenly. "Whereas the Sharingan's power was awakened by the god tree's fruit. So, you plan to study the Otsutsuki clan through the Hyuga clan?" Madara tossed the portrait back onto the table. "That's right. Although Hagoromo and Hamura were both Kagaya's children, they were fundamentally different." Kaito stood up, looking somewhat excited. The birth of the god tree's fruit drained this world's energy. Hagoromo, with the Rinnegan, was influenced by this world, while Hamura, with the Byakugan, represented Kagaya's own power. "What significance does knowing this have?" Madara asked, sounding disinterested. "It's significant, of course." Kaito's pride was showing. "That's why, as the true child of this world, I, Uchiha Kaito, miraculously emerged from the Uchiha clan." Ha ha ha. Madara laughed wildly, and if he weren't merely in the form of a paper puppet, he might have laughed to the point of tears. "You, truly," he pointed at Kaito, "in a way, have surpassed me completely." He leaned close to Kaito, their eyes meeting. "In terms of self-love, no one can surpass you. I, Madara, recognize you as the strongest." "I'm serious," Kaito replied earnestly. All right. Madara collapsed onto the floor in feigned exhaustion, waving a hand. "Continue." "Humph. The Uchiha clan descends from Kagaya's bloodline. Why would these monsters place their hopes in me to defeat her?" Kaito gracefully sat down again, unfurled his fan, and continued. "I was someone who wasn't meant to be born." Madara lay on his side on the floor, propping his head with one hand and signaling to Kaito, "Go ahead with your performance." "When my mother was carrying me, she was frail, and I was supposed to be stillborn," Kaito continued. "I was cut from my mother's womb by a doctor." Madara showed no reaction. "The key lies with that doctor." Kaito covered his mouth with his fan and said mysteriously. "He was someone who shouldn't exist in this world." Madara continued with a half-hearted, "When Yuri found me, that doctor was still alive, so she looked into his dreams." Kaito's voice lowered. "The doctor's soul didn't belong to this world." "Oh." Madara seemed slightly interested. "An outsider like the Otsutsuki clan?" "No, his soul came from an entirely different universe," Kaito said with regret. "Unfortunately, he's long dead." "So, what are you getting at?" Madara asked, looking bored once more. "An unknown soul crossed space and time, traversing different universes, also that I, someone who wasn't meant to be, could truly be born in this world." Kaito spread his arms, eyes filled with fervor. "Is this not a true miracle?" "Boring." Madara pushed himself up, quickly opened the study door, and stretched lazily. "I'm going to get some sun," he said, walking out. "Huh." Kaito stood there with his arms still outstretched, watching Madara's back as he disappeared, looking surprised. Then, he slumped onto the desk, disheartened. How could he be so unsupportive, he muttered. "I was so excited when I first learned about it, even Miss Chiri and the yokai were amazed. Oh well. That old man must be jealous of me. Better to get back to researching the caged bird seal." Kaito organized the scrolls on his desk, held them in his arms, and headed to the laboratory. As he walked down the hallway, he opened the door to the lab. Kaito-kun. Hayashi, in his spirit form, floated over. "Mr. Hayashi, how are you adjusting here?" Kaito walked over to the desk and set down the scrolls. "Nothing much to adjust to," Hayashi floated beside him. After all, I'm already dead. Except. He hesitated, Niji. I understand. Kaito arranged the stack of papers on his desk, then looked at Hayashi. Worried about Niji. He finished tidying the papers and looked at Hayashi. Don't worry about those boys. Sasuke has a powerful senior secretly watching over him. I see, that puts my mind at ease. Hayashi's expression softened. Kaito nodded, moving to an empty space nearby. Just assist me in researching the caged bird seal. He took out a brush and began drawing symbols on the floor. Once the seal is lifted for Niji, he'll be able to fully realize his talents. Yes. Hayashi said proudly, not to boast, but Niji is the most gifted among the Hyuga clan. His talents are indeed remarkable, Kaito said casually. Rest assured, for Sasuke's sake, I'll train him well. Thank you, Hayashi said, bowing gratefully. Since arriving here, Hayashi's worldview had been reshaped multiple times, and he now understood the weight of Kaito's promise for Niji. At this moment, he smiled in relief. Niji, perhaps the path you've chosen is destined to be challenging, but you will surely go further than any other Hyuga before you. Chapter 184, 184. Seaport. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Koran Hightower. Young Fexentum. Z3K Chrome. Ozo. Robert Thompson. AR Foreign Gel. Lord Clamoral. J. Singh. Kane. Shazab Siddiqui. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. P@Trian, p@trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. A few days had passed, and Sasuke and Niji were already close to the southern coast. At the moment, they were hiding in the dense canopy, each resting on a branch to regain their strength. Niji had deactivated his Byakugan, leaving the task of keeping watch to the crows. On their journey, Konoha hadn't sent additional pursuers. They only needed to deal with the border troops, Kakashi, and the others, as well as some members of the Hyuga clan. Thanks to the presence of the Byakugan and the crow summons, they had managed to completely avoid the border troops and Kakashi's team. A few times, however, the Hyuga ninja sent after them had detected them, though Niji and Sasuke had managed to shake them off each time. My uncle is probably afraid I'll sway the members of the branch family, Niji guessed, so he only sent the clansmen who are fully loyal to him. Other members of the clan, like your relatives who wanted to help you before, are probably being kept hidden, right? Sasuke said. I'm not sure, Niji reflected. The Hyuga clan has always adhered strictly to tradition, relations between clansmen aren't exactly close. The implication was that personalities like Hinata's were considered odd within the Hyuga clan. Maybe they're just keeping things from you because you're young, Sasuke guessed irresponsibly. No, it's more likely because I'm too closely related to the main family. Even if there is a faction secretly plotting against the main family, they wouldn't risk involving me, Niji said, as if he'd figured things out. Huh. Sasuke looked at him in surprise. Back during the Chunin exams, from the way you fought Hinata, it looked like you had a serious grudge against the main family. Niji was silent for a moment, then continued, in the final round of the Chunin exams, remember you were late, and I lost to Naruto. Sasuke thought for a moment and nodded, I can guess why you lost. Your gentle fist wasn't very effective against someone with a tailed beast's chakra like Naruto. After that match, my uncle gave me the letters my father had left. After reading them, I understood my father's choices, and I no longer held any resentment towards Lady Hinata. I see, Sasuke said, frowning. Honestly, Hinata isn't cut out to be a ninja. She's too kind-hearted, which doesn't align well with the life of a ninja, Niji shook his head. Sasuke added, but I didn't expect there would be branch members who were truly loyal to the main family in your Hyuga clan. It's a deeply rooted tradition in the clan, Niji explained, many view their loyalty as an honor, especially the elders who are advanced in age. Maybe so, just as I can't understand the loyalty some people have toward Konoha, Sasuke said, looking up at the sky. For us ninjas from large clans, our loyalty to the village is secondary, Niji said bluntly. It's mostly because the clans and villages' interests align. In the time I've been here, I've read a lot, Sasuke added. Historically, ninjas were the least loyal to anything. Before the shinobi villages were established, ninja loyalty was only to the mission, not to a particular master. That's why the Warring States period was so chaotic, Niji nodded. Are you fully rested? Sasuke stood up. Let's go, Niji activated his Byakugan again. We're very close to the coast now. There's a port up ahead, should we take a ship? Sure, I want to rest and get myself cleaned up, Sasuke said, looking distastefully at his slightly dirty clothes. TCH, be cautious, Niji disagreed slightly. We can't be sure there aren't Konoha ninja ahead. Relax, we'll just use transformation jutsu to blend in, Sasuke formed a hand seal. As long as we don't encounter a large group, we can escape easily. With a puff, Sasuke transformed into an ordinary-looking boy. Fine, Niji relented, unable to stand his own dirty appearance either. With that, they used the transformation jutsu to disguise themselves as civilians and headed toward the bustling port city ahead. TCH. As soon as they entered the city, Niji frowned. What's wrong? Sasuke asked, puzzled. We've been found, Niji said in a low voice. By whom? Sasuke immediately became alert. Niji dropped the transformation jutsu, and his Byakugan's fierce look made the surrounding crowd quickly steer clear of them. Gai-sensei is guarding the port with Lee and Tenten, and even worse, Shino is there too. So, Sasuke cancelled his transformation jutsu as well. We were discovered by Shino's insects the moment we entered the city. That's right. Because the insect's chakra is so faint, I only noticed them at close range, Niji said, disappointed in himself. Nothing we can do now. Sasuke put a hand on the hilt of his sword, looking at the bustling civilians around them with a frown. Let's leave the city. You actually worry about harming civilians? Niji gave him an amused look. Hey, Sasuke scowled, do you have some kind of misconception about me? Enough, they're closing in, Niji said, jumping onto the rooftop. Let's go. Sasuke followed. The two quickly jumped out of the city and headed for the coast. Niji. Lee's voice echoed from afar as Team Guy leaped over the city walls to pursue them. As they neared the beach, Niji stopped. No point in running. We'd lose in a contest of stamina against Gai-sensei. TCH, and in a fight too. Sasuke knew the 8 gates formation all too well. Unless we can master the technique you mentioned that allows us to fly using natural energy, Niji said with a hint of nervousness. I'll give it a try. Sasuke considered it, reasoning that if Madara had done it so easily, he should be able to as well. You. Niji looked at him, at a loss for words. Where did he get this confidence? Despite all this time, he hadn't learned the technique. At this moment, he once again felt he might have made the wrong choice. Don't worry, Sasuke reassured him, sensing Niji's growing frustration. I have a highly skilled comrade watching over us in the shadows. We won't get caught. Phew. Niji let out a breath, feeling slightly reassured. Although that person might not be able to defeat Gai-sensei, as long as they could stall him, he and Sasuke could escape from Lee and the others. Just then. Swish. 4 figures appeared, surrounding Sasuke and Niji. Niji. Gai-sensei looked at the 2 boys standing back to back with a pained expression. Why are you doing this? My eternal rival, Kakashi, are we destined to suffer the same fate? Niji smiled slightly. Gai-sensei, you know why. I know. I understand the suffering you've endured as a member of the Hyuga branch family. Tears sparkled in Gai-sensei's eyes. But becoming a rogue ninja isn't the only solution. I can help you. Thank you, Gai-sensei, Niji shook his head. You are a great teacher, and I've always respected you. But sometimes, you're too naive. Oh. No. Gai clutched his chest dramatically. Am I really such a failure of a teacher? And I was so proud of myself. Niji, you jerk. Lee shouted angrily, glaring at him. How could you say that about Gai-sensei? No, he's kind of right. Tenten and Shino thought at the same time. Gai straightened up again, hands on his hips. No matter what, as your teacher, I must take you back. Niji looked down and said gravely, even if it means I might lose my life, Gai-sensei. No, 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 no. Gai shook his head vigorously, not at all. He then gave a thumbs up, flashing his bright white teeth. Don't worry. I'll vouch for you. Even if it means being imprisoned, I'll wait for you to be released. No, the Hyuga clan, my uncle, won't allow me to live. Escaping the caged bird seal has already crossed his bottom line, Niji said, his gaze sharp. Chapter 185, 185. Fist and Kick. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Koran Hightower. Young Fexentum. Z3K Chrome. Ozo. Robert Thompson. AR4 and Gel. Lord Clamaral. J. Singh. Kane. Shazab Siddiqui. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. P@Trian.com/less a servant of Cosmos. Just replace the @ with a. I'll do my best to protect you. Gai stepped forward, his voice filled with determination. But before that, you need to come back with us. No need to say anything more, Gai-sensei, Niji replied, tightening the straps of his backpack as he settled into a gentle fist stance. I won't be going with you. Are you challenging me, Niji? Gai's expression grew serious as he stood up straight, one hand behind his back and the other palm raised forward. Then let's speak through our fists. Show me your resolve, Niji. Guy-sensei. Lee suddenly raised his hand, staring intensely at Niji. Please, allow me to take on Niji. No, Lee, Guy said earnestly, this time, I need to step in myself. This is when I truly fulfill my role as a teacher. Understood. Lee obediently lowered his raised hand. Niji. Sasuke glanced over, are you really going to face off against your teacher alone? I want to see just how far I am from Guy-sensei, Niji replied, keeping his focus firmly on Guy. Hopefully, I won't get knocked out in one blow. Fine then. Sasuke raised his voice. Hey. How about we leave this to the two of them? Let's stand by and watch. The rest of the group shifted their attention to Guy. Stand down, Lee, Tenten, Shino, Guy commanded without moving, his voice steady. Understood, the three responded, stepping back and creating space between themselves and Guy. Sasuke, meanwhile, swiftly moved to another position. Watch out, Niji, Guy warned before his figure vanished. Leaf whirlwind. Reappearing above Niji, Guy's powerful kick came crashing down toward Niji's head. Niji quickly ducked, dodging the fierce kick, and countered by thrusting his hands, fingers extended, towards Guy's other leg. Not that easy. Guy twisted his torso midair, evading the gentle fist. At the same time, his right leg descended like a powerful wind, aiming a direct strike downwards. Niji pushed off, darting forward to Guy's side, his movements fluid as his wrist flicked like a serpent, his fingers aiming sharply for Guy's waist. Guy didn't turn, he punched out sideways, using his reach to meet Niji's strike. Niji shifted his stance, sidestepping the iron fist and aiming his fingers at Guy's arm. For a moment, the two exchanged strikes, both dodging and countering each other, every move intense yet strangely harmonious. Guy's punches and kicks carried immense force, creating small craters on the ground as stones scattered around. Niji, with his swift footwork, weaved in and out, his hands striking with precise control. Watching closely, Lee muttered in frustration, darn it. Niji's gotten stronger again. He's actually holding off Guy-sensei using just basic gentle fist techniques, Tenten observed, astonished. But he won't last long, Shino stated calmly, his expression obscured behind his jacket and glasses. Guy-sensei's speed is only increasing. Sasuke, meanwhile, activated his Sharingan, observing and copying Guy's taijutsu silently. Niji. You've improved. Guy exclaimed as he dodged Niji's strike. You truly are my talented student. Then he landed a punch on Niji's face. At the last moment, Niji leaned back, deflecting the blow as he used the punch's momentum to propel himself backward. Niji. Tenten gasped as she watched him fly back. Niji's feet hit the ground, skidding and leaving grooves in the earth as he forced himself to stop. Wiping the blood from his face with his sleeve, he spat a bit of blood onto the ground. Looks like I still have a long way to go, Guy-sensei, Niji said, his gaze firmly locked on Guy. I see there's still a big gap between us. He took his stance again, exuding a completely different aura from before. Are you ready? Guy adjusted his stance, gesturing for Niji to come. Gentle fist art, 8 trigrams 128 palms. Niji surged forward, his hands moving fluidly, striking with precision. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. Guy met Niji's strikes, parrying with accuracy as their arms moved in a blur. 32 palms. 64 palms. Niji's strikes grew sharper, relentlessly pushing against Guy's defenses. 64 palms. 128 palms. For a moment, the battlefield fell silent. Their fists were planted firmly against each other's chest. Ugh. Niji coughed blood, flying backward again. Guy barely staggered, recovering quickly, though blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, a testament to the internal damage inflicted by the gentle fist. Niji stood shakily, clutching his chest. Cough. That one punch broke several ribs. And you did well, Niji. Guy said, beaming with pride as he showed his gleaming teeth. That last strike definitely damaged my insides. Was this really the time for compliments? Tenten and Shino thought in sync. Lee, on the other hand, was fully absorbed, cheering as he hopped excitedly. Sasuke silently observed, analyzing every move. Looks like I still have a long way to go, Niji said, wiping the blood from his mouth with his sleeve, assuming his stance once more. Now, I'll use my newfound power. Oh. You have new strength. Show me. Guy assumed his stance, gesturing again. A faint gray pattern appeared on Niji's face, giving his activated Byakugan a more intimidating appearance. His presence intensified with each passing second. Impressive, Niji. Guy laughed as his chakra erupted around him. Then, I'll respond with my best technique. Gate of view, open. Green, tangible chakra erupted from Guy, the sealed chakra points that the gentle fist had closed bursting open. Here I come. With his hair spiked, Guy appeared beside Niji, raising his fist. Rotation. Niji responded instantly, spinning as his defense, now larger and faster, countered Guy's explosive punch. Impressive, impressive, impressive. Guy's body blurred as he circled the rotating chakra shield, raining down punches. Countless fists appeared around the outside of Niji's rotation. Tisk. Sasuke, observing the battle, frowned. The gap in strength was too large, Niji wouldn't hold out much longer. Chapter 186, 186. The Last Gate. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Koran Hightower. Young Fexentum. Ozo. Robert Thompson. AR Foreign Gel. Lord_Clamoral. J. Singh. Kane. Shazab Siddiqui. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Niji was using the 8 trigrams palms rotation to deflect Guy's fierce attack, leaving both Lee and Tenten deeply shocked. How can this be? Lee exclaimed, wide-eyed. That's Guy-sensei after opening the 6th gate. Niji's rotation has gotten a lot stronger, Tenten noted, still visibly worried. Sasuke, however, realized that Niji was barely managing to hold on. Rotation required the output of chakra from all body points, combined with constant, rapid spinning. The chakra and physical toll was extreme. Yet, for now, Niji had no other option. But if he got hit again, he would be unable to move. He couldn't wait any longer. Sasuke gripped his blade, lightning flickering around him as he lunged forward with a powerful, lightning-quick sword slash that tore through the air. The sound of crackling lightning caught Lee's attention, and he quickly rushed forward, blocking Sasuke's path. Not so fast. With his nunchaku in hand, Lee accurately intercepted Sasuke's blade. Unfortunately, lightning chakra from Sasuke's blade traveled through Lee's metal nunchaku, temporarily paralyzing him. Heh! Sasuke chuckled softly, kicking Lee away. Sasuke, stop. Shino raised his hands, and a thick swarm of bugs formed a wall, blocking Sasuke. Chidori stream. Electricity surged around Sasuke's body, spreading outward, enveloping him in lightning as he shattered the bug wall, charring countless insects in an instant. At that moment, Lee circled back. I won't let you interfere with Guy-sensei, Sasuke. Lee discarded his nunchaku, raising his bandage-wrapped fists. Only Tenten, for some unknown reason, remained frozen in place. TCH. Sasuke used his lightning-encased body to fend off Shino's insects, momentarily forcing Lee back. Grandpa Izuna. Sasuke reached into his pouch. Whoosh. A paper figure flew out, transforming into a human midair. Izuna unsheathed his ninja blade, moving silently yet swiftly behind Guy and launching a precise, lightning-fast thrust. Guy-sensei. Both Lee and Tenten cried out in alarm. Sensing danger, Guy immediately dodged with lightning speed. Niji took this chance to stop, stumbling as he clutched his chest, gasping for breath. You, Hyuga kid, Izuna's eyes remained fixed on Guy as he swung his blade. Go join Sasuke. Leave this to me. Yes. Niji glanced at the fan symbol on Izuna's back, took a deep breath, and moved towards Sasuke. Niji. Guy shouted, ready to move, but a massive figure suddenly blocked his path. Another one of these chakra manifestations, he said, pointing at Izuna within Susanoo. And you. I feel like I've seen you before. TCH, is your memory that poor? Izuna scoffed, crossing his arms. I remember your hairstyle vividly. Really? I don't recall. Guy assumed a serious fighting stance. No matter what, don't stand in my way. I must take my beloved student back today. You won't, Izuna replied with a smirk. Morning Peacock. In an instant, Guy unleashed countless flaming punches, creating a burst of flames in the shape of a peacock's tail. It's useless. Izuna remained motionless, arms crossed. At the same time, the half-body Susanoo grew larger, rising higher and higher. Sasuke pulled Niji over. Let's go. With Izuna's support, they entered the Susanoo's interior. Lee, who had been following close behind, crashed into the Susanoo's armor as it closed around them. Inside Susanoo, Niji looked back, smirking as he watched Lee's squished face through the semi-transparent chakra barrier. Darn it. Lee peeled his face off and punched the barrier. However, neither Guy nor Lee could break through the steadily growing, towering humanoid chakra form. The three began to ascend as Susanoo lifted them skyward. By now, the giant figure formed by this strange eye technique had grown over 100 meters tall, like a god standing against the heavens. Crack! Crack. Crack. The giant armored itself in full body armor, donning a Tengu mask with a long nose. Finally, the three entered the space inside Susanu's forehead. Let's go. At Izuna's command, Susanoo unfurled a pair of massive wings from its back. Don't leave, Niji. From the ground below, Guy suddenly roared in fury. Gate of Wonder, open. Impressive. Izuna looked down. What terrifying chakra. Guy-sensei. Niji gazed down at the blue steam-shrouded figure below with a complex expression. Looks like he's about to use his ultimate move. Sasuke watched the ground curiously. Susanoo flapped its massive wings, ascending even higher. Hirudora, daytime tiger. Guy's roar echoed as a huge, fierce white tiger erupted from the ground, charging straight towards Susanoo. Dodge. Niji called out in alarm. Out of caution, Izuna quickly increased Susanoo's speed. Simultaneously, the giant arm raised its massive blade, slicing toward the tiger. A loud crash echoed as Susanoo's blade shattered in half, while the tiger dissipated. What was that? Izuna raised an intrigued eyebrow. It's an air cannon formed by high-speed punches compressing air and releasing it in one burst, Niji explained. So it's not chakra-based but purely taijutsu. Interesting. Izuna seemed genuinely impressed with Guy. That Guy, has truly mastered taijutsu. On the ground, realizing even his daytime tiger failed, Guy appeared to make up his mind. Lee. He looked back at Lee with a serious expression. Next, I'm going to use the final of the 8 gates. Watch carefully. No. Lee shook his head desperately, tears streaming down his face. No, Guy-sensei. You'll die if you do that. Guy-sensei. Tenten ran over as well. Please don't open the final gate. There must be another way to handle Niji's situation. No, I must do this now. Guy looked up at the giant figure flying higher into the sky. Watching my student defect while I, as their teacher, couldn't stop them, is a complete failure. No. Guy-sensei. Lee fell to his knees, pleading. Please, reconsider another way. Niji, you fool. Tenten shouted into the sky. I'll never forgive you. Forgive you, you. Her voice echoed as Might Guy ignored his student's pleas, stepping forward once more. This is not the time to give up, Lee, Tenten. Just watch the back of my youthful spirit. With his back to his students, Guy raised a thumbs up. An overwhelmingly terrifying aura began to awaken from within his body. The Gate of. Chapter 187, 187. Ceiling paper. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Koron Hightower. Young Fexentum. Ozo. Robert Thompson. AR Foreign Gel. Lord Clamoral. J. Singh. Kane. Shazab Siddiqui. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/less-a-servant of Cosmos. Just replace the at with a. The Gate of DEA dash. Seal. Kakashi suddenly appeared behind Guy, pressing a talisman marked with seal onto his back. The chakra raging around Guy abruptly paused, then slowly calmed. Phew. Kakashi let out a sigh of relief. Glad I made it in time. Kakashi. Guy turned around. What did you do? Guy, don't be so impulsive. Kakashi looked up at the retreating Susanoo. Let's end it here. He then met Guy's gaze. It's still far too soon for you to make a sacrifice. Niji. I thought I could at least protect him. Guy seemed despondent. I didn't expect he didn't believe in me. Kakashi patted him on the shoulder. If you had gone all out, you could have protected him. But doing so would mean making the Hyuga clan your enemies. You're Niji's teacher, yes, but he wouldn't want to drag you into the family's disputes. Besides, if you sacrificed yourself, there'd be no one left to protect Niji. I see. Guy's eyes filled with tears. So he didn't want to burden his teacher. My beloved student. That's not the point. Kakashi was exasperated. Guy-sensei. Lee hugged Guy, sobbing loudly. I thought. He turned to Kakashi. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi, avoiding Lee's tear-streaked face, looked away. And noticed Tenten's hesitant expression. Following Tenten's gaze, he saw the sealed talisman on Guy's back and understood. Tenten. You want to know how I did that? He asked. Yes. Kakashi-sensei, you're amazing. Tenten looked at him with shining eyes, nodding enthusiastically. Guy-sensei was just about to fully open the 8 gates. Well, it's thanks to the talisman. Kakashi replied modestly. After all, it was the same one that had helped prevent Naruto from losing control as a Jinchuriki. Excuse me. Tenten gripped Kakashi's right hand tightly, her eyes sparkling even more. Where can I get a talisman like that? You want one? Kakashi felt a sweat drop on his forehead. Of course. She glanced at Lee and Guy still crying, then looked seriously at Kakashi. Those two are always so reckless, I want to have the strength to pull them back. That's tricky. Kakashi scratched his head. Jiraiya-sama gave me these talismans. I'll ask if I can get more for you. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. Tenten quickly released his hand and bowed deeply. Ahaha. Kakashi laughed awkwardly, waving his hand. It's not certain. It's not certain I can get them for you. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto's voice called out, as he and Sakura arrived hurriedly, led by Pakken. Oh, you're here. Kakashi waved. Kakashi-sensei, what happened? Naruto looked around. Where are Sasuke and Neji? They escaped completely. Shino, who had been silent, stepped forward. Huh? You're here too, Shino. Naruto turned to him in surprise. How rude, Naruto. Black aura emerged behind Shino as he pushed up his sunglasses. But Naruto's attention had already shifted. Oh, what's with Lee and Bushy-Brow-sensei? He squinted at Guy and Lee, still holding each other and crying. Probably regretful for not stopping their companions. Kakashi also looked uncomfortably at the pair. It's hopeless, isn't it? Naruto muttered. Even I've heard things, there's no way Neji would come back now. Everyone looked at him in shock. Naruto. Sakura was stunned. She couldn't believe Naruto was saying this. But hey. Naruto grinned. No problem. When I become Hokage, whether it's Uchiha or Hyuga, any issue, leave it to me. Big words, huh? Kakashi chuckled, flicking his forehead. Not possible. Shino cut in. If you ask why, Naruto, it's because your chances of becoming Hokage are slim. Lies. Naruto shouted angrily. I will become Hokage. Sakura laughed, now that was Naruto. The laboratory. Kaito stood by a glowing magic array, quickly jotting down experimental data on paper. Suddenly, he paused. Neji and Sasuke, they fully left the land of fire, he informed Hisashi, lying within the magic array. Hisashi's eyes sparkled with joy as he nodded slightly. Kaito resumed his work. After a while, he set down his pen and formed seals with his hands. The glowing magic array gradually faded, and Hisashi floated free. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, did they really escape? Kaito-sama, can you sense their exact situation? The person supporting Sasuke is similar to you. Kaito sat at his desk, flipping through his records. Right now, he's like my Shikigami, so I can roughly sense his location. Then, there's no way to know their exact situation. Hisashi floated closer, looking at Kaito hopefully. My goodness. Kaito shook his head. You're too persistent. He raised his hand, and a communication paper figure emerged from his sleeve, activating and standing on the desk. Casually, Kaito spoke, Sasuke, are you all okay? Uncle, we're all fine, Sasuke's voice replied. Kaito heard Hisashi let out a big sigh of relief. Only Neji got a bit hurt, Sasuke continued. Hisashi tensed up again. It's not serious. I'll recover soon. Neji's voice chimed in. Neji. Hisashi couldn't hold back anymore, peeking from behind Kaito. How are you, really? Are your injuries bad? Father. Neji sounded surprised. I'm fine, just a few broken ribs. That's fine. Hisashi almost turned into a demon. Who did this? It's okay, I foolishly tried challenging Gai-sensei. Neji calmly explained, Sasuke treated me, and his medicine works well, so don't worry. That's right, Kaito added. The medicine Sasuke has was specially made by me. As long as you're okay. Hisashi retracted, thank you, Kaito-sama, for your patience. It's fine, you're worried about your child. And lastly, Madara-sama, thank you for your guidance. Take care, Sasuke. Kaito ended the communication. Chapter 188, 188. Lava Old Purple. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Koron Hightower. Young Fexentum. Ozo. Robert Thompson. AR Foreign Gel. Lord_Clamoral. J. Singh. Kane. Shazab Siddiqui. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. P@Trian, p@Trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. You've heard about what's happening in the land of fire, haven't you, Itachi-san? Kisame's tone was laced with sarcasm. It seems your little brother is getting bolder, even going so far as to entice a young Hyuga to defect. Itachi looked at him blankly, remaining silent. Is your little brother trying to use the Byakugan to find you, Itachi-san? Kisame continued. Looks like you'll need to be on guard. He's still far from reaching that point, Itachi replied coldly. At that moment, the two were strolling through a secluded mountain range in the land of Earth. Kisame, carrying the large sword Samehada, walked ahead, occasionally looking back to speak to Itachi. I'm just giving you a friendly reminder, Itachi-san. Don't take it too lightly. Pointless, Itachi said, gazing into the distance. Let's focus on the task at hand. Got it, Kisame replied with a toothy grin. It's a stroke of luck that the Four-Tails Jinchuriki is at odds with his village and has come here alone, it makes our job much easier. According to our intel, the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, Rashi, specializes in lava release, so you, as a water release expert, will be the primary combatant here, Itachi noted calmly. Hey, this is a good gig, isn't it? Kisame chuckled again. So you're discussing how to take me down right in front of me. An elderly man in purple attire emerged from behind a boulder. It's been a while since I've encountered young men as arrogant as you two. As he spoke, a powerful and intense aura emanated from his body. So, you must be Rashi. You've saved us the trouble of playing hide-and-seek by coming out to face us, Kisame said with a fierce grin, striding forward. Arrogance. Rashi's face twisted with anger as his aura grew stronger. Gurgle, gurgle. Lava release armor. Bubbling lava appeared from within his body, quickly encasing him. Kisame brought his hands together in a seal. Water style, great exploding water colliding wave. His cheeks puffed up as he unleashed an enormous torrent of water from his mouth. Standing on the water's surface, he swiftly rose to higher ground as wave upon wave surged toward Rashi. It seems you're more than just talk. Rashi's expression shifted as he quickly formed another hand seal. Lava around him intensified in heat, and a tail-like appendage resembling an octopus tentacle emerged from behind him. Lava release, flower fruit mountain. Rashi pressed his hands to the ground, creating an entire field of lava. Boom. Lava erupted like a volcano, clashing with Kisame's water, generating thick steam that obscured vision. This is proving troublesome. Kisame lifted his sword, Samehada, as the cloth wrapping it unraveled on its own. Samehada opened its mouth, with sharp scales expanding and contracting in rhythm. As the steam gradually dispersed in the wind, Rashi stood atop a cooled rock, having escaped the water's interference and taken the high ground. Lava release, scorching stream rock technique. Massive lava spheres, blazing with intense heat, erupted from his mouth, hurtling toward Kisame. Any chakra-based attack is just food for Samehada. Kisame swung Samehada with ease, neutralizing the scorching lava spheres into harmless rocks. Rashi's eyes narrowed, feeling the challenge grow. At this moment, Kisame was skimming the water's surface, rushing toward him. Rashi roared in fury, dropping to all fours as a ferocious red chakra enveloped him, sprouting 4 complete tails behind him. Die. He leaped, claws bared like a wild beast. Heh. The waves beneath Kisame lifted him higher as he released Samehada and formed another seal. Water style, great waterfall technique. A massive stream of water cascaded down upon Rashi, submerging Kisame beneath the waves. Even in partial tailed beast form, Rashi continued his aggressive advance underwater. But Kisame suddenly fused with Samehada, transforming into a half-human, half-shark creature, allowing him to move with the speed of a fish, far outpacing Rashi. As this monstrous form, Kisame weaved through the water, striking Rashi multiple times, each blow siphoning away his chakra. Realizing this, Rashi frantically swam toward the surface. It's useless, Kisame sneered at his struggling prey, his face twisted in a cruel smile. Water style, giant shark bullet technique. With both hands extended, Kisame released a giant chakra-formed shark, its mouth bristling with teeth as it lunged for Rashi. This technique absorbs chakra, growing stronger with each bit it consumes. Kisame grinned once more, following behind the giant shark as it charged at Rashi. At the same time, Kakashi, Guy, and their team had returned to the Hidden Leaf Village. In the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was tense. Everyone else had left, leaving only Tsunade, Kakashi, Hayashi, and the remaining members of Team Guy. My deepest apologies, Lady Hokage. Guy bowed low to Tsunade, while Hayashi glared angrily at him. Lee quietly shifted over to stand protectively behind Guy. Kakashi glanced over, sweat dropping at the sight. Guy. I know your abilities well. Hayashi said through gritted teeth. But you let Niji escape right in front of you, this is utterly incomprehensible. I'm sorry. Guy kept his head bowed. Hayashi-sama. Kakashi turned to Hayashi. Guy couldn't have anticipated the sudden appearance of a powerful ally at Sasuke's side. Excuses. Hayashi's anger overflowed. As the captain of Niji's team, he must take responsibility. Kakashi's eyes narrowed, his tone firm. Guy is a key asset to the Leaf Village. I think it's unreasonable to demand he risk his life over this. Don't you agree, Hayashi-sama? Hayashi's veins bulged on his forehead and neck as he looked past Kakashi to Tsunade. Lady Hokage. Calm down, Hayashi, Tsunade said sternly. Yes. Hayashi appeared to comply, bowing his head slightly. With her hands folded beneath her chin, Tsunade's expression grew more serious. Hayashi, how are things within the Hyuga clan? Kakashi noticed a brief tension in Hayashi's posture before he replied, Thank you for your concern, Lady Hokage. The Hyuga clan is well. For now, we'll leave it at that. Niji's warrant will be issued shortly. Tsunade shifted her gaze to Team Guy. Guy, Lee, Tenten. Yes, ma'am. Team Guy is temporarily barred from taking missions outside the village. Tsunade ordered. Stay in the village and be on standby. Dismissed. Yes. The three bowed with glum expressions and left the office quietly. Hayashi. Tsunade turned her gaze on him. Yes. Hayashi seemed to have regained his composure. Keep the Hyuga clan under control. Tsunade's gaze was sharp. I don't want any more incidents. Understood, Lady Hokage. Hayashi bowed and left. Kakashi. Tsunade finally relaxed, rubbing her temples, looking weary. Lady Hokage. Kakashi also let his shoulders sag. Take charge of leading the 3rd division of the Umbu. Keep an eye on the Hyuga clan, Tsunade instructed softly. Turning to the window, she sighed as she looked out at the blue sky. The disruption of century-old traditions will inevitably shake the Hyuga, even those who were once obedient might start rebelling. Do you mean? Kakashi probed, watching Tsunade's expression closely. She walked to the window, opened it, and stood in silence, the breeze lifting her hair. Kakashi waited quietly until she continued. The village shouldn't interfere in clan matters. As long as it doesn't impact others in the village, leave them be. Understood. With a final nod, Kakashi exited the office. Was my decision right this time? Tsunade's hand gripped the windowsill tightly. The Hyuga clan, now the strongest in the Leaf Village, what future awaits them? She gazed up at the first Hokage's face on the cliff, her resolve gradually hardening. Chapter 189. Tension. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Koran Hightower. Young Fexentum. Ozo. Robert Thompson. AR Foreign Gel. Lord_Clamoral. J. Singh. Kane. Shazab Siddiqui. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. At the Hyuga residence. Hinata watched her father walk into the room with a dark expression and quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Great, brother Niji had managed to escape smoothly. She glanced once more at her father Hayashi's tightly closed door and carefully walked toward her own room. Upon opening the door, her younger sister, shorter than her by a head, rushed over like a bullet and hugged her around the waist. Hanabi. Hinata wrapped her arms around the young girl's shoulders, gently patting her back to comfort her. Sister, Hanabi said, looking up at her with clear eyes. What's wrong? Hinata asked, gently stroking the young girl's hair. Hanabi squinted happily, nuzzling into Hinata's palm. Are you worried about that guy, Niji? Hanabi asked, looking up at Hinata's worried face. Call him brother Niji, Hanabi. Hinata gently tapped her head, disapprovingly. Yes, my lady sister. Hanabi stuck out her tongue playfully. Oh, you. Hinata sighed, then smiled softly. I'm not worried anymore because brother Niji has already left the land of fire. Humph. Why is sister worried about that guy? Hanabi buried her face against Hinata's chest, pouting. If you have time to worry about him, sister, you should be more concerned about the family. What about the family? Hinata asked in surprise. Humph, you're so oblivious, sister. Hanabi puffed her cheeks, putting her hands on her hips. Since Niji did what he did, it's going to cause big trouble for the family. I hadn't thought about that. Hinata's face turned pale, as if something had just dawned on her. I hadn't considered. It's obvious, which is why you're so slow, silly sister. Hanabi looked at her with a hint of exasperation. And for the last couple of days, the atmosphere in the clan hasn't felt right. Everyone. Hinata's hands trembled as she covered her face. We're all family, so why can't we just get along? Oh, you're so naive, my dear sister. Hanabi sighed like a little grown-up and shook her head. But still, let's leave this to father and the other adults. There's nothing we can do at this point. Hanabi suddenly smiled. Maybe this could even be a good thing. She hugged Hinata tightly once again. Because, I don't want you to end up part of the branch family, sister. Hanabi. Hinata's expression turned a bit complicated, but she couldn't help smiling. Thank you, Hanabi. But. She looked down at Hanabi's eyes with a serious expression. Like you said, if something happens, father and the others will handle it. You shouldn't worry about it too much. Got it. Hanabi mumbled, burying her face. Meanwhile, in Hayashi's room. The atmosphere in Hayashi's room was tense. My deepest apologies, Lord Hayashi. Hyuga Takuma knelt in front of Hayashi. Hayashi looked sternly at the young man, forehead nearly touching the floor, without saying a word. Lord Hayashi, Takuma has done his best, said an elderly man with a long beard sitting beside him. The Hyuga clan still needs him to redeem himself, so please, forgive him. After a long pause, Hayashi finally spoke in a deep voice, stand up. Yes. Hyuga Takuma rose and took a seat at the end of the row, kneeling upright. Elder, Hayashi addressed the old man who had just spoken, have you identified the members of the branch family with rebellious intentions? The few we were already aware of have indeed been having private meetings more frequently. The elder stroked his long beard. But my people haven't found out if there are any others hiding deeper. Continue to stay alert. Hayashi narrowed his eyes. They'll eventually reveal themselves. Yes, I'll give the orders, the elder said, bowing slightly. There's no need for undue concern, Lord Hayashi, another elder sitting opposite the first added in a calm voice. With things unclear for now, Niji's actions have only given them a glimmer of hope, so they probably won't act rashly. You're right, the first elder agreed with a nod. While we remain vigilant about internal issues, for now, we should just stay on guard. The real issue is how we can restore the honor of the Hyuga clan. His gaze swept across everyone in the room except Hayashi. The Hyuga clan is the strongest in Konoha, and we must protect our reputation. Then, should we send someone to capture Niji? If we can capture him, we might restore some of the clan's reputation. But these are special circumstances, and leaving the village without permission may not be possible. The Hokage might not agree to us sending people after him. Could we arrange for certain people among the border guard to be given some freedom of movement? Don't forget that Uchiha Boy still has powerful protectors in the shadows. Average members of our clan aren't a match for them. Damn Uchiha, always lingering like a shadow. Enough. Hayashi's voice silenced everyone. Elder, select reliable people from the border guard to continue searching for Niji's whereabouts. He gave the order directly. Once his location is discovered, report back immediately. Do not engage recklessly. I understand, Elder replied firmly. As for the rest of you, Hayashi's gaze swept across the others in the room, pull your people back and avoid taking missions outside the village unless absolutely necessary. Yes, Lord Hayashi. Everyone bowed respectfully in response. Hayashi stood up and walked toward the door. As he passed Takuma, he paused. Takuma. He looked down at the kneeling young man. What are your instructions, Lord Hayashi? Takuma lowered his head even further. Starting tonight, you'll be responsible for guarding the main house. With that, Hayashi opened the door and left. Yes. Takuma looked up, pleasantly surprised, watching Hayashi's back. As footsteps sounded, everyone began to leave the room, leaving Takuma, who still knelt, somewhat dazed. Once everyone's backs disappeared, Takuma finally came to his senses, silently standing up and leaving the room. After exiting the main house, Takuma was blocked on a secluded path. Well, if it isn't Takuma, the most loyal servant of Lord Hayashi. Just got back from listening to Lord Hayashi's teachings, Takuma. Two young Hyuga members blocked Takuma's path. Move. Takuma's face was expressionless as he looked at them coldly. Humph. One of them bumped Takuma's shoulder hard as he passed. A sneer echoed in his ear. Main family's lapdog. He whispered before he and his companion walked off. No one noticed, though, that as they passed, the young man's fingers subtly and rhythmically tapped Takuma's arm. Chapter 190, 190. Back. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Koran Hightower. Young Fexentum. Ozo. Robert Thompson. AR Foreign Gel. Lord Clamoral. J. Singh. Kane. Shazab Siddiqui. Vanish Sinex. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/LessaServantOfCosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Uchiha Residence, Mount Oima. The sun was shining brightly. Madara lay on the wooden corridor floor, propping his head with one hand. With half-closed eyes, he enjoyed the sunshine, much like a lazy cat. "You've been awfully relaxed lately, Senior Madara," Kaito remarked, hands in his pockets, strolling barefoot from the other end of the corridor. "Humph." Madara didn't turn his head, letting Kaito sit down next to him. Kaito leaned against a post, basking in the sunlight as he closed his eyes as well. Inside the house, Chiri glanced at the two of them on the corridor, shaking her head with a smile. After a long pause, Madara spoke. "Hey, kid. Have you finished the caged bird study?" "Almost," Kaito yawned, stretching his mouth wide. "Even juniors need a break, you know." "Not my concern," Madara replied coldly. "Such an indifferent senior. Can't you show a little care for your adorable junior?" Kaito complained casually. "Go away," Madara's tone remained icy. "How hurtful," Kaito responded mildly. "You brat," Madara's gaze turned sharp. "Did you come here just to bicker?" "Oh, sorry," Kaito raised his hands lazily in a mock gesture of apology, lacking any sincerity. "My mistake. You're too bored, aren't you?" Madara turned his gaze away. "Go back to your experiments already. I need a rest." Kaito stretched, then paused, noticing something from his sleeve. Suddenly, he pulled out a communication paper figure. "Kaito." The voice that came through sounded distinctly irritated. "Oh, Minato, is something up?" Kaito lay on the floor, resting his chin on his hand, studying the little paper figure standing on the floorboards up close. "Huh? You're asking me what's up?" The expression drawn on the paper's face looked visibly annoyed, with symbols of irritation drawn across its forehead. "You really put me through hell. You'll be fine. After all, you are the fourth Hokage." Kaito edged away from the paper figure. "I need to speak to you in person." Minato's voice held an icy tone. "Haha." Kaito laughed awkwardly. "There's no need to go to all that trouble, this is fine. Naruto's issue has caused a commotion. Lady Tsunade is already pressing me." Minato resumed his usual tone. "You need to give the village a proper explanation." "Huh? Don't make me laugh." Madara suddenly spoke. "Why should the strong need to explain themselves to the weak?" "Huh?" Minato stuttered, surprised. Excuse me, but who are you?" Madara, as if infected by Kaito's lazy manner, yawned. "Me. I'm Uchiha Madara." Eh? Minato was completely shocked. Could it be the same Uchiha Madara who founded the Hidden Leaf with the first Hokage? Madara closed his eyes again, ignoring the question. "Yes," Kaito replied with a smile. "But let's keep that between us, all right, Minato." "Kaito, what exactly are you planning?" Minato asked, sounding weary. "If you're trying to take down the Akatsuki, you already have enough strength." Kaito chuckled. "Heh, I've told you already, my goal is to save the world." "Save the world." Those words seemed to hold a certain power, and Minato's enthusiasm reignited. "I said I wanted to be part of it, too." Don't worry, I'll make sure to bring you along," Kaito replied nonchalantly. "Really?" The paper figure's eyes sparkled. "Really, the whole world will remember your heroism," Kaito confirmed. Then he heard Minato rubbing his hands together in excitement. Was he that thrilled? Looks like Sasuke was right, Minato appears reliable, but he's actually a big kid with a little bit hero complex. No, wait. Suddenly, Minato's voice turned serious. "I didn't come here just for that. You almost sidetracked me. You're too cunning, Kaito." The paper figure's forehead showed the irritation symbols again. TCH. Kaito looked away, disgruntled. "Hey. I heard that." Minato finally lost his cool. "No, you didn't," Kaito denied flatly. "I did. That's just mean, you know." Minato sounded frustrated. "I don't care, you better sort out this mess with Lady Tsunade." "Got it, I'll give them an answer for your sake." "Ugh, such a hassle." Kaito yawned again. "How about this, relay the following message to the fifth Hokage." He was almost ready to fall asleep, his eyes growing heavy. "My apologies. A younger family member acted out of line, and as the patriarch of Uchiha clan, I'm willing to offer the Hidden Leaf a reasonable compensation." "Compensation? Anything we want." Minato immediately perked up. "Sure." Kaito's voice grew softer. "Really? That's great." Minato seemed ready to list his desires. Kaito reminded him kindly, "You can name your price, of course, but I'll negotiate. And like I said, reasonable compensation. The key word here is reasonable. Fine, I knew you were up to something, Minato replied, slightly disappointed. I'll pass it on to Lady Tsunade. Kaito opened his eyes again with some effort. Minato, you're starting to act less like a Hokage. Minato laughed. The Hokage, Minato, sacrificed himself. Now that I'm back, I exist as Minato the father, or perhaps just Minato the shinobi. What a sly way of putting it, Kaito chuckled, but I don't mind it. Naruto's back, Minato's voice softened. That's it for now, I'll get back to you after I speak with Lady Tsunade. Goodbye. Goodbye. Kaito put away the now quiet paper figure and turned his head toward Madara. Senior Madara, have you fallen asleep? Thud. Madara, with his eyes still closed, planted a kick squarely on Kaito's chest. Scram. Kaito rolled several times across the floor, finally managing to get up with determination. Chiri-senpai. He bounced into the kitchen. What's for dinner? Something's up with you today, Kaito. Chiri glanced at him while chopping vegetables. So, even Miss Chiri noticed. A genuine smile appeared on Kaito's face. I did watch you grow up, Chiri shook her head. Today, you're acting just like your younger self. It's no big deal. She still couldn't help asking out of concern. Nope, all good. Kaito shook his head quickly, rubbing his temples. My spiritual power is on the verge of advancing, so my thoughts are getting a bit chaotic and energetic. I'll be back to normal soon. Glad to hear it, Chiri sighed in relief. No wonder you actually came out of the lab to rest today. Hey. Kaito laughed happily. Even Senior Madara noticed, so he's being extra tolerant today. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Can't waste this chance. With that, he raised his arms and ran outside, dramatically falling and rolling down the corridor. Senior Madara. I've rolled back. Chapter 191, 191. Ninja Cat. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Koron Hightower. Young Fexentum. Ozo. Robert Thompson. AR Foreign Gel. Lord_Clamoral. J. Singh. Kane. Shazab Siddiqui. Vanish Synax. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. P@Trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Empty district. This was an abandoned city in the wilderness and served as the base for the Ninja Cat clan. To ensure Niji's injuries could heal well, Sasuke brought him to this familiar place. Not long after they entered the underground passage, two ninja cats in kimonos gracefully jumped down to the ground, meowing as they gathered around. Who are you? A white ninja cat resembling a small tiger sat on the ground, looking up at Sasuke. Oh, I remember. You're Sasuke Meow. Sasuke. Another multicolored ninja cat, seemingly more composed, added, Child of Uchiha, are you here to see Granny Cat? Yes, Sasuke said, crouching down and pulling two small bottles out of his ninja pouch, placing them before the two cats. It's been a while, Hina, Taka. Hina quickly hugged one of the bottles with her forepaws, sniffed it, and immediately warmed up to him. Meow. My favorite Matatabi drink. Thank you, Sasuke Meow. Follow us, Taka also picked up her bottle and turned to lead the way deeper into the ruins. Let's go, Sasuke said, signaling to Niji, and they followed the ninja cats. The manager of the Ninja Cat clan, Granny Cat, was an old lady wearing cat ear accessories. As soon as she saw Sasuke, she came forward to greet him. This is a rare guest, she said, looking Sasuke up and down. It's been a while, Sasuke. Good to see you again, Granny Cat, Sasuke replied with a slight bow. I'm afraid I have to trouble you this time. No trouble at all, Granny Cat said, holding her smoking pipe as she sat back on a large cushion surrounded by a group of cats. This is the store manager, Granny Cat. And this is Hyuga Niji, Sasuke introduced them. Hello, sorry for the intrusion, Niji also bowed politely. Hello, so you're a child of the Hyuga clan, Granny Cat said, taking a puff from her pipe, then turned to Sasuke. What do you need, Sasuke? Besides replenishing some ninja tools and other items, Niji is injured, and we would like to stay here to rest for a while. Granny Cat exhaled a puff of smoke. Understood. Let my granddaughter take care of you both. Hina. Coming. A young girl with long hair ran out from a nearby storeroom. Granny, did you call me? Granny Cat spoke warmly. These two young men need to rest here for a while. Granny is getting old, so you'll be responsible for looking after them. Yes, Granny. Hina turned to the two boys standing in the room, smiling as she greeted them. Hello, my name is Hina. Uchiha Sasuke, Sasuke nodded. Niji adhered to formal etiquette. Nice to meet you, I am Hyuga Niji. Thank you for your assistance, Miss Hina. Hina blushed slightly at the sight of the two handsome boys, quickly turning to hide her embarrassment as she led the way outside. Come with me, and I'll show you to a room where you can rest. Sasuke and Neji bowed to Granny Cat before following Hina. The three of them walked down the dim, winding underground passage in silence. The passage was quiet, with only their footsteps and distant meows echoing from afar. Ah, here it is, Hina said, pushing open a door after turning a corner. I remember there are some candles in here for lighting. Rest here for now, I'll bring over some bedding later. Thank you. Sasuke nodded and stepped into the room first, lighting a small orange flame at his fingertips. He flicked it casually, and the flame split into several parts mid-air, landing on the room's candle holders. The warm candlelight filled the once dim room with brightness. Neji and Hina entered the room, thanked her, and shut the door behind them. Take a seat, Sasuke said, casually sitting cross-legged on the ground, unfastening his sword and ninja pouch, and setting them aside. Neji grabbed a cushion from the corner of the room and sat formally. How's your injury healing? Sasuke asked, checking the contents of his ninja pouch. Not bad. Your medicine is quite effective. In another week, my bones should be fully healed. Neji answered absently, lowering his gaze, deep in thought. That's good. I'd like to get moving as soon as possible. Sasuke glanced at him. What's on your mind? Nothing, Neji replied, somewhat dismissively. Humph, I know what you're thinking. Sasuke lined up his kunai and shuriken on the ground, organizing their quantity. Looking up at Neji, he said, just a reminder, since you've already made a choice, don't regret it. I won't regret it. Neji replied, meeting Sasuke's gaze fearlessly. Then what are you thinking about? Sasuke resumed organizing his ninja tools. It took Neji a while to respond. I didn't interact much with my clan before, but now I realize my actions will likely ignite the tension between the main and branch families. Sasuke merely scoffed at his words. Why are you laughing? Neji asked, frowning at him. I'm laughing because you're still too soft-hearted, Sasuke replied calmly. If you intend to reform the deeply rooted system of the Hyuga clan, did you expect the family to peacefully endure the change? I'm not that naive. Neji quickly denied it. Sasuke shook his head. Then stop overthinking. Reformation is bound to come with sacrifices. I understand. Neji looked down at his hands. You're right, I need to rid myself of this weakness. Humph, in the end, you'll need to sacrifice even yourself, Sasuke reminded him, because regardless of the outcome, you can never return to the Hyuga. Neji, however, smiled. If I can accomplish my goal, then it's worth it. By the way, have you thought about the consequences of removing the caged bird seal? Sasuke suddenly looked directly into Neji's eyes. After all, in the ninja world, many people covet the Byakugan. Removing it might put the weaker members of the Hyuga in danger. Neji frowned even more. The Uchiha never had the caged bird seal. Humph, the Sharingan and Byakugan are different, Sasuke said proudly, lifting his chin. If someone transplants a Sharingan, they're cursed by its power, which drives them mad. But Kakashi is fine, isn't he? Neji was skeptical. Sasuke explained, I looked into it. Kakashi's eye was given to him willingly by his teammate. Willingly. So, there's no curse if the original owner consents. Neji found Sasuke's explanation far-fetched. That's a bit mystical. There's a reasonable explanation, Sasuke said. He recalled that Kaito had once discussed this topic with him. In simple terms, the Sharingan was in release, or the application of spiritual energy. If an eye isn't given willingly, it carries the original owner's intense pain and hatred. In other words, that negative spiritual energy, transferred through the visual nerves, affects the brain, resulting in madness. Sasuke explained it all in detail, leaving Neji somewhat amazed. This guy sure knew a lot. Neji found himself admiring Sasuke's knowledge. Sasuke smirked with a hint of pride. Yet the problem remained unsolved. Neji could only sigh, maybe that's the price of freedom. However, he was unwilling to give up. Feeling good, Sasuke offered, about that issue, let me show you a path forward. Chapter 192, 192. Negotiating. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Koran Hightower. Young Fexentum. Ozo. AR Foreign Gel. Lord_Clamoral. J. Singh. Kane. Shazab Siddiqui. Vanish Sinex. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Neji, restraining his urge to strike Sasuke's pressure points, asked calmly, what's your idea? It's simple. Sasuke gave him a disdainful look. You just need to sincerely ask for uncle's help. You mean? Niji's eyes widened in excitement. Change the function of the caged bird seal. Sasuke nodded. That's right. Remove the restrictions and keep only the function to destroy the eyes after death. I see, it is indeed a perfect solution. Niji calmed down, then muttered, it's only simple for you, though. Sasuke looked at him, confused. He's your uncle, not mine. Niji said, annoyed. You, as family, just need to please him, but why would he help me? Well, that's up to you. Sasuke shifted his gaze. You could try asking, uncle's quite approachable. Easy for you to say. Niji shot Sasuke a glare, then began pondering deeply. Did he have anything that might persuade him? He thought for a long time but couldn't come up with an answer. Removing his own caged bird seal was part of his deal with Sasuke. If other members of his clan wanted the seal removed, they'd have to figure out how to get him to agree, let alone modify the seal. Niji glanced at his hand, clenched it into a fist, and thought, first, I'll just have to strengthen myself. With power, everything becomes much easier. After all, the bargaining power of the strong differs greatly from that of the weak. In Konoha. Near dinner time, the usually busy Hokage building had quieted down. Shizune had gone to buy Tsunade's dinner, leaving Tsunade and Minato alone in the Hokage office. I see. After listening to Minato's report, Tsunade fell into deep thought. For Kaito to proactively offer compensation was certainly a positive development. However, the specifics of Konoha's request would require careful consideration on her part as Hokage. She couldn't make excessive demands. It was almost laughable that Konoha, a powerful ninja village, was in a weaker position facing Uchiha Kaito alone, all because of the man's terrifying abilities. The incident where Kaito summoned the spirits of Uchiha before several major ninja villages had left a profound impact. The major villages understood that provoking this man would bring severe consequences. Even the 5 great shinobi villages couldn't afford it. Konoha, still recovering, was not in a position to fully oppose Kaito. Moreover, she glanced at Minato. No one knew if that man had left any hidden traps on this guy. But Konoha couldn't afford to make no demands either. They had barely saved face due to Minato's connection with him, and Konoha's reputation was crucial as it directly impacted the number of mission clients, which affected village revenue. Therefore, the request couldn't be too large, nor could it be too insignificant. After thinking for a while, Tsunade couldn't make up her mind. She looked up at Minato and asked, Minato, since you know Kaito, what would you suggest as a reasonable compensation? Well. Minato scratched his cheek awkwardly. To be honest, I'm not sure what to ask for. Maybe, we could ask him to resurrect one more person. Tsunade's eyes lit up. Dan, Nawaki. And, if her grandfather were to return. No. That wouldn't work. She quickly dismissed the thought. After all, if the resurrected person ended up being controlled by Kaito, it would spell disaster. Tsunade shook her head, dismissing Minato's suggestion. No, resurrecting more people might draw too much attention to Konoha, putting us in danger. I see. Minato smiled warmly as usual. In that case, I don't have any other ideas. The two stared at each other in silence until Shizune entered with the food, and still, no conclusion had been reached. Forget it. The sight of dinner in Shizune's hand seemed to lift Tsunade's mood. She waved a hand. Let him decide. This matter is more symbolic than anything else. She accepted the chopsticks from Shizune with a casual gesture. I'm eating now, Minato. Just give him that answer. Yes, I'll be going then. Minato quickly left the office. He still needed to go home to make dinner for his son. After dinner, Kaito sat on the porch gazing at the stars when he received a call from Minato. Listening to Minato's message, his eyebrows rose in amusement. They're giving up the right to make a request. We just don't know what you're willing to offer as compensation, so it's easier to leave it to you, Minato replied, sounding somewhat helpless. I expected you'd want me to summon a resurrected soul to strengthen Konoha, Kaito remarked, still surprised. After a pause, Minato replied, Lady Tsunade doesn't want Konoha to draw too much attention. It wouldn't be good for the village. Tisk, just admit it. Kaito didn't hold back. It's because you don't trust me and worry I'd secretly control the resurrected. You're not wrong, Minato admitted, sounding even more resigned. After all, even I'm not entirely trusted. Don't worry, I am quite honest. Kaito chuckled. Besides, you know what my ultimate goal is. Indeed, Minato replied, sharing the laugh. For someone whose aim is to save the world, village politics must seem petty. Exactly. I've always been peaceful and friendly. Kaito boldly declared, our enemies come from beyond, and all who live in this world are our natural allies. Minato's voice grew excited, I understand. I'll help you. Thank you, Minato. Kaito's voice was sincere. But why not just tell everyone the truth? Minato asked, puzzled. Wouldn't uniting everyone as soon as possible be beneficial? Kaito smirked to himself. No one would believe it. That part of history has been forcibly erased from this world. Kaito, you're too pessimistic. I believed you back then. Minato encouraged him immediately. Kaito's mouth twitched. You just have a thing for saving the world. I'll give it serious thought, he finally responded. After ending the call, Kaito began pondering. What would be a suitable compensation for Konoha? It needed to be impressive. After all, Kaito had his pride, and a subpar compensation wouldn't be presentable. I've got it. Kaito clapped a fist into his palm. He'd give Konoha the method to release the caged bird seal. After all, besides him, only Tsunade, with her skillful chakra control, could execute the delicate process. The only question was, would she dare accept this hot potato? What actions would she take afterward? Thinking about it, Kaito smiled in anticipation. Chapter 193, 193. Tasteless food. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Koran Hightower. Young Fexentum. Ozo. AR Foreign Gel. Lord_Clamoral. J. Singh. Kane. Shazab Siddiqui. Vanish Sinex. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Several days had passed when Minato finally received the paper crane message from Kaito. The small paper crane flew through space and appeared before him, expanding and unfurling into a scroll that landed in his hands. As Minato unrolled it and read, his expression grew increasingly perplexed. That guy really never misses a chance to gain something. He sighed, covering his face in slight exasperation. The technique to remove the caged bird seal of the Hyuga clan was undoubtedly valuable. However, to anyone outside the Hyuga, it was also something that could bring trouble. What to do? Minato walked onto his balcony, his gaze falling on the Hokage rock in the distance. Specifically, on the statue of the fifth Hokage, Tsunade. Of course. Minato slapped his forehead. I'm no longer the Hokage. This is something for Lady Tsunade to worry about. Minato's expression relaxed, and he jumped down from the second floor, heading toward the Hokage's office at the village center. Lady Tsunade, he said as he pushed open the office door, raising his voice, the compensation from Kaito has arrived. He grinned and waved the scroll in his hand. Oh. Tsunade looked up from her paperwork, curiosity sparking as she glanced at the scroll in his hand. What did he send? For a moment, Minato's expression turned strange before he walked into the office, hiding his unease behind a casual smile. He shut the door, placed the scroll on her desk, then took a step back, gesturing to her. Open it, and you'll see. All right, she replied. As Tsunade glanced at the scroll's contents, her expression immediately changed. So that's why he agreed so readily. She frowned. This technique, if it's made public, it could lead to some serious consequences. I took a look myself, Minato explained, slightly resigned. It requires an extremely high level of chakra control, probably only you could manage it. Damn it, Tsunade muttered, clenching her teeth. This gift was valuable, and she couldn't just disregard it. Yet at the same time, it was like holding a hot coal, especially given the delicate state of affairs at the moment. Ultimately, she didn't want to meddle in the Hyuga's internal disputes. The current situation was still under control. As Hokage, she only needed to support the winning side in the end. It was an inherent advantage. It's valuable yet too risky to use. She set the scroll aside without reading further. The Hyuga clan is divided into two factions, the main family and the branch family seeking reform. The situation is tense. If word about this technique gets out, she added in frustration, it could force the branch family to take drastic action, leading to even more chaos. Even so, holding on to this technique could benefit you, Minato responded with his usual relaxed smile. Konoha is a village formed by many clans, and since its founding, it's been tradition not to interfere openly in clan affairs, even for me as Hokage, Tsunade replied, tapping her fingers on the desk. Once a precedent is set, other clans will likely resent it. It's up to you, Lady Tsunade, to decide how to handle this, Minato said, offering no further advice. You've gotten good at slacking off. Tsunade huffed, irritated. Such a strong fighter, wasting time at home taking care of kids, what a waste. Come help out. Considering I'm supposed to be dead, it's better I stay out of things, Minato declined gently. Just go. Tsunade waved him off. And keep this matter quiet. Understood, Minato replied, bowing slightly as he exited the office. Left alone, Tsunade stared at the scroll on her desk, unable to decide. She knew Kaito must have some ulterior motives in sharing this, yet she couldn't exactly fault him for it. After all, it was a genuinely valuable technique. In truth, if the Hyuga clan could lift the caged bird seal, it would benefit the village. At the very least, they wouldn't need the clan head Hayashi's approval and arrangements every time they wanted to use a Hyuga ninja. That said, most clans in the village concealed some of their strength. Even clans loyal to the Hokage faction, such as the Sarutobi and Inoshikacho clans, probably had more ninjas hidden within their families than they openly provided to the village. Only the Senju, due to the second Hokage's example, had fully invested all their power in the village, which had led to their current decline. While the remaining members fully integrated into Konoha, leaving an indelible Senju mark on the village, the once legendary Senju clan of the forest name had faded into obscurity. Shaking her head, Tsunade pushed away her distracting thoughts, carefully stowed the scroll with the caged bird seal release technique, and returned to her paperwork. The day quickly passed. Late at night, an ANBU with a mask silently entered through the window. Tsunade, resting her eyes in her chair, opened them to greet him. Kakashi, you're here. Hokage-sama. Removing his mask, Kakashi, dressed in full ANBU gear, approached. How's the Hyuga situation? Tsunade asked, propping her head up tiredly. The Hyuga clan is now openly divided into two factions, the main family and their loyal branch family members, and the branch family pushing for reform, Kakashi stated calmly. So the branch family members seeking reform no longer bother hiding? Tsunade questioned. Has Hayashi lost control? Yes, Kakashi confirmed. Even as the head of the main family with the caged bird seal control, Hayashi can't suppress that many people at once. Plus, there are some clever individuals among the branch family, Kakashi said, his expression a bit amused. They didn't confront the main family directly but instead respectfully presented their demands. In doing so, Hayashi can't respond too harshly, Tsunade observed. After all, they're family by blood. If he's too cold-hearted, it may backfire. I see. Tsunade let out a small sigh of relief. The situation isn't entirely out of control, then. Kakashi's eyes curved into a smile. Besides, this is the information the Hyuga clan has chosen to present us with. After all, we don't have a way to escape detection by the Byakugan. This is part of the unspoken understanding between the village and the clans, Tsunade sighed. The village won't interfere with internal clan matters, but we still need some level of intel, just in case. For now, let's leave it as it is. Tsunade stood up. You may rest. Now that things have stabilized, I'll assign ANBU to monitor the Hyuga clan. Yes, Hokage-sama. Kakashi swiftly leaped out the window, disappearing into the night. Chapter 194, 194. Secret Connection. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Koron Hightower. Young Fexentum. Ozo. Robert Thompson. AR Foreign Gel. Lord_Clamoral. J. Singh. Kane. Shazab Siddiqui. Vanish Sinex. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. On the same day, Kaito began using his paper clone to remove the caged bird curse seal on Niji. In a dim room illuminated by candlelight, the blue glow from the spell formation gradually faded. It's done. Kaito withdrew his hand from Niji's forehead and stood up. Since it involved delicate operations on the brain and soul, the curse seal removal process was painstakingly long. Lying in the formation, Niji was already drenched in sweat but eagerly opened his Byakugan. The blind spot that the curse seal created had completely disappeared, and now, a full 360-degree field of vision clearly presented itself in his sight. Niji blinked his eyes, letting tears fall freely. He touched his forehead, noticing that the ugly mark left by the curse seal was gone. Thank you so much. He rose, stepped out of the formation, and gave Kaito a deep bow. Niji was so moved that even his hands trembled. No need to thank me. This was part of the deal with Sasuke, Kaito said, helping him up. Just be careful from now on. The Byakugan is very distinctive, and those who covet it might come after you. Just cover your forehead, those bastards won't know that the caged bird curse seal on Niji has been removed. Sasuke folded his arms, somewhat unconcerned. Silly boy, Kaito shook his head at Sasuke. The fact that Niji, as a member of the Hyuga branch family, has become a rogue ninja already indicates some issues. While others may not know for sure if the curse seal was removed, there are always people in the shinobi world willing to take risks for money and power. I didn't think of that. Sasuke turned away, slightly embarrassed. Alright, it's up to you both how to proceed from here. Kaito's body began to turn transparent. Goodbye. After the paper clone disappeared, Niji snapped out of his thoughts. Darn, I forgot to get closer to Sasuke's uncle. He was a bit frustrated but didn't show it. My injuries have healed, he told Sasuke. We can leave now. Sasuke immediately perked up. Great. We'll set off tomorrow. The next day, the two bid farewell to Lady Cat, Wan, and the ninja cats, who were all swayed by catnip drinks, as they left the outskirts. Inside his lab, after sending Hisashi's soul back to the Pure Land, Kaito sat down in his chair, feeling a bit weary. The slight confusion in his thoughts due to his recent mental upgrade had vanished, and Kaito could feel his mental energy becoming more viscous. Additionally, his perception range had expanded without relying on Ryumayaku, making the use of his Mangekyo Sharingan feel much easier. However, he was too preoccupied to focus on these changes. He was waiting. Waiting for the memory of his paper clone that had removed Niji's curse seal to return. After a while, his eyes lit up. It finally worked. He immediately pulled himself together and quickly began writing. Indeed, the compensation he had sent to Konoha earlier had only been theoretical. This time, after he personally removed the curse seal from Niji, the method of removing the curse seal could be considered foolproof. Furthermore, through research, he had discovered the hidden secret within the caged bird curse seal. The techniques embedded in the caged bird curse seal were strikingly similar to the sealing techniques carved on the crystal in the Uchiha ancestral stone tablet. According to Kaito's hypothesis, the crystal sealing Kagaya's consciousness was very likely Kagaya Otsutsuki's handiwork. And there were 3 people who inherited Kagaya Otsutsuki's knowledge: Hagoromo, Hamura, and Black Zetsu. As for Black Zetsu, Kaito didn't know much, except that he was Kagaya's backup plan. Their only direct encounter had been in a dream world. However, he remembered Black Zetsu addressing Kagaya as Mother. Although he didn't know what powers these individuals might possess, Kaito knew that a behind-the-scenes mastermind hiding in the shinobi world for 1,000 years wouldn't be simple. Back to the main point, the caged bird curse seal of the Hyuga clan didn't seem like something of their own making. With the caged bird curse seal, the Hyuga clan has survived without breaking their lineage. If their ancestor Hamura had left a legacy, it's unlikely that it would have been lost. The Hyuga clan would not have remained in their stagnant position for so long. So, among the 3 mentioned earlier, if it was one of them who turned the Hyuga clan into caged birds, what was their goal? This was the question Kaito had pondered. Now, at the moment of lifting Niji's curse, he had found an answer. The ancient curse seal appeared to have some connection to the moon. At that moment, the paper clone had keenly sensed that the moment the caged bird curse seal was lifted, a connection was severed. But that was enough for Kaito to form a theory. At this moment, Kaito filled several sheets of paper with writing before putting down his pen. He pushed his chair back, stood up, and left the lab. Barefoot on the wooden floor, it creaked as he walked down the corridor and stepped onto the stone tiles outside, lifting his head to gaze at the bright moon in the night sky. It just so happened to be a full moon. Kaito sat down on the wooden floor of the corridor, studying the patterns on the moon. Why did Hamura, who guarded Kagaya's seal, choose to leave the Hyuga clan on Earth? Is the caged bird curse seal both control and restriction? Why has it been passed down in the Hyuga clan? Besides the sealed Kagaya, what other secrets lie on the moon? Is someone on the moon watching the Earth through the Hyuga clan? These were questions he wanted answers to. Perhaps I should make time to take a trip to the moon, Kaito thought. He had actually had this idea for a long time but hadn't acted on it out of caution regarding Hamura. However, even now, he still held reservations. Should he take Nagato's King of Hell body first? Kaito gazed at the moon in silence, his mind racing with various thoughts. Kaito. A gentle voice sounded in his ear, interrupting his thoughts. Hands hugged his waist, and a warm body pressed against his back. Yuri. Turning his head slightly, Kaito found Yuri resting her chin on his shoulder. For a moment, their faces were incredibly close, their breaths intertwining. Yuri's gaze shifted, and her face reddened as she quickly let go of Kaito, standing beside him and then sitting down, acting as if nothing had happened. She glanced briefly at Kaito before looking away. What are you doing out here so late, Kaito? Watching the moon. Kaito answered honestly, his cheeks slightly flushed. Thinking about the Otsutsuki again. Yuri rested her chin in her hands. No, I'm curious about Hamura. Hamura, huh? I'm sorry, all I know is that he went to the moon. It's alright. Someday we'll face him. I just don't know if we'll be friends or enemies then. Looks like you're ready to act again. Yes, but I'm not rushing. At least not until Sasuke and Itachi's issues are settled. Chapter 195, 195. Action Plan. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Koran Hightower. Young Fexentum. Ozo. Robert Thompson. AR Foreign Gel. Lord_Clamoral. J. Singh. Kane. Shazab Siddiqui. Vanish Synax. Tassetti. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. In a dimly lit cave, the colossal Gedo statue loomed, with phantom figures standing on its 10 fingertips. From the statue's mouth emerged energy surrounding a tall man wearing a straw hat and red armor. As time passed, the energy withdrew back into the statue's mouth, and the lifeless man fell from midair. With this, the 5 tails is sealed, Daidara relaxed his hands from forming seals. Who will take care of the 6 tails next? We've located the 6 tails Jinchuriki's hiding place, and I'll handle it, said Pain's voice. Heh, taking on both the 5 tails and now the 6 tails, Kisame laughed. Leader, you've been quite busy lately. There are other tasks for you all, Konan interjected, which is why Pain will handle the 6 tails. Hey, Konan-senpai. If it's a mission, Tobi's up for it. Tobi chimed in playfully, waving his arm. Ignoring him, Konan continued assigning tasks. Then, except for Kisame and Itachi, I expect the rest to complete your missions swiftly. Pain severed the link, retracting the Gedo statue. Once the others disappeared, only Pain, Konan, and the apparitions of Kisame and Itachi remained. Leader, do you have a special mission for us? Kisame asked. Itachi, Pain said, staring at Itachi's expressionless face. Go see your brother. Itachi's eyes narrowed slightly. What exactly would you like me to do? Your brother, Uchiha Sasuke, has been with Uchiha Kaito, correct? Pain replied calmly. Capture him and bring him to me. I need information on Kaito. What do you think, Mr. Itachi? Kisame teased. Itachi remained silent. Of course, I know of your intentions, Pain's voice grew colder. Itachi, your brother, whom you purposely left alive, has now awakened those eyes. It's time for you to harvest the fruits of your labor. I understand. I'll find him. Itachi replied briefly, falling silent afterward. Very well. Pain then completely severed the link. Pain, Itachi probably won't do as you say, Konan said, approaching Pain. I know. Uchiha Itachi has never truly been one of us, Pain said emotionlessly. Do you have another plan, then? Konan asked. Yes, Pain replied, heading toward the cave's exit. Zetsu and Tobi will keep an eye on them. Tobi? That guy isn't trustworthy either. Konan followed him. It doesn't matter. For now, Tobi and Zetsu's goals align with ours, Pain explained. Once we capture Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Kaito won't be an issue. Speaking of which, it seems strange that Kaito would let Sasuke wander alone, Konan noted, a bit hesitant. We should proceed cautiously. Zetsu has confirmed that Sasuke can summon that man who calls himself Uchiha Izuna, Pain said, as well as Kaito's clone. Understood, Konan smiled. With most of the tailed beasts sealed, our plan is progressing smoothly. Pain affirmed, Yahiko's dream will come true. Land of Birds. As Kisame and Itachi exited their hiding place, a white Zetsu clone suddenly burst out of the ground, revealing half of its body in front of them. Yo. Good afternoon, you two. The half-buried white Zetsu raised a hand in greeting. Kisame and Itachi looked at him with cold expressions, saying nothing. You're both so cold, white Zetsu joked, feigning a pout. Cut the chatter. Kisame lifted his bandaged sword and struck the ground beside Zetsu, causing rocks to splatter on his face. With a toothy grin, Kisame asked, so, what is it? I'll tell you. White Zetsu quickly surrendered. Itachi's brother has entered the land of rivers and is heading towards the land of rain. I understand. Itachi nodded and turned to Kisame. Let's go. Yes, Mr. Itachi. Kisame lifted his sword and casually swung it over his shoulder. The two walked past Zetsu without a glance. Hey! Are you ignoring me? White Zetsu called after them, sinking back into the ground with a grumble. Kisame laughed. Your little brother sure has guts, heading straight for the land of rain. If he's unlucky enough to run into the boss, we won't even have to step in. Just ignorance, Itachi said, his face still expressionless. You're quite the cold-hearted brother, Kisame teased. However, Mr. Itachi really does care about his little brother. Kisame discreetly observed Itachi's clenched fist and quickened pace. Land of Rivers. So, the Akatsuki are the true rulers of the Hidden Rain Village? Niji asked in shock, staring at Sasuke. That's right. Sasuke nodded calmly. Wait. Niji jumped in front of Sasuke, blocking him with an outstretched hand. What is it? Sasuke frowned. Niji seemed conflicted, finally speaking with frustration. If you know the Akatsuki are in the hidden rain, how do you expect the two of us to get in there and find Uchiha Itachi? I wasn't planning on barging in, Sasuke replied, looking at him curiously. Just to search for any traces of Itachi's movements. That's not acceptable, Niji argued. As far as I know, the Akatsuki members are dangerous. Even if we find Itachi, you can't fight him in the land of rain. If we draw in other dangerous members, we're done for. Sasuke thought about it, admitting Niji had a point. So, what do we do? He asked directly. How should I know? Niji felt a pang of frustration but suggested, use a summoning creature to scout. We can wait until Uchiha Itachi leaves the land of rain before we move. How long will that take? Sasuke wasn't thrilled with the idea. But he looked at Niji. If we encounter other enemies, I might not be able to protect this weaker guy. Fine, better listen to him, or he might end up dead by accident. After all, I'm the one who brought him out of Konoha. As team leader, it's my responsibility. All right, he finally nodded. Niji felt a bit irritated by Sasuke's look, snapping, hey. What's with that look? Nothing. Sasuke coughed, looking away. If we're waiting, use this time to train. I don't need you to tell me that. Niji growled, his face darkening and a vein popping on his forehead. This guy clearly looks down on me. Does he think he's hiding it well? Chapter 196, 196. Abandoned Village. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Koran Hightower. Young Fexentum. Robert Thompson. AR Foreign Gel. Lord_Clamoral. Jay Singh. Kane. Shazab Siddiqui. Vanish Sinex. Tassetti. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. After handing the reconnaissance task over to the crows, Sasuke and Niji settled down in a regular town in the land of rivers. The two trained diligently in a secluded forest outside town during the day, using transformation jutsu to return to town for rest at night. Since the land of rivers didn't have its own ninja village, they weren't overly cautious. However, by the next morning, the crows brought back news of Itachi. You're saying Itachi has already arrived in the land of rivers? Sasuke asked in surprise. That's right, Ka. Jean flapped his wings, hovering before Sasuke. Itachi and that shark-faced ninja have already entered the land of rivers. Didn't expect to find him so quickly. Sasuke tightened his grip on his blade, a smirk forming. And he's so close by. Maybe they're coming for you. Niji guessed. Ha, I'd welcome that, Sasuke replied, laughing with excitement. Let's go. He looked at the crow. Jean, please lead the way. No problem, Ka. This way, Sasuke-sama, Jean said, taking off high into the sky. Let's go, Sasuke signaled to Niji as he followed the crow. I guess I didn't have much use in helping him find his target. Niji sighed and followed behind. It was an abandoned village overgrown with weeds. Some of the collapsed houses bore burn marks, with dead trees impaled by rusted kunai and shuriken, all showing the scars of an old war. Caw. 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 Enough with the noise, why so many crows? Kisame picked at his ear, looking at the many crows flying through the sky and perched on dead trees. Itachi looked up, his Sharingan spinning as he observed the crows. They have chakra, they're summon beasts. Kisame grinned, so, a crow summoner like you, Itachi-san. Could it be your little brother? Let's wait here, Itachi said, slipping his left hand, which had been hanging by his collar, into his sleeve. I won't interfere in your family matter, Kisame said with a toothy grin. As your comrade, I'll make sure no one else disturbs you. Itachi looked into Kisame's eyes, nodding after a long pause. Thank you. It's nothing, Kisame chuckled, walking toward the outskirts of the village with his large sword. At the same time, Zetsu and Tobi appeared in the forest outside the village. This is the place, the battleground of the last Uchiha brothers, White Zetsu said with some excitement. Hey, Itachi's eyes won't last much longer, Black Zetsu remarked coldly. Tobi spoke, whether one falls or both survive, one of them will gain the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Hey, are you comfortable letting Sasuke have Itachi's eyes? White Zetsu asked curiously. That boy. Black Zetsu hesitated for once. Unfortunately, Kaito is backing him. Tobi sneered, we'll see how things play out between them. Whichever brother remains won't escape our grasp. Caw. The crow's call echoed once again. In the forest, Sasuke and Niji stopped. Byakugan. Niji formed a hand seal, activating his Byakugan. Two in the abandoned village ahead, one outside and one inside. Two others at 9 o'clock in the mountain forest. TCH, seems they were prepared as well, Sasuke said, frowning. Neji continued, the one outside. I encountered him during the battle to retrieve the Kazekage. His chakra is immense, I doubt I could take him on. Sasuke nodded, what about the two on the mountain? They give off an odd feeling, Neji said hesitantly. Both of them are unusual. How so? Sasuke asked, turning to him. One seems to be two people fused together. The other. Neji continued, the other has an unsettling presence and also possesses the Sharingan. Understood. Sasuke thought for a moment, then stepped toward the forest edge. Don't worry, I can summon backup. All right, Neji said, touching his forehead, still wrapped in bandages. Considering the reward. He. Standing at the village entrance, Kisame bared his teeth. So you've come, Itachi little brother. Humph. Sasuke stared at him unflinchingly. Itachi's comrade. We've met before, little brother. I'm Hoshigaki Kisame, Itachi-san's partner, Kisame replied with a grin. Sasuke looked past Kisame at the abandoned village and asked, is Itachi in there? That's right, Kisame replied, lowering his large sword to the ground. But only you may enter. I'll handle this, Neji took a deep breath, getting into a gentle fist stance. Neji. Sasuke looked at him, surprised. Neji focused on Kisame, saying, I'm not doing this to help you. It's just that the reward I received is too precious. I have to repay it somehow. Don't be so tense, be a Kugen boy, Kisame said, gripping his sword's handle. I'm only here to stop you, not to attack. I have no intention of joining Sasuke's fight, either, Neji replied, still on guard. But I will keep you here. Interesting, Kisame remarked, then turned back to Sasuke. Go on, little one. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke said, gripping his blade and walking past Kisame. He glanced back at Neji. Neji, stay safe. Mind yourself. Neji retorted irritably. Humph. Sasuke smirked, turning back and striding toward the village's interior. Among the crumbling walls and dead vines, Itachi stood quietly in the center of the village ruins, watching as a black-haired boy steadily approached from the distance. Sasuke walked forward with unwavering steps, neither too fast nor too slow, his gaze locked firmly on that familiar figure. As they neared, the two brothers finally met each other's eyes. Sasuke stopped. Itachi. His voice was calm. All the intense emotions of hatred were deeply buried inside him. His pride wouldn't allow him to lose control before this man again. Sasuke. Itachi's tone was equally calm. Sasuke knew everything now, there was no need to provoke his emotions further. I don't care why you did all those things. Sasuke gripped his sword tightly. Today, it ends here. Show me, then. Itachi took a step forward, slowly approaching Sasuke. What has given you the courage to stand before me? Then watch closely. Sasuke's gaze remained on Itachi's eyes. By your own logic, if I win, you'll be at my mercy. My foolish little brother, if you lose, Itachi plucked 4 shuriken and threw them, then obediently give me your eyes. Enough with. Sasuke moved his left hand to his sword guard. Such nonsense. Blade drawl clang, clang, clang. The gleaming blade sliced through the spaces between the shuriken, instantly closing the distance between them. In a blink, the sharp edge was already inches from Itachi's face. Chapter 197, 197. Sasuke and Itachi. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Koran Hightower. Young Fexentum. Abel Yapura. Robert Thompson. AR Foreign Gel. Lord Clamoral. Jay Singh. Kane. Shazab Siddiqui. Vanish Sinex. Tassetti. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. P@Trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. A cold flash streaked through the air as Sasuke charged forward, sword in hand, appearing behind Itachi. However, the Itachi who stood behind him, sliced in half, suddenly transformed into a swirling flock of crows. Caw. Caw. The sky-darkening swarm of crows flapped their wings furiously, scattering black feathers as they descended from the heavens. Humph. The tomo in Sasuke's Sharingan spun as he pushed off the ground and slashed decisively toward another spot. Clang. From within the dense flock of crows, Itachi materialized, his kunai intercepting Sasuke's blade. Their 3 tomo Sharingan locked gazes, and the two brothers pressed against each other with unyielding force. Moments later, both figures blurred into afterimages, their blades and kunai clashing in rapid succession. Sparks flew as the weapons collided again and again. Meanwhile, the crows summoned by Sasuke took flight from their perches on branches and in the sky, letting out harsh cries as they dove fiercely toward Itachi's flock. The two flocks of crows clashed in midair, feathers and blood spilling together as the injured and dead birds fell. The swirling currents of their battle mingled with the chaotic wind stirred by Sasuke and Itachi's relentless duel. Clang! 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 The sound of metal echoed continuously as Sasuke's blade danced with a frosty gleam, slicing the air and tearing through the scattered feathers. Itachi wielded kunai in both hands, his movements precise and measured, effortlessly countering Sasuke's fierce swordsmanship. Occasionally, he would throw a kunai at close range to disrupt Sasuke's rhythm. As time passed, Sasuke's blade moved faster and faster, while Itachi's pace seemed to slow. Sasuke's brows furrowed, his focus on Itachi intensifying, but frustration bubbled in his heart. What's going on? Why isn't this working? He clenched his teeth, desperate. I've trained so hard to perfect this swordsmanship. Why doesn't it work? Faster. I need to be faster. But the more he pushed, the more futile it seemed. Meanwhile, Itachi's movements grew increasingly fluid, as if dancing effortlessly around Sasuke's attacks. Clang. Suddenly, Itachi shifted gears, blocking Sasuke's overhead slash with his left kunai while driving his right foot into Sasuke's chest. Ugh! Sasuke grunted as he was sent flying. Seizing the moment, Itachi hurled a barrage of kunai and shuriken in a tight formation. Ah! Sasuke roared, enduring the pain in his chest as he swung his sword midair. The gleaming blade traced a brilliant arc, deflecting the incoming projectiles. Twisting his body, he spun rapidly, striking down the rebounding weapons that had altered their trajectory. When Sasuke landed, Itachi also paused, and the fallen weapons clattered to the ground. Caw! 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 The cries of crows filled the sky as injured and dying birds plummeted. Blood and feathers splattered onto the battlefield below, blending with the chaos stirred by their duel. Sasuke exhaled slowly. He knew his summoned crows would merely vanish if injured, but the dead birds were undoubtedly Itachi's. The crows under Itachi's control had once been wild, trained by Shisui from a young age. They couldn't compare to the demon bloodline crows on Sasuke's side. Itachi's gaze pierced through the drifting feathers and blood, meeting Sasuke's eyes, calm and unyielding. This is the swordsmanship you pride yourself on, Sasuke. Itachi raised his hands. It's disappointing. Sasuke took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, steadying himself. I understand my mistake now. I can't afford to be impatient. He silently reminded himself. No matter who stands before me, I must keep my heart as still as water. Lowering his eyes briefly, he opened them once more. He felt the warmth and weight of the sword in his hand, and the emotions in his gaze gradually faded. Itachi, meanwhile, had begun forming hand seals at a rapid pace. Sasuke brought his hands together as well, quickly completing a seal. Fire style. Great fireball jutsu. Itachi's right hand moved to his mouth, and his cheeks puffed up as he exhaled a raging inferno. Chidori blade. Lightning crackled along Sasuke's sword, the arc stretching out into an extended blade of pure electricity. The rolling fireball surged forward, but Sasuke's electrified blade split it cleanly in two. Chidori. Sasuke gripped his sword tightly with both hands, pointing it at Itachi. Sharp spear. The lightning blade extended even further, spanning more than 10 meters in an instant. As the spear-like blade closed in, Itachi used the body flicker technique to evade, moving swiftly across the battlefield. Sasuke swung his sword in pursuit, the elongated blade carving through ruins and dead trees with ease. Boom. Collapsed stone and timber fell along smooth, clean cuts, sending clouds of dust into the air as Itachi's silhouette disappeared within. TCH. Sasuke retracted his lightning blade, his Sharingan scanning for signs of movement. You've grown stronger, Sasuke. Itachi's voice came from above as he hurled a shuriken and formed hand seals. Fire style. Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu. Multiple fireballs shot from his mouth, encasing the airborne shuriken. The fiery projectiles rained down on Sasuke. I don't need your acknowledgement. Lightning surged fiercely around Sasuke's hand as he threw it forward. Chidori Senbon. A barrage of lightning needles shot upward, colliding with the fire-wreathed shuriken. The sharp needles extinguished the flames, and the spent projectiles clattered to the ground. Meanwhile, Itachi formed another set of seals. Fire style. Dragon Flame Jutsu. A fiery dragon roared through the air, its massive form barreling toward Sasuke. Sasuke leapt into the air, extending his lightning blade once more. Twisting his body, he cleaved through the dragon's fiery head. As flames scattered across the battlefield, Sasuke landed deftly, slicing through more projectiles mid-leap. If this is all you've got, why did you come here, Sasuke? Itachi's voice echoed across the battlefield. Sasuke landed just beyond the flames and looked up. Itachi stood atop a crumbling wall, gazing down imperiously. Don't look at me with those eyes. A purple mark appeared on Sasuke's face as his aura surged violently. Take this seriously, Itachi. He swung his sword once and gripped it tightly with both hands. Or you'll regret it. Oh. Is this your newfound power? Itachi remained composed, still looking down on him. Show me, then. Or are you just boasting? Chapter 198, 198. Brotherly Showdown. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of the ANBU member. Koran Hightower. Young Fexentum. Abel Yapura. Robert Thompson. AR Foreign Gel. Lord_Clamoral. J. Singh. Kane. Shazab Siddiqui. Vanish Synax. Tassetti. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Under the infusion of Sage Chakra, the lightning in Sasuke's hand emitted a sharp screech, and the blade of lightning began to vibrate violently. Itachi. Sasuke's feet left deep imprints on the ground as he leaped into the air once more, rapidly closing in on Itachi, who stood on higher ground, with his blade of lightning swinging fiercely. Itachi dodged to the side, and the blade in Sasuke's hand sliced through the crumbling wall where Itachi had been standing. Kicking off a falling piece of rubble, Sasuke once again launched himself in Itachi's direction. No weapon could withstand the blade of lightning in Sasuke's hand, leaving Itachi with no choice but to dodge desperately. However, in Sage mode, Sasuke seemed to be reborn, with both his strength and speed enhanced significantly. Itachi found it increasingly difficult to shake him off. The two darted through one abandoned building after another, with Sasuke's blade shattering the ruins as he pursued Itachi relentlessly. No one can defend forever. Finally, when Itachi retreated to a narrow corner, Sasuke had blocked all his escape routes. Sizzle. The blade pierced through Itachi's abdomen, penetrating his body and the wall behind him. Lightning flickered as Itachi's body went limp, losing all strength to resist. I won't kill you, Itachi. Sasuke stared into Itachi's eyes. I want you to live in eternal regret. Sasuke. Blood trickled from the corner of Itachi's mouth as he raised a trembling hand, reaching towards Sasuke's eyes. Sasuke's expression suddenly darkened. You bastard. Stop playing these tricks. The lightning in Sasuke's hand surged, and Itachi's body stiffened, as a crow crawled out of his mouth. This level of illusion. Sasuke slashed, cutting Itachi's body in half, only to watch it dissolve into a flock of illusory crows. He turned around, raising his blade toward Itachi, who stood under a withered tree behind him. Stop joking around already. Another Sasuke appeared behind Itachi, piercing his abdomen with the blade once more. Itachi looked down at the blade emerging from his abdomen and then raised his head with a faint smile. So, you still don't intend to kill me, Sasuke? The Sasuke in front of him said nothing and dissolved into a flock of crows as well. But. Itachi turned his head to the Sasuke crouching behind him. I must have your eyes. With an eerie smile, Itachi's body suddenly began to swell. Boom. Itachi's body exploded violently in a fiery blaze. A clone explosion. The charred and smoking Sasuke smirked, then vanished in a puff of white smoke. In the distant forests, what an incredible battle, White Zetsu said. Who will win in the end? Black Zetsu replied, Uchiha Kaito has yet to appear. Does that mean Sasuke has a better chance of winning? White Zetsu asked. Should we provide Itachi with assistance? Let's wait and see, Black Zetsu said. For some reason, I have an ominous feeling. Obito, he suddenly commanded, if Uchiha Kaito appears, you'll be responsible for bringing Nagato over. The sinister single eye of Obito turned toward them. We'll decide once Uchiha Kaito shows up. With that, he turned his gaze back toward the village. Unbeknownst to Black Zetsu, Kaito was observing everything through Obito's eye. Back in the village. Sasuke and Itachi stood on opposite ends of the rooftop of the village's tallest building. The ruined village was now ablaze, with flames engulfing the remains of houses that occasionally collapsed with a deafening roar. Itachi's body seemed unsteady, and he was breathing heavily. Although Sasuke was drenched in sweat, he remained relatively composed. Heh. Sasuke let out a mocking laugh. Itachi. Has your body deteriorated to this extent? I didn't expect you to reach such a level, Sasuke. Itachi swayed but steadied himself, raising his eyes to meet Sasuke's still vigorous gaze, a faint smile on his lips. As their eyes locked, Itachi's Sharingan transformed, the three tomo merging into the shape of a spinning windmill. Tsukuyomi. Under the crimson sky, a black sea stretched endlessly. Sasuke stood with his arms spread wide, bound firmly to a wooden cross. What is this? Sasuke twisted his neck to look around. So this is the famed Tsukuyomi. Indeed. Itachi's figure appeared before him. You shouldn't have come after me, Sasuke. Don't joke with me. Sasuke's eyes also shifted, transforming into the Mangekyo Sharingan. I won't let you off that easily, you bastard. Itachi grabbed Sasuke's collar and leaned in close. If Uchiha Kaito has told you anything, you should understand my situation. Do you think I'm your only enemy? I know. Sasuke locked eyes with him at close range. Niji has already seen it. Including you, there are 4 of them. And the guy on the mountain with the Sharingan, he's Obito, isn't he? You'd better bring Kaito to help you as soon as possible, Itachi said sternly. That guy, Obito, is a very dangerous lunatic. Ha 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 ha. Sasuke suddenly burst out laughing, his whole body shaking with amusement. What's so funny? Itachi tightened his grip on Sasuke's collar. There's something even you don't know. Sasuke's face twisted with malice. It seems our uncle has already excluded you. Excluded me? Itachi released Sasuke's collar weakly, taking a step back. What has he done now? Of course, saving the world. Sasuke's joy seemed unparalleled. So satisfying. This guy loves acting on his own, doesn't he? Let's see how he likes it. I won't tell you. Sasuke said, his malice seeping out. Our plan doesn't need you. That's because you're too weak. Sasuke. Itachi smiled bitterly. And after saving the world? What do you mean, after? Sasuke looked at him curiously. Even if I believe in Kaito's so-called plan, what happens afterward? Unlike him, you're a ninja. You'll need a proper environment and companions who are also ninja. Heh. Sasuke sneered with a peculiar expression. Don't tell me you want me to go back to Konoha. You're a ninja. Itachi said firmly. Your paths are different. You can't always follow Kaito, and on my OG. Don't you know? Sasuke smirked. The last time I went to Konoha, I took Niji of the Hyuga clan with me when I defected. I know. Itachi remained unmoved. But that's not the issue. My contributions are enough to protect you and the Uchiha name. Hey, if you're so eager to return to Konoha. Sasuke suddenly broke free from the cross and punched Itachi in the face. Then go back yourself. Another punch. I've already prepared a place for you. And another. Right in the Uchiha clan's graveyard.